Chapter 001. The Municipal Hospital of Raccoon City. As Makuya opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital ward. Memories surged within him like a relentless tide, and he winced in pain, clutching his head. After a brief bout of dizziness, he recalled the events that had transpired. He was a ninja hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village, known as Makuya. His mastery of medical ninjutsu and profound expertise in sealing techniques had earned him the promotion to Special Jonin by the third Hokage. In his recollections, Makuya had been on duty the previous night when he inadvertently encountered the escalating conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, marking the bloody night of their annihilation. Whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, he had crossed paths with Uchiha Obito, who donned a vortex mask. After a fierce battle, he had fallen victim to the opponent's secret technique, Kamui. To his astonishment, during the process of being drawn into the Kamui space, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A sudden and chaotic spatial turbulence engulfed Makuya, and he was compelled to be swept along with the current. By the time he extricated himself from the turmoil, he found himself in a foreign world, battered and bruised. With the resurgence of memories came an accompanying wave of pain. He noticed the intravenous drip in his hand, the bag of medicine long since depleted, blood flowing back through the needle. Makuya exhaled a deep breath, removed the needle from his hand, and pulled aside the hospital sheets to meticulously examine his condition. The spatial turbulence had been formless and intangible, yet felt like an incredibly resilient fluid. Though his exterior bore few visible wounds, the injuries he sustained were far from trivial. Fortunately, being a medical ninja, he was able to channel his chakra to heal himself, alleviating the burdens on his weary body. With newfound vigor, he adeptly leaped off the hospital bed and stretched his limbs, finding no immediate abnormalities. Only then did he take a moment to observe his surroundings. His jonin vest had been torn to shreds amidst the turbulence, leaving him clad in rags, resembling a homeless wanderer. The hospital's layout possessed a slightly unfamiliar modernity, indicating that he had indeed arrived in a contemporary world. The medical records hanging by his bedside were inscribed in English. He recalled nearly forgotten knowledge. He recognized the words Colorado and Raccoon City Municipal Hospital. Makuya furrowed his brow. Coloridoso he had arrived in America, and Raccoon City. Was it truly the one from his memories? He surveyed the ward, which contained 3 hospital beds. Aside from his own, one was neatly arranged, seemingly unused, while the other lay in disarray, with sheets strewn upon the floor. Unattended, the sense of caution washed over him, and he strained to listen. The municipal hospital, which should have been bustling with activity, was eerily silent. In the distance, faint sounds of movement could be discerned. Makuya's expression hardened as he fell into a state of vigilance. If this was indeed the Raccoon City he feared, such anomalous signs could only indicate one thing: the Umbrella Corporation's virus had been unleashed, plunging the entire city into chaos and despair. As fragments of his dormant memories began to resurface, Makuya's face paled with realization. He recalled the ultimate fate of Raccoon City, a tactical nuclear strike that had thoroughly sanitized the entire metropolis. Should a viral crisis erupt, would it not signify that remaining here would soon subject him to the baptism of tactical nuclear weapons? Makuya sprang into action. His tattered garments had long been replaced, and he now donned an old hospital gown. The ward offered no alternative attire, so Makuya cautiously pushed open the door, discovering a corridor in disarray, yet devoid of any human presence. Clad in patient slippers, he stealthily adhered to the wall, his steps light and soundless. As he traversed the ward corridor, every room stood ajar, revealing chaotic remnants within. Regrettably, he still failed to locate suitable clothing. Upon reaching a duty room, intended for medical staff to manage affairs and rest, he surmised it might contain spare garments. Makuya surveyed his surroundings for any signs of danger, and, finding none, entered. To his astonishment, he encountered a middle-aged male doctor with brown hair, who locked eyes with Makuya the moment he stepped inside. In the next instant, the doctor bared his blackened gums and unleashed a guttural growl, lunging ferociously at Makuya. Zombie? Startled, Makuya instinctively reacted, twisting his waist and striking out with a swift kick that connected squarely with the zombie doctor's neck. With a bone-crushing crack, the doctor's lifeless body fell to the ground, motionless. Indeed, it was a zombie. Makuya approached cautiously, scrutinizing the remains. When he finally recognized the doctor's face, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. A vivid image resurfaced in his mind, a tattered figure struggling against the current, collapsing not far from the hospital, just before losing consciousness. In that moment, a middle-aged man had been shouting something while rushing towards him. Until now, he had not recalled this memory. Only upon confronting this face again did Mukuya suddenly remember. Could it be that this very man had saved him? Watching the doctor's head rotate a full 360 degrees, Mukuya's emotions became tumultuous. He had not anticipated that his first act of violence upon awakening would be against one who had once shown him kindness. Alas, though, the doctor had succumbed to the infection and transformed into a zombie. He sighed that I did not intend for this to happen. However, perhaps a return to tranquility is preferable to becoming a mindless, flesh-eating creature. With a heavy heart, Mukuya exited and retrieved a sheet from a nearby room. Draping it over the still form of the unnamed doctor on the duty room desk, he discovered the doctor's name, Andrew Keith. Scattered across the desk were numerous empty vials of medication. Beside them lay a collection of used syringes. Mukuya briefly pondered and surmised that Dr. Andrew, upon realizing his infection, had not panicked like others and fled, but had instead gathered various medications to treat himself in the duty room. Unfortunately, the outcome was regrettable. Dr. Andrew had been unable to find a swift remedy for the virus. He opened the duty room storage cabinet, revealing several white lab coats, but no other clothing options. Mukuya, with no other choice, donned a white coat and bid a final farewell to Andrew before stepping outside. May your soul find eternal peace, my friend. As he exited the duty room, the vast, silent hospital sent a chill through his heart. The long corridor loomed like a gaping beast, patiently awaiting its prey to unwittingly walk into its maw. Yet, Mukuya's resolve remained unshaken. He strode forward with steady steps, opting not to take the elevator. The elevator, fraught with the unknown perils of disaster, was to be avoided. The staircase, while time-consuming, offered greater safety. Moreover, descending the stairs was a trivial endeavor for someone of Mukuya's ninja prowess. He glanced at the stairwell. Suddenly, he sprang into action, deftly landing against the vertical wall, then leaping silently to the opposite side. After a few moments of this rhythm, Mukuya nimbly touched down on the first floor. As he turned the corner of the stairwell, he unexpectedly collided with a figure, and they both paused in surprise. First, Mukuya was astonished, then captivated, and finally regarded the newcomer with a knowing gaze. The woman in the white coat, her tawny complexion striking, quickly became wary after a moment of confusion. Her eyes scanned him, and upon noticing the old patient attire beneath his coat, her demeanor softened slightly. "Who are you?" Her familiar and alluring visage, coupled with her enticing physique, caused Mukuya to avert his gaze, feeling an inexplicable surge of heat. If he wasn't mistaken, she wore nothing beneath her coat. Frowning slightly, he composed himself and replied, "I came to this hospital for treatment after suffering severe injuries and losing consciousness. When I awoke, this was the scene I found. What about you? Are you also here for treatment?" Her guarded expression did not dissipate as she scrutinized the Asian man before her. "Yes, I am also receiving treatment. You're not an ordinary person, are you?" "I can tell." Mukuya's aura, imbued with the essence of a ninja, had been keenly sensed by her. "Well, I've spent a few years as a mercenary." Mukuya shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm called Reno Mukuya. And you, beautiful lady?" "Alice," she replied, her gaze fixed on Mukuya as she spoke her name, observing his reaction intently. As a ninja, Mukuya was adept at controlling his emotions, and he appropriately displayed a thought of intrigue at her introduction, smiling as he extended his hand. "Alice, it is a pleasure to meet you." A playful smile emerged on Alice's previously wary face. "Likewise, Reno." They exchanged polite handshakes, and then she abruptly inquired, "Do you work for the Umbrella Corporation, mercenary?" "Ah." Mukuya was taken aback. Soon realizing she had misconstrued something, he chuckled wryly and said, "A company like Umbrella would hardly consider me otherwise. I wouldn't have been gravely injured and unconscious in the street if it weren't for Dr. Andrew's assistance. Who knows what fate I might have met." Alice exhaled, momentarily convinced by his words. She then appeared slightly embarrassed, saying, "I apologize. Reno, I did not mean to doubt you. It's just that I have a grudge against the Umbrella Corporation, and I must be cautious." Mukuya smiled, signaling that he bore no ill will. Following their initial acquaintance, the two departed for the hospital's exterior. The oppressive silence surrounding them instilled a profound sense of unease. Muyi inquired, "So, do you understand what has transpired, Alice?" Alice's expression was grave and austere. As they stepped through the hospital's threshold, the scene before them left them in a state of stunned silence. The congested streets were littered with swirling debris, flames smoldered ominously, and an eerie desolation enveloped the area, painting a harrowing picture of chaos and decay. Reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape, the ground and corners were marked with ominous dark red stains, further heightening their alarm. Alice crossed her arms and, surveying the desolate surroundings, bit her lip. I believe I have an inkling of what has transpired here. However, the most pressing matter at hand is not to unravel the mystery of what happened, but rather to escape this place. I have a foreboding sense of dread. Mercenary. If you trust my instincts, follow me. Chapter 002. Alice. In the armory, Alice strode purposefully into the street, where abandoned vehicles cluttered the thoroughfare. After a brief search around several police cars, she soon discovered a police shotgun inside one of the vehicles. Trailed behind her, his attention drawn to scattered newspapers, which led him to find an article detailing the city's calamities, headlined "The Reign of the Living Dead." What could that possibly mean? Furrowed his brow in confusion. With the shotgun firmly in hand, Alice felt a newfound sense of security. Upon hearing read the alarming news from the paper, she cocked the weapon with a decisive click, declaring, "Just as you read, this city has indeed succumbed to the onslaught of the living dead. Now stay close, Reno." The daylight waned swiftly. Starved and weary, the two soon located a convenience store where they replenished their energy with some food. As they exited, darkness enveloped the surroundings. "Hey, do you see that, Reno?" Alice exclaimed with delight, pointing ahead to a gun shop. "I'm going to stock up on some gear." Chewing on dried squid, glanced down at his attire and nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. I should at least change into something more practical." The gun shop was modest yet well-stocked. In addition to firearms, it offered a variety of tactical attire for both men and women. Selected a fitting tactical outfit to replace the tattered hospital gown and lab coat he had been wearing. After Alice changed into a tactical vest paired with black pants, she instantly radiated an air of confidence and capability, which caught Maya's attention. Perhaps noticing his gaze, Alice approached the weapons counter and said, "Choose some weapons. What do you prefer? How about a Colt?" She casually tossed one in Maya's direction. With quick reflexes, he caught it deftly and, gripping the handle, aimed as he had seen in his memories. Alice gasped, hurriedly stepping away from the muzzle. "Hey, don't point that at people, buddy." Realizing his mistake, sheepishly lowered the gun, feigning innocence as he fumbled with it. "Oh, my apologies. It was unintentional." Alice eyed him with a bemused expression. "Why do you seem a bit out of practice?" Caught off guard, felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied, "Well, I'm not particularly skilled with firearms." Alice erupted in laughter, playfully nodding. "Ah, a mercenary unfamiliar with firearms. How intriguing." It dawned on that in this modern world, those who engaged in combat were typically masters of marksmanship. Realizing he had inadvertently exposed a significant flaw, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Offering a light-hearted defense, "My circumstances are quite unique. I haven't had a need for firearms, so I'm not very adept. All right, I confess. I've never actually used one. I've gathered that much." Alice nodded knowingly, pointing at "Then what about your mercenary status?" Shrugged with a smile, replying, "I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I am far more skilled in close combat with melee weapons." He approached the display window, deftly removing a curved dagger from the wall. Weighing it in his hand, he skillfully twirled the blade, its cold gleam reflecting a dance-like agility. Alice's gaze sharpened slightly, and she nodded with a contemplative smile. In just a few simple movements, she discerned that was indeed a master of the blade. However, what kind of mercenary was not proficient with firearms, yet excelled in close combat with cold weapons? A spy, perhaps, or a bodyguard? Selected a curved dagger and equipped himself with several tactical knives. Observing Alice skillfully inspecting her firearms, an idea struck him. "Hey, Alice," he called, pointing at the gun in her hand. "It's clear you are quite adept with firearms. Could you impart a few techniques to me?" Alice arched an eyebrow, her features radiating a vibrant allure as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Isn't it a bit late to start learning about guns now?" "Not at all," replied, taking hold of the firearm and performing a flourish akin to handling a short dagger. He tossed it lightly and caught it by the barrel, offering the grip towards Alice. "I learned quickly. Why don't you give it a try?" Alice smiled brightly as she accepted the gun. "Very well. I shall teach you some fundamental knowledge and see if you truly are as clever as you claim." She turned slightly, facing with the gun pointed away from them, and swiftly began explaining the basic principles of firearms and their operations, demonstrating several standard tactical maneuvers. As a ninja, Maya's innate talent for combat skills allowed him to absorb everything she taught in a single round of explanation, and he promptly emulated her actions. Throughout the process, Alice was astonished by his remarkable precision. He hardly made any mistakes. From clumsiness to competence, Maya's progress was nearly palpable. In modern society, firearms are unavoidable instruments of combat. Maya's inherent sense of crisis fueled his motivation to learn marksmanship. After all, with his agility, he could evade the aim and actions of a gunman at close range, yet he could not truly escape the peril of those swiftly flying bullets. Ninjutsu has great potential, but until he reaches a certain transformative stage of growth, firearms posed a significant threat to him. Mastering the use of a gun would greatly enhance his capabilities. especially since he had just awakened from unconsciousness. Despite receiving some basic treatment, his body remained in a state of semi-weakness, with his strength diminished by at least 30 to 40%. Having a firearm would conserve much energy when confronting zombies. It seems you were not lying. You truly possess talent, Reino. I am beginning to believe your identity as a mercenary, Alice remarked with a smile. Of course, being a mercenary is not something to boast about. I have no need to lie about it, he replied playfully. Alice, what's wrong? Just as I was speaking, Alice suddenly changed color, collapsing in pain and sitting on the ground, her body convulsing as if in a spasm. Veins on her left arm bulged, and it appeared as if some creature was surging through her veins towards her arm. Grasping her hand, I immediately felt an unusual burning sensation, as if a hot ember were searing within. Alice. Mai was acutely aware of the situation unfolding within her. The searing heat filled him with concern. After a moment's contemplation, he placed his right hand on her back, discreetly channeling some medical chakra. Given the quality of his chakra, he knew that combating the stubborn T-virus was beyond his capabilities. However, through the healing power of medical ninjutsu, even if he couldn't eradicate the virus, he could alleviate her suffering. As anticipated, the agonized expression on Alice's face softened slightly. After a spell, the viral episode subsided, and Alice exhaled deeply, her body glistening with a light sheen of sweat. I'm fine. Thank you, Reno, she said, oblivious to the medical chakra, merely grateful for Mai's concern and care. Mai furrowed his brow and inquired with grave caution, what just happened to your body? Alice paused thoughtfully, realizing that her earlier symptoms did not resemble a typical illness. After a brief moment, she raised her head, her enchanting azure eyes reflecting Mai's own image. That was the T-virus. I was the security chief for the Umbrella Corporation. The T-virus leak caused a severe biohazard, and I was captured by Umbrella. They tampered with me. Do you remember the reports in the newspapers? Living dead or zombies? Are humans infected with the T-virus? Mai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You are an exception? Alice replied darkly, I'm not sure how it happened. I can sense some changes within myself. Reno, there is no point in discussing this further. We should leave this place as soon as possible. This city unsettles me deeply. The two gathered their equipment and exited the gun shop. Looking around the street, they observed many abandoned vehicles still congesting the area. Alice's eyes lit up as she spotted a motorcycle not far away. Approaching it, she skillfully mounted, discovering the keys still in the ignition and ample fuel, an ideal mode of transportation amid the chaos. Virum. After starting the motorcycle, Alice turned her face, resolutely nodding her chin towards Mai. Get on, Reno, we're off. The roar of the motorcycle was jarringly loud against the silence of the street. Sitting behind Alice, Mai keenly sensed the previously subdued darkness around them. The motorcycle's thunder shattered the stillness, awakening raucous growls from the shadows. However, Alice rode with remarkable speed, swiftly leaving the cacophony of growls and chaotic footsteps in their wake. They navigated the disordered streets with the agility of nimble fish. Suddenly, Mai's ears perked up. Did you hear that noise? What? Alice was momentarily distracted by the motorcycle's roar and the faint zombie growls in the darkness, failing to grasp what Mai meant. But soon, the sound Mai had heard echoed again. Alice's expression shifted as she exclaimed, gunfire. Someone's there. Mai patted her shoulder, pointing in a direction. Over there, Alice replied. That's South Raven Square. The gunfire is coming from the Blackgate Church. I plan to head there. What about you, Reno? Mai smiled and replied. You're in control of the motorcycle, so why would you need to ask me? Hurry over there. There must be survivors hidden near the church. The support from Mai brought a smile to Alice's lips. She began to lower her guard against him, feeling he might be a person worthy of trust. Hold on tight, Alice exclaimed lightly, then twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life, racing away. Chapter 003 The Emergence of the Blackgate Church in the Shadowy Market. A few flickering streetlights cast their dim, yellow glow over the surroundings. The distant roar of motorcycles pierced the stillness of the night, growing louder as they approached. Gazed into the gloom, where the towering silhouette of the Blackgate Church emerged from the murky light. As the motorcycle sped closer, the indistinct figures outside the church instantly heightened his alertness. Alice, there are zombies gathered on the street in front of the church. Be careful. Alice had also noticed the horde of zombies congregating on the street. Upon hearing the thunderous engine, they immediately shifted their focus toward the source of the sound. She swiftly assessed their surroundings and said in a low voice, "We'll approach from the side of the church and crash through the glass windows." Bang, bang, bang. Inside the church, gunfire erupted violently. Alice's usually stoic expression shifted as she sensed several familiar presences. Since being infected with the T-virus, her body had undergone significant changes. Even through the church's walls, she could distinctly feel the malevolent creatures within. A sudden memory flashed in her mind. The source of that familiar aura, the mutated beings, the lickers. At the onset of the viral outbreak, These were the deadly foes she had encountered while escaping the hive with her special operations team. Once again, these monsters. This is bad. The survivors are in danger. We must assist them immediately. Alice twisted the throttle of the motorcycle to its maximum, the screeching of tires producing a powerful recoil that propelled the bike forward. She veered away from the church's front and aimed directly at the glass wall, accelerating without hesitation. Inside the church, Officer Peyton and Special Operations Team member Jill Valentine were fiercely battling the lurking lickers while protecting the journalist, Terry. The gunfire rang out. But the agile lickers, lurking in the shadows, evaded harm effortlessly. "Watch out, Peyton. It's behind you," Jill shouted, having caught sight of one licker's movement. As Peyton turned around, he was met with the horrifying sight of a skinless, blood-red monstrosity, its limbs moving with astonishing speed and silence, leaping towards him. "Shit. Damn monster." Panic and anger surged through Peyton, but his overwhelming fear rendered him slow to react. He was unable to prevent the creature's assault. "Peyton!" Jill fired several shots, but they missed their mark. The creature was simply too swift. Just as Peyton was about to be struck, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle surged forward. Blinding white light streaming in from behind the ornate glass wall, illuminating the dark church as if it were day. Instinctively, Jill recoiled from the blinding light. A deafening crash echoed as the glass wall shattered, and a motorcycle burst through like a savior, colliding directly with the creature lunging at Peyton. The licker was caught off guard, its entire body hurled into the air by the motorcycle, crashing into the neatly arranged wooden pews of the church, scattering them in disarray and sending wood splinters flying. Simultaneously, two agile figures, one to the left and one to the right, leapt deftly from the motorcycle, rolling to absorb the impact before standing firmly. Oh damn! Peyton, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze immediately drawn to the man and woman who had just dismounted from the motorcycle. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "Be careful," Jill warned loudly. "There is more than one licker hidden in the church." With a swift motion, Alice loaded her shotgun, aiming at a rapidly moving licker in the darkness, and fired a shot. Now was not the time for conversation. Bang! Alice handled her firearm with remarkable skill. The T-virus had enhanced her physical attributes and reflexes, allowing the police shotgun to unleash tremendous power in her hands as she unleashed a barrage upon the fleeing licker. As Mai leapt off the motorcycle towards the rear of the church, he found another licker lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Jill, with her precise marksmanship, kept the creature at bay, forcing it to retreat into the darkness. However, it swiftly changed its hunting target, barreling towards Mai with alarming speed. "Watch out. That monster is coming for you," Jill cried, firing several rounds that struck the licker's body. Yet, those shots did not slow the creature down. Rather, in its agony, it surged forward with increased ferocity. Mai, gun in hand, remained unperturbed. To the eyes of an ordinary person, the licker was a deadly predator with astonishing speed. But to Mai, such prowess seemed insufficient. While he was not afraid of the licker's abilities, he held a deep-seated apprehension towards the T-virus it harbored. This was his first encounter with a living licker. The mutated form resulting from the T-virus infection had elongated limbs, splayed like a spider, with exposed crimson muscles that were chilling to behold. What was most unsettling was its grotesque head, characterized by its regressed eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a brain exposed. Even the battle-hardened Mai felt a sense of discomfort. Raising his gun, he fired. Bang, 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 bang. His inner turmoil did not impede Mai's actions. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed 4 bullets in rapid succession. Unfortunately, the first 3 missed their mark. This was his first experience with firearms, particularly against such a nimble opponent as the licker. However, by the 4th shot, he grasped a modicum of technique and successfully struck the licker in the head. Regrettably, the bullet merely grazed the licker's face, splattering blood without inflicting any critical damage. "Be careful, get out of the way." Jill, an experienced Special Forces operative, recognized Mai's inexperience at a glance. Seeing him stand still and shoot at the licker without attempting to evade its assault, she urgently shouted a warning. To her astonishment, Mai remained motionless. As if paralyzed by fear, Jill's heart sank. She thought to herself, "It's over, that Asian man is doomed." However, just as that thought arose in her mind, Mai suddenly sprang into action. Instead of dodging to the side as Jill had warned, he boldly stepped forward to confront the licker. In an instant, the licker opened its wide maw, its crimson tongue flicking about, saliva splattering as it prepared to seize Mai in its jaws. Yet, a sudden flash of cold light met the licker first. Although they were on a direct collision course, Mai slightly sidestepped at the last moment, allowing the creature to pass by. The next second, the licker crashed to the ground, its body convulsing involuntarily. Jill rushed over and immediately caught sight of the licker's severed head, her pupils dilating in horror. In that fleeting moment, Mai had drawn his blade, reversing his grip and making a swift upward slash. The sharp edge sliced through the licker's head with the ease of cutting vegetables. the smooth incision extending down to the base of its neck before coming to a halt. Jill looked at Mai, who bore no trace of injury. His expression calm and untroubled, as if the life-threatening crisis had not affected him in the slightest. Jill stared, taking him in from head to toe. How did you manage that? Engaging in close combat with a beast carrying a lethal virus and delivering a fatal blow. This was no mere act of courage. She hadn't even seen when he had drawn his knife. Bold, meticulous, and decisive. Mai stated earnestly. Trust me, you can do it too. Jill could easily discern the jest in his words, rolling her eyes at him before resuming her vigilance. At that moment, another licker fell to Alice's direct confrontation, obliterated by a shotgun blast. The last remaining one, undeterred, continued to scurry about, seeking a target and an opportunity to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Now, with a numerical advantage, Mai, Peyton, and Jill opened fire together, the sound of gunfire resonating in a continuous barrage. Mai's marksmanship visibly improved. After a few shots, he managed to hit the swiftly moving licker, specifically targeting its left leg. The creature stumbled, crashing down from the ceiling. Dramatically, it landed right in front of the church, and seizing the opportunity, Alice fired her shotgun at the cross, striking the licker mid-leap. Before it could fully ascend, the heavy cross pinned it down before the church, leaving it to roar helplessly. A cold, lethal glint flashed in Alice's eyes as she approached with deliberate calm. The licker opened its mouth, attempting to strike with its long tongue, but Alice's gun was swifter. With a thunderous bang, blood splattered everywhere. Surviving the ordeal, the African-American Peyton let out a long breath, leaning against a wooden chair to catch his breath. Jill, her face wrought with skepticism, shifted her gaze between Mai and Alice. She had thought the Asian man was formidable enough, only to discover that this woman was even more impressive. The opponent she had found challenging, this woman could pursue and kill with ease, single-handedly taking on two foes. So, you too, Jill scrutinized them closely. What exactly is your origin? The resounding echoes of fierce combat within the church have drawn the horde of zombies from the streets outside. The two imposing doors, firmly shut, tremble under the relentless onslaught of the undead, revealing their imminent vulnerability. We must leave this place, Alice urged. Peyton rose to his feet, declaring, Let us head to the back. There lies the rear entrance of the church. Jill, though still skeptical, recognized the gravity of their situation and holstered her weapon, moving to support the injured Peyton. The journalist, Terry, momentarily ceased filming, her panic manifesting in a stream of curses as she hurriedly followed suit. Makino sheathed his knife and glanced down at Terry's feet, advising, If I were you, I would promptly swap those heels for something more practical. Terry looked down, confused. What? Maintaining his composure, Makino replied, The streets are rife with those monstrous zombies, and those heels, you cannot hope to outrun them. Realization dawned on Terry, and she nodded. Oh, you're right. I shall change into suitable shoes as soon as I can. Makino's counsel stemmed from a desire to preserve her life. He harbored no knowledge of the world's future trajectory, yet he understood that, should events unfold as they do in the films, each living soul would become exceedingly precious, even if her chances of survival in this apocalyptic world were slim. Makino deemed it far more appropriate to safeguard her than to allow her to walk knowingly toward her demise. Chapter 004. The T-Virus and medical ninjutsu. Behind the church lies a cemetery, shrouded in a dim light that renders visibility exceedingly limited. With his chakra, Makino possesses superior vision, yet he can discern only a few meters ahead, as he gazes upon the numerous tombstones standing like sentinels amidst the graveyard. Memories of the recent zombie outbreak loom heavily in the minds of the group traversing this eerie expanse. The female journalist is an ordinary person among ordinary souls. Unlike the composed Makino or the resolute Alice and Jill, she is fraught with anxiety, her words spilling forth in a chaotic stream as she walks, clearly teetering on the brink of despair. Especially disconcerting is the fact that the origin of this inexplicable catastrophe remains shrouded in mystery. Having temporarily evaded the horde of zombies outside the church, the previous topic resurfaces. Alice does not hold back, divulging the connection between the T-Virus and the Umbrella Corporation. Upon learning that the source of all this calamity is a virus engineered by Umbrella, Peyton, Jill, and the journalist Terry are filled with indignation. At that moment, drenched in cold sweat, Peyton leans against a tombstone, his face contorted in pain. Alice, ever vigilant, turns to him and her expression shifts dramatically, raising her gun toward Peyton. What are you doing? Jill exclaims in alarm, ready to respond. Alice's demeanor remains impassive as she states, He has been bitten by a zombie. You should not conceal this. The virus is spreading, and before long, he will transform into one of those creatures outside. You must deal with him promptly. The longer you wait, the more troublesome it becomes. Enduring his agony, Peyton defiantly lifts his head, insisting, I am fine. Jill's eyes reflect concern, yet she remains resolute, declaring, If it comes to that, I will handle it myself. Alice tilts her head slightly and lowers her weapon, saying, Suit yourself. Wait, Makino interjects suddenly. Let me see your wound. Perhaps I can buy you some time. Jill's expression oscillates between surprise, doubt, and hope as she regards Makino. Are you a doctor? Makino glances at Alice before replying. I am a mercenary, but I possess some medical knowledge. Humph, Jill retorts, her expression darkening. The T-virus is not something that can be treated with mere medical skills. Makino shrugs and counters. Then do you have any other options? If the virus spreads, he will inevitably transform into a zombie, and at that point, you will have no choice but to. Jill, agitated, runs her fingers through her hair, ultimately realizing that she and Peyton have no alternatives. Fine, then give it a try. But I warn you, if you, ignoring Jill's incessant, yet unthreatening, chatter. Makino approaches Peyton, urging him to sit down. He then loosens the bandage, rolling up Peyton's pant leg to expose the wound. Retrieving a tactical flashlight, he clicks it on, illuminating the injury. The others, now focused on the scene, gasp as they observe the dark, suppurating bite mark emanating a familiar, ghastly odor associated with the undead. The skin surrounding the wound is also tainted, a deep shade of black spreading over several inches. How could this happen? The anxiety in Jill's eyes was palpable. She had not anticipated that Peyton's condition would deteriorate so rapidly. She looked at Mukai with a glimmer of hope, asking, Do you have a solution? Do not rush. Let me take a look first, Mukai replied without turning his head. In fact, the moment he chose to mention Peyton's injury, he had already harbored intentions of taking action. This decision was made after careful contemplation on Mukai's part. One reason, akin to his previous warning to the female reporter, was his uncertainty about the future trajectory of the world. Thus, he was willing to save as many lives as possible. An unspoken reason, however, was Mukai's desire to closely investigate the T-virus himself. He wished to ascertain whether his medical ninjutsu would prove effective against the T-virus. Alice was the perfect subject for the T-virus, but her prior feedback may not have been entirely accurate. Now, with Peyton infected, yet not fully transformed into a zombie, he was the ideal candidate for experimentation. Mukai formed a seal with his right hand, channeling chakra that manifested as a mysterious, soft green glow enveloping Peyton's wound. This astonishingly enigmatic technique immediately elicited gasps from the onlookers, and Alice looked at Mukai with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, as if she were endeavoring to reevaluate him. Nevertheless, constrained by the circumstances, Alice, Jill, and the others suppressed their astonishment and refrained from interrupting. Peyton, too, was taken aback. He distinctly felt that the previously numb area of his injury was now infused with a soothing, warm energy, nourishing the wound while combating the rampant virus within his body. Mukai raised his right hand, following the guidance of the healing chakra, as a stream of dark blood was drawn from Peyton's injury, coalescing in midair, enveloped by chakra. This was the technique of extracting toxins. Employing such a difficult medical ninjutsu while not fully recovered was a significant burden for Mukai as well. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, yet this did not hinder his technique. Jill sighed in relief at this sight, and the extraordinary nature of Mukai's method instilled in her a sense of anticipation. After a moment, Mukai had extracted a considerable amount of blood. Seeing Peyton's dark skin unable to conceal the pallor from blood loss, he paused his actions to ponder. How is it, Renaud? Is Peyton all right? Jill asked anxiously. Mukai did not respond immediately. He discarded the extracted black blood and wrapped the wound with a clean bandage, standing up to say, The T-virus has already fused with his blood. According to my method, if the virus is not entirely extracted, he will succumb to excessive blood loss first. Jill was taken aback. Does that mean it was ineffective? Mukai did not engage with her concerns, stating, Of course, it is not entirely without effect. With my assistance, he can endure for a bit longer. He should be able to hold on for another day or two before fully transforming into a zombie. Through the recent experiment, Mukai had gleaned insights into the characteristics of the T-virus in the face of medical ninjutsu. In a succinct summary, it appears that the medical ninjutsu is currently incapable of eradicating the T-virus, at least not for Makino's medical ninjutsu. However, it possesses the ability to heal and enhance the physique of those infected, thereby suppressing and delaying the rate of infection and spread of the T-virus. Before Jill could speak, Peyton, seated on the ground and feeling momentarily unburdened, chimed in. That's sufficient. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. I feel much better. Alice cast a deep gaze at him. Let us depart. We have already squandered considerable time, and it would be prudent to leave this city soon. Umbrella Corporation has blocked all routes of travel, and soldiers are stationed at every checkpoint. How do we escape? There is always a way out, Alice declared, leading the way with vigor. The anticipated scene of a zombie attack in the cemetery never materialized, allowing Makino to breathe a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging that events had unfolded as he had anticipated. The corpses buried in the crypt had largely decomposed, their muscles, brains, nerves, and bones in decay. If the T-virus could transform even these remnants, It would surpass any malevolent necromancy. Based on the characteristics Makino had gleaned from Peyton, the T-virus could infect living beings and fresh corpses recently deceased, but it should be ineffective against long-decayed bodies. Otherwise, how could those brainless, rotting corpses transform into zombies, devoid of any weak points? As for the decay following infection, that was a different matter altogether. After undergoing Makino's treatment, Peyton had significantly recovered. He could walk without assistance, thereby hastening the group's pace. Following their display of extraordinary abilities, it was evident that Alice and the others, though silent, were an air of intrigue. The female journalist, Terry, walked behind, casting complex glances at him, and he could sense her unabashed scrutiny. "Aren't you going to say something?" Alice suddenly inquired. Though she did not specify, Makino understood she was addressing him. "What do you wish to know?" Alice turned her head slightly. "I wish to know who you truly are, and what brings you to Raccoon City. Are you deceiving me?" "Well," Makino nodded, his expression devoid of any embarrassment over the inquiry. "Did I not mention that I am a mercenary? I received a mission to covertly investigate Umbrella Corporation. I uncovered some leads, but was betrayed, and while fleeing, I sustained injuries. By chance, I was rescued by Dr. Andrew at the municipal hospital, thus evading my pursuers. When I regained consciousness, you were already aware of the subsequent events." Alice raised an eyebrow. "Is it truly that simple?" Makino affirmed. "Indeed, it is that simple." "Hey, Renault," Jill interjected. "What about your special ability?" Makino smiled, responding nonchalantly. "Given that even the T-virus has brazenly emerged, my somewhat unique ability should not be deemed peculiar, should it?" Jill suddenly remarked. "Are you a mutant?" Makino shook his head. "There is no X gene within me." Just then, a jarring ring from a nearby telephone booth abruptly interrupted his words. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Alice made her way toward the telephone booth. Just as she took a step forward, she suddenly turned back to Miyuki and declared, "I believe in you." With determination, she strode towards the roadside booth to answer the call. Miyuki watched her retreating figure, a smile blossoming on his face. He understood Alice's words, "I believe in you," to mean, "I choose to trust you." A sense of relief washed over Miyuki. He had no intention of deceiving a woman he held in such high regard. However, his extraordinary background was difficult to articulate, rendering trust elusive. His earlier decision to reveal his medical ninjutsu was not only a strategic move for potential confrontations, but also stemmed from a desire for transparency. Miyuki felt a surge of joy that Alice had grasped his intentions. The call, as anticipated, was from Dr. Charles Ashford. As the conversation unfolded, it ignited fervent discussions. When they learned that at dawn, Raccoon City would face a precise strike from tactical nuclear weapons, their debates became utterly futile, for they had no choices left. Miyuki was aware of the helicopter's location, yet he was equally intrigued by the virus serum within Angela Ashford. As a medical ninja, the serum held significant allure for him. Moreover, given that his future might be intertwined with the T-virus, Miyuki was eager to engage with and study this serum capable of countering the T-virus. Chapter 005 The Vengeful Deity of Retribution. The main thoroughfare of Raccoon City lay choked with abandoned vehicles. In their quest to rescue Doctor's daughter Angela from the local junior high school, Maya and Alice, along with their companions, had no choice but to traverse the obstructed road on foot. As they ascended the overpass, Alice's instinct, a vestige of the T-virus, surged anew. An unseen connection and perception alerted her to the lurking presence of a perilous creature. "Wait." Alice approached the edge of the overpass with caution, her brow furrowed. "What is it?" Jill inquired. "Something's out there." Alice replied, her expression tense. "Over there." Jill raised her weapon and peered into the distance. "I see nothing." Peyton, having regained some strength, scanned the surroundings but found no signs of danger. "We should hurry. Dawn waits for no one." Alice stepped back, but was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. "Be careful. Get down." Without warning, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets raining from below like a relentless storm, pelting the overpass with a ferocity that rendered the sturdy concrete and railings as fragile as sandcastles. The fiery tongues of bullets swiftly advanced from Alice towards Peyton and Jill. In a swift motion, Mai lunged forward, tackling the stunned duo to the ground and rolling them towards the cover of a nearby vehicle. "Shet, shet," Peyton exclaimed, scrambling over. "What in the world was that?" Jill, pressed against the car, her lips quivering, murmured, "I don't know. I couldn't see clearly, but it looked like a person." Peyton's eyes widened, unleashing a frustrated growl. "A person? That thing bears no resemblance to humanity. How can we possibly confront it?" "Run." Alice, sensing the creature was targeting her, stood resolute. "Leave this to me." With a remarkable leap, she vaulted over the bridge railing, plunging from the overpass. "Alice," Mai shouted, unable to halt her descent. After a brief pause, he declared, "You two go ahead. I will assist Alice." Peyton and Jill exchanged glances, determination etched on their faces. "We're going together." But Mai pressed a hand against them. "Time is of the essence. It is prudent for us to split up." You must head to the school to find Angela. We will handle things here. Without waiting for their response, I sprang into action, gliding gracefully down the opposite side of the overpass like a shadow. Meanwhile, at an Umbrella Corporation surveillance base in Raccoon City, high-ranking official Kane, witnessing Alice through the eyes of the bioweapon, was filled with exhilaration. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have awaited has finally arrived. The Vengeful Deity project is now in full swing. Ensure all footage is recorded. This will be invaluable primary data. Before him, several Umbrella Corporation members diligently operated data terminals, processing and storing the feed transmitted from the Vengeful Deity, while remotely activating the bioweapon's internal protocols. In an instant, the battle commenced. As my descended, Alice's confrontation with the Vengeful Deity was already underway. Alice, enhanced by the T-virus, exemplifies courage and fearlessness, daring to confront even formidable foes like the Vengeful Deity. Yet, the disparity in their firepower is stark. Alice's small-caliber handgun is easily overpowered by the relentless barrage of the deity's machine gun, forcing her into a hasty retreat. Be careful, Alice. A swift movement ensues as Makuya channels his chakra, employing a teleportation technique to close the distance. Reynold? Recognizing his voice, Alice refrains from instinctively retaliating. Consequently, Makuya adeptly wraps his arms around her waist, teleporting them both behind a nearby bridge pier. Moments later, a grenade detonates at their previous location, sending a wave of scorching air and shrapnel flying. Fortunately, sheltered behind the solid concrete pier, they remain unharmed from the ensuing explosion. At the monitoring base, Kane, a high-ranking Umbrella executive, senses something amiss and leans closer to the computer screen. What just transpired? It seems someone suddenly appeared. A technician hurriedly types on the keyboard, uncertainty lacing their words. Kane, displeased, barks, seems? Do not use such vague terms. I demand precise information. Retrieve the video playback, quickly. The footage soon reveals a shadowy figure darting across the screen, just as the Vengeful Deity prepares to fire the grenade, after which Alice vanishes. The explosion occurs, but only in empty space. The speed of the teleportation is too swift for the recording to capture clearly. The technician hastily adjusts the playback to slow motion, pushing it to its limits, yet even then, the shadowy form remains indistinct. Furthermore, with the newcomer facing away from the camera, they glean no useful information, only confirming that a person, gender indiscernible, had appeared. Damn it, what could that be? How can it move so swiftly? Kane slams his palm on the desk in frustration, commanding the Vengeful Deity to pursue and eliminate them. I want to uncover who is interfering with my test. Behind the bridge pier, Alice leans against Makuya, her azure eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Why didn't you leave? Makuya responds with a smile. I came to assist you. Alice's expression softens slightly as she turns away. Behind the pier, the heavy footsteps of the Vengeful Deity approach rapidly. Makuya once again secures his grip around her waist, channeling chakra as he silently ascends nearly vertically up the pier, much to Alice's astonishment. With a series of silent leaps, he evades the deity's pursuit. Where are they? Kane's furious roar echoes through the monitoring station. Pursue them. We cannot let them escape. The camera shifts to reveal that Alice, who had taken refuge behind the pier, has vanished. The obedient Vengeful Deity hesitates momentarily. That is the Vengeful Deity. Alice, having relocated to the opposite side, maintains a steely gaze. It is a terrifying biological weapon created by the Umbrella Corporation using the T-virus. And I am too, Makuya states solemnly. But what is his pursuit of you truly for? Alice, in a fit of anger, slammed her fist against the bridge pier, exclaiming, this is merely a test of the weapon to collect data and fetch a good price. Mai's gaze sharpened. So, does this imply that someone is indeed observing everything from behind him? Ha, Alice, since they prefer to hide in the shadows and watch the spectacle, let us provide them with a grand performance. Alice gasped in surprise. Wait, Reno, what do you intend to do? Mai merely smiled mysteriously, offering no reply. He formed a seal and softly murmured, transformation technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of chakra smoke dissipated, revealing a duplicate of Alice, an identical reflection that even she could scarcely distinguish from herself. Huh, Alice exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth and instinctively retreating a step. However, she quickly gathered her wits and tentatively inquired, Reno? It is I. Mai responded, bouncing lightly on the spot, stretching his limbs, and winking at her with an alluring grin. Alice, overwhelmed with astonishment, stuttered, how is this possible? No, I mean, how did you accomplish this? Mai raised an eyebrow, playfully mimicking several expressions that Alice seldom used. That is of little consequence. Well, at least this is not the time for such discussions, is it? Leave the forthcoming matters to me. Alice grasped his arm earnestly. Be careful. Mai chuckled. Do not worry, it will all be over soon. Alice nodded, releasing her hold, still feeling a sense of discomfort regarding the identical smile before her. Hey, big guy. Mai emerged from his hiding spot, standing in the open and calling out to the vengeful deity, "I'm right here." After capturing attention, he dashed swiftly to conceal himself behind another bridge pier. At the surveillance station, Kane, who had initially believed he had lost track of Alice, was elated, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Over there. Quickly, have him pursue." The vengeful deity obeyed the command, quickening his heavy steps towards the bridge pier. Everyone assumed Alice would employ the same trick again, using the pier as cover to escape once more. However, as the vengeful deity turned, he found Alice with her fingers interlaced, forming an unusual pose, a profound smile gracing her face as she awaited him. Kane, observing the unsettling smile on Alice's face from behind the screen, felt an ominous premonition. "Act quickly," he shouted instinctively. Without hesitation, Mike completed the hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground, chakras surging forth. The solid earth trembled as if awakened, undulating with a vital energy. Earth-style, rock-binding coffin. Soil from all directions surged together, a powerful torrent of earth enveloping the vengeful deity, constricting, squeezing, and solidifying around him like a giant serpent ensnaring its prey. The vengeful deity let out a pained howl, feeling the bones of his entire body creak under the oppressive weight of the soil. The heavy machine gun he had been clutching fell to the ground, sinking into the earth as it was ground beneath the relentless earth flow. As the thunderous noise subsided, an irregular pillar of earth and stone emerged near the bridge pier. The vengeful, malevolent deity found itself ensnared within this pillar, approximately 3 meters in diameter, utterly immobilized, its limbs rendered powerless and incapable of extricating itself from its predicament. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Alice, her eyes wide with astonishment upon hearing the commotion. "What in the world is this absurd situation?" Kane muttered a curse, equally astonished and bewildered. Chapter 006 Greetings, sir, Alice greeted, her demeanor strikingly calm amidst the astonished silence of the other Umbrella personnel in the monitoring room. What a spectacle they witnessed. Alice effortlessly subdued the formidable avenging evil god, a creation that had consumed vast resources in its development. How was this feat even possible? For Kane, however, the strength of Alice versus the avenging evil god was of little concern. Both were products of the Umbrella Corporation, and once their respective strengths were established, the focus could shift to the production of specific weaponry. Yet, Kane was acutely aware that the ability to manipulate Earth was far beyond the capabilities conferred by the T-virus. His frustration stemmed from an unexpected and uncontrollable situation. Could this be a manifestation of mutations triggered by the T-virus? A staff member whispered, prompting Kane's attention. She quickly added, "I heard there are mutants possessing bizarre abilities like manipulating steel and mind reading. Perhaps one can control Earth as well?" "Cease your ludicrous conjectures," Kane retorted vehemently. "Alice possesses no X gene. No matter how much she mutates, she cannot become a mutant." Suddenly, a staff member monitoring the screens gasped. Kane leaned closer, witnessing the individual magnifying the footage transmitted by the avenging evil god. On the screen, a figure approached Alice from 30 meters away, and as Kane discerned the person's features, he could not suppress his exclamation, "What the hell?" to Alice's. Underneath the overpass, Alice, alerted by the commotion, emerged to witness the earthen pillar restraining the avenging evil god, mirroring Kane's astonishment. However, with her emergence, coupled with the guise from the transformation technique, the monitoring footage revealed 2 identical Alices. Kane, momentarily dumbfounded, quickly regained his composure, though his expression darkened ominously. Immediately compare the data of both. Ascertain which one is the genuine Alice. Maki and Alice were in close proximity to the avenging evil god. The monitoring station captured clear images, yet, after rigorous data comparison, the results indicated a startling 100% consistency in their appearances. Damn it. Kane slammed the table, incredulous. How can there be 2 identical individuals in this world? It was evident that the system's data could not discern the authenticity of either. However, Kane soon pondered another possibility. Was there someone in the company conducting a clandestine cloning project of Alice without his knowledge? "You've caught him," Alice exclaimed, her gaze scanning the surroundings, ultimately landing on the grotesque visage of the avenging evil god. It struggled against its bonds, its fury palpable, roaring like a frenzied beast. "I did mention this would be an exhilarating performance," Maki said, subtly glancing at her. Alice suddenly realized that there were eyes watching over the vengeful deity from behind a protective umbrella. She immediately suppressed her shock and curiosity, sneering as she approached the vengeful god. "Humph, you wretched scoundrels hiding in the shadows. This calamity has arisen because of you, and I assure you that you will pay dearly for it." In a fit of anger, Alice raised her middle finger at the vengeful deity, exclaiming, "F you. What shall we do next?" Alice inquired. Miyuki replied, "We have vented our anger and the show has concluded. It is time to attend to our own affairs. As for him, let him find his release." With a swift motion, he drew his curved blade, its edge instantly ignited with a fiery chakra, turning a brilliant crimson. As the blade flashed, the struggling, vengeful deity fell silent, its grotesque head rolling down the stone pillar. The weapon in his hand could no longer withstand the fiery chakra's enhancement. After Miyuki's strike, the crimson blade melted away into droplets of molten iron. Thus, Miyuki's mastery of the 3 chakra types, earth, wind, and fire, was fully revealed. Highly skilled in medical ninjutsu, he possessed an innate talent for controlling chakra, equally adept in the arts of elemental ninjutsu. However, one significant limitation hindered his growth and power: the quantity of chakra. Miyuki's chakra volume was among the lowest of his peers, comparable to the renowned Kakashi Hatake of Konoha. Unlike Kakashi, whose diminished chakra stemmed from the burden of the Sharingan, requiring considerable energy to suppress its adverse effects, Miyuki bore no such extra burdens, yet still found his chakra reserves lamentably scarce. Were it not for this, why would Miyuki forsake the path of a ninjutsu master to delve into the intricate and esoteric realms of medical and sealing arts? Alice coldly gazed at the rolling, grotesque head. Suddenly, fleeting images flashed through her mind, and long-forgotten memories resurfaced. Realizing something, Alice staggered, nearly losing her balance. Miyuki quickly steadied her. With the demise of the vengeful deity, the protective umbrella's surveillance was severed, prompting him to revert to his original form. What is it? Miyuki sensed Alice's trembling form. She lifted her face, her eyes brimming with tears. No, Matt. Reno, he is Matt. Oh my God. Miyuki silently sighed. He knew Matt, yet he should not have been aware of this identity. Alice, who is Matt? We escaped from the Umbrella Corporation's hive together, but at the entrance, we were captured, and Matt was injured, clawed by a licker. I never imagined they would turn Matt into this. Matt and Alice were friends forged through trials of life and death. Witnessing her once familiar friend transformed into a monstrous, irrational being, ultimately meeting a fate of dismemberment, filled her with profound sorrow. Miyuki gently embraced her, offering comfort. If Matt were to regain his senses, he would surely not wish to live on as a monster, would he? Matt has found liberation. His soul is now eternally at peace, which is indeed a fortuitous circumstance, is it not? I shall protect the Umbrella Corporation and ensure they are held accountable for their nefarious deeds. I swear it. Alice struggled to regain her composure. Of course, I shall assist you. Makino gently reassured her. Looking up at the sky, he solemnly stated, Alice, time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure. No, wait. Perhaps we should split into 2 groups first, Alice interjected, suppressing her sorrow. What do you intend to do? Makino pondered for a moment and replied, Alice, you should go to Raccoon City Junior High to aid Peyton, Jill, and the others in searching for Angela. The vengeful deity was executed before the Umbrella's eyes, and I fear unforeseen consequences may arise. I plan to infiltrate Umbrella's stronghold first to secure an opportunity for our escape. Once you find Angela, meet me at City Hall. I will ensure everything is prepared for you. Alice exclaimed, how can you possibly confront so many alone? I shall accompany you. Makino smiled confidently, do not worry. Have you forgotten my abilities? Alice recalled his earlier impressive disguise techniques and realized that such methods would indeed make infiltration difficult to thwart. Following him would only increase the risk of exposure. True to her spirited nature, she promptly urged them to part ways. Curse be you, Kane. How dare that wretched harlot? The execution of the vengeful deity before the Umbrella personnel felt akin to a sharp slap across Kane's face, igniting within him a tempest of humiliation and wrath. After venting his fury, Kane gradually regained his composure. His expression darkened as he contemplated, then a cold smirk surfaced. This is far from over, Alice. You seek that Angela, do you? How fortuitous. We can use that cripple as bait. I shall relish witnessing you, ensnared in a trap, still flaunting your arrogance. Time slipped away, second by second. Dr. Ashford, stationed before the computer screen, felt the weight of immense pressure, chain-smoking to alleviate his anxiety. Fortunately, his vigil bore fruit, as the surveillance monitor revealed a group emerging from the gates of Raccoon City Junior High, among them his dearly concerned daughter, Angela. After a phone call, Dr. Ashford made arrangements, reassuring his daughter's emotional state. Yet, just as he hung up, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, the computer screen flickered with static and abruptly lost connection. Alarmed, he attempted to restore contact when suddenly, he perceived an unusual sound behind him. Turning around, he was met with Kane's mocking visage, sending a chill down his spine. Sometimes, computers are not as reliable as one might hope. Wouldn't you agree, Doctor? Doctor. Ashford comprehended that his scheme had long been laid bare before the detestable Kane, and he shouted in desperation, Wait, Kane. Kane merely scoffed, waving his hand. Take the doctor away. Helpless in his wheelchair, Dr. Ashford offered no resistance as he was wheeled away, the monitor's display flickering back to life. As Kane stepped forward, he caught sight of Alice and her companions departing. Ah, Alice, I await your return. However, he soon searched again, finding no trace of another Alice in the frame, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The unknown Alice, possessing extraordinary powers, was far more daunting than the familiar one he knew. After cycling through several surveillance screens, Kane still could not locate her presence. Suddenly, a stirring in his abdomen brought forth an urgent need to relieve himself. He relinquished his search and strolled out of the doctor's tent, striding purposefully towards the restroom. Upon emerging from the restroom, he was taken aback to see someone waiting just outside the stall, leisurely poised for his arrival. "Ah, my," he smiled. "It is a pleasure to see you, Sire." Kane was struck with horror, for the figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Chapter 007. Evacuation of Raccoon City in a moment of sheer terror. Kane instinctively opened his mouth to call for help. However, before a sound could escape his lips, a figure before him darted forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, an arm extended, and a precise strike struck his throat, silencing the words he had yet to utter and transforming them into a violent fit of coughing. "You cough. You are that, cough, Alice." Kane gasped, his eyes wide with realization. The enigmatic individual before him was undoubtedly the Alice that had previously appeared on screen. It turned out there was no cloning scheme, merely this person before him, endowed with a peculiar ability of disguise. "Indeed, I am that very individual," Makino replied with a mischievous grin, regarding Kane with disdain. He felt no obligation to regard someone who so callously disregarded the lives of others as human. Of course, he could also be a supervisor from the Umbrella Corporation. Kane's pupils constricted, a chill creeping into his heart as he understood this man intended to usurp his identity. The implications of that were all too clear. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Kane pushed against the ground, desperately trying to distance himself from Makino. He attempted to scream multiple times, yet no sound emerged. Makino, a seasoned fighter, struck with ruthless precision, though he did not immediately take Kane's life. That one blow rendered him temporarily voiceless. The mastery of precise force was a fundamental lesson for a medical ninja. "What do you cough, cough to do?" Kane's voice was hoarse, fear evident in his eyes. "Let us discuss, shall we? Cough. Whatever you desire, I can provide." Makino harbored no affection for this individual. Initially, he had contemplated ending Kane's life outright, and then exploiting his likeness for his own gain. However, upon reflection, such a swift demise seemed too merciful. Instead, leaving him to experience despair among a horde of zombies, as depicted in the narrative, appeared to be a fitting conclusion. Of course, Makino lacked the opportunity to guide him back to his predetermined fate. Nevertheless, he could spare Kane's life for the moment, allowing him to await an intimate encounter with a tactical nuclear weapon. Without further ado, Makino silenced Kane with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious, and stowed him away in a restroom stall. Assuming Kane's appearance, he confidently strode out. With the vengeful dark god vanquished and Kane replaced, the anticipated climactic battle would no longer unfold. Makino was keen to avoid unnecessary delays. He understood that no matter how audacious he might be, he could never withstand the might of a tactical nuclear weapon. He needed to depart Raccoon City before dawn and vanish from the watchful gaze of the Umbrella Corporation. Only then would he have the time and opportunity to devise plans for the future. He issued orders for all field personnel of the company to return to base and stand by. "But sir, you just issued an order." "I'm issuing another order now," Makino asserted, wielding his authority without hesitation to facilitate his and his team's retreat. "Execute the command. Do not make me repeat myself." "Yes, sir." The subordinates received their orders and inquired, "Where is the transport aircraft at the town hall?" "It is parked over there, awaiting the completion of our tasks. Our extraction point is also at the town hall." "Ah, by the way, where is Dr. Ashford?" "Bring him to me. I have matters to discuss." "Yes, sir." Kane wielded considerable influence within the Umbrella Corporation. With his authority, Makino's operations proceeded smoothly. The ambush set at the town hall was swiftly withdrawn, leaving everyone in a state of confusion, yet Makino owed them no explanations. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, he discreetly escorted Dr. Ashford away. Before long, Alice and her companions arrived. They quickly spotted the transport aircraft parked in front of the town hall, but the unusual silence around them made them wary. "Hey, Alice." Makino suddenly appeared, startling everyone, with Alice instinctively aiming her gun at him. Fortunately, upon recognizing him, Alice let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Makino felt the warmth of a soft embrace as Alice, in her excitement, hugged him tightly. "I knew you would be all right." Makino smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Of course. I promised. By the way, I've temporarily diverted the Umbrella personnel. We must hurry to start the aircraft and leave, or we'll be in dire straits once they realize." Under Makino's guidance, the group approached the aircraft cautiously and swiftly boarded. "Who knows how to operate this thing?" Makino surveyed the crowd. Jill helped Peyton settle into a seat and replied, "I have some knowledge, but I'll need assistance." Alice glanced at the others and stepped forward. "I'll help you." Inside the cabin, young Angela spotted Dr. Ashford in his wheelchair and joyously rushed over. Daddy. Hi, Angela, my dear daughter. Doctor. Ashford embraced Angela with palpable excitement, his gaze towards Makino radiating heartfelt gratitude. Soon, the aircraft powered up. Attention, close the cabin doors now, Alice shouted, as the rear doors of the transport helicopter gradually closed. Subsequently, the plane took off smoothly, heading away from Raccoon City. The others settled into their seats, and Makino looked around, noticing that Officer Peyton had moved to the rear due to his intervention, and two unfamiliar faces were present, yet a familiar one was missing. Hey officer, where is the female journalist? Peyton, who had likely received the serum, appeared significantly improved. Sighing at Makino's query, he responded. We were attacked by mutated zombie dogs at the school. Reporter Terry sacrificed herself there. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Carlos from the Special Defense Team, and this is LJ. Everyone, this is the mercenary we mentioned before, Reno. Hello, mate. Reno. Makino. Hello, Reno. Just call me LJ. They exchanged a handshake. Makino then turned to another notably imposing member of the defense team. Greetings. Carlos smiled warmly. Carlos Oliveira, pleased to meet you. Reno. Charles Ashford. I believe an introduction is unnecessary. Makuya relinquished his position beside the doctor and his daughter, in the presence of this researcher from the Umbrella Corporation. The enthusiasm of the others appeared somewhat subdued, yet they all greeted her courteously. Hello, Angela. Makuya called out to the little girl. Angela possessed a maturity beyond her years and did not shy away from the many unfamiliar faces. Hello, Renault. After the introductions were completed, Alice, situated in the cockpit, spoke up. So, where is our destination, folks? Carlos replied in a hushed tone, this aircraft belongs to the Umbrella Corporation. We certainly cannot fly it too far, lest we attract their attention. Furthermore, without proper registration, it cannot venture far at all. In my opinion, it would be prudent to switch to another mode of transportation immediately after leaving Raccoon City. That makes sense. Alice concurred. Jill, from the co-pilot's seat, located a map and pointed to a particular spot, saying, here, to the east of Raccoon City, there is a car rental agency. Once we land, we can swiftly acquire suitable vehicles there. The helicopter moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of Raccoon City. The outer walls erected by the Umbrella Corporation were faintly visible, provoking a chorus of curses from the group directed at the corporation. At that moment, a brilliant streak of fire illuminated the distant sky, racing towards Raccoon City at an alarming speed. What is that? Jill exclaimed in astonishment. In no time, a sharp sound pierced the air. Makuya's expression shifted dramatically as he realized it's a tactical nuclear missile, launched by the Umbrella Corporation. Why has the timing advanced? Damn it, Umbrella. Hey, brace yourselves and prepare for turbulence. Alice shouted loudly. Boom. A profound silence was shattered as the tactical nuclear missile detonated. They felt a resounding buzz in their ears, followed by the delayed reverberation of the explosion. A blinding white light erupted behind the helicopter. Although it was not visible within the cabin, its brilliance illuminated the surroundings, allowing them to glimpse that dazzling light from the cockpit. Lower altitude, quickly lower altitude. Prepare for impact. After a cacophony of chaos, the shockwave followed closely behind. Fortunately, they had already reached the outskirts of Raccoon City, and the residual force was significantly diminished by the time it reached them. With Alice's unwavering control, the helicopter did not plummet. After a brief jolt, it stabilized once more and soared away at the fastest speed towards the horizon. Chapter 008, Magazine Poster. Tony Stark? It turns out to be Marvel, Colorado. On the road towards another city over 300 kilometers away from Raccoon City, the rented minibus was enveloped in a heavy silence. The dawn gradually brightened, casting a warm and comforting glow across the sky, yet the mood inside the vehicle remained tense. It is only natural. No one emerges from the face of a tactical nuclear bomb unscathed and composed. What are your plans moving forward? Miyuki asserted his understanding of the world's impending trajectory. Once the T-virus spreads, all nations will be rendered powerless, and the chaos of a post-apocalyptic world will ensue. His efforts to rescue these individuals were motivated by a simple desire to prolong life, one more survivor at a time. Miyuki's words shattered the silence within the bus. Carlos glanced at the others and spoke first. The Special Defense Team has suffered catastrophic losses, sacrificing so many brothers. There is much to be done. I cannot trust those greedy municipal officials. I must oversee the aftermath and ensure that our brothers did not perish in vain. Miyuki nodded and turned to the others. Peyton and Jill, like Carlos, belonged to organizations under the Raccoon City police system. Having escaped from Raccoon City, they naturally needed to report to the government. However, unlike Carlos, Peyton harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Umbrella Corporation, using a tactical nuclear bomb for total extermination. How audacious! Does Umbrella believe this will erase their sins? Absolutely not. We must expose their malevolence. Jill fervently added, indeed. I brought out Terry's camera. which recorded everything that transpired in Raccoon City. The Umbrella Corporation will face retribution. Miyuki could not help but reflect on the original storyline and cautioned, politicians never prioritize facts. If you intend to confront the Umbrella Corporation, you must be thoroughly prepared. Peyton and Jill exchanged glances, showing no signs of retreat. Your warning is timely, Reno. Rest assured, we will not act recklessly. Although the Umbrella Corporation wields substantial power, they cannot eclipse the justice that shines across America. Umbrella has gone too far this time. Dr. Ashford struggled to contain his anger. Do not worry, once we depart, I will leverage my connections to pressure the council. Umbrella's competitors will undoubtedly relish the opportunity to see them suffer. You are correct. Those inhumane, reckless individuals must be punished. As they each expressed their indignation, contemplating how to confront the Umbrella Corporation after their departure, Miyuki could not help but issue a warning. Gentlemen, have you not considered that if the tactical nuclear bomb fails to eradicate the T-virus entirely, what fate awaits this world if it were to leak? The group paused, turning to Miyuki in unison. However, as non-experts, they struggled to grasp his line of reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Ashford replied, that will not happen. The precise tactical nuclear bomb from the Umbrella Corporation can eliminate the majority of Raccoon City's active mutations, or as you refer to them, zombies. Without these sources of infection, the government could mobilize the troops for eradication, and the remaining zombies would not pose a significant threat. After a brief pause, Dr. Ashford continued, explaining that the crisis in Raccoon City stemmed from the collapse of the Umbrella Corporation's hive, which released the infected zombies. The ineptitude of the Raccoon City Hall in responding to the emergency, compounded by the cowardly escape of those trying to save themselves, resulted in a chaotic situation devoid of leadership, ultimately leading to a complete loss of control. The role of Umbrella in this debacle remains uncertain at present. Makuya was filled with confusion. He wondered why Dr. Ashford seemed unconcerned about the potential leakage of the T-virus. Doctor, have you considered the factor of airborne transmission? He inquired. Airborne transmission? Dr. Ashford suddenly realized the source of Makuya's anxiety. He smiled and explained that the T-virus is indeed highly infectious in the air. But if it fails to find a host and is exposed, its survival rate is remarkably low, even under normal temperature conditions. It struggles to survive for more than 12 hours. Is that truly the case? Makuya exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Ashford, with a hint of pride, remarked, when it comes to the T-virus, I dare say few understand it better than I do. I would never jest about such a matter. The bus continued its journey, with Alice joining the others in their denunciation of the Umbrella Corporation. Makuya, however, was engulfed in deep uncertainty, pondering the accuracy of Dr. Ashford's statements. 2 hours later, the bus arrived in the city. The group that had escaped Raccoon City began to bid farewell. Carlos was the first to depart, followed by Peyton, Jill, and LJ. After a while, Dr. Ashford, having contacted the rescue team, left with his daughter, Angela, leaving Makuya and Alice alone in the vehicle. Makuya understood that Alice had stayed behind for his sake. Their experiences in Raccoon City had tested their friendship, and after receiving the information about the T-virus from Dr. Ashford, Makuya felt a sense of disarray and confusion. Alice, perceptive as she was, sensed his unease and would not abandon him as a friend. Wait, Alice, stop the bus. Squealing tires echoed as the small bus came to a halt. Makuya leaned out, astonished at a poster displayed at a nearby newsstand. The poster, resembling a magazine cover, featured various headlines in different fonts, with a central photograph of a charismatic man in his 30s who was smiling joyfully while embracing 2 attractive women. Makuya's attention was not on the women, but rather on the man. Alice, did you see that magazine poster? Are you referring to Tony Stark? Alice glanced over and casually uttered words that sent a jolt through Makuya. Is that truly Tony Stark? The playboy of Stark Industries often finds himself gracing the pages of magazines due to trivial gossip, which is hardly surprising. Alice turned her head, noticing the peculiar expression on Makino's face, and inquired with curiosity, what's the matter? Do you know him? After a brief moment of daze, Makino composed himself, chuckling softly. I know him, but he doesn't know me. Alice smiled. I wonder what prompted this change of heart regarding our plans for Alaska? With a sigh of relief, Makino explained, just now, I came to a realization. He has been mistaken all along. The world he arrived at through the chaotic rift is not merely a realm of biohazard crises, but rather the Marvel Universe. Had he not encountered Tony Stark, a quintessential figure of the Marvel future, he would still be uncertain of his whereabouts. Thus, his apprehensions about the future of this world have been alleviated. While the T-virus is formidable, in a world filled with extraordinary beings and gods like Marvel, its threat is considerably diminished. At the very least, the T-virus cannot obliterate this Earth. No wonder Dr. Ashford's descriptions of the T-virus deviated from Makino's memories. It is not the Umbrella Corporation's dominion after all. Alice tilted her head, playfully smiling. In stark contrast to her earlier demeanor as a valiant goddess, this charming smile captivated Makino. Sensing his intense gaze, Alice elegantly tossed her hair and asked, "So, Renaud, where do you plan to go now?" "To New York." "New York?" "Indeed," Makino replied, meeting Alice's azure eyes. "Trust me, it will become the epicenter of everything. Given that the world is unlikely to be destroyed by the T-virus, the prior intentions of seeking refuge in Alaska and stockpiling supplies are rendered unnecessary." After much contemplation, it seems far more prudent to head directly to New York, where many future Marvel events will undoubtedly unfold. Alice paused for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, Renaud, but I fear I cannot accompany you to New York. You are aware of what the Umbrella Corporation has done to me. We escaped Raccoon City. Yet our entanglement with Umbrella is far from resolved. As Jill and Peyton have stated, I must ensure that Umbrella pays for its misdeeds. The allure of peace in New York is tempting, but it is not meant for me, at least not at this moment." Makino furrowed his brow, understanding Alice's sentiments, and felt a twinge of regret. "Very well, I respect your choice, Alice. Before I depart, allow me to assist you with one last task." Moments later, in a clandestine clinic, Makino paid to commandeer the establishment, sending the balding middle-aged doctor away. In the rudimentary surgical room at the rear of the clinic, Makino donned surgical attire and gently placed his hands on Alice's head, soothingly caressing it. Soon, through the sensitivity of his chakra, he located the foreign object concealed within Alice's skull. "The Umbrella Corporation has manipulated you, intending to transform you into a bioweapon. Being a weapon, they will undoubtedly strive to maintain control over you, which is why they have implanted a certain chip within your skull, precisely at this location." Alice's complexion darkened considerably, the fury in her eyes barely contained. "Damn it! Those scoundrels at Umbrella, I will ensure they pay for this." Alice, Makuya leaned closer, locking eyes with her. "Do you trust me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Alice nodded. "Of course. We are friends, are we not?" Makuya smiled, though his mask obscured his face. The warmth of his eyes conveyed reassurance. "Then, leave it to me. Although the facilities here are rather rudimentary and lack the means for a proper cranial surgery, you are aware that my reliance has never been on such primitive instruments." Alice recalled the extraordinary scenes she had witnessed before and nodded. "It's all right. I believe in you." Chapter 009 Farewell and the Land of Freedom. Administering a suitable amount of anesthetic, Alice succumbed to slumber. The subsequent surgery proceeded remarkably well. Despite the black clinic lacking life support equipment and sufficient medical supplies, not even a scalpel for craniotomy. However, such implements were unnecessary for Makino. The wondrous chakra sufficed to replace those modern tools. With the aid of chakra, an ordinary scalpel effortlessly cleaved through the cranial bone, precisely extracting the implanted chip. The entire procedure appeared severe, yet its complexity was trivial in Makino's presence, compared to the ocular transplant surgery that even the lower ninjas of Konoha could master. The extraction of a chip was scarcely more challenging than treating an ordinary wound. With the assistance of Makino's medical ninjutsu, coupled with the enhanced physique provided by the T-virus, Alice's skull had completely healed shortly after the operation. Even the hair that had been shaved away for the procedure regrew, stimulated by the chakra. Externally, there was no trace of any surgical intervention. Upon awakening, Alice discovered herself in a tidy motel room, having been moved from the clinic's bed. She sensed no pain whatsoever and, puzzled, sat up to see Makino nearby, engrossed in some research. "Hey, Alice," she called softly. Makino turned, rising with a smile to greet her. "You're awake?" He then extended his hand, assisting her in getting up. She moved about slightly, feeling no unusual sensations. Makino retrieved an object from the table, stating, "Congratulations, Alice, you have regained your freedom. The Umbrella Corporation's attempt to control you has failed." He opened his palm to reveal a chip, roughly the size of a fingernail. As a former security chief of the Umbrella Corporation, Alice was well-versed. And though she could not discern all the chip's functions, she recognized that it at least possessed satellite tracking capabilities. Disgusted by the Umbrella Corporation, Alice snatched the chip, intending to crush it, but Makino quickly intervened. "You need to stay in Colorado. Let me take this chip. It will help divert some of the Umbrella Corporation's attention from you," he suggested. Alice hesitated. "Will this not bring you trouble?" Makino retrieved the chip from her grasp, casually placing it into a water bottle and securing the cap. With a grin, he replied, "Do you think I would be ensnared by the Umbrella Corporation's troubles?" Alice pondered this and agreed. Setting aside his peculiar ability to manipulate Earth, just his remarkable camouflage technique was enough for him to safeguard himself. Her gaze softened as she said, "Thank you, Reno. So much has transpired in Raccoon City. It left me feeling flustered and lost, like a deer wandering aimlessly. You have helped me immensely, and I am truly grateful." "There is no need for such words, Alice," Makino replied with a casual smile. "We are friends, aren't we?" Before he could finish, a figure swiftly approached, pressing their lips against his, silencing his words. His heart raced, breaths grew heavy, and his mind momentarily blanked in astonishment. After a moment, Makino seized a fleeting opportunity. "Ah, Alice." With a gentle bite of her pearly teeth, she softly admonished, "Do not speak." Following their tender exchange, Makino found himself enveloped in an extraordinary state of relaxation, a sensation he had not experienced in many years, a profound lightness that invigorated his spirit like never before. Since his journey from the Hidden Leaf Village, becoming a war orphan named Makino, his heart had remained as taut as a string. He dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to become a ninja, and in the tumult of the Third Shinobi War, he exerted every effort to secure resources and enhance his abilities, merely surviving the chaotic and brutal conflict. Regrettably, he had not yet savored the fruits of peace before he was thrust into a battle against Obito Uchiha, which hurled him into the alternate reality of Raccoon City. Contemplating the terrifying trajectory of the world's future, he found himself not only combating zombies and the Umbrella Corporation, but also tirelessly pondering the path ahead. Yet, in this moment, the tension within him eased under her fervent warmth. Faced with a world more perilous than the ninja realm, Makino instead felt invigorated and brimming with anticipation. No longer was he the helpless war orphan, endowed with extraordinary powers. He could also be a pillar for others. In the future, why could he not leave his own mark upon the grand tapestry of existence? To others, the T-virus is a lethal curse. However, for you, it is a unique gift. Do not shun it, Alice. You must learn to harness and cultivate its potential, transforming the trials you endure into a profound strength. The future of this world promises to be both thrilling and perilous, and it will serve as an essential foundation for you. The Umbrella Corporation will not be easily toppled. Remain ever vigilant. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to prioritize your safety, and do not hesitate to reach out to me. Alice, I will be your steadfast support. Alice smiled subtly, her lips pressed together in amusement. A soft sound escaped her nostrils as she savored the tranquility and beauty of their souls drawing near. Oh, the innocent Asian man, truly an intriguing and captivating experience. The following day, Makino journeyed alone to New York. His belongings were minimal. Aside from the invaluable virus serum he obtained from Dr. Ashford, the most precious item he possessed was Alice's blood. Although in the Marvel Universe the Umbrella Corporation could not wield the same omnipotence as in the original narrative, Makino remained undeterred in his pursuit of T-virus research. In this endeavor, the virus serum and Alice's blood were undoubtedly the most precious materials. Unfortunately, at this juncture, Makino was destitute and found it challenging to secure a quiet place for his studies. He resorted to sealing these two items with a binding technique to prevent them from mutating due to the passage of time. The journey to New York was uneventful. The discreet Makino did not attract any attention, and along the way, he took the time to genuinely comprehend this world. The iconic figure of Tony Stark became the focal point of his research. Upon discovering that Tony was still merely a remarkably talented but debauched playboy, Makino let out a sigh of relief. As this indicates, he still has ample time to strategize and grow. The strength of Konoha's elite jonin, combined with the intricacies of ninjutsu, positions Makino as a formidable figure in the early timeline of Marvel. However, he possesses not a trace of arrogance. For Makino is acutely aware of the myriad tribulations that Earth will encounter once the Avengers are assembled. By that time, if he has not attained sufficient power, he may find himself utterly incapable of directing his own fate. He is unwilling to entrust his future to others, even if they are superheroes. The ninja ethos dictates that only the strength one can command is truly worthy of reliance. As for how to swiftly enhance his prowess, Makino currently has no clear direction. Yet, he understands that regardless of the path he chooses, his medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques will be pivotal in his ascent. He cannot forsake his foundation for other temptations. Arriving in New York, the splendor of this international metropolis is breathtaking. Makino savors the exotic atmosphere of the city before seeking a place to rest. However, after running about all day, he finds himself increasingly beleaguered, as he is clearly at a disadvantage in a land where he is unknown. On several occasions, he has aroused suspicion and nearly attracted the attention of law enforcement. Had it not been for his exceptional abilities, he would have been escorted to the precinct for questioning by now. Worse than lacking an identity is the absence of funds. In the land of freedom, one may navigate without a past, but one cannot survive without American dollars. With neither identity nor sufficient currency, Makino faces numerous obstacles. In desperation, he opts to venture into Hell's Kitchen, a locale most ordinary New Yorkers regard with trepidation. Upon learning of his destination, a young taxi driver vehemently refuses to take him. Cursing and demanding, he exit the vehicle. In a moment of inspiration, Makino tosses a dollar bill at the driver, persuading him that it is the last remnant of cash he managed to gather in Raccoon City. Nevertheless, the driver remains wary, grumbling as he drops him off at the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen, adamant about not venturing further into the area. As night falls, Hell's Kitchen is far from a safe haven. Indeed, no sooner has he disembarked than he is greeted by the enthusiastic hospitality of its residents. "Hey, stop right there. Yellow-skinned monkey, didn't you hear me tell you to halt?" A group of thugs encircles him, and a gaunt white man wearing a baseball cap presses a gun to his chest. "Hand over your money, quickly, or you'll experience the taste of a bullet." Makino reflects. Truly, the local customs are quite rustic. Moments later, with the locals' generous support, the penniless Makino acquires his first funds. As he counts the crumpled bills in his hand, a flash of inspiration strikes him. This could indeed be a lucrative venture. Makino smiles, reveling in the delightful freedom of this land. Chapter 010. The unadorned path to wealth and the night demon Hell's Kitchen undoubtedly lives up to its notorious reputation as a crime-ridden paradise. Under the cover of night, I strolled through a few streets and encountered 6 separate attempts at robbery by gangsters. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Through Mai's patient persuasion, these idle ruffians sincerely recognized their transgressions and generously offered their meager possessions in gratitude. Regrettably, despite their numbers, these miscreants were all destitute. After considerable effort, Mai had managed to collect less than $1,000 from his fishing exploits, leading him to lament his miscalculation. Indeed, if these fellows had any wealth, they would have long sought refuge and revelry elsewhere rather than toil in the shadows for a meager income. It dawned on Mai that he had targeted the wrong individuals. He sighed, realizing that the paltry sum he gathered from a night of fishing was insufficient to cover even 2 nights' lodging. What a blunder. As he pondered, his keen senses detected the distant sound of gunfire. Were there gunfights occurring? In Hell's Kitchen, gun-wielding individuals were hardly a rarity. However, a large-scale shootout was not the sort of commotion that ordinary thugs could instigate. Could it be a clash between rival gangs? On this land, both liberated and sinful, the multitude of gangs ensured that conflict and gunfire were inevitable. Even if, one day, a figure named Kim were to unite the underground gangs of America under one banner, the foundational elements of his empire would still be comprised of various factions and organizations. Suddenly, Mai's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, if anyone in Hell's Kitchen possessed wealth, it would be these audacious gangsters. Unlike the petty criminals he had encountered while fishing, Mai felt no moral qualms about confronting these gangs. The most crucial aspect was their monetary resources. If fortune favored him, a single successful endeavor could provide enough funds for his identity, lodging, and even a rudimentary laboratory. With his mind made up, Mai followed the sound of the gunfire. The altercation unfolded within a warehouse of a factory, filled with numerous shipping containers and crates that provided ample cover in the otherwise unremarkable scene. Taking a concealed position, Mai climbed atop a stack of crates for a better vantage point. To his astonishment, he observed that the confrontation involved 3 distinct factions. 2 of the factions belonged to local gangs, and judging by their demeanor, they had presumably chosen this warehouse for nefarious dealings. Unfortunately, their transaction had barely commenced when it was disrupted by a third party, a lone figure clad in a striking red outfit. Upon Mai's arrival, he witnessed the 2 rival gangs uniting against this solitary individual. Despite the presence of over a dozen armed thugs, they found themselves at a disadvantage against this lone warrior, who was steadily driving them back. His attention was instantly captivated by the figure in red. The individual was tall and imposing, exhibiting swift and precise movements. Complemented by exceptional combat skills, armed with 2 short batons, he adeptly utilized the various stacks of goods within the warehouse as cover. As he closed in on his adversaries, his rapid movements left the gangsters unable to keep pace, resulting in a cacophony of gunfire where bullets merely struck empty air. After observing the scene for a moment, Mai discerned the underlying dynamics and felt a wave of surprise wash over him. As he discerned, the solitary figure clad in red and wearing a mask seemed to fight without the aid of sight. More precisely, the formidable combatant who effortlessly dispatched the gangsters was, astonishingly, a sight-impaired individual. This striking characteristic instantaneously conjured the image of a certain Matthew Michael Murdock, better known as Daredevil. Daredevil, whose true identity is Matt Murdock, is a lawyer imbued with an unwavering sense of justice. His eyesight was irrevocably lost when he was a child, due to radioactive materials spilled from a truck while he was saving an innocent person. However, this misfortune inadvertently heightened his other senses. Under the tutelage of the martial arts master Stick, he honed his extraordinary sensory abilities and transformed into a valiant warrior, combating crime in Hell's Kitchen as Daredevil. Understanding the identity of the newcomer rendered the current situation quite comprehensible. In recent months, the newly ascendant Serpent Gang had struggled to establish a channel for procuring unique merchandise, intending to exploit it for profit and expand their influence. Little did they know that this information had reached Daredevil's ears before any negotiations could be finalized. The righteous Matt intervened forcefully. While the muscle of the 2 gangs was formidable, they remained within the realm of ordinary capability. Confronted by the indomitable Daredevil, they faltered in combat, and the 2 involved factions were left with no choice but to flee hastily. The serpent gang was represented by its leader, a tattooed, brown-skinned mixed-race individual named Ears. His emaciated frame, a result of excessive drug use, was adorned in flamboyant attire, with various cryptic metallic embellishments strewn across his hair and clothing. This transaction was pivotal for the serpent gang's development, prompting Ears to make an appearance himself. At that moment, he clutched a briefcase in one hand and a gold-plated desert eagle in the other, his face a mask of anxiety. Shit, he is coming. Stop him, hurry. As he witnessed two of his underlings rush forward only to have their weapons expertly disarmed by Daredevil, and one sent tumbling back by a powerful kick. Ears was filled with both fear and fury, his voice cracking as he shouted hysterically. Taking advantage of the moment, he fired 2 shots from the Desert Eagle. But the perceptive Daredevil easily evaded them. Fool, just have your men stop him. What are you waiting for? The supplier was an established gang with the backing of an unspeakable financial conglomerate, allowing them extensive connections and a more formal appearance. This was not the first encounter for Daredevil and his adversaries. The latter had disrupted several of their criminal dealings in the past, and they were well aware of his prowess. However, the previous disruptions had involved substantial transactions, and the gang leader, Livik, never anticipated that a smaller deal worth several $1 million would attract Daredevil's attention. Damn it, shit. Suddenly, Ears had a moment of clarity. He turned the gold-plated Desert Eagle back around. Do you recognize that freak? Damn it, is this a trap? Are you trying to set us up, Serpent Gang? Are you planning to double-cross us? Bang. Impatiently, Liwoke raised his hand and fired a shot, creating a gaping wound in the forehead of his target. Spitting disdainfully, he cursed. Fool, this is what you call black eats black. If it weren't for the prospects of long-term cooperation, do you think such a meager sum of a few $1 million would warrant my presence here? S.H.I.E.L.D. He had just slain Boss Ursi, leaving the underlings of the Serpent Gang shocked by the sudden turn of events. However, before they could react, Liwoke's other subordinates, well trained and accustomed to the chaos, had already opened fire, swiftly dispatching the remaining members of the Serpent Gang. Liwoke picked up the golden Desert Eagle, its gaudy exterior surprisingly resonating with his taste. After toying with it briefly, he tucked it back into his waistband and commanded his men. A few of you stay behind with grenades to cover our retreat and take out that bastard. The rest, grab the money and follow me. His subordinates, disciplined and obedient, promptly divided into 2 teams. One group secured the briefcases and swiftly escorted Liwoke out of the warehouse, while the other unhesitatingly pulled out grenades, removing the pins and hurling them towards the ongoing skirmish. The quick-witted members of Liwoke's crew evaded the explosions, while the remaining Serpent Gang members found themselves trapped, unable to escape and left to curse in frustration. Following a series of deafening blasts, the Night Demon was also impeded in his pursuit. Observing this, Mukai revealed a sly smile. The opportunity had arrived. Transforming into the guise of Kakashi Hitaki, he silently leapt from an elevated position, moving with the grace of a phantom amidst the stacks of supplies. Just as Liwoke and his group were about to exit the warehouse, Mukai closed in on them. At this moment, he ceased his concealment, leaping down from the top of a container and lunging directly at Liwoke at the front of the group. Suddenly alerted, Liwoke rolled forward instinctively. Mukai's flying kick missed its target, startling him. He had not anticipated such keen awareness from a mere gang leader. Little did he know that Liwoke was equally astonished, initially believing one of his subordinates had failed to intercept the Night Demon. As he regained his footing, he realized the newcomer was a strange white-haired man clad in an unconventional combat outfit, his face obscured by a black mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. Another bizarre figure akin to the Night Demon. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Liwoke's anger surged. Raising his gun, he pulled the trigger without needing to know the identity of his assailant, nor did he wish to. Die. Swish. Mukai was faster, as Liwoke lifted his weapon. Mukai delivered a swift kick that sent the gun flying from his grasp. In a fluid motion, Mukai spun around and kicked Liwoke, sending him sprawling, while the briefcase he held tumbled to the ground. Who is this? Be cautious, it's an enemy. Quick, retaliate. Bang, bang. Don't shoot recklessly. The chaos erupted in an instant. Liwoke's men, jolted into action, drew their guns to fire, yet their shots missed the enemy, injuring their own instead due to the proximity. As the stunned group found themselves at a standstill, Mukai unleashed a tempest of strikes, descending upon them like a fierce storm. They were utterly incapable of keeping pace with Mai's movements. With a swift and graceful maneuver, Mai effortlessly dispatched 5 or 6 of Liwoke's men. In the distance, Liwoke, stifling his pain, rolled over and drew the gilded Desert Eagle he had previously seized. Before he could pull the trigger, Mai darted forward and incapacitated him with a swift kick. In mere moments, Liwoke and his subordinates had been thoroughly vanquished. Ah. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now, and perhaps we shall meet again. He chuckled, grasping a coated briefcase as he stepped out of the warehouse, his figure swiftly vanishing into the cloak of night. However, he had not ventured far when, in a secluded and deserted alleyway, Mike came to a halt. Turning to gaze back at the empty path he had traversed, he chuckled softly. Since you have followed me, why not reveal yourself? Indeed. As his words echoed into the night, the figure of the night demon, clad in crimson armor, emerged. Who are you? Chapter 011. Assessing Daredevil in pursuit of legitimacy. Mukud smiled at him. So, you chased after me merely to inquire about my origins, Daredevil? Daredevil, Matt, slightly turned his face, straining to catch every nuance of Maki's movements. Makui's words took him by surprise, and Matt replied in a low voice, You know who I am? Maki nodded. The Daredevil active in Hell's Kitchen, tirelessly battling against the criminal underworld. I am certainly aware of your reputation. Matt paused for a moment, pointing to the briefcase Makui was holding. I have no intention of opposing you. I only ask that you leave it with me. Daredevil. I risked my life to seize this from the clutches of the gangsters. You expect me to hand it over simply because you ask? Mukui feigned indignation. I respect your character, but that does not mean I will fear you. Matt hesitated for a moment. The person before him was somewhat inscrutable. To have annihilated the likes of the Liwak group in such a short span indicated exceptional prowess. In his perception, this individual radiated an air of mystery, starkly contrasting with others he usually encountered. I only require that shipment, Matt declared after a moment's deliberation. These items, if circulated, will only serve to poison the populace. Hand them over to me, and I will ensure their complete destruction. As for the cash, I shall not interfere. Oh, Mukui feigned enlightenment, shaking the right hand holding the goods. So that is what you seek. You should have said so earlier. I have no particular fondness for uniques. Destroy them if you wish. With that, he tossed the briefcase directly towards Matt. Instinctively, Matt caught it, his expression one of astonishment. He had anticipated a formidable adversary. Yet to his surprise, the other party was surprisingly accommodating. Balancing the briefcase with one hand, he reached for the lock, which was still functional from its recent opening, and easily disengaged it, revealing the contents inside. Inside the case lay packages resembling crystalline sugar. Though Matt was blind and could not see, his other senses were exceptionally acute. Thus, the pungent odor that wafted towards him upon opening confirmed the nature of the contents. The mysterious individual had not played any tricks. And Matt breathed a silent sigh of relief. I assure you, this shipment will be destroyed, Matt solemnly promised Mukui. However, Mukui seemed unfazed and waved his hand dismissively. Since I have entrusted the items to you, you may dispose of them as you see fit. Matt had not anticipated such a response, while the words were somewhat brusque. They carried an unspoken trust that took him aback. Who exactly are you? Matt inquired once more. You may call me Reino. Mukui thought for a moment before sharing his name. Reino? Matt nodded. Then could you enlighten me as to your motives? Do you hold a grudge against the Viper Gang, or is it simply a quest for justice? Grudge justice? No. Mukui chuckled. You misunderstand, Daredevil. To be frank, I am a physician with considerable expertise in the field of biology, currently grappling with a financial shortfall in my research endeavors. Just moments ago, I was pondering where to procure some funds for urgent relief when, unexpectedly, assistance came my way. As you can see, my predicament is merely financial, devoid of any animosity or notions of justice. Matt furrowed his brow. With his keen sense of hearing, he detected the slightest of movements, and the message conveyed by Renaud indicated that the other party was not lying. However, the very notion that a research project could lack funding seemed absurd to Matt. Was it not customary for researchers to solicit funds from various corporations and magnates? When did researchers become audacious enough to directly target the finances of criminal organizations? He presumed that Makuya was jesting and promptly shook his head, cautioning. You did not eliminate Livik. If you brazenly seize money and goods in his presence, they will not let you off easily. You must be wary. Makuya chuckled indifferently. Thank you for the warning. Matt chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before slowly retreating from the alley, blending into the night. Makuya watched him depart with a smile, muttering to himself, how intriguing. I did not expect to encounter the superhero Daredevil on my first day in New York. Quite amusing indeed. Having observed previously, he had already assessed Daredevil's combat capabilities. In terms of physical prowess, the blind yet supersensory Daredevil could rival a jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. In a real battle, both would have their chances, albeit limited to the ordinary jonin without the use of peculiar ninjutsu. Should it involve the Hyuga clan, renowned for their taijutsu, or the formidable beasts of the Hidden Leaf and their disciple Rock Lee, Daredevil would clearly be outmatched. The advantage of chakra remains an insurmountable edge against these mere heroes. As for Livik and the threats posed by the Serpent Gang, it is Kakashi who has pilfered your belongings. Come to me, Renaud. Having completed his assessment, Makuya resumed his usual demeanor and departed with the box in hand. Now endowed with funds, he would not deprive himself of comfort. He hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head directly to a nearby luxurious hotel. En route, the driver, noticing Makuya alone with a suspicious box, harbored ill intentions. Thus, Mokuya managed to save even the fare for this taxi ride. The hotel in Hell's Kitchen boasted excellent service. As long as one could pay, no questions regarding identity were necessary. One could simply register under any name. Mokuya found this arrangement quite satisfactory, tipping the receptionist $20 and happily checking into a lavish suite. After freshening up, Mokuya opened the lockbox to count the cash within. It was brimming with crisp dollar bills, and upon a rough count, the total was approximately $170,000 to $80,000. With this sum, Mokuya could finally establish a semblance of stability, no longer needing to roam the perilous streets of Hell's Kitchen in search of funding. Content, he indulged in a restful slumber. The following day, Mokuya awoke refreshed, intent on procuring an identity for himself. Hell's Kitchen is rife with local gangs engaged in this business. For a mere $40,000 to $70,000, they can procure a legal identity. However, Miyuki has no intention of collaborating with such gangs, as the identities they provide are often fraught with issues and cannot withstand thorough scrutiny. Miyuki seeks a genuinely legal identity that will not invite complications. To achieve this, it is prudent to find a suitable lawyer to assist him. Upon contemplating the matter, Miyuki is instantly reminded of the daredevil, whom he encountered the previous night. If his conjecture is accurate, Matt Murdock is likely busy establishing a law firm with his friend Foggy Nelson at this very hour. Nevertheless, after further reflection, Miyuki discards the idea of approaching Matt. The daredevil, with a strong sense of justice, may not be inclined to assist in such illicit endeavors. Additionally, Miyuki wishes to avoid leaving any compromising evidence in the hands of such an individual. He seeks someone capable of achieving results yet remains under his control. After careful consideration, Miyuki's attention turns to Chris Hetty, a middle-aged lawyer in his 40s. This seasoned professional possesses commendable skills, yet he has recently fallen victim to the machinations of competitors, leading to a financial crisis that necessitates a swift influx of funds. A capable, motivated, and manageable individual, Chris embodies Miyuki's ideal candidate. Thus, Miyuki pays a visit to his law firm. Chris, weary from sleepless nights and displaying signs of distress, instinctively contemplates rejecting Miyuki's request upon hearing it. However, the weight of his own predicament leads him to hesitate. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, he soon reaches a decision. I can satisfy your requirements, but I will need $200,000 for the new identity, along with an additional $50,000 as a commission. Suddenly, Chris perceives a glint of cold steel emanating from the hands of the Asian man before him. Almost immediately, he feels a chill at his neck as the blade grazes his skin, ultimately embedding itself with a thud into the wooden cabinet behind him. Startled, Chris shivers and, upon turning to see the sharp tactical dagger that had narrowly missed him, is drenched in cold sweat. What do you intend to do? You nearly killed me. With a resounding thud, Miyuki slams his palm on the table, leaning closer with a chilling aura of intent. The palpable menace constricts Chris's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Do you think you can deceive me? Those gangs can procure an identity for merely $40,000 to $50,000, yet you demand $250,000? Mr. Lawyer, if you seek to court death, you need only say so, and I assure you, it will be painless. Sweat trickles down Chris's brow as he realizes he has encountered a formidable adversary. Thanks to his extensive experience and interactions with various individuals, he manages to maintain his composure and retorts loudly. You specified the need for a complete, legal identity without any complications. Indeed, those gangs can provide identities for a mere $40,000 or $50,000, but you must be aware of the repercussions that accompany such identities. However, I am different. I can assist you in obtaining a genuinely legitimate identity. From your birth certificate to your educational credentials, social security, and tax information, all details will be authentic and verifiable, leaving no room for doubt. My feigned skepticism, inquiring, is that truly the case? Chris, sensing his interest, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Of course. My firm is right here. Would I deceive you? With these authentic details recorded, irrespective of your origins, you shall emerge as a native-born American citizen. Still somewhat skeptical. Asked, so what do you intend to do? Chapter 012. The diligent lawyer Chris in the heart of New York City Hall. I have my connections. He is on the brink of retirement, and we all understand the adage, power that is not exercised becomes obsolete. At this juncture, securing a sum of $200,000 to persuade him to process a certificate of identification is remarkably straightforward. No one dares to offend him at this stage. After all, while he may no longer confer benefits upon others, he retains the capacity to cause discomfort in his final days. As Chris spoke, he discreetly observed my reaction. Noticing that was indeed absorbing his words, Chris felt a surge of confidence. Of course, obtaining local identification in New York is no simple feat. You wouldn't want your successor to scrutinize your past, would you? However, we could fabricate your childhood narrative in a Midwestern state. What do you think of Kansas? My regarded him coolly. That is of little consequence. You are quite right. Chris replied hastily. Lastly, we can transfer your insurance and records from the past 2 years to New York, which will ensure absolute security. I frowned. But even so, if scrutinized, it would still be exposed, wouldn't it? Chris shrugged. Naturally, for that is merely a fictitious identity within the records. Once it comes to light, the discrepancies will inevitably be unveiled. However, fear not. With over 300 million people in America, who would be idle enough to venture to Kansas to verify authenticity unless you were to create a significant disturbance that attracts the attention of agencies like the CIA? Regardless of the investigation, at the moment the records are completed, your identity will be deemed legitimate and lawful in the eyes of the law. This is the utmost I can achieve. Do you accept? I pondered for a moment. He could almost ascertain that he would inevitably draw the attention of those with ulterior motives in the future. Yet, under the current circumstances, achieving this level of concealment truly attested to Chris' capabilities. He promptly acquiesced, and to incentivize Chris further, Mike doubled his remuneration, though payment would only be rendered upon successful completion of the task. Chris's eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the neatly arranged sum of $250,000 on the table. Mike was untroubled by the prospect of Chris absconding with the money, for he had already gleaned comprehensive insights into Chris's background. Nonetheless, certain matters needed to be articulated in advance to prevent any impulsive missteps on Chris's part. Chris, I have already remitted the full amount to you. During this process, I shall impose no oversight. I grant you the utmost freedom. I trust that when the agreed time arrives, you will deliver results that meet my expectations. He gestured towards his own eyes and then pointed at Chris. Everything about you is no secret to me. Chris's expression shifted, and the fervent gleam in his eyes swiftly cooled. You have investigated me? I smiled, but remained silent, merely stating, I hope our previously fragile trust can be meticulously maintained. Any unforeseen circumstances are unwelcome, and I trust you share this sentiment. Chris regained his composure entirely. The news of Old York's impending retirement was no secret within the industry. Individuals of his ilk have historically sought to seize upon the final moments of their tenure for personal gain. This has long been an unspoken norm among insiders. Of course, as an individual nearing retirement, Old York's power was limited, and he could not accommodate significant demands that came his way. As Chris suggested, it would be quite simple to forge an identification document and slip it into the records during the transitional period of power, involving only a handful of individuals, all within the authority of Old York. This minor endeavor would not cost more than $200,000. Chris estimated that a sum of $150,000 would suffice. A mere visit to Old York's office could yield a profit of $100,000, rendering it an exceedingly convenient venture. However, the recent unusual circumstances had placed immense pressure on Chris, leading him to entertain unwarranted thoughts. Fortunately, Makuya's candid warning jolted Chris back to his senses. Feeling disgruntled, Chris understood that he could not afford to cross such a formidable adversary, and he rose quietly to see his guest out. Just as Makuya took a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled another matter and inquired, Do you know of any suitable housing options nearby? Chris, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered for a moment before recalling a place that piqued his interest. To be prudent, he first asked, Are you considering renting or purchasing? Makuya replied, Both options are acceptable. If purchasing, I happen to know of a 2-story building that is being hastily sold by its owner, who is eager to leave New York. You could acquire it for around $800,000 to $900,000, but it must be in cash, Chris explained. Makuya, taken aback, asked, And where is this property located? Chris responded, It's at the corner of the alley behind Bereshit Street. In Manhattan? Makuya's gaze sharpened, a bemused expression crossing his face. Are you jesting, Chris? $90,000 can buy a 2-story building in Manhattan? Even in Hell's Kitchen? That seems implausible. Chris felt uncomfortable under Makuya's penetrating stare and chuckled awkwardly. You are not mistaken, sir. There is indeed a backstory. The owner is desperate to sell the family legacy due to gambling debts, and with no means to repay them, he plans to flee. This old building has long been targeted by the mob, and no one is willing to buy it. He does not wish to sell it at a loss to them. Hence his search for alternative buyers. Purchasing that building would mean opposing the mob. Are you really suggesting that to me? Sweat beaded on Chris's forehead. But he could not afford to concede just yet, hastily asserting, While the location may not be ideal, its actual value is certainly worth far more than several $100,000. If you can acquire it, whether for investment or residence, it would be a guaranteed profit. With a smirk, Makuya responded, Then tell me, which gang has set its sights on that property? The Viper Gang, Chris replied. How fortuitous. Makuya mused, setting aside the fact that Elser from the Viper Gang had met his demise right before him. Even if Elser were alive, Makuya would not be troubled by a mere gang leader. In truth, had Makuya not intervened, that small building would ultimately have fallen into the hands of Livik, transformed into a bar. The unique nature of a bar, even if not at the forefront, would still attract patrons. Moreover, located in Hell's Kitchen, A bar is an ideal leisure spot for both men and women, ensuring its success. Yet now, Makuya felt a spark of interest. He promptly instructed Chris to reach out to the homeowner, Jonah, a debtor and gambler who was not easily tracked down. Fortunately, fate was on Muyu's side. Around 3 in the afternoon, he encountered Jonah, who appeared as disheveled as a vagrant. Jonah had long been cornered by the Serpent Gang, and upon hearing that someone was willing to take over the small building, he readily offered to sign a transfer contract for $5 million. Muyu did not take matters into his own hands. Instead, he provided Chris with a budget of $900,000, deducting it from the final sale price, with the surplus amount designated as his commission. Equally in need of funds, Chris employed every tactic at his disposal, coercion, persuasion, and intimidation, to successfully close the deal for the sum of $835,700. After signing the transfer contract, both Chris and Jonah breathed a sigh of relief. Jonah, quite irate, believed Chris had taken advantage of the situation, which was indeed the case. After finalizing the contract and receiving the cash, he promptly departed from New York. His smooth escape was aided by the significant losses the Serpent Gang had suffered the previous night, while Chris left, satisfied with his commission. Meanwhile, Muyu stood at the corner of Barricette Street, gazing at the 2-story building imbued with historical charm, feeling utterly content. He could hardly contain his eagerness to enter and inspect the premises. The first floor was divided into 2 sections, the front serving as a storefront, occupying over 70 square meters, separated by a wall, while the rear, slightly smaller at just over 50 square meters, comprised a dining area, kitchen, and restroom. The second floor featured 3 bedrooms, with the central room divided front to back, receiving insufficient light, while the 2 rooms at the front and back enjoyed ample illumination. Most delightfully, there was a 20-square-meter garden at the back of the house. Regrettably, however, a towering building loomed behind it, obstructing the sky. Despite this disappointment, Muyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction at owning such a property in Hell's Kitchen, silently expressing gratitude for the Serpent Gang's unintentional generosity. Thus, he had secured a foothold in New York. As for the potential harassment from the gang, Muyu was unperturbed. He firmly believed that as long as they did not resort to using tactical missiles or similar threats within the city, he was safe from harm. For added assurance, he contemplated setting up illusions and seals to fend off any unwanted attention. He doubted the gang would go so far as to summon sorcerers from Camartage over a mere building. Of course, the premises were currently uninhabitable, cluttered with debris and permeated by the musty scent of time, necessitating renovations before anyone could reside there. Therefore, that evening, Muyu returned to his hotel. To his astonishment, just as he finished washing up, he sensed something amiss. A group of well-trained individuals clad in black had blocked both entrances of the hotel, and a pack of menacing figures swiftly advanced toward his room. Muyu was perplexed, wondering whether news of his confrontation with the Serpent Gang and Levick had leaked, prompting retaliation. However, he quickly dismissed this theory. After all, he had assumed Kakashi's visage the previous night. How could the gang possibly locate him with such accuracy? Even when facing Daredevil, he had not revealed his identity. Footsteps drew nearer. Muyu pondered little, swiftly gathering his belongings before quietly opening the window. With a silent grace, he vaulted through, stepping lightly across the wall, and in mere moments ascended to the rooftop of the tavern. From this elevated vantage point, Muyu scrutinized the vehicles occupied by the cloaked figures. And to his astonishment, a revelation unfolded before him. The tires of those vehicles bore an inconspicuous umbrella-shaped emblem belonging to the Umbrella Corporation. In that instant, Muyu realized the truth. Indeed, it was they. Undoubtedly, these individuals were in pursuit of Alice and the chip she had extracted. Chapter 013, Trained Professionals, even in sewers, can navigate with precision under the cover of night. Muyu lingered in contemplation, choosing restraint over action. His intention in taking the chip was to divert the Umbrella Corporation's attention, facilitating Alice and her companions in their endeavors. However, once the chip was removed, its condition differed significantly from when it resided within Alice's body, and it was only a matter of time before the corporation detected the anomaly. Particularly after Muyu settled in his location, carrying the chip became increasingly impractical. This interval provided ample opportunity for Alice and her team to act. Muyu evaded conspicuous areas, exerting force beneath him as he leaped from the rooftop, swiftly traversing the summits of the buildings. After navigating several street corners and stepping beyond the Umbrella Corporation's surveillance, he quietly descended from the rooftop. Tonight, he needed to find a new resting place, and he certainly would not continue to carry the chip. After some reflection, he approached a sewer nearby, where the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. Prizing open the manhole cover, he discarded the mineral water bottle containing the chip into the depths below. Watching the bottle drift along the city's wastewater, Muyu chuckled with great satisfaction. You, Umbrella employees, wish to uncover our whereabouts? Dive into the sewers. Meanwhile, outside the hotel room where Muyu resided, a group of cold and formidable black-clad individuals silently gathered. They expertly secured the corridor and various passages, clearing away all unrelated personnel. After a brief exchange of gestures, they forcefully burst open the door. With a resounding crash, tear gas and flashbangs rolled into the room. Following a blinding flash of light, they surged in, swiftly taking control and searching the entire space. Regrettably, they found no trace of their target. The leader of the operation, masked, noted the presence of fresh signs of habitation, indicating that someone had indeed been there before, yet the individual had prudently evaded them. Report. We have successfully entered the target's room and discovered signs of their presence, but the target is absent. Suspecting a leak in operational intelligence, the subject has likely departed ahead of us. Repeat. Target not found, the leader reported. Before the communication could conclude, an urgent voice crackled through the device. Immediately activate the tracker. The target is moving rapidly. Damn it, she has left the hotel. Everyone withdraw now. As an international metropolis, New York's sewer system is undoubtedly sophisticated. With its coastal climate, the city is abundant in moisture, and the sewers constantly harbor a flowing layer of wastewater and rain accumulation. The mineral water bottle, containing the chip, drifted leisurely along the current. Due to the positioning of the sewer system, it does not entirely align with the city's roadways. Consequently, the Umbrella Corporation's operatives, tracking the chip's signal, found the target's movement patterns exceedingly perplexing. In certain areas where no road existed, the subject could traverse swiftly. In others, where a clear path lay ahead, the subject inexplicably opted to turn, diverting in ways that were utterly incomprehensible. The pursuit by Umbrella's hired operatives persisted until the mineral water bottle was obstructed by debris within the sewer. As the tracker displayed a signal remaining stationary, the surrounding area was completely open, providing no place for anyone to hide, yet no suspicious targets were in sight. The action team leader, having scanned the vicinity in accordance with the tracker, noticed a nearby manhole cover, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Captain, what are you staring at that manhole cover for? Do you really think our target could be hiding down there? A team member jested. The leader turned to him, his gaze penetrating, causing the team member to feel uneasy. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Captain, you must be joking. The leader's expression hardened. Who's joking? Since you figured it out, you should go down and investigate. Though I have a foreboding feeling, the signal source lies beneath, and it must be discovered. Oh no. Heavens. You want me to crawl into the sewer? The team member's face darkened instantly. You can't do this, Captain. Enough talk. The leader was not one to tolerate refusal. Execute the order. The other team members, witnessing the scene, stifled their amusement, afraid that if they laughed, they too might be sent into the sewer. In truth, none present were truly foolish. Recalling the peculiar path the signal had taken, they nearly concluded that the source they had been tracking had indeed encountered some malfunction. The mission, codenamed Vengeful Goddess, had already met its failure. Moments later, the manhole cover was pried open. To avoid disturbance, a clever teammate had somehow procured a repair sign to hang nearby, and had even set up a caution tape. The unfortunate soul chosen by the action leader shed his suit, grimacing as he descended into the sewer, and after becoming thoroughly soiled and reeking, he successfully located the water bottle. The signal source chip had been retrieved. The target had escaped the chip's control and vanished from the tracking signals, leading to the failure of the Vengeful Goddess mission. Regroup. At another hotel, Muyi dialed a number, and after a brief wait, a familiar voice emerged from the other end. Hi, Reno. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Muyi envisioned the warmth of the other's face, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Hi, Alice. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment. By the way, Alice, Muyi recalled his purpose. I just encountered someone from the Umbrella Corporation. There was a noticeable increase in concern in Alice's voice. Umbrella? Are you all right, Reno? Muyi replied with a hearty laugh. Pride evident in his tone, they didn't even catch a glimpse of me. How could I be in trouble? However, I did relinquish the chip. I found my residence in New York and can no longer keep it. During the day, to avoid detection of his movements by the Umbrella Corporation, the chip was left in his hotel room. Let it go. It's not that important, Alice remarked nonchalantly. If you hadn't insisted on keeping it, I would have destroyed it long ago. Haha, Alice, can you guess where I ultimately placed the chip? Makuya wore a mischievous smile, teasingly withholding the revelation before finally divulging the answer. After departing from the hotel, I promptly discarded the plastic bottle containing the chip into the sewer. If Umbrella intends to locate you through that chip, they will have to delve into the depths of the sewer. Alice, unsurprisingly taken aback by Makuya's antics, could not help but chuckle at the absurd image of Umbrella scouring through the sewers. She burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, Reno, you truly are something else. Who would have thought of such a method? It's a pity I can't witness their muddy, foul-smelling predicament. That would surely be amusing. Makuya, with a self-satisfied grin, feigned modesty, remarking, perhaps not. If Umbrella catches wind of the ruse and abandons their pursuit, our current joy may just be a fanciful illusion. On the other end of the call, Alice pondered for a moment before confidently asserting, no, they will undoubtedly venture down. Even if they realize the underground is devoid of life, they must descend to retrieve the chip. Thus, Reino, you have avenged us, and I thank you. As a former supervisor at Umbrella, Alice was well acquainted with the company's modus operandi. Indeed, as she anticipated, even while wading through sewage, the operatives succeeded in locating the chip. After their laughter subsided, Makuya steered the conversation back to serious matters. Umbrella has commenced their operations, Alice. How prepared are you on your end? It hasn't been as smooth as anticipated, Alice replied. The forces backing Umbrella are formidable, and we are feeling immense pressure. However, Peyton and Jill have not given up, and the doctor is assisting us. We have found partners willing to speak out against Umbrella. I believe it won't be long before Umbrella's misdeeds are brought to light. Makuya cautioned her once more. Be exceedingly careful, Alice. Always prioritize your safety. And contact me immediately if anything unexpected arises, understood? The two continued their affectionate exchange over the phone until Alice was beckoned by Jill, indicating a new development in their busy endeavors. Only then did they conclude their conversation. The following days were uneventful, at least for Makuya. He spent his days leisurely exploring the environment. He would soon call home and return to the hotel each night for restful slumber, maintaining a remarkably regular routine. On the fourth day, attorney Chris called to inform him that everything was in order. Makuya visited to collect his new identity documents and credentials, fully assuming the identity of Reino, an American. In stark contrast to Makuya's tranquil existence, Hell's Kitchen was in turmoil, resembling a pot of boiling porridge. The recently ascendant Viper gang, having lost Elser and his confidants, was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle for power. Meanwhile, the likes of Levik's financial empire cast their covetous eyes upon the vacated territories of Hell's Kitchen, and other gangs, sensing opportunity, were eager to intervene. Yet, none of them could have anticipated what was to unfold. A formidable warlord, aspiring to forge a unified criminal empire, has arrived in New York. Hell's Kitchen and the underground syndicates across the nation are poised to confront an unprecedented tempest before a new order emerges. The entirety of America will be ensnared in chaotic strife, a storm that may even extend throughout North America. For Wilson Grant Fisk has come. He is none other than Kingpin. Chapter 014. Astonishing Delusions. The cosmic cube and the pillar of power. The tumultuous events outside had yet to encroach upon Mukai. Despite the formidable rise of the notorious gangster, Jean Bing, which had cast a shadow of fear over Hell's Kitchen and escalated tensions, Mukai remained untouched. On the contrary, Jean Bing's emergence as a deep-water shark had diverted the attention of all criminal factions towards him, leaving the historical two-story building on Bereshit Street, quietly undergoing renovations, unnoticed. The renovation was entrusted to a professional company, while Mukai resided in a nearby apartment, where he spread a sheet of paper before him. Grasping a pen, he seized the opportunity of this relatively stable situation to contemplate his future and reflect upon himself. In the Marvel Universe, danger and opportunity coexisted. What Mukai valued most was the power that belonged to him. His own strength would serve as the cornerstone of his future. Whether he aspired to partake in the grand unfolding of events or simply wished to safeguard what he cherished, strength was indispensable. Thus, Mukai inscribed the word strength at the top of the page. But how should he enhance his power? Mukai pondered deeply. A saying from his past life echoed in his mind. The poor rely on mutation, while the rich depend on technology, corresponding to the internal and external sources of strength. He began to write, but soon regrettably crossed out the word technology, dismissing it entirely. The reality was stark. To harness technology in the Marvel Universe, one either needed an extraordinary level of scientific knowledge or an unfathomable wealth. Tony Stark's status as an iconic figure in the Marvel realm stemmed from his possession of both. Mukai, however, found himself regrettably lacking in both aspects. In simple terms, Mukai possessed neither the vast wealth that could support scientific research nor the exceptional scientific acumen. Even though he had access to advanced information from his past life, he was fated to abandon the technological path. Thus, the only avenue left for Mukai was mutation. However, the path he would tread would not be as narrow as mere mutation. More accurately, it would focus on the development of his innate potential. In the conventional sense, mutation was merely one of the paths to enhancement. Contemplating mutation, Mukai decided to expand upon this line of thought. Within the Marvel Universe, numerous opportunities existed for mutation or enhancement. The blood of Alice in his possession contained the T-virus, the super soldier serum, the extremist virus, mutant spider DNA, the Green Goblin serum, and Vibranium's heart-shaped herb, among others. Although most of these substances bore various risks and should not be recklessly utilized, they nonetheless provided a clear avenue for power enhancement. Mukai, while deep in thought, inscribed his ideas. He also made a note that regardless of which enhancement method he might pursue, it must never be applied to himself without rigorous testing. Feeling fortunate, Mukai recognized himself as a medical ninja. In studying these substances, he could take matters into his own hands, eliminating the need for intermediaries, thereby significantly enhancing his safety. Beyond this, the essence ultimately returns to oneself, grounded in the identity of a ninja, a realization that Mai comprehends deeply. Upon comparing the power hierarchies of both worlds, Mai believes that he must elevate his strength to at least the level of Uchiha Obito to navigate the chaotic turmoil of the Marvel Universe in its later stages with ease. At the very least, he should aspire to possess the caliber of the Sage of the Six Paths, Shinja Hashirama, to attain a semblance of security. So, where does he currently stand? Mai sets down his pen, vigorously rubbing his forehead as a wave of headache washes over him. Achieving or even surpassing the prowess of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Obito. Such a notion is indeed audacious beyond measure. Setting aside the unfolding of the Marvel storyline and the imminent showdown with Thanos, the time available for him to enhance his abilities is exceedingly limited. Even under different circumstances, granting Mai a lifetime, could he truly reach the standards set by the Sage and Uchiha? The answer is a resounding no. Naruto and Sasuke became pivotal figures due to their roles as children of destiny, endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is well known that without such advantages, a ninja like him, possessing moderate talent yet ordinary potential, could only aspire to achieve the mastery of ninjutsu akin to the third Hokage. Anything beyond that would be mere fantasy. Advantages. Where could he possibly acquire a fortune-altering boon? Ideally, one that could rival those of Naruto and Sasuke? Naruto? Initially, Mai's thoughts wandered aimlessly, yet upon recalling Naruto, a flash of inspiration pierced through his mind. He promptly straightened his posture, grasping his pen, striving to recollect the fleeting yet delightful insight that had just graced him. Oh, Naruto, the advantage. What is Naruto's advantage? Aside from the final gifts from the Sage of the Six Paths and his reincarnated existence, Naruto's most significant advantage is undoubtedly his identity as a Jinchuriki, specifically that of the Nine Tails. Jinchuriki, Mai pondered, deep in thought. During his time in the Hidden Leaf Village, he had resisted the idea of becoming a Jinchuriki, knowing well that the ultimate vortex of the ninja world would revolve around the nine-tailed beasts. With his lack of lineage and heritage, he could not withstand the covetousness and backlash brought forth by the tailed beasts. However, what Mai contemplated was not the tailed beasts themselves, as they do not exist in the Marvel Universe. Yet, analogous entities capable of providing boundless energy are certainly not absent in the Marvel realm. A quintessential example is, without a doubt, the Infinity Stones. As Mai gazed at the blank page, the words he instinctively penned quickened the rhythm of his heartbeat. Indeed, it must be the Infinity Stones. Infinite energy, wondrous and varied powers are precisely the exceptional advantage he seeks. As for how to utilize them, isn't Naruto the prime exemplar? As a master of sealing techniques, he too has mastered the 8 trigram sealing. In an instant, the peculiar brilliance in Mai's eyes became strikingly vivid. To seize an Infinity Stone and then seal it within his own body using the 8 trigram seal, thus becoming the Jinchuriki of the Infinity Stone. As a thought emerged, it seemed to possess an enchanting quality that instantaneously seized Mai's spirit, rendering him unable to dispel it. In this state of restless contemplation, Mai decided to follow the thread of his thoughts and ponder the schemes surrounding the Infinity Stones. Time, space, power, reality, mind, and soul. The 6 Infinity Stones of the Marvel Universe were meticulously enumerated on paper. However, upon completing the list, he realized he had no real options. At this juncture, only 2 Infinity Stones remained on Earth: the Time Stone, the Eye of Agamotto, and the Space Stone, the Tesseract. The Time Stone was not a viable consideration. No matter how audacious Mai might be, he could hardly believe that his meager tricks would suffice to obtain it from the Ancient One. Thus, the only Infinity Stone he might feasibly acquire was the Tesseract. Once entombed beneath the ocean alongside Captain America, the Tesseract had later been salvaged by Howard Stark and brought to S.H.I.E.L.D. for research, where it has been preserved ever since. Central to the Tesseract was the Project Pegasus, which gave rise to the formidable superhero Captain Marvel. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. likely still retained this Infinity Stone and, after the lessons learned from Captain Marvel, had conducted only limited research on the Tesseract. If Mai could locate the repository of the Tesseract within S.H.I.E.L.D., he felt confident in his ability to infiltrate and discreetly retrieve it. As sunlight streamed through the window, Mai was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze to realize that he had unknowingly devoted an entire night to the captivating scheme. His desk, the floor, and the sofa were littered with white papers filled with various speculations and plans. By the late hours, he had even begun to fret over how to conduct experiments and inscribe sealing techniques after acquiring the Tesseract. He worried that the Tesseract's overwhelming power might not be contained solely by the Bagua sealing technique. Thus, he racked his brain to design a complex composite array centered around the Bagua seal, intended for both sealing and connecting to the Tesseract. Regrettably, a single night proved too brief. Despite his musings, he had only vague notions that had yet to materialize into practical application. Gazing at the scattered papers, I couldn't help but chuckle. Have I begun to ponder how to feast before even capturing the sheep? Stretching his limbs, he gathered the disarrayed papers, summoning flames that swiftly consumed them. The contents, which were not meant for public exposure, were no longer needed after he had clarified his thoughts, making their incineration the most prudent choice. Thus, the most pressing matter ahead of him was to ascertain the whereabouts of the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, given his current capabilities, I had no intention of provoking S.H.I.E.L.D. prematurely. However, with his desire to acquire the Tesseract, he had no choice but to confront them. Fortunately, he can conceal his identity, preferably allowing the cosmic cube to vanish into an unsolved mystery. Perhaps, by hiding the cosmic cube, he inadvertently prevents Thanos from gathering the Infinity Stones, ultimately saving half of the universe's life. Mai begins to take action. However, with this movement, he soon realizes that the situation is far more complicated and challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 15, Action. Infiltrating the secret research facility. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. was often derisively referred to as the Snake Shield in a previous life, implying that it had been thoroughly infiltrated by the Hydra organization during World War II. Rendering it a mere shell of its former self, its true strength cannot be understated. As a specialized task force dedicated to addressing various extraordinary events under the auspices of the International Security Council, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasts formidable capabilities in both combat and technological prowess, placing it at the pinnacle globally. When Mui faced her in the guise of an imagined enemy and attempted to disguise himself for infiltration, he acutely felt the pressure stemming from S.H.I.E.L.D's meticulous organization. The headquarters, an architectural marvel known as the Triskelion, is situated on an island in the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., surrounded by water on all sides, making any solo infiltration exceedingly perilous. Of course, he could opt to track an agent working in the vicinity and infiltrate under their identity. However, the internal structure of S.H.I.E.L.D. is so tightly knit that even if he managed to blend in, the likelihood of uncovering secrets about the Tesseract would be slim, and he would be at great risk of exposure. Days passed without a clue. After much contemplation, Mui realized that the path of daring infiltration was his only option. Should his incursion yield no valuable information, he resolved to escalate his approach and target Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the Security Council. As a Hydra infiltrator, Pierce possessed access to highly classified internal information. There was little doubt that he could provide insights into the Tesseract. Indeed, Muya's earlier judgments proved accurate. His hasty infiltration yielded no effective intelligence. The agents he had targeted were of too low a rank to access the confidential files. However, aiming for an agent of Maria Hill's caliber presented its own challenges, as her elevated status and rigorous security measures posed significant obstacles. Having previously infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., Muyi understood that even with successful disguise, he would likely be unmasked swiftly. The agents were exceedingly vigilant and perceptive. Any deviation from his usual behavior would quickly draw their scrutiny. To avoid leaving any discernible traces, Muyi shifted his strategy, seeking breakthroughs through Secretary Pierce. Though Pierce's daily movements were shrouded in secrecy and his personal security was exceptionally tight, he was ultimately not an agent, and thus his confidentiality was not as stringent as S.H.I.E.L.D's. After 2 days of diligent surveillance, Muyi managed to track Pierce's whereabouts and, utilizing his adept transformation technique, located one of his residences. At that moment, Muyi found himself envious of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, if he possessed their illusionary prowess. Once he found the target's lair, he could effortlessly infiltrate and use Jinjutsu to control Pierce, thereby extracting all the information he sought. Unfortunately, Muya's skills in illusion fell short of rivaling the Sharingan. His techniques were too rudimentary, and any forced application of Jinjutsu would surely lead to complications. While he could employ sealing techniques to amplify his illusionary powers through formations, he remained limited to merely confounding consciousness, deceiving, and creating illusions, falling short of actual control. To Maya's unexpected delight, before he could decide how to confront Pierce, an elderly doctor named S.H.I.E.L.D, a notable pioneer in the fields of astronomy and quantum science, unexpectedly entered his line of sight at Pierce's residence. Maya astutely sensed something amiss, and indeed, upon further investigation, he uncovered S.H.I.E.L.'s true identity as the former head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. research department focused on the Tesseract. Although now in semi-retirement due to his advanced age, he still maintained access to the Tesseract, routinely visiting the research facility 3 times a month to provide assistance within his capabilities. Had it not been for Ma Yi's keen insight, he might never have imagined that this venerable doctor, who had dedicated his life to research, was also a member of Hydra. Dr. Sarah's was akin to a thread in a tangled mess. Seizing hold of him would significantly facilitate subsequent developments. Ma Yi swiftly traced the path to the underground research facility of S.H.I.E.L.D. that housed the Tesseract. Through 2 weeks of meticulous surveillance, he perfected his disguise as Dr. Sarah's and gathered the necessary intelligence. Thus, on the eve of Dr. Sarah's next visit to the facility, Ma Yi stealthily evaded the perimeter agents assigned to security and infiltrated the Dr.'s residence. In the presence of the slumbering doctor, he employed a mental technique which had minimal effect, merely ensuring that the doctor would enjoy an uninterrupted day of deep sleep. The doctor, slightly disoriented upon awakening, would subconsciously forget that he had slept for an entire day. Subsequently, Ma Yi adeptly collected the Dr.'s documents and briefcase, slipping in a page adorned with peculiar patterns. This page was a modified sealing scroll crafted by Ma Yi, containing essential supplies for the infiltration mission, preparations he had meticulously arranged over the past few days. Aside from this additional sealing page, Ma Yi carried nothing extraneous. The following day, Ma Yi departed with the briefcase in hand, as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents punctually arrived with a transport vehicle. Though its exterior appeared unremarkable, it was custom-built with ballistic and explosive resistance. Since Dr. Sarah's was no longer responsible for the core projects at the research facility, the security measures surrounding him had been relaxed. Naturally, during his active tenure, the doctor could not have left the research facility so freely. Ma Yi settled into the vehicle with practiced ease. Inside, alongside the driver, was an accompanying agent. This agent, familiar with the doctor, greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Doctor." Ma Yi, mimicking the doctor's usual demeanor, nodded gently in response, "Good morning," to avoid further conversation. He then fell silent, adopting a thoughtful frown, softly muttering to himself. After the vehicle had traveled some distance, he feigned a return to awareness, smiling at the agent. "I apologize, I was just contemplating a set of data." The agent chuckled and shook his head, refraining from further conversation. As an agent, he naturally understood the significant role of the elderly man before him. Casual chatter was one thing, but he would certainly not disturb the doctor during his moments of deep contemplation. Thus, Ma Yi's intentions were perfectly aligned. He held the briefcase tightly, gazing vacantly into the vehicle, seemingly pondering a complex issue. Approximately an hour and a half later, the vehicle approached an unremarkable factory. Ma was aware that the entrance to the secret underground research base of S.H.I.E.L.D. was located within the factory. Naturally, this was not the primary entrance to the base, but rather a passage for personnel who might need to access it regularly. As a former supervisor of the base, the staff here recognized Dr. Sarah's. Along the way, many greeted him, and Ma, adhering to the doctor's demeanor, responded courteously. However, in an effort to avoid prolonged conversation, he maintained a contemplative expression. Once the greetings concluded, the onlookers, perceptive of his demeanor, refrained from further interruption. Subsequently, identity verification and security checks were conducted. The flawless imitation of transformation had already been validated when he stealthily infiltrated the Changyuan building. Thus, Ma proceeded calmly, successfully completing the facial recognition identification process. Next came the security check. Apologies, the brown-haired beauty at the security checkpoint had not finished speaking when Ma, familiar with the protocol, promptly handed over his briefcase. "It's all right. I understand this is standard procedure." The security check was remarkably swift. Following the routine examination, Ma passed without any prohibited items, which did not surprise him. After all, what could a piece of paper be considered in terms of contraband? Although the research institute was situated underground, it was spacious and bright, with a plethora of technological details that made one feel as though they were encountering a future world, brimming with novelty and astonishment. As a former supervisor, Ma was careful not to reveal any such expression, thus maintaining a solemn countenance as he strode forward. This was Ma's first return to the institute, and he found himself somewhat disoriented. However, this did not impede him. Upon encountering a researcher in their 30s, he keenly discerned the identification badge, an ordinary C-level researcher, the most numerous category within the base. Seizing the moment, he approached and called out to him. The researcher, upon recognizing Ma, displayed a blend of curiosity and respect. "Hello, Doctor, do you need assistance?" Ma, with a serious expression yet a hint of urgency, replied, "Do you know where Dr. Warren is at the moment? I have something important to discuss with him immediately. Can you take me to him?" Sure." Though surprised, the researcher did not hesitate, confirming that Dr. Warren was in the 3-data analysis room. Please follow me. His approach proved effective. The underground research base was quite expansive, and following the researcher, they navigated through numerous twists and turns, undergoing identity verification 4 or 5 times before finally arriving at the 3-data research room. Warren Claremont, the pivotal figure succeeding Dr. Sarah's in overseeing the Cosmic Cube research, was visible through the glass window of the door. Thank you for guiding me, Evan. I can manage from here, I smiled kindly. The researcher, seeing no reason for doubt, replied, All right, doctor, I will take my leave then. Upon verification of his identity, I effortlessly entered the data analysis room, where a considerable number of individuals were present. Among them, the authoritative middle-aged Caucasian, Dr. Warren, appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing my. Good morning, doctor. I didn't expect you to arrive so early today. Good morning, Dr. Warren. I replied, and after exchanging pleasantries, he mysteriously beckoned him to the side. I have made a significant discovery, Dr. Warren. If validated, it will undoubtedly advance our research on the Cosmic Cube immensely. However, it would be best to clarify this in the presence of the Cosmic Cube itself. Dr. Warren, intrigued and pleasantly surprised, responded, What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Dr. Sarah's. Chapter 016. The ingenious acquisition of the Cosmic Cube accompanied by Dr. Warren, Mukui proceeded with ease into the depths of the research facility. There, they entered a vast area reminiscent of a warehouse, its walls constructed from remarkably thick concrete. Armed agents stood guard outside, enforcing stringent security protocols, while the entrance was meticulously inspected to block any external electronic signals. To thwart any malevolent hackers from the outside world, the research chamber was devoid of surveillance cameras. Every precaution was taken solely to safeguard the Cosmic Cube. Regrettably, while the layout of the laboratory was adept at preventing technological incursions, it was ill-equipped against mystical interventions. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had even implemented an X-gene alert system to guard against mutant intrusions, yet their understanding of the extraordinary realm remained woefully limited. Mukui, being a ninja rather than a mutant and lacking X-gene attributes, seamlessly entered the ultimate destination. There, Mukui's gaze immediately locked onto the Cosmic Cube, resting on a central platform, emanating a shimmering azure light that seemed to contain an entire cosmos within its depths. Dr. Sarah's. Warren exclaimed, his eyes brimming with urgency. You mentioned a discovery earlier. Patience. My friend, Mukui replied, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Cosmic Cube, but swiftly regaining his composure. I shall present the data to you at once. After your review, I believe you will grasp its significance. Choosing a nearby table, he set down his briefcase and began to sift through its contents. As he worked, his peripheral vision absorbed the surroundings. Since the incident involving Captain Marvel, S.H.I.E.L.D. had adopted a more conservative approach to their research on the Cosmic Cube. It was not that they were unwilling to utilize its potential, but rather, following Howard Stark's departure, they lacked true scientists capable of profound exploration. Rather than recklessly experimenting and risking catastrophic consequences, it was more prudent to temporarily secure the artifact. The ongoing research was conservative, while safe. It yielded little in terms of groundbreaking results. Dr. Warren, having taken over Dr. Sarah's position and now leading the project, was undoubtedly reluctant to let his tenure pass without noteworthy achievements. Dr. Sarah's was a pioneer in the study of the Cosmic Cube, and his findings were immensely appealing to Warren. Watching Dr. Sarah's leisurely retrieve documents, Warren felt a gnawing impatience. Were it not for the need to maintain decorum, he would have seized the briefcase and extracted the materials himself. Simultaneously, Mukui, having assessed the environment, felt a quiet sigh of relief. Apart from the routine presence of 7 or 8 researchers, there were no outsiders. Moreover, to protect the secrecy of the Cosmic Cube, the entire laboratory had no external windows, and many of the agents stationed outside were oblivious to what they were guarding, only aware of a codename. With this in mind, Mukui retrieved a folder. He set down his briefcase and beckoned Dr. Warren over. Contained within are my notes on the research data regarding the Cosmic Cube. The latest discovery was inspired while reviewing these notes. Now, I shall unveil it for you. Warren, with an intense gaze, leaned closer, completely oblivious to the peculiar hand sign that had quietly formed behind the folder. At that moment, the chakra began to ripple silently. As I perused the folder, Warren's focus wavered, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. To the observers, it appeared as though Dr. Warren was wholly engrossed in reading the materials extracted by Dr. Sarah's. I had conjured an illusion, ensnaring Warren in a momentary haze of confusion. He extracted a page from the spatial sealing tome and, in the blind spot of others' sight, released it. The chakra, invisible to the ordinary eye, surged forth, manifesting as intricate patterns of sealing arrays that spread throughout the research laboratory. In but a fleeting moment, all researchers engaged in their routine tasks found their motion stilled, displaying the same bewildered demeanor as Dr. Warren. Though not particularly adept in illusion techniques, Mai had orchestrated a grand shared illusion through sealing arts. Within this illusion, everyone believed they were still diligently working, yet the reality was that they stood frozen in place. When the illusion dissipated, they would experience a moment of disorientation. But due to the suggestion embedded within the illusion, they would not contemplate this detail. Illusion is an art that demands innate talent and is exceedingly intricate. Mai's methods, though somewhat crude, may likely draw scrutiny after the incident. However, he harbored no concern that he would be traced back to this event, having dealt with everyone else. Mai exhaled, standing before the cosmic cube. Its size was modest, presenting a crystalline form of a translucent azure hue, adorned with twinkling specks of light. Gazing at it, Mai felt as though he were looking upon the vast expanse of the galaxy. In its presence, he felt diminutive, akin to an ant. He was uncertain of others' feelings. Yet he could distinctly sense the boundless energy contained within that small cube. It was so pure, so pristine, so infinitely grand that it captivated the soul. The more extraordinary one's power, the more one could appreciate its magnificence while standing before it. After a long pause, a smile blossomed on Mai's face as he regained his composure. Truly an astonishing treasure, compared to the tumultuous and uncontrollable nine-tailed beasts of the ninja realm. The unprovoked cosmic cube remained eerily calm. Although it possessed immeasurable power, it was as tranquil as an ancient well, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. Such a treasure, could his chakra and sealing arts truly affect it? A tinge of worry crept into his mind. However, having reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. Mai returned to the page of the spatial sealing tome, unsealing a scroll. Within this scroll, he had meticulously inscribed a sealing array designed to contain the energy fluctuations emanating from the cosmic cube. To be prudent, Mai refrained from physically touching it. The array activated. Black patterns spread forth, extending towards the cosmic cube. The intricate patterns merely served to bind and seal the energy leaking from the cosmic cube, preventing any intrusion that might stimulate the internal energy. It is akin to encasing the cube in a box constructed of magical arrays. The situation unfolded far more favorably than he had anticipated, as the cosmic cube exhibited no signs of violent fluctuations in response to the power of chakra. Once the dark patterns had fully enveloped it, the cosmic cube instantaneously transformed from a deep azure crystal into a gray-white stone block. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Upon inspection, Mai discovered that the array could sustain itself for no more than half an hour. Time was of the essence. To prevent the premature exposure of the cosmic cube's disappearance, Mai contemplated and retrieved the pages of a spatial sealing tome, attempting to encapsulate the cube within them. Initially, Mai believed this task would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, the essence of the cosmic cube was a spatial gem. Could a mere sealing scroll possibly contain it? To his astonishment, the cosmic cube showed no resistance to the sealing scroll and even willingly integrated into the scroll's space. A peculiar thought crossed Mai's mind. When he had sealed the cube, he sensed a certain agency emanating from it. That subtle rhythmic pulse seemed to indicate that it had discovered something intriguing and was eager to engage with it. He waited momentarily, and, upon realizing that the cosmic cube remained quiet within the scroll, he exhaled in relief. Mai's departure was even smoother than his arrival. The illusion array he left in the laboratory would persist until the same time the following day. During this interval, even if others intruded upon the laboratory, as long as they could not dismantle the illusion array, everyone would be ensnared in a shared illusion until the chakra sustaining the array was completely depleted. Mai took a specialized vehicle back to Dr. Sarah's residence. After evading the agent's line of sight, he slipped away quietly, quickly changing his appearance and boarding a train back to New York. Throughout the entire operation, Mai concealed his true identity, and no one was aware of the presence of Renault in New York. Mai had previously left his abode to undertake such a significant endeavor in Washington. A day later, as the illusion array deactivated, those who emerged from the illusion initially failed to notice anything amiss. It was only when Dr. Warren glanced up and saw the platform that had housed the cosmic cube now lay completely bare that alarm bells began to toll. The shrill sound of alarms filled the secret research facility. The loss of the cosmic cube was a matter of grave significance and could not remain concealed. Commander Maria Hill, from the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at the Triskelion, mobilized personnel to swiftly secure and investigate everyone within the secret base. No one knew who had stolen the cosmic cube, nor did they understand the peculiar methods employed in its theft. Even the researchers, including Warren, when subjected to truth serum interrogation, unanimously claimed they had been engaged in research within the laboratory, having seen the cosmic cube in its place countless times, only for it to vanish suddenly. They had not witnessed anyone of dubious identity entering the laboratory, nor had anyone touched the cosmic cube. Their dozen colleagues could corroborate one another's accounts. The situation grew increasingly complex. Even under the watchful eye of Director Nick Fury, The responses obtained during the interrogation remained consistent with previous accounts. Alexander Pierce was equally perturbed and discreetly sought information through Hydra's channels, only to encounter the same narrative. Nick Fury harbored profound skepticism towards this version of events. After bidding farewell to Secretary Pierce, Nick assembled a specialized review team, yet they remained at an impasse. Little did anyone anticipate that the key to unlocking the situation would ultimately lie with Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who happened to catch a glimpse of the interrogation footage while reporting her mission to Nick. Chapter 17, The Pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha. What did you just say? Nick was suddenly enlightened by her words. Natasha continued to scrutinize the surveillance footage for a while before raising her head to inquire, Director, is this the interrogation video of the secret base members? Nick's expression darkened, not solely due to the loss of the Tesseract, but also because such a significant incident had failed to remain confidential, spreading so rapidly within the agency. Even Natasha, just back from a mission, had learned of it. Indeed. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment and nodded, since the information had already circulated. It was better to bring it forth and allow his capable subordinates to assist in the investigation. What have you discovered? Nick inquired further. Natasha slightly shook her head, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Their behavior seems rather peculiar. They appear to be under some form of hypnosis. Of course, it could also be brainwashing or something similar. That vague sense of agitation is quite familiar to me. Nick widened his remaining eye in astonishment. Are you certain? To ensure Natasha's judgment was accurate, Nick Fury paused and divulged more details. All 16 researchers in the lab underwent truth serum interrogation. Their statements were remarkably consistent, and the details were entirely credible. Our experts have concluded that they indeed worked together in the same room for over 24 hours. There are no signs of tampering or intrusion in the surveillance footage, nor did we observe any suspicious individuals. Natasha, are you confident in your hypothesis? If what you suggest is true, I cannot fathom who could accomplish such a feat, or how they managed to do so. Natasha shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, replying, How can I be certain, Director? As you mentioned, there are numerous details behind this situation that I am unaware of, so I dare not draw hasty conclusions. I merely reviewed the footage and sensed that the staff exhibited somewhat odd behavior. This falls entirely within the realm of instinct and cannot be deemed conclusive. Nick squinted slightly, gazing at her intently. Natasha, with an air of composure, handed over the document she held. This is my mission report, Director. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Nick accepted the document and casually placed it on the table. Wait a moment, Natasha. There was a flicker of something unusual in Nick Fury's eyes. If you were to personally interrogate them, would you be able to detect any anomalies? Natasha's alluring brow furrowed slightly as she pondered seriously. The other party's methods are quite sophisticated. I can at best be 50% certain of spotting anything unusual, provided that someone has indeed intervened covertly. Excellent. Nick did not hesitate, decisively making a choice. I authorize you. You may participate in the questioning at any time. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was one of Nick's most trusted operatives, and he was well aware of her capabilities. She was not only an exceptional agent, but also a master of psychological insight. At the very least, prior to her involvement, none of the agency's interrogation experts had noticed any discrepancies. Or perhaps, no one had pointed it out. Natasha, having just completed her field assignment, found herself disinclined to embark on the next task. It was only after she had heard whispers of the situation and witnessed the interrogation footage with her own eyes that her curiosity was piqued. She yearned to meet the researchers at the base and ascertain whether the events unfolding were indeed as she had surmised. Nick took this matter with utmost seriousness. As Natasha conducted her inquiries within the room, he stood vigil outside the one-way glass wall. Under the relentless pressure of consecutive interrogations, Dr. Warren grew increasingly agitated. Natasha first sought to soothe his frayed nerves before she leisurely initiated conversation. However, much to Nick's disappointment, Dr. Warren's responses bore no distinction from his previous ones. Even though Natasha attempted to obfuscate the order of questioning, Dr. Warren's answers remained unchanged. Have you finished your questions? If there are no further inquiries, I shall return to rest. Honestly, I have not even stepped outside the base. What does the disappearance of the Tesseract have to do with me? Perhaps some unknowable entity has clandestinely reclaimed it. Natasha pondered in silence. Outside, Nick almost believed Natasha had faltered when, unexpectedly, she spoke with newfound conviction. It appears you have indeed been influenced. Someone has forcibly implanted a memory within you. Dr. Warren, taken aback by her incessant chatter, frowned and retorted, Do not utter such nonsense. What do you mean by implanted memory? Are you insinuating that I have been brainwashed? Ridiculous. The surveillance footage has documented everything. Who do you think tampered with it? Natasha chose to disregard Dr. Warren's irrationality. Supporting her chin with one hand, her eyes sparkled with a remarkable intensity. How they accomplished it remains a mystery to me, yet my conclusion is undoubtedly founded on evidence. Now, let me pose a question, Dr. Warren. You previously mentioned an urgent trip to the Tesseract research lab due to a new perspective proposed by Dr. Saris. Do you recall what that perspective was? Dr. Warren, clearly displeased by her skepticism, retorted, I already stated it was not a perspective, but a set of new data variables. Even if I were to share it with you, would you comprehend it? Natasha smiled and replied, I may not understand, but that is of no consequence. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have individuals who can. Please, enlighten me. Very well, I shall disclose it. Dr. Warren, with a hint of disdain, began, regarding that data set, it pertains to whom? That set of variables is related to the energy of the Tesseract. The specific data is damn. He struck his head in confusion, his expression one of bewilderment. What has happened? Why can I not recall that crucial set of variables? We labored over it for more than 20 hours. Natasha's smile deepened in intrigue. She refrained from pressing further and quietly retreated. Dr. Warren, now engulfed in a tempest of perplexity, was acutely aware that he had indeed remembered that set of data variables. Yet at this moment it eluded him entirely, his hands tangled in his hair as he pondered. Indeed, there is a problem. Nick's lone eye glinted with a cold resolve. It could only be deemed sheer luck. Natasha sighed, reflecting on how she had merely inquired about the data variable that he frequently mentioned, only to discover it was indeed the crux of the matter. However, Director, even if we are aware that Dr. Warren and his team have been tampered with, we still do not comprehend the exact method of their manipulation, let alone the identity of the perpetrator. Nick remained silent for a moment before slowly uttering. To ensure the safety of the Tesseract, the research room hidden deep within the base is devoid of any surveillance equipment. Upon hearing this, Natasha grasped the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, Are you suggesting that the adversary commenced their alterations to their memories only after entering the heavily fortified research room? With this realization, a figure instantly sprang to her mind, and she blurted out, Dr. Saris? Nick refrained from responding and turned to leave, only reminding her, Maintain confidentiality, Agent. Makino was oblivious to this exchange. However, as previously mentioned, even if he were aware, he would harbor no concerns. For the last lead that S.H.I.E.L.D. could pursue would culminate with Dr. Saris. In Makino's eyes, if Nick Fury were to thoroughly investigate Saris' identity, he might unearth some delightful surprises. By that time, should Hydra be exposed, Nick would hardly have the inclination to concern himself with Makino, who might even manage to shift the blame for the Tesseract onto Hydra. At this moment, Makino had returned to Hell's Kitchen in New York. It had been over a month since he had departed New York to execute the Tesseract plan. The small building had been completed with ample financial backing. From the exterior, the structure appeared largely unchanged, albeit a touch cleaner. The true transformation lay within, particularly in the newly excavated basement. After settling the final payment with the decoration company, Makino busied himself. He first cast an illusionary array around the exterior of the building. When activated, any intruder who entered without permission would sequentially endure the assaults of the Fox Heart technique and the Abyss Gaze technique. They would not only find themselves ensnared in an inescapable labyrinth but also confront the manifestations of their deepest fears. These two arrays would remain dormant while Makino was at home. The entrance to the basement was concealed with a non-perception technique, rendering it invisible to outsiders unfamiliar with its presence. Even the workers who had assisted in the renovations would merely assume that the homeowner had abandoned the basement, filling it in completely. Inside the basement, Makino had arranged even more isolation arrays. In a society rife with advanced technology, he was unwilling to expose his secrets. Thus, he enveloped the basement in a protective energy void. To ascertain what lay within, one would either have to violently breach the veil of the arrays or access it through the designated entrance. After completing these arrays and thoroughly inspecting them multiple times, Makino finally felt at ease and retrieved the Tesseract from the pages of the spatial seal. For the ensuing period, he devoted himself entirely to the Tesseract. He must expeditiously finalize his research on the sealing array centered around the Bagua seal and enhance it through the practical application of the cosmic cube until it is utterly foolproof. Although he is confident that S.H.I.E.L.D. would never come knocking at his door, Mai is still eager to swiftly complete the sealing of the cosmic cube and become its host. Chapter 018. Sealing the cosmic cube. As days pass one by one, Mukai, residing in the small building of Hell's Kitchen, seems utterly detached from the bustling world outside. Despite the recent tumultuous events taking place in the external realm, where myriad occurrences unfold in rapid succession, even the nearby Hell's Kitchen cannot quell the waves stirred by kin. Nevertheless, these external happenings have failed to sway Mukai, who remains singularly focused on his endeavor. His progress with the sealing formation has been remarkably swift. It is undeniable that standing upon the shoulders of predecessors indeed allows one to achieve greater results with less effort. The Bagua sealing technique laid an excellent foundation. And during his time in Konoha, Mukai had exchanged his merits for a wealth of invaluable knowledge regarding sealing arts. The village of Konoha, lacking exceptionally skilled sealing ninjas, found the third Hokage pleased with Mukai's endeavors, offering considerable secret support. The fruits of his previous labor have now converged into a source of transformative potential. From a quantitative perspective, the Cosmic Cube, being of cosmic caliber, undoubtedly possesses a level of energy that surpasses even the 9 great beasts of the ninja world. Thus, Mukai exercises utmost caution, concerned that the Bagua sealing may not adequately harness the cube's formidable power, compelling him to engage in independent research and development. However, upon actual implementation, Mukai discovered that the process unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. The 9 great beasts of the ninja realm have developed their own intelligence, evolving from mere sources of chakra into extraordinary beings. These entities inherently yearn for freedom and possess their own will, necessitating absolute suppression and control for effective sealing. In contrast, the Cosmic Cube, while enigmatic and wondrous, remains merely a treasure. As long as one refrains from provoking it with extreme measures, it remains as gentle as a serene spring. Upon deeply comprehending this notion, Mukai shifted his approach. He no longer sought to exert absolute suppression and control over the Cosmic Cube through sealing techniques. The inherent effects of the Bagua sealing would suffice to provide an ideal seal. What he needed more was a stable conduit to draw forth and manage the energy of the Cosmic Cube. The cube's energy is overwhelmingly vast, and without any limitations or constraints, particularly in urgent situations, the means of its expression could become exceedingly cumbersome. A moment's carelessness could even jeopardize his own life. Mukai is acutely aware of this. After yet another month of relentless dedication, the sealing formation neared perfection, achieving flawless compatibility with the Cosmic Cube. The cube most despises having its internal energies forcibly provoked. However, once sealed within Mukai's being, it can remain isolated from the external world, enjoying tranquility. Unless compelled by a power beyond imagination, it will remain securely within the seal. After testing these parameters, Mukai proceeded to put his theories into practice. In the basement, he formed hand seals, and with a burst of chakra smoke, a shadow clone materialized before him. Mukai took a deep breath, calming his mind, and earnestly addressed the shadow clone. I entrust the forthcoming tasks to you. The shadow clone, inherently under his consciousness and aware of the significance of the endeavor, nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, my original. What you can do, I can do. What you know, I also know. After simulating this numerous times, there will be no issues. Before the testing platform at Makuya, he shed his garments. The shadow clone then picked up the meticulously prepared materials for the sealing array, dipped the brush in ink, and began intricately sketching the complex patterns of the array upon the body of the original. Once activated, these designs would vanish, only to resurface when the full power of the array was unleashed. In this respect, this sealing array bore some resemblance to Tsunade's In seal. However, that was where the similarity ended. At the time when Makuya had gained a modest reputation in Konoha, Tsunade had long departed. Otherwise, he might have sought her counsel to draw inspiration from the techniques of the In seal. After 2 hours, Makuya's body was adorned with intricate patterns, each line representing a specific technique within the sealing array. The shadow clone, witnessing the successful completion, let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "The technique has been inscribed. Why not give it a try?" Makuya nodded, forming the necessary hand signs to activate the array. As chakra flowed, the dark patterns illuminated one by one, unobstructed, only to eventually fade away. Makuya attentively sensed the array and declared, "There are no issues. The techniques within the sealing array are highly compatible and complete. We can attempt to seal the Cosmic Cube." The shadow clone excitedly urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed with the sealing." Makuya, however, maintained his composure, stating, "Patience. Sealing the Cosmic Cube is a significant matter. We must be cautious and meticulous." He refrained from immediately sealing the cube, opting instead to familiarize himself with the operations of the sealing array, considering that the Cosmic Cube was a cosmic treasure within the Marvel Universe. One of the most elite artifacts among the stars, Makuya, after mastering the array's manipulation, decided to bestow upon it the name Galactic Seal. With everything prepared, Makuya positioned himself before the Cosmic Cube. After a series of complex hand signs, he proclaimed, "Galactic Seal, release." Facing the Cosmic Cube, he naturally endeavored to unleash the full might of the Galactic Seal. As chakra surged, dark patterns materialized, even adorning his face with an enigmatic design. At that moment, Makuya focused solely on the task at hand, directing the sealing techniques toward the Cosmic Cube. The cube, devoid of intelligence, did not struggle violently like the tailed beasts. Thus, Makuya did not require excessively forceful methods to penetrate its interior. The dark, patterned tendrils enveloped the outer layer of the cube, gently lifting it and bringing it closer to his abdomen. The cube's azure glow intensified, casting a deep and mysterious light upon Makuya's face. His movements were deliberate and slow, yet unwavering. As the cube approached his abdomen, in the next instant, chakra erupted, and the dark patterns of the ceiling array swiftly covered the cosmic cube. In a fleeting moment, the azure light dimmed, and the cube vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the patterns adorning Makuya's body faded, retreating like a tide toward his abdomen, transforming into a ceiling technique with an inner bagua pattern and an outer layer of intricate, web-like designs, which ultimately also vanished. Makuya stood frozen in place. He was oblivious to the completion of the magical array, as he found himself ensnared in a wondrous predicament. The cosmic cube sealed within his corporeal form led me to experience an illusion, as if, in that fleeting moment, he embraced the entirety of the resplendent galaxy. Although he did not harness the energies contained within the cube through the stellar seal, he could perceive its vastness, a magnitude that dwarfed his own existence, eclipsing the feeling of insignificance one experiences when gazing upon the boundless night sky in the desolate wilderness. The cosmic cube lay in a state of stasis, yet it was not entirely inert. It emanated a peculiar vibration, continuously radiating information outward. This information could be either captured or disregarded. But now that the cube was sealed within my, evasion was not an option. He endeavored to decipher its contents, yet the knowledge within was arcane and profound. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck him, revealing that the essence of the cosmic cube was rooted in the spatial knowledge of the space gem. I stood in close proximity, able to see and sense it clearly, yet he lacked a means to interpret it. However, he soon recalled a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, the Flying Thunder God. During his time in Konohagakure, he had contemplated this jutsu. After all, being privy to the secrets of the ninja world, he understood that a civilian ninja could seize control of their destiny by mastering certain formidable techniques, such as the 8 Gates, Sage techniques, and the space ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God. Mai possessed above-average proficiency in taijutsu, but could not master the 8 Gates. Nor did he have the connections to learn Sage techniques, so he initially focused on the Flying Thunder God. Perhaps it was his proposal to use sealing techniques to unravel the Flying Thunder God that piqued the interest of the 3rd Hokage. After expending a certain amount of merit, Mai acquired this forbidden technique. Regrettably, at that time, he lacked the qualifications to practice space ninjutsu. Now, however, everything had changed. The cosmic cube was sealed within him, and even the Jinchuriki would be influenced by the chakra of the tailed beasts, let alone the higher-level cosmic cube. Even if it had only just been sealed within Mai, the intangible influence instilled in him the realization that he could, through the cultivation of the Flying Thunder God, interpret the spatial knowledge of the cosmic cube. With this thought in mind, and feeling the magnificent power within him, Mai clenched his fist with determination, exclaiming to himself, "Indeed, I have made the right move." The assistance provided by the cosmic cube was far more potent than he had anticipated, even without mentioning the seemingly boundless energy within the cube. The invaluable spatial knowledge alone was a treasure beyond price. Should he master the Flying Thunder God, his safety would be maximally secured. Of course, the infinite energy of the cosmic cube did not imply that Mai could instantaneously wield it all. After all, the strength of his body was limited. He could only manage what he could endure. Should he exceed that limit, he risked being overwhelmed by the surging energy. What was that? Suddenly, Mai glimpsed a spatial anchor point within an ineffable void. Upon encountering the anchor point for the very first time, he was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of familiarity, as though there existed an immense connection between them. Instinctively, he yearned to reach out and touch it, yet it remained elusive, like a mirage in the mist, perpetually just beyond his grasp. After 2 attempts, Mai reluctantly conceded defeat. He had come to realize that if he could enhance his mastery over the cube and acquire sufficient knowledge of spatial dynamics, he would undoubtedly be able to dispel the fog and finally make contact with the spatial anchor point that held such significance for him. Chapter 019. Alice and the Assassin Alliance. Mu Yi emerged from the basement, basking in the gentle sunlight that enveloped him, imbuing him with a sense of serene contentment. However, his tranquility was short-lived. Just a day after sealing the cosmic cube, an urgent ring of the telephone shattered the stillness. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, a smile tugged at the corners of Mu Ye's lips. "Hello, Alice." Yet, his expression swiftly changed. He rose from his reclined position with a serious demeanor, attentively listening to the voice on the other end of the line. After a moment, he spoke slowly, with an undeniable authority. "Where are you now, Alice?" Alice's voice bore a hint of fatigue. "Listen, Renaud, this is my issue. I do not wish to involve you. I simply want to bid you farewell." Mu Yi, however, interrupted her abruptly, his tone firm and deliberate. "Now listen to me. Tell me your location." On the other end, Alice, feeling somewhat exasperated, ran her fingers through her hair. Despite being rudely interrupted and subjected to his domineering interference, she found herself unbothered, feeling instead a sweetness in being cared for. All right, I am at. After several moments of hesitation, perhaps reassured by Mu Ye's remarkable abilities, Alice finally divulged an address. Upon learning her whereabouts, Mu did not linger with further words, simply stating, "Wait for me," before decisively ending the call. During the 2 months that Mu Yi was preoccupied with the cosmic cube, the external situation remained tumultuous, rife with uncertainty. Alice found herself ensnared in peril. Predictably, their efforts to expose the Umbrella Corporation's malevolence had utterly failed. Despite Mu Ye's warnings and the collective efforts of other survivors, they were ultimately unable to dismantle the vast power of the Umbrella Corporation. Initially, when the footage left by the journalist Terry was released, it caused a public uproar, leading to the corporation facing immense societal backlash, teetering on the brink of ruin. However, the Umbrella Corporation was not without its defenses. Once they regrouped, they initiated a public relations campaign, and the crucial evidence held by Alice and her allies, the videotape, was dismissed by a bribed court as fabricated. Without this potent evidence, even if they presented T-virus samples, it would not suffice to convict the Umbrella Corporation. To make matters worse, as the corporation regained its composure, they retaliated, framing the Raccoon City crisis as a tragic consequence of a nuclear leak. Those like Alice, seeking justice for the innocently suffering, were suddenly cast as self-serving individuals fabricating tragedies for attention. The general populace became utterly confused amid the tangled web of truth and deception, unable to discern reality. Deprived of public support, Alice and her companions found themselves at a disadvantage in a battle of public relations and influence against the Umbrella Corporation, leading to an inevitable and crushing defeat. Such is the nature of reality. Sometimes, it matters not who possesses the truth, but rather who wields the power of discourse. While calling Alice had already become separated from Peyton, Jill, and the others, and was now wandering in Naperville, Illinois, a city not far from the Great Lakes. The Umbrella Corporation had falsely accused them and fabricated charges, rendering their existence in America nearly impossible. In the shadows, the Umbrella Corporation even colluded with assassin organizations to hunt them down, seeking to eliminate them and eradicate any future threats. It was during a confrontation with those assassins that Alice had become separated while trying to protect others. By the time I arrived by plane in Naperville, it was already evening, and the rain poured heavily. After some effort, I found Alice in a dilapidated inn in the Old Town. The area was filled with a mix of people and lacked adequate surveillance, making it suitable for Alice's current precarious situation. Reno. Upon seeing Alice let her guard down, murmuring his name before rushing into his embrace. "Do not worry," I gently stroked her hair. "I am here. I have failed so miserably." Alice's voice carried a hint of despair. I had concrete evidence against the Umbrella Corporation, yet I could not bring them to justice. Instead, I have put myself in danger and drawn you into it as well. I tenderly kissed her forehead, offering comfort. "I am relieved that you did not forget me at such a critical moment, Alice. But for now, let us not dwell on that. What exactly transpired with those assassins?" "They are formidable." Alice rose from Mai's embrace, her expression grave. "Their marksmanship is exceptionally precise and oddly uncanny. Several times, I dodged their bullets, yet I was still struck. As if their bullets could curve. Are you injured?" Mai's concern heightened as he scanned the room, noticing blood-stained bandages scattered on a nearby table. "I am fine, Reno," Alice reassured him, warmth blossoming in her heart. "You know me. Although those bullets are indeed peculiar, their power has diminished. With my recovery abilities, I have expelled them. It is nothing serious. Unforgivable." Although I felt relieved, a cold glint remained in his eyes. "If I am not mistaken, the assassins who attacked you must belong to the Assassins' Alliance." The name sounded familiar to Alice. After a moment of contemplation, an expression of astonishment crossed her face. "Are you referring to the Assassins' Alliance that operates on the principle of killing one to save 1,000? But why would they target us?" "Damn it, I understand now. It is the Umbrella Corporation slander that has led to this misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Mike, who was aware of the truth behind the Assassins' Alliance, scoffed with a mocking smile. "This is no mere misunderstanding. The Assassins' Alliance has been hired by the Umbrella Corporation to eliminate you and permanently eradicate any potential threats." Alice was incredulous. How could that be possible? Though Assassin Alliance is undeniably a group of staunch adherents to their creed, who would never accept external contracts for assassination, it is said they possess their own sources of information and follow a certain destiny. How could they possibly collaborate with an Umbrella Corporation? My side, do you not believe? Alice hesitated, caught in her thoughts. Compared to the merciless assassins pursuing them, she certainly preferred to trust Mai. However, the notorious reputation of the Assassin Alliance instilled both caution and respect in others. Even if one does not agree with their creed, such unwavering conviction deserves admiration. Yet Mai's words shattered the established perception of the Assassin Alliance. Could it be that they are, in truth, a band of unscrupulous mercenaries? No, They may even be more insidious than mere assassins, for they are not only motivated by profit, but also cloaked in a facade of deceitful hypocrisy. The light in Alice's azure eyes dimmed slightly. I merely find it hard to believe. Outside the inn, atop the dilapidated 7-story building, 2 figures cloaked in raincoats stood enveloped in the downpour. The man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, stood there with a hint of uncertainty, his gaze penetrating the rain curtain, fixated on a room in the nearby small inn. Beside him stood a coldly alluring woman. The man raised his arm, tightly gripping a firearm. The barrel was aimed directly at the inn's room. From his vantage point, he could not directly hit the target within. But if the bullet were to curve, it would perfectly strike the silhouette reflected in the window glass. What are you waiting for, Wesley? The man, Wesley, clutched the gun tightly, biting his lower lip in hesitation. Do I really have to do this? To shoot an innocent person? Fox, did we make a mistake? The coldly seductive Fox replied, you have seen her identity dossier, have you not? In a tragedy like that of Raccoon City, she can fabricate false information to garner attention and profit. This is precisely why destiny has chosen her. Shoot, Wesley, and then we shall depart. Once this is done, you will truly be one of us. Wesley's heart raced wildly. All right, I understand. Bang. The gunshot rang out. Inside the room, just as Mai was about to speak, an ominous warning surged. At that moment, as the gunfire echoed, he and Alice reacted simultaneously. Yet, Mai was a fraction swifter, pulling Alice and rolling towards the corner of the room. In the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a bullet striking the inn's floor, sparking against the solid concrete. Mai glanced up at the narrow window. Their previous position had not been aimed at the window. How could the opponent's bullet have been so strangely directed? Alice and he exchanged glances, both realizing the identity of their assailants. It was them. The Assassin Alliance. With a playful smile, Mai mused that they had not sought out trouble, yet trouble had come to them. Alice, let us meet them. Alice, with the potential of a Valkyrie, showed no fear at his words. All right. Their shooting position was in the building across from them, and they decided to encircle from both sides. Mai cautioned, be wary of their peculiar bullets. Alice, with a firearm in hand, smiled confidently. Rest assured. Previously, I was unaware of their tactics and suffered a setback, but now that I comprehend their ruse, it will be far from easy for them to catch me off guard again. Mai nodded, and the two swiftly dashed out of the room, heading straight for the 7-story-old building. On the rooftop, after firing his weapon, Wesley instinctively sighed. However, before the breath could fully escape him, the reflection from the window glass left him utterly astonished. Wait, did his shot actually miss? Damn it, you fumbled, Wesley. Fox exclaimed softly, grabbing Wesley and urging him to flee. There are 2 people in that room. They are coming out. We must hurry. Chapter 20. Encounter with the Assassin Alliance. The swift movements of Firefox and Wesley were remarkable. They swiftly descended from the rooftop down the staircase, seeking to avoid being trapped within the building. With a few strides down the steps, they leaped over the railing, cascading down layer by layer. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? I must be out of my mind. Wesley, still unaccustomed to the exhilarating life of an assassin, followed closely behind Firefox, leaping downwards while incessantly muttering like a feeble, ineffectual office worker. Indeed, just a few days prior, he had been entrenched in a monotonous job devoid of hope. Wesley's mindset had yet to fully transform. Nonetheless, his potent bloodline bestowed upon him invaluable gifts, those agile movements of leaping and vaulting, though seemingly incongruent with his previous existence as a corporate drone, were executed with precision and excellence, thanks to the advantages of his lineage. After an initial bout of panic, Wesley swiftly acclimated to, and even relished, this newfound sensation. Being pursued, his heart raced, and adrenaline surged through his veins. The world around him appeared altered, strange yet inexplicably comforting. Oh ho, ha ha ha. Firefox furrowed her delicate brows and barked, damn it. Be quiet, Wesley. At that moment, as they leaped down the staircase, a tall, handsome Asian man suddenly emerged ahead, a grin plastered across his face. Looks like you two are having quite the fun, huh? Wesley halted in surprise. Why you? How did you get here so quickly? He had seen this Asian man in the reflection on the glass. According to his calculations, the man would have needed at least a minute or 2 to exit his hotel room, cross the street, reach the old building, and navigate to the staircase where they stood. Yet, somehow, he had traversed that distance in mere seconds, blocking their path. Firefox was not like Wesley. She was a rigorously trained professional assassin, and upon seeing Mai, she immediately raised her weapon and fired. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets erupted like a tempest, as she unleashed a barrage from her handgun, creating a metallic storm akin to that of an automatic rifle, sweeping towards Mai in an instant. The most perilous aspect was that some of the bullets employed a unique shooting technique, causing their trajectories to be erratic, posing an extreme lethal threat at such close range. However, curiously, even after emptying an entire magazine, the ominous threat that loomed in Firefox's heart did not dissipate. She realized that the metallic storm she had unleashed had proven futile. Astonished by her opponent's prowess, she could not fathom how he had managed to withstand her assault. Yet, her instincts as an assassin compelled her to respond appropriately. Run. What's wrong? He.S. not dead. The magazine slipped, and with a crisp sound, the reload was completed. The chamber was filled. Firefox's movements flowed like water. I'll hold him off. You go ahead and rendezvous at the designated location. The rapid gunfire erupted once more. And in the blink of an eye, the magazine was emptied. Wesley stared in horror at the metallic storm that sent shivers down his spine. It was nearly inconceivable how one could survive such a terrifying onslaught. Fortunately, Wesley was no longer the timid office worker he once was. After extensive training, he now understood the proper responses when confronted by an adversary. Be careful. I'll wait for you at the designated spot. Without hesitation, Wesley turned and fled. Having yet to experience true life-and-death combat, he knew that remaining in the fray against a formidable foe would only hinder Firefox. The gunfire resumed, and as the magazine was replaced, the pressure intensified, finally forcing the elusive opponent into a disadvantageous position. Firefox, well versed in the essence of combat, immediately pursued and pressed the attack. She had no desire to face such a formidable adversary again. If there was an opportunity to neutralize the threat, she would not hold back. Indeed, the opponent faltered. No one could maintain flawless performance amidst a barrage of bullets. Even those endowed with the extraordinary ability to slow time would find it impossible. The Asian man, now at a disadvantage, was struck by Firefox's bullet, hitting his left leg. This was merely the beginning. Subsequent bullets easily found their mark, transforming the wounded man into a crimson mess. Wait, had the bullets shattered him into fragments? The Asian man turned back, flashing her a mysterious smile. That smile filled Firefox with an unsettling dread. In the next instant, the man erupted into a cloud of white smoke. Alarm bells rang violently in Firefox's mind. But all she felt was a sharp pain at the nape of her neck as her consciousness was engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. As she collapsed, Muyi emerged from behind her, surveying the myriad bullet holes in the surrounding walls and the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Wow, what a feisty little girl." Meanwhile, on another front, a fierce confrontation was also underway. Wesley, having successfully utilized Firefox's distraction, made his escape from Mu Ye's vicinity. However, he had not ventured far when Alice caught up with him. Prompted by Mu Ye's earlier words, Alice had ceased her resistance against the T-virus and had begun to harness its potential. At this moment, her strength far exceeded that of her former self, who had been hesitant and evasive. It's you," Wesley exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Alice. Alice responded, equally astonished. The individual before her, who appeared somewhat fragile, hardly resembled the ruthless assassin she had imagined. "Were you the one firing from the window just now?" Well, Wesley stammered, recalling that Firefox had brought him along to fulfill his first assassination. Little did he expect that the target he was meant to eliminate would now stand before him, questioning him. However, remembering Firefox's advice, he steadied himself and resolutely replied, "I know who you are. You fabricate facts, seeking to profit from the tragedy that befell Raccoon City. Moreover, you are wanted by the police. I shall strike you down in the name of justice." Alice's fury ignited fiercely. The bioweapon virus developed by Umbrella Corporation has caused this catastrophe, claiming countless lives, yet they have evaded the consequences they rightfully deserve. And you, a cowardly and inept assassin, now assist Umbrella for your own selfish gain against us? Such an act is utterly unforgivable. Drawing her gun, she fired. Wesley's words were abruptly silenced by the piercing sound of gunfire. In the midst of this life-threatening crisis, his unique talent was once again awakened, allowing him to evade the bullets at an astonishing speed that even he could scarcely comprehend. He then clumsily rolled and took cover behind a barrier. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted instantaneously. Although Wesley possessed extraordinary assassin skills, Alice's prowess as a formidable enhancer was unmatched. Their confrontation concluded swiftly after a brief skirmish. Running out of ammunition, Wesley turned to flee but was swiftly subdued by the pursuing Alice. Through the enhancement of the T-virus, Alice's physical abilities transcended those of ordinary humans. Just as Wesley was knocked unconscious, Makino approached, carrying the equally incapacitated Fox. Alice surveyed the two and, filled with indignation, remarked, "Why do we still need to spare them?" She was known as Fox in the Assassin's Alliance, one of the few who genuinely held a belief. As for him, a mere novice who had recently joined, in truth, they were both pitiable souls deceived. Makino responded, "Deceived by whom?" "By Sloan, the leader of the Assassin's Alliance and the master of the Fate Weaver." There was a tinge of melancholy in Makino's tone. After all, aren't ninjas similar in stature? He too was touched by the situation, as Sloan manipulated the list produced by the Fate Weaver, and his name had long been inscribed upon it, a fact Sloan had concealed. Thus, The so-called beliefs of the Assassin's Alliance become a mere farce. Alice grasped the implication of Makino's words regarding the pitiable, shaking her head in dismay. Yet another selfish conspirator. How are these wretches never eradicated? Makino looked up at her, curiosity evident. Do you wish to assist them? Alice pondered. Shouldn't we reveal the truth to them? To be so cruelly deceived and exploited is truly horrific. Well, then, Makino smiled and nodded. Indeed, Sloane is a detestable character. Furthermore, liberating them from their falsehoods and enabling them to see the truth might even earn us a few allies. Alice nodded. Wait here, I shall borrow a vehicle. With so many gunshots echoing in the old building, the residents nearby have likely alerted the authorities. They must relocate, taking Fox and Wesley with them. Moments later, at another inn in the old district, Makino, awaiting the awakening of the two, conversed with Alice about the events of their separation. Upon hearing of Alice's myriad experiences over the past 2 months, Makino's concern was palpable. I am sorry, Alice. I gently embraced her, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and softly remarked, I should have contacted you sooner. Alice smiled and replied, Rainer, I am not a woman of weakness. The actions of Umbrella Corporation infuriate me, yet I harbor no fear of them. I have vowed to make Umbrella pay the price, and I shall see it through. How do you intend to proceed? I inquired. The T-virus is the cornerstone of Umbrella's research, consuming the majority of their energy and resources. This project will never be abandoned. As long as they persist in their study of the T-virus, I will undoubtedly unearth irrefutable evidence. Alice's tone was resolute, unwavering despite her recent tribulations. Indeed, you need not fear Umbrella. However, after this lesson, you must recognize the necessity of allies. To dismantle Umbrella, it is insufficient to rely solely on legal evidence. We must also secure genuine political and economic allies. Alice acknowledged, clearly aware that achieving this goal would not be an overnight endeavor. Thus, she shifted the conversation, asking, Enough about me. What about you, Rainer? Is everything progressing smoothly regarding the matter you mentioned earlier? Chapter 021. Betrayal beneath the shadow. Of course, everything went exceedingly well. Upon mentioning this matter, I instantly felt invigorated. Once the opportune moment arises, I shall allow you to witness it firsthand. It will undoubtedly be a miracle unlike any you have ever seen. However, for now, we must attend to our friend. Hello, Miss Firefox, since you are awake. How about we engage in a conversation? You must have sensed the goodwill we have extended towards you. The fact that, as a failed captive, she had not endured abuse or confinement was indeed a manifestation of kindness. Yet, as Miss Firefox sat up, the cold indifference and hostility in her eyes remained unchanged. Moreover, the loom of fate had already decreed Alice's destiny. They were fated to be mortal enemies. What could possibly warrant a discussion? Wesley possessed talents comparable to those of Firefox. After undergoing intensive training during this period, his endurance had significantly improved. Thus, when Firefox awakened, he too quietly roused himself. Lacking weaponry and acutely aware of Alice's combat prowess, Wesley feigned slumber, contemplating an escape route until revealed that both had regained consciousness. Wesley glanced at the indifferent Firefox, concerned that this might incite further conflict, and quickly attempted to ease the tension. So, what do you plan to discuss, partner? Mai looked at him with a smile and said, Let us start with introductions. I am Renaud Mai, formerly engaged in mercenary work, now currently unemployed. Alice's gaze was fixed on Firefox as she spoke softly. Alice, I presume you have conducted a thorough investigation regarding me. Firefox and Alice exchanged silent glances. Wesley interjected hastily. Wesley Kleischman. She is called Firefox. I do not yet know her real name, but we all refer to her as Firefox. So, was it Sloane who sent you to assassinate Alice? After this brief introduction, Mai nodded, his expression suddenly sharp as he spoke in a low voice. It was not Sloane. It is the loom of fate. The eyes of Firefox and Alice remained unwaveringly locked. Your name has appeared upon it. It is fate that has guided us here, and you are destined to die. Oh, really? Alice raised her brow in a provocative manner. You place such faith in a cursed loom. What if your name were to appear on it? Would you then choose to obey fate? Unbeknownst to Alice, her words echoed ominously within the original narrative. At this moment, upon hearing Alice's evidently taunting remarks, Firefox's expression remained nearly unchanged as she earnestly replied, Indeed, fate cannot be defied. Even I shall submit to fate. Alice's momentum faltered. Not only she, but even Wesley beside her was taken aback, hesitatingly saying, Hey, well, I think, Firefox, that sometimes we should hold our own opinions and thoughts. We shouldn't. Firefox turned her head, her gaze coldly fixed upon him. He felt his heart skip at the indifference in her eyes and quickly understood the unspoken message. Hastily silencing himself, as Makino exchanged glances with Alice, he subtly gestured towards the fox, reminding her of his earlier words. The fox is one of the few within the Assassin Alliance who is truly devoted and principled. Now, witnessing this firsthand, Alice could hardly believe it. and her heart was seized by a wave of indignation. Such a devout person had been reduced to a mere weapon in the hands of vile conspirators, blinded by lies. This was a notion that filled Alice with deep sorrow for him. "Hey, have you never considered that it might just be a lie?" Alice retorted, her frustration evident. Little did she know that her words would strike a nerve with the fox, who abruptly stood up, a flicker of fury igniting in her indifferent gaze. "Retract your blasphemous words, Alice. Fate is fate, and fate never lies." "Hey, calm down, take it easy, Fox," Alice said, her swift movement startling Wesley. Fortunately, the two across from him remained remarkably composed, not igniting like a firecracker at the slightest provocation. Makino interjected, "Fate may not lie, but perhaps your loom does. However, humans are capable of deceit." The fox's attention was drawn to him, her cold eyes glinting with unabashed hostility. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that the leader of your assassin alliance, Sloan," Makino stated directly, not beating around the bush. "Have you never thought that Sloan, who oversees the loom, might deceive you with lies? Moreover, he has concealed a crucial piece of information. The name Sloan has long appeared on the loom." "Utter nonsense," the fox exclaimed in rage, stepping forward and seizing Makino's collar. Alice reacted swiftly, drawing her gun and aiming it at the enraged fox, while pointing another at the eager Wesley. "Hey, take it easy, buddy." The fox's cold gaze remained fixed on Makino. "You lie?" Makino chuckled lightly. "Such a flimsy lie would be easily pierced, if I did not possess absolute evidence. Why would I even utter it? Besides, I am merely an outsider. Had it not been for your involvement with Alice, I would have no interest in the sordid affairs of your assassin alliance. Fox, Sloan has betrayed you. His current actions are dragging you towards an abyss." The fox glared at him, grinding her teeth as she spat out a few words with venom. "Present your evidence, or it will be to the death." "Of course." Makino easily freed himself from her grip, his gaze flitting between her and Wesley. "If you wish to uncover the truth, then nothing must remain concealed, including matters regarding Wesley." "Are you certain?" The fox narrowed her eyes, clearly hesitating. However, her desire to ascertain the veracity of the shocking news outweighed her apprehension regarding Wesley and the traitor, Cross. Seeing her acquiescence, Makino leisurely turned to Wesley and said, "Since you have no objections, I shall lay everything bare." "Haha, Wesley. The Assassin Alliance approached you under the pretense that your father was murdered by a traitor, correct?" Wesley nodded, and the next moment, he heard me deliver a shocking revelation. "I must inform you that the Assassin Alliance has deceived you. Your father is not dead. They have approached you with the intention of having you confront that traitor, for that traitor is your true father. The Assassin Alliance is fully aware that the only person he would never harm is you." "What?" Wesley gasped, his mind in turmoil. He hastily turned to Foxfire, questioning, "Is he lying? Answer me, Foxfire. Or is what he says true? Have you all been deceiving me, hoping I would kill my own father?" Foxfire furrowed her brow, avoiding Wesley's gaze, and coldly regarded Mai. This man, having uncovered such secrets, posed a threat. In the absence of a means to eliminate him, the truth would inevitably surface. Even if she wished to intervene, she found herself powerless. Mai redirected his attention to Foxfire and continued. "The reason Cross betrayed the Assassin Alliance is that he discovered Sloane's name on the loom. However, Sloane did not wish to submit to fate as before. He labeled Cross a traitor and endeavored to eradicate him. Only by killing him could he break free from fate." As he spoke, Mai couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps the Assassin Alliance initially harbored noble ideals, adhering to fate. Yet, subsequent heirs may not consistently uphold their desires. When ambition supersedes faith, their names will inevitably appear on the loom, and thus, betrayal becomes a certainty. "I want evidence," Foxfire retorted sharply. Wesley was in a state of confusion, unsure whom to trust. However, Foxfire's words reminded him that regardless of the truth behind Mai's claims, they would need to present evidence to gain their trust. "The evidence is quite simple," Mai asserted. "All we need to do is locate Cross, confront him, and the truth will be revealed. Furthermore, the piece of cloth bearing Sloane's name is in Cross's possession, Miss Foxfire. After you see it, you will be able to discern its authenticity. The fabric from the Fate loom cannot be forged by Cross," Foxfire replied. "However, he is the most formidable assassin within the Alliance. If we seek him out, we may be ambushed before we even meet." Mai gestured toward Wesley. "Regardless, Cross will not harm him, will he?" Foxfire resumed her indifferent demeanor. Yet those familiar with her would notice a flicker of determination in her eyes. "But he will eliminate us, leaving only Wesley." "Hey," Wesley interjected, displeased. "I still don't know whether what you're saying is true. What if he isn't my father at all?" Mai smiled at him. "Once you find him, you can accompany him to the hospital for a paternity test." Wesley rolled his eyes in exasperation, but Mai disregarded him, pondering aloud. "Nevertheless, Miss Foxfire has a point. Especially since you assassins have already alarmed him. Seeking him out may prove troublesome. Let us change our target and pursue Pecavore." "Pecavore? Who is that?" Wesley inquired, perplexed. Firefox cast a penetrating glance at Mai, perplexed by the origins of this individual who seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of the secrets within their assassin alliance. Mai responded with a smile, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Firefox turned to Wesley and remarked, "Pikau is a friend of Klaus. Seeking him out is undoubtedly simpler and safer than pursuing Klaus himself." Wesley, not being a true adherent of the assassin alliance, could not fully grasp the turmoil within Firefox's heart at that moment. He presumed that she merely intended to feign compliance with these two individuals, waiting for an opportune moment to either retaliate or escape for future contingencies. Little did he know that Firefox's regard for her convictions eclipsed even her own life. The suspicion of Sloane's betrayal had already undermined the leader's stature in her eyes. Under such circumstances, the mission had become secondary. She yearned for the truth. Destiny allows no betrayal, nor can it be desecrated. Chapter 022. The assassin crossed the four companions, led by Makino, returned to New York the following day. Wesley was taken aback to discover that throughout their journey, Makino and Alice had remarkably relaxed their vigilance over him and his companions. Except for the absence of weapons, they were almost as free as anyone else. However, what puzzled Wesley even more was the fact that Fox had displayed no unusual behavior during the journey. Even when presented with numerous opportunities to escape, she seemed oblivious to them. Could it be that she truly believed the words of that Reynolds fellow? If their claims held any truth, it would mean he had been deceived all along. Lost in such thoughts, Wesley found himself sinking into gloom, contemplating the idea of leaving. Until the situation was clarified, he dared not act recklessly. He, too, wished to ascertain whether Cross was indeed his biological father. Amidst this strange atmosphere, the four of them drove back to New York. However, before they could set out in search of Pikau, Cross, who was preoccupied with thoughts of his son, arrived unannounced. True to his reputation as the top assassin of the Assassin Alliance, Cross wasted no time. Upon meeting them, he drew his weapon and engaged in battle. The hotel where Makino and his companions were staying was instantly engulfed in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Cross's gun was far more lethal than Fox's. The bullets he fired were so elusive that they were nearly undetectable, and while he held back slightly when confronting his son Wesley, he showed no mercy towards Fox, Makino, and Alice, targeting their vital points with precision. Makino's marksmanship was rather ordinary. In the presence of firearms experts like Fox and Cross, he appeared as clumsy as a child. Nevertheless, his reaction speed surpassed that of everyone else, and after sealing the cosmic cube within his being, the pure energy emanating from it interacted mysteriously with his chakra. The essence of the cosmic cube provided Makino with energy, continuously radiating power that subtly transformed his body's adaptability. At this moment, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, he had improved by at least 30% since his arrival in the Marvel Universe. Moreover, this was not his limit. Makino felt fortunate for his decision to seize the cosmic cube. Even if it came with peril, the rewards exceeded his wildest expectations. Thus, despite his lack of skill and marksmanship, Makino easily gained the upper hand in close combat against Cross. Alice and Fox gradually maneuvered to shift the tide of battle, providing support from the sidelines, while Wesley distinctly sensed Cross's unusual attention towards him, leading him to withdraw entirely from the combat zone. Hey, I say, mate. Wesley, feeling somewhat disoriented due to the revelations he had received, called out, "Can you hear me for a moment? I believe we are not enemies. Perhaps there is no need for such mutual animosity. Are you listening to me?" Wesley clearly overestimated his influence. In the midst of such intense skirmishes, it was exceedingly difficult to allow for any leniency. Human emotions are the most perplexing of matters. Who would dare to let their guard down in a life-and-death struggle? Fox? Reynolds? Or perhaps his father? In the midst of the fierce battle, Cross momentarily lost his focus, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation, and hastily attempted to redirect his firearm. However, a blinding flash darted before him, followed by the resonant sound of metal clashing. Cross felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Before he could discern what had transpired, a tactical dagger was already pressed against his throat. "You were distracted, Cross." The Asian man, who instilled a sense of trepidation in him, smiled as he withdrew the dagger from a critical area. Firefox gritted her teeth, hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately lowered her weapon, casually tossing it back to Alice, the very weapon Alice had just given her. The significance of a weapon to an assassin is self-evident, and Firefox's actions clearly conveyed her stance. Cross looked down to see his modified firearm, the upper portion severed by the sharp blade, rendered completely useless. He recognized the dagger in the hands of Makino, a commonplace item found in American gun shops. Ironically, the ordinary nature of that knife only highlighted Makino's formidable prowess. An average person would not so easily sever his modified firearm with it. Cross cast a wary glance at Makino. Though their confrontation was brief, he understood that he had likely been defeated. When had such a formidable figure emerged in the industry? "What did you just call me?" Cross refocused his attention on Wesley. What did I just say?" Wesley scratched his head, avoiding Cross's gaze, but eventually returned his eyes to him. Well, I actually wanted to ask, who are you really? Cross was visibly agitated. Did you not just say it? Indeed, I am your father, Wesley. Hey. Makino clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the father and son. If we wish to discuss matters, we certainly cannot linger here, can we? The recent skirmish has already sent the hotel and the surrounding pedestrians into a state of panic, and the police have received calls reporting the disturbance. If we do not leave promptly, we might find ourselves enjoying coffee at the precinct. Cross's gaze swept over the group, lingering momentarily on Firefox. Although he was uncertain of what had transpired, he sensed that they did not seem intent on making him their adversary. He nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, follow me. I have a concealed location." One by one, they exited. Makino lagged behind, sighed, and retrieved a stack of dollars, tossing it onto the bed as compensation for damages, before swiftly following suit. Cross was exceedingly cautious, his professional acumen surpassing the ordinary. He meticulously executed various counter-surveillance measures, leading Makino and the others through a convoluted path until they arrived at a neighborhood that Wesley found strikingly familiar. "Come in, this is a secret hideout of mine." Cross opened the door, allowing Makino and the others to enter first. He lingered for a moment, ensuring there were no anomalies before turning back to close the door. The room was cramped, poorly lit, and the disarray of furnishings vividly illustrated the chaos of a single man's abode. Yet, in this very space, Wesley's heart was profoundly stirred. On the walls of the room, he discovered a series of familiar faces, images from his childhood, adolescence, and into his current life, each one a cherished photograph belonging to him. Within the contents lay numerous memories that Wesley had long since forgotten, yet unexpectedly, he found echoes of the past captured in the photographs before him. His eyes welled with emotion, and a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. In that fleeting moment of seeing the images, he was inclined to believe Muk's words. Klaus was indeed his father. However, he was at a loss on how to confront this revelation. Intentionally averting his gaze, he turned toward the window, striving to conceal the turmoil on his face from others. To his astonishment, as he glanced outside, he recognized the familiar, dilapidated dwelling across the way. It was, in fact, the very place he had rented. No wonder he had felt an uncanny familiarity in the vicinity. It turned out that the father he thought was non-existent had been watching him all along from just a stone's throw away. "Why do you choose to hide here rather than meet me?" Wesley inquired. Unbeknownst to him, Klaus had silently positioned himself behind Wesley, the once decisive assassin now appearing somewhat flustered. "Now that you know my identity," he said, "I did not wish to involve you in such precarious circumstances. Alas, fate has dictated otherwise, and you have inevitably been drawn into it." He turned to face the Firefox, his piercing gaze erasing the image of the hesitant father. "Then what brings you here? Who are they?" "Klaus." The Firefox stepped forward, closing the distance between them with an unprecedented seriousness. "Tell me, has Sloan betrayed fate? Was his name ever mentioned on the loom?" Klaus wore a look of surprise, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You're aware, then? What will your choice be? Will you continue to pledge your loyalty to Sloan, or will you decisively eliminate him? Give me evidence." The Firefox demanded, extending her hand. Klaus seemed to grasp something and nodded. "Of course, I have evidence." He retrieved an iron box from a corner storage unit, placing it on the table and opening it. Inside lay a piece of familiar burlap that instantly captured the Firefox's attention. She rushed forward to seize it, meticulously examining the fabric. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed born from the loom of fate. Klaus produced a microscope, placing it with a thud upon the table. "You can see for yourself what is recorded on it." The Firefox spread the burlap and positioned it beneath the lens, following the usual protocols of the Alliance, meticulously transcribing each letter etched upon it. In the end, the letters coalesced to reveal Sloane's name. Instantly, the Firefox's eyes dimmed with despair as she instinctively took a step back. Did he truly betray us? The Assassin's Alliance was no longer the original brotherhood it once was. It had transformed into something tainted, rife with unabashed greed. Sloane had reduced the Brethren to mere tools for his profit, and he was not alone. Members of the Alliance had also succumbed to the shackles of desire. "I departed from there because it had forsaken our initial vows," Klaus spoke gravely, burdened by the weight of the Alliance's transformation. "It is they who betrayed the Alliance." "Betrayed fate, not I." Wesley nodded and remarked, "I have previously stated that entrusting one's fate to a loom is utterly absurd." Silence. Fox suddenly lifted her gaze, her piercing stare rendering Wesley momentarily speechless. "Klaus." Fox turned to face him. "We ought to compel Sloane to submit to fate. Do you not agree?" Klaus regarded her with a hint of pity, slowly shaking his head. "You still do not comprehend, Fox. It is not just Sloane. The Assassin's Alliance has irrevocably descended into a den of mercenaries, wielding fate for their own gain, while we are but accomplices with bloodstained hands. In that sordid refuge, no one is innocent. It must be eradicated entirely." Fox's pupils dilated as she inquired, "You wish to completely eradicate the Assassin's Alliance?" Klaus replied with unwavering conviction, "Indeed. I have been striving towards that very goal, and you should be well aware of it." Fox's lips trembled as she hesitated, finally uttering a single word. "All right." Klaus nodded, momentarily accepting this target he had once deemed beyond redemption. He then turned to Wesley, approached him, and patted his shoulder, gesturing towards Fox with his chin. As Wesley hesitantly moved to offer comfort, Klaus shook his head and ultimately directed his attention to Muyuk and Alice. "By the way, who are you two?" Chapter 023, The Annihilation Operation Plan. Cross was somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that Muyu and Alice were not, as he had previously assumed, merely fellow assassins within the same industry, but rather the initial assassination targets of his own son. Consequently, his son Wesley not only failed to eliminate them, but was also captured, marking the abrupt end of his nascent career as an assassin. While it sounded rather tragic, Cross secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wesley's initial failure in assassination seemed to signify that he had not yet sullied his hands with blood and sin, which was the second piece of good news he had received that day, second only to the reunion between father and son. However, Cross remained perplexed. If they were indeed enemies, how had they ended up in such close proximity? In other words, what could possibly motivate these two individuals, who instilled such trepidation in him, to come together? "We initially had no intention of involving ourselves in the affairs of the Assassin Alliance, but it was you who sought us out first." Muyu and Alice exchanged glances, and after their eyes met, it was Muyu who spoke to clarify. "On the surface, it appears that Wesley and Huahu engaged us in combat. Yet, while others may be oblivious to the intricacies of your organization, I am well aware that the true source of future troubles lies not with the two assassins, but with the elusive Sloan who lurks in the shadows. Given that Sloan initiated this provocation, we must retaliate. By eradicating the Assassin Alliance, which has deviated from its original purpose, we can achieve a lasting resolution. Thus, we chose to spare the two of them and facilitate this meeting and collaboration." Cross stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances with Huahu and Wesley, feeling a disquieting sensation in his heart. What did it mean to resolve future troubles by eliminating the Assassin Alliance once and for all? Were they really intending to take decisive action to dismantle the organization in order to quell the disturbances caused by assassins? They truly aimed to address the issue at its roots, yet had they ever considered targeting the employers instead? Had people become so brazen in these times, completely disregarding an ancient organization that had endured for so many years? Ultimately, despite the evident corruption of the Assassin Alliance, it still held significant importance in the hearts of Cross and Huahu. Otherwise, Cross would not have betrayed it so thoroughly, and Huahu would not have felt such outrage. After all, it was a place that once harbored their dreams, making their feelings of betrayal all the more profound and heartfelt. Huahu pressed her lips together, suppressing the peculiar thoughts that arose within her. She gazed steadily at Muyu and inquired, "Why did you choose me?" Muyu turned his head slightly. Huahu continued, "There are so many candidates within the organization. Aside from Wesley, the novice, why do you believe I would choose to collaborate with you upon learning the truth?" Before Muyu could respond, Cross chuckled lightly. "I think I know the reason even without him saying it. In the entire alliance, aside from you, Huahu, I doubt anyone else genuinely believes in the ideology of the Fate Weaver. If I were to seek someone steadfast in their convictions, willing to risk everything against Sloan, it would undoubtedly be you." Huahu furrowed her brow, still gazing at Muyu, who smiled back and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the case. And it is also due to Alice's influence." He turned around, and their gazes met, sharing a smile. Alice elegantly tossed her hair and earnestly expressed, "I comprehend the anguish of being deceived and exploited. I have endured such experiences myself. The tragedy in Raccoon City was not solely due to the Umbrella Corporation, but also stemmed from related causes. If I can assist you, I would certainly be willing, especially since it could resolve the predicament I face." "All right, everyone." Makuya once again captured the attention of the group, speaking solemnly. "The disappearance of Fox and Wesley will soon alert Sloan. If we are to take action, we must do so swiftly and without delay." Klaus nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I originally had a plan, but with your assistance, we can adopt a more aggressive approach. The Assassin's Alliance, a den of corruption, must be eradicated." The lives of Klaus and Fox, both seasoned assassins, had long left indelible marks upon them. Even in formulating their offensive strategy, they leaned towards the nature of assassins. In this regard, they found themselves less adept than the still novice Wesley, who rejected their layered infiltration method and proposed the mouse bomb from the original narrative. Faced with a shortage of manpower, they would first strike the Assassin's Alliance headquarters with the mouse bomb, creating chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, they would charge in, accompanied by top-tier assassins like Klaus and Fox. Unlike Wesley in the original story, who was outnumbered, after careful assessment, They determined that the success rate of this raid was exceedingly high, and Makuya and Alice were tacitly assigned to backup support roles. They preferred to accomplish the task concerning the Assassin's Alliance through their own strength. Alice observed Klaus and Fox bustling about in preparation and strolled idly over to Makuya. It seems we have been sidelined. Makuya leisurely sipped his tea, and upon hearing Alice's complaint, he chuckled. Did you not notice? Both Klaus and Fox are remarkably ambitious individuals. Naturally, they would prefer to handle matters within the Assassin's Alliance themselves. If it were not for our significant role in fostering the alliance, they might have dismissed us entirely. After taking a sip of tea, he felt, for reasons unknown, that the flavor was somewhat lacking in authenticity. However, he thought to himself, it is for the best. Looking at her with tranquility, he remarked, our objective, after all, is to eliminate the Assassin's Alliance, is it not? And then what? Alice's gaze was intense. Her seemingly casual inquiry was earnest as she awaited his response. Makuya, holding his teacup, responded enigmatically, what then? Alice stated, of course, it is after the downfall of the Assassin's Alliance. Are you not considering recruiting Klaus and his son along with that fox lady? Recruiting? Makuya laughed heartily, but soon fell into serious contemplation. To be honest, I initially intended to leverage the channels of the Assassin's Alliance after winning their friendship, in order to disguise your identity and prevent the Umbrella Corporation from incessantly harassing you. How could one possibly lead a tranquil life? However, your words have indeed reminded me. As I pondered, I realized that Cross and his companions are indeed rare talents. Alice felt a surge of astonishment within her. She had suspected earlier that Mai's fervent efforts against the Assassin Alliance must be driven by ulterior motives. His response warmed her heart, yet she couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, if Cross's plan succeeds, the Assassin Alliance will be utterly annihilated. Have you never considered seizing their power? Even a moment's reflection would reveal the allure of an organization with such a long-standing legacy. Mai widened his eyes, gazing intently at Alice for a moment, before bursting into laughter. It suddenly dawned on him the true meaning behind Alice's words. Alice, do you believe that my enthusiastic encouragement for Cross and the others to obliterate the Assassin Alliance is merely a pretext to recruit them later and usurp their power? As he laughed, his mirth gradually faded, and with a deep sigh, he gulped down his tea as if it were wine. You know, I was once a mercenary. Yet, in truth, I have long grown weary of the mercenary life. Rather than re-establishing another mercenary band or an assassin organization, I would prefer to deliver packages or wash dishes at a restaurant. Mai gazed at her with a bittersweet smile. We have become accustomed to witnessing the fall of lives as fragile as dust, and we are familiar with having blood on our hands. Yet, this does not imply that we must relish such a lifestyle. Alice, I genuinely yearn for a stable, ordinary job. Though that may be exceedingly difficult. The life of a ninja is one that dances on the edge of life and death. Moreover, for someone like Mai, who is alone, without background, and caught in the turmoil of the Third Ninja War, simply surviving is already an extraordinary fortune. Mai's relentless pursuit of the cosmic cube stems from his awareness that this is the Marvel Universe, where the future promises to be a tempestuous saga. If he does not amass sufficient power, he risks becoming an insignificant ant swept away by the tide. He had endured that feeling long before in the ninja world. If given a choice, Mai would prefer an environment akin to his past life, peaceful and stable. His continual self-improvement and quest for greater strength are not born from a desire to engage in conflict and slaughter. Naturally, he has no interest in forming another assassination organization with murder as its profit motive. Alice felt a pang of regret as she sensed she had touched upon the shadows of Mai's heart that he wished to forget. Yet, it was precisely this connection that brought Alice closer to him. He was equally enigmatic and powerful, yet no longer elusive and unattainable. It felt as though she could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, the sorrowful sighs that moved her deeply, igniting a fervent emotional response within her. I am sorry, Reno. Alice stepped forward and embraced him tightly. I should not have said that, nor should I have doubted you. However, I am filled with joy. For this time I sense your genuine presence, knowing you will not suddenly depart from me. Mai smiled and gently kissed her forehead. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly leave you abruptly? Just then, Wesley entered, stumbling upon their intimate scene, and felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Alice released Mai and took a step back to compose herself. Mai turned to Wesley and inquired, So, are you all set? Wesley nodded. I have caught numerous mice using peanut butter, and Father Klaus along with Firefox have assisted in securing all the mini explosives. We plan to launch our assault on the Alliance headquarters at 5 in the morning. What do you think? With the help of others, Wesley's preparation time had noticeably decreased. Mai replied, Of course, I have no objections. After all, it is you three who are truly exerting yourselves. We are ready at any moment. That is splendid. Wesley sighed with relief. I shall inform them immediately. Time trickled by, and before long, dawn arrived. Klaus, an exceptionally skilled marksman, was already in position. Wesley and Firefox would lead the charge, following closely behind a garbage truck as they stormed into the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance, the very factory that housed the Loom of Fate. In contrast, Maya and Alice enjoyed a more leisurely approach, planning to enter after Wesley and Firefox, coordinating their actions alongside Klaus. Chapter 024. Assault on the Assassin Headquarters. As dawn broke, Wesley sat in the driver's seat, awaiting the voice from his earpiece. Beside him, the indifferent Firefox meticulously checked her firearm. This marked Wesley's first genuine experience of combat on such a grand scale. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had been recently honed, allowing him the luxury of discreetly stealing glances at Firefox. Hey, he pondered in his mind, carefully whispering, do you think we will successfully locate Sloan this time? Firefox cast him a brief, indifferent glance, remaining silent. I mean, Firefox, have you considered what you will do after this operation concludes? Wesley ventured again. Firefox secured her weapon and turned to face him, stating, first and foremost, Sloan must die, regardless of the cost. Secondly, I must inform you that maintaining a clear and focused mind during battle is essential. Failure to do so is a path to death. Therefore, Wesley, if you wish to avoid losing your father after just finding him, you better ensure your weapon is in order and adjust your mindset. Hey, Firefox. Wesley is still a novice. Could you perhaps be a bit more courteous? Came the slightly exasperated voice of Cross through the earpiece, witnessing Wesley's discomfort. Firefox, unfazed by Cross, replied coolly, Cross, you know that in our line of work, there are no distinctions between novices and veterans. There are only the living and the dead. Although Wesley had yet to undergo his first baptism of blood, his abilities had already been cultivated. He immediately responded with solemn determination, I will not hinder you, Firefox. Just watch. Firefox nodded, that is for the best. Mewk and Alice sat in a nearby car, listening to the lively exchanges through their earpieces. Unable to suppress their amusement, Mewk raised his hand to check the time, reminding them, all right, everyone, it seems the time is ripe. Are you prepared to commence the operation? Wesley, Cross instructed, you may begin the operation. Once you break through the door, ensure your safety. I will provide cover. The roar of the engine echoed in the stillness of the early morning. Without hesitation, Wesley activated the garbage truck, spinning it around with a screech, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The truck thundered backward, crashing through the seemingly derelict facade of the Assassin Alliance headquarters. As the truck's rear doors swung open, an uncountable number of startled gray rats scurried out in all directions. The moment the doors were ajar, Wesley and Firefox swiftly exited the vehicle, seeking nearby cover. Having previously operated in this area, they were acutely aware that the unassuming warehouse was, in fact, heavily fortified. From the instant they breached the entrance, the assassins within the facility were alerted to the presence of adversaries. When a guard responsible for vigilance appeared, he was mercilessly sniped by Cross, confirming to the Assassin Alliance that their visitors were foes, not friends. In an instant, a torrential rain of bullets descended upon the location where Wesley and Firefox had taken refuge. The jarring sound of gunfire startled the mice, sending them into a frantic escape, scurrying into the hidden corners of the factory. A few stray bullets curved around the cover, forcing the two men to awkwardly change their positions. Despite their formidable skills, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of assassins. Fortunately, Cross, stationed outside with his sniper rifle, acted like the harbinger of death. Anyone daring to show their face was doomed to his deadly aim. Damn it, there's a sniper outside. Be cautious, that's Cross. What the hell are they doing? Are they attempting to assault the headquarters? What manner of filthy rodents are these? Wait, is that a miniature bomb? Shedding the pretense of calm, I glanced at the time, mimicking the ticking of a clock with a chua sound, and suddenly grinned, exclaiming, heh, noon has arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Before his words faded, a series of explosive sounds erupted from various locations within the Assassin Alliance headquarters, accompanied by flames and rising smoke, shattering the tranquility of the old factory district at dawn. Alice, busy organizing her weapons, overheard his peculiar muttering and couldn't resist asking, what do you mean by noon has arrived? It is said that a cowboy, masterfully skilled with a revolver, would often utter this phrase while locking onto his enemy's vital points, followed by a rapid succession of shots to eliminate them. Isn't that cool? Alice rolled her eyes, scoffing. Who waits to say noon has arrived after locking onto an enemy's vital point? Isn't he afraid of missing his shot and being ambushed by other foes? My eyes lit up as he clapped his hands in approval. You're spot on. That guy named McCree has indeed been shot down many times before he could even finish saying noon has arrived. Alice widened her eyes, her cerulean pupils filled with confusion. Many times? What sort of person can die many times? Oh, I forgot to mention, my feigned realization, tapping his head as he explained. The cowboy named McCree is a virtual character from a game, so he can endlessly repeat noon has arrived. Ha, you rascal. Alice, exasperated, punched him, causing him to grimace in pain. Enhanced by the T-virus, she was capable of holding her own against vengeful deities, her punch carrying the force of 2 decades of training. Hey, seriously. Mai quickly grasped her hand. I will move ahead. You assist Cross from the side. Be cautious. Those assassins are not to be trifled with. Alice frowned in displeasure. Do you think I can't help you? Mai gently caressed her cheek, smiling. As for the fighting, I'll leave that to Cross and the others. I won't interfere. My focus is on that old fox, Sloan. He is exceedingly cunning, and I plan to infiltrate and cut off his escape route. Having convinced her, Mai quietly departed. Even Klaus, who held a vantage point, failed to notice the whereabouts of Mukai. Alice took a moment to compose herself and swiftly regained her resolute demeanor as the Valkyrie of battle. Those members of the Assassin Alliance, who had nearly obliterated them in a previous assault, had now come knocking at their door. She would show no mercy to these depraved individuals who slaughtered indiscriminately for the sake of gold. Rather than adhering to Mukai's advice to linger until the end, she joined forces with Wesley and the Firefox, launching a frontal assault together. Fresh from the chaos of an explosive encounter, the assassins were met with an even graver challenge. A rising assassin, a seasoned killer of remarkable skill. And the Valkyrie forged in the crucible of the zombie-infested Raccoon City transformed into a feast of carnage amidst the disarray of the assassin ranks. Klaus swiftly eliminated the remaining external foes and followed Wesley and the others into the fray. The 4 united were nearly invincible, wherever they tread. A tempest of blood and chaos ensued, as those who had once dealt death to others now tasted the despair and anguish they had inflicted. This time, with the familiar Firefox and Klaus at their side, along with the extraordinary combat prowess of Alice, Wesley cleared the external assassins at a pace far exceeding the original narrative. Soon, they pursued the last elite members of the Alliance to a spacious chamber. Sloan, his countenance grim, appeared and chastised their rebellious actions. The Firefox, eyes gleaming with lethal intent, cast aside a cloth bearing Sloan's name. It was you who betrayed us. Your name was long ago chosen by fate, yet you defied it. The members of Sloan's faction exchanged astonished glances. He realized he could no longer conceal the truth. Enraged, he retorted, Indeed, I concealed this matter, but I did not merely hide the name Sloan from you. You, and all of you. Your names have also long graced the loom, and it was I who preserved your fates. Ha, tell me. Do you intend to heed the guidance of fate and end your lives, or shall we together declare to hell with fate? The group exchanged glances, and the Firefox's expression turned pale. However, Klaus scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Sloan, you selfish, despicable wretch. I vowed that from the moment your name appeared on the loom, I would not believe a word you uttered. So spare me your eloquence. I did not come to debate fate with you, but to confront this vile place that disgusts me. Sloan's expression shifted, his voice piercing as he shouted, He wants us all dead. Who does he think he is? Kill them, or none of us will survive. Bang, 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 bang. It was unclear who fired first, but the 2 factions erupted into chaos in an instant. Alice experienced firsthand the combat prowess of top-tier assassins. Within this confined space, the rapid-fire, erratic, and elusive shooting techniques left her breathless with astonishment. Engaging in a confrontation with these individuals left Alice feeling more fatigued than if she had single-handedly felled 100 zombies. The emotional toll was immense. However, it was evident that their side possessed superior strength. In his inaugural battle, Wesley made a critical error and sustained a gunshot wound. Fox, having lost the advantage of a surprise attack from the original narrative, endured at least 3 or 4 bullets in a fierce frontal assault, now slumped on the ground. Drenched in blood, his face ashen. To protect his son, Klaus also took a bullet, yet fortunately, his injuries were not severe. Among them, although Alice's marksmanship was somewhat lacking, her remarkable regenerative abilities set her apart, allowing her to remain unscathed from head to toe due to her cautious demeanor. Observing her comrades, some wounded, others lying incapacitated, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, as though she had cowardly hidden away, contributing nothing. Suddenly, Klaus exclaimed, Where is that old dog Sloan? The gravely injured fox, spurred by this question, mustered the strength to search for Sloan, only to discover he had fled. How infuriating that he escaped. Fear not, Alice reassured. Renault anticipated Sloan's flight and has already infiltrated to cut off his retreat. He cannot escape. Indeed, in the next moment, they heard the mocking and surprised voice of Mai. Oh, what do we have here? Our elite veteran assassin, reduced to this state? Chapter 025, The Execution of Sloan. Restoring the wax and healing Reynolds. At the sound of her name, Alice turned to see Mukui emerging from the far side of the room, dragging a limp figure behind him. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Sloan, the elusive leader of the Assassin Alliance who had previously escaped amid the chaos. You actually captured him? A hint of pride flickered across Mukui's lips. This fellow is quite cunning. He didn't exit through the back door of the headquarters, but chose a concealed passage instead. Fortunately, I trailed him closely. Otherwise, if I had waited foolishly at the back door, he would have slipped away. With a casual toss, Sloane crumpled to the ground, needing the support of nearby furniture to stabilize himself. Despite his advanced age, the old man still possessed some strength. Alas, he was up against Makui, and in a sudden confrontation, he was unable to withstand even a single strike. Out of disdain, Mukui swiftly severed the tendons in Sloane's limbs with a chakra scalpel, rendering him incapable of standing, let alone escaping. You, who are you two? I have never wronged you, so why pursue me so relentlessly? Sloane glared, his face a mask of disbelief. Particularly after falling into Mukui's hands, he had hastily surrendered all the benefits he had accrued from the Assassin Alliance, pleading for mercy. Sloane understood that with a stranger, he might still negotiate his life through monetary compensation, but if he fell into the hands of Cross or Firefox, his fate would be sealed. Who could have imagined that the man before him remained impervious to the allure of vast wealth? It was clear that if he were spared, he could facilitate Mukui's acquisition of the Assassin Alliance's extensive resources accumulated over the years. Yet, Mukui merely smiled calmly, and with a few strikes, Sloane found himself utterly powerless. As a member of the Assassins, he was acutely aware of his physical condition, and at that moment, a chill ran down his spine as he felt the agonizing pain of his severed tendons. Without his involvement, even if they eradicated the Assassin Alliance, they would still incur significant losses. What kind of enmity could compel him to forsake such immense wealth? Sloane was perplexed. Mukui, taken aback by Sloane's question, soon chuckled. You dare to inquire about us? Sloane squinted, scrutinizing Mukui and Alice once more, shaking his head in confusion. Should I know you? Damn it. In a fit of rage, Alice kicked him down. You sent assassins to Colorado to kill us, yet you question our identities? Sloane's expression shifted as he abruptly recalled the formidable Umbrella Corporation. The intelligence he had received indicated that their target was merely a few ordinary individuals. How could mere civilians provoke Firefox and collaborate with Cross to obliterate his life's work? I detected the change in his demeanor and reached out, pulling him back to his seat, coldly inquiring, What? Have you remembered? Damn it. Sloane exclaimed in a fit of rage. This is not my fault. It was the Umbrella Corporation that deceived me. Alice glared at him furiously. So, is this your final testament? Meanwhile, the severely injured Fox struggled to rise, and Wesley promptly lent her support. Once on her feet, Fox brushed him aside and staggered towards Sloane. How about I take care of this man? I shrugged and gestured nonchalantly. Fox then turned her gaze to the Cross father and son. Cross, with a complex expression, exhaled a heavy sigh. I only need him dead. It matters not who does the deed. Taking a deep breath, Fox accepted the gun Wesley handed her. Despite her injuries, she deftly chambered a round, raised the weapon, and aimed at Sloane's forehead. Sloane's face turned pale, his lips quivered, yet he was astute enough to recognize that today he would not escape his fate. In the end, the fear of death faded. Suddenly, Sloane burst into laughter. You judge me in the name of justice, but I must ask, what do you consider yourselves? Which one of you is not a bloodstained murderer? Cross, or you Fox? Ha ha ha. So, who among you is truly clean? You claim this place is a den of filth that must be purged. I am curious, how would you deal with a reflection of yourselves? Bang. The gun fired, and Sloane fell, lifeless, a chilling smile still etched upon his face. Fox's body weakened, and Alice, standing beside her, hurried to support her. Don't let that old man's ramblings get to you. I heard Reno say that you have been misled. You can surely attain redemption. Redemption? Fox replied with a bitter smile, but he was not wrong. I am no different from him, both of us with blood on our hands. Before she could finish her thought, Fox succumbed to unconsciousness. Wesley, startled, exclaimed, Fox is gravely injured. We must treat her immediately. Cross interjected, come to my place. There is a restoration chamber and recovery wax. Do not worry, as long as we extract the bullet in time, she will be back to her former self by morning. In the distance, the shrill sound of police sirens grew closer. The group hastily quickened their pace to retreat from the battlefield. Mai, filled with curiosity, being a medical ninja, was eager to see the miraculous restoration wax of the Assassin Alliance. Shortly after returning to Cross's residence, he promptly expressed his desire to behold the true form of the restoration wax. Cross, unfazed by his interest, replied, Fox is severely injured, and both of us have been shot. Let us attend to our wounds first before you take a look. Do not fret. Aside from my mercenary identity, I am also a doctor. Your minor injuries are of no concern to me. The young man smiled as he laid bare the truth, but the Cross father and son exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting disbelief. With a sigh of resignation, the young man revealed a fragment of the truth. Very well, I suspect that your restorative wax harbors some peculiarities. If you allow me to examine it, perhaps it may prove beneficial. In the original narrative, this restorative wax could accelerate cellular division. enabling even the most grievous wounds to heal completely overnight. To the uninitiated, it seemed inconsequential, perhaps even inferior to some extraordinary magic. Little did they realize. This extraordinary wax appeared highly suspicious in the young man's eyes. Hey, Cross, if he wishes to observe it, let him do so. If he intended to harm us, he would not have waited until now. Wesley persuaded Cross, and the young man witnessed firsthand the marvel of the restorative wax. Upon discerning its true nature, he regarded the father and son with the reverence typically reserved for heroes, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation. What does this mean? The young man mused in admiration. To dare to employ such a substance, your Assassin Alliance members are indeed fearless warriors. Cross furrowed his brow and asked, Is there a problem? The young man retreated to the living room, stating, First, let us attend to your injuries, then we shall converse. He commenced the task of extracting bullets from the unconscious Firefox. Cross's abode could hardly be deemed a proper operating room, barely rising to the standard of a clandestine clinic. Yet, what did that matter? Medical ninjas could perform intricate eye transplants even amidst chaotic battlefields. A mere bullet extraction was trivial by comparison. Indeed, after witnessing the young man's deft surgical movements, the Cross duo felt reassured, believing in his credentials as a physician. However, what transpired next left them wide-eyed and speechless. Good heavens, is this within a doctor's capabilities? The warm glow of his healing technique cast a mystical radiance around them. Under the influence of his healing art, the Firefox's wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace. Although Alice was astonished, her own extraordinary physiology allowed her to heal rapidly, even expelling bullets from her wounds, rendering it within the realm of acceptability. While Cross and his son had experienced the restorative wax's effects, the notion that a person could wield such godlike abilities left them momentarily incredulous. Suddenly, a realization struck Cross, and his gaze sharpened as he intoned, You are a mutant? With a weary sigh, the young man replied, In this world, those endowed with extraordinary powers are not limited to mutants. I do not possess the X gene either. Cross remained uncertain, but Alice discerned the unspoken implications. Reynold, are you suggesting there are many others like you in the world? The young man shook his head. Those who share my exact abilities are likely few and far between. However, there are indeed many similarities, such as the magic you are familiar with. Magic? The father and son stared in bewilderment, their eyes nearly glazed over. Alice exclaimed, Could it be that magic is indeed real? I chuckled, gesturing towards Alice. Your T-virus has pointed towards Cross, and the restorative wax you have employed. These extraordinary elements exist, so why should magic not also be genuine? Well, it's your turn now. The surgery on the Firefox had concluded, and he had not even needed a bandage. The injuries of the father and son were comparatively minor, being rugged men. My worked with swiftness. After personally experiencing Mai's methods, Cross began to feel a twinge of unease, as he vividly recalled Mai's earlier comments about the restorative wax being problematic. Alice was oblivious to its true purpose. Thus, Mai took a moment to elucidate its essence to her. In essence, that substance was akin to the forbidden drugs of the Hidden Leaf Village, rarely utilized under ordinary circumstances and employed primarily in desperate situations. Such a life-draining method of healing was beyond even the legendary Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, let alone ordinary individuals. Therefore, upon witnessing the Assassin Alliance employing this life-exhausting technique as a standard practice, how could one not regard them with the all reserved for true warriors? What a fearless group they are. Chapter 26. Recruitment of the Fox. The division of human cells is inherently limited. The restorative wax, akin to banned substances, accelerates cellular division, thus facilitating the healing of injuries. Without a doubt, it is a perilous method of treatment. Upon elucidating this to the Kloss father and son, their expressions darkened instantly. Wesley, though familiar with the Assassin's Guild, did not grasp the intricacies as deeply as Kloss did. While astonished, he could not discern the truth from falsehood. Reflecting on the Guild's past regulations, Kloss detected a clue and indignantly exclaimed, Infuriating. The Guild previously restricted the use of the Restoration Chamber to elite assassins who have proven their valor. Each brother permitted access regarded it as an honor, yet it is shocking to uncover such a secret lurking beneath. It is not merely a question of qualifications, but rather that the abuse of restorative wax could deplete one's life force. Wesley, filled with uncertainty, replied, However, during my training, I have utilized the Restoration Chamber numerous times. His claim of numerous was evidently understated. In a bid to expedite Wesley's growth, Sloan had relentlessly pushed him to the brink, requiring him to rely on the Restoration Chamber daily to endure the grueling training that awaited him the following day. You and your father possess a unique constitution. Bullet time is not a power that just anyone can wield, explained McCooey. Otherwise, how could Sloan not manage your father's betrayal? Why resort to deceiving you to confront him? It is precisely because you too are extraordinary. As for the peculiar bloodline you share, that remains a mystery. If you doubt it, you may inquire with your father, he is likely to be correct. As Wesley turned away, Klaus sighed with a bittersweet smile, saying, "A decade ago, I excelled in close combat, feeling as though my energy was boundless, never experiencing fatigue. Yet in recent years, my condition has deteriorated significantly, compelling me to resort to a sniper rifle I had once scorned. I began to weaken, attributing it to aging, but it now seems there is more to it." Around 3 in the afternoon, the fox awakened. Her injuries had been healed by Mukui, yet the depletion of her vitality would require her own efforts for recovery. Startled awake, the fox sat up cautiously, recognizing her surroundings, but puzzled why she had not revived within the restorative wax. Her confusion was soon clarified. That enigmatic Asian mercenary was, in fact, a remarkable physician. In the living room, the group reconvened following the fierce battle. Mukui placed a black leather case upon the table. The fox instantly recognized its origin, and indeed, Mukui stated, "This case was obtained from Sloan. I trust you are aware of its contents." The fox approached, took the case, and with deft movements, unlocked it. Upon opening it, she revealed a plethora of documents, receipts, contracts, and identification papers meticulously stacked within. With a calm demeanor, Fox turned swiftly, positioning the suitcase to face the others, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Sloan governs all the enterprises of the Assassin's Guild. I believe they should largely be present here. However, with Sloan eliminated and without his personal intervention, most of these assets are likely to become worthless." Wesley initially displayed envy, but upon hearing Fox's words, a look of regret clearly crossed his face. Klaus remained silent, while Alice maintained her composure. I smiled and nodded. Indeed, Sloan mentioned the same. Fox's expression, usually inscrutable, revealed surprise. Did he plead for mercy? Yes, I replied. He offered to exchange the contents of this suitcase for his life, claiming that if he personally intervened, the wealth inside could be transferred to my name within 24 hours. I shrugged nonchalantly, then gazed meaningfully at them, adding, "In truth, I value you far more than that sum of money." Klaus halted his actions, his gaze darkening. Wesley, momentarily stunned, failed to grasp my implication. Fox slowly regained her aloofness and, instead of responding to my, remarked, "Do you realize what you've missed? That represents the foundation amassed by the Assassin's Guild over the years. You have narrowly escaped the opportunity to become a billionaire." Wesley inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the prospect. Recalling his recent taste of affluence from his father's modest sum of $3 million, a stark contrast to the billions Fox casually mentioned. Yet, I remained lucid, feeling a solemn regret but no remorse. That money is not so easily acquired. "You are quite perceptive," Fox noted, glancing at the silent Alice, and continued. "Even discounting the assets destined to be seized by corporate powers, the remaining portion is still substantial." I tapped the table and said, "Thus, we can now discuss the disposition of these assets and your plans moving forward. What do you say?" Klaus lifted his head and looked directly at me, stating, "You wish to recruit us, don't you?" I replied in a jesting tone, "I have not concealed my intentions, have I? I'm afraid we must decline your offer." "Sir," Klaus said politely yet firmly, "I have long grown weary of my former life and hope for a stable existence with Wesley in the days to come. We will not touch any of the assets left by Sloan. You may dispose of them as you see fit." I nodded with a smile, seemingly unfazed. He then turned to Fox, asking, "And what about you, madam?" Fox's gaze was piercing, her outward calm belying a tumultuous inner world. After a moment, she countered, "Can you uphold the true traditions of the Assassin's Guild? If not, I must respectfully decline." "The traditions of the Assassin's Guild?" I chuckled. "I believe you may have misunderstood. I have no intention of re-establishing a similar organization. I merely seek a reliable individual to assume control of the connections and channels left by the Assassin Alliance." The fox, skeptical, retorted, "Do you wish to lead the Alliance only to recruit hands for the purpose of delivering parcels?" "Delivering parcels?" I recalled a similar conversation with Alice and couldn't help but smile. It wasn't entirely out of the question. "Say what you will," the fox suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "While you may wish to break away from the Assassin Alliance and forge your own path, I must express my concerns up front. Should you recruit me only to act in a manner akin to Sloan, I will not hesitate to deliver a bullet to your forehead, just as I did with Sloan." The fox, characterized by her aloof and indifferent nature, appeared unremarkable on the surface. Yet, the downfall of the Assassin Alliance and the collapse of her beliefs had left her heart in disarray. During the climactic battle against the Assassins, she had recklessly charged in, contemplating the notion of mutual destruction with her foes. However, her impulsive advance incited a collective onslaught from her teammates. Though she sustained injuries, they obliterated the formidable elite assassins. Following Sloane's demise, she experienced a period of confusion, uncertain of her future. She had considered remaining in the factory to be buried alongside the Alliance, but alas, her grave injuries rendered her unconscious, and Alice brought her back. By the time she awoke, the peak of her despair had passed, and she chose not to end her own life. When Mai proposed the recruitment, the fox, uncertain of her future path, contemplated and subsequently acquiesced. Nevertheless, although her faith had shattered, she remained unwilling to become a merciless bounty hunter. Thus, she articulated her stance beforehand. Mai had no intention of forming a killer organization and was unperturbed. Upon hearing the fox's response, he clapped his hands in welcome. Ah, it seems our endeavor is on the brink of a new historical chapter, Alice. Therefore, we warmly welcome you, the fox. Alice, having conversed with him and aware of his background, couldn't help but inquire, what exactly is the nature of your endeavor? What do you mean by a new chapter? Unfazed, Mai remained cheerful. Regardless, we have gained a new, reliable member, have we not? With enough hands, achieving our goals becomes a mere trifle. Cross, Wesley, shall we take our leave? The three began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. Wesley, anxious, pulled the fox aside. Hey, the fox, why choose to follow them? Wouldn't it be better to stay and live a peaceful life together? Haven't you had enough of the violence and fear? Answer me, Wesley. The fox's indifferent gaze momentarily wavered as she met his eyes, but quickly regained its composure. You have ultimately failed to become a true assassin, which is an exceptionally fortunate circumstance. Do not squander the grace bestowed upon you by fate. As for me, Wesley, assassins have never possessed the privilege or right to peace and stability. An inconspicuous Ford family car navigated swiftly between the towering edifices of the city. The fox was a cautious individual. After parting ways, she remained vigilant against the tracking prowess of Cross. She drove a rented car, circling the city several times and changing vehicles twice before finally settling on the old Ford she currently possessed. Once assured of her safety, the fox began to inquire about their destination. What? You reside in Hell's Kitchen? Indeed, Mai replied calmly. The people there are warm and hospitable. The area is rich in talent, and it is infused with a vibrant sense of freedom. Is there a problem? Upon hearing Mai's description of her abode, Alice gasped. Though she worked in Raccoon City, she was well aware of the notorious Hell's Kitchen in New York. It was known to be a chaotic, depraved place rife with gang activity, a dark realm that ordinary individuals would shun. How could Mai speak of it as warm and welcoming? Were they truly referring to the same location? Darkness and chaos. For a ninja, such an environment would indeed be a sanctuary. Chapter 027 Unexpected Visitor Coulson faced two pressing matters that required immediate attention. Firstly, the assets controlled by Sloane's assassin alliance needed to be addressed. The sooner this was resolved, the lesser the likelihood of those assets being compromised. Secondly, I sought to establish contact with influential legislators in Colorado through the channels of the Assassin Alliance. Alice had been falsely accused by the Umbrella Corporation and was burdened with a wanted notice from Colorado. This issue, if left unresolved, would hinder our future endeavors. Fox, a proactive individual, departed promptly upon receiving the directive. The downfall of the Assassin Alliance would undoubtedly create ripples within certain circles. It was imperative for Fox to step forward and maintain the connections and channels of the former organization. The future trajectory would largely depend on the capabilities of their newly formed trio. Makuya favored recruiting Fox for two reasons. Firstly, her steadfast character was a rarity among most, making her worthy of his efforts to win over. Secondly, he wished to leverage her insider knowledge to swiftly integrate into the circle. Without her guidance, he would be at a loss as to whom to approach for his ambitions. With Fox's departure, Makuya's small abode was left with only him and Alice. Would you care for a drink? I have recently experimented with a new type of tea, and the results are quite promising. Would you like to try? Alice removed her gear, the decor of the small building feeling refreshingly new, instilling in her a rare sense of tranquility. Upon hearing Makuya's enthusiastic recommendation, she smiled gently, raising her elegantly arched brows. Sure, let me give it a taste. Please, wait for me a moment. Makuya dispelled the illusion at the basement entrance, descending to retrieve a seemingly dirty bowl, within which lay a lump of crushed, dark gray substance. Observing Makuya's practiced movements as he brewed the tea, the clear hot water visibly transformed into a murky hue. Makuya poured 2 cups, handing one to Alice while keeping the other for himself. Alice displayed an uncommon expression of endearment, her wide eyes clearly questioning. Are you certain? Makuya laughed heartily, offering no further explanation. He took a sip, and the peculiar taste prompted him to frown slightly before exhaling contentedly. Seeing Makuya drink, Alice hesitated, yet she understood that this was indeed the tea he had mentioned. What if she regretted her decision? Could this man be playing a trick on her? Alice pondered, but she nonetheless accepted the cup. The water was scalding, yet given her current constitution, the temperature was negligible. What caused her hesitation was the suspicious appearance of the tea. Once more, she glanced at Makuya, who had taken a second sip and was inviting her to join him, appearing earnest rather than mischievous. Cautiously, Alice leaned closer to the cup, inhaling gently. A rich botanical aroma enveloped her senses, accompanied by a hint of a stimulating scent that, while intriguing, was not off-putting. She quickly discerned that it was the fragrance of herbal medicine. Having long been aware of Mukuya's medical expertise, could it be that his recent research pertained to this? Alice took a gentle sip, and a wave of bitterness spread across her palate, causing her to frown with a soft Cursed fellow, was he truly toying with her? Just as this thought flickered in her mind, an extraordinary freshness unfurled from the bitterness, surging to her senses. It was as if a cascade of icy water had been poured over her on a sweltering day, invigorating her from head to toe. The gloom that had enveloped her for days dissipated in an instant, and an expression of contentment, akin to that of Mai, involuntarily graced her features. What is this, Reno? Alice inquired, her face alight with surprise. How is it? Quite delightful, isn't it? I noticed your earlier expression. Were you doubting my intentions? Mai feigned indignation, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Alice, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned her head away with a chuckle, swiftly changing the subject. What kind of tea is this? Its effects are truly remarkable. I feel so much lighter. Indeed, you are not mistaken. It is a rather unfortunate concoction, Mai replied with a smile. I initially sought to create a restorative elixir, but the ingredients lacked potency, resulting instead in this invigorating herbal tea. As it was an unexpected delight, I had no time to improve its flavor. Leaning against the table, Alice nodded in realization. No wonder, I detected a hint of medicinal aroma just now. You have been under considerable strain lately. This is the perfect opportunity for you to recuperate, Mai said softly. Only then did Alice fully comprehend that his offering of this peculiar tea was a manifestation of his concern for her. With the steaming cup cradled in her hands, a smile graced her lips as she savored the essence of care embodied in the tea. Hey, Reno, does it have a name? Alice suddenly asked. Mai pretended to ponder for a moment, then earnestly replied, What do you think of Alice's delightful mood as a name? It was evident that even a Valkyrie harbored a gentle side. Touched by his sentiment, Alice embraced Mai, resting her cheek against his chest. Thank you for allowing me to experience such serene bliss. Mai reciprocated the embrace, whispering tenderly, As long as you wish, this will always be your haven of tranquility. Reno, I am willing, but Umbrella, she began. But Mai pressed his finger gently against her soft lips, interjecting, Whether you wish to eliminate Umbrella directly or seek justice through legal means to bring them to their knees, I shall steadfastly support you. Umbrella is merely a temporary obstacle. It shall not hinder us. This subject reminded Alice of two matters Mai had previously mentioned to Firefox. Reno, you wish to enlist the Colorado state legislator to lift the wanted order, but have you considered that the true crux of the issue lies with Umbrella? If they obstruct, a single state legislator may not dare to act. Fear not. If Umbrella obstructs, I shall personally confront them and reason with them, until they are convinced. After a long separation, two individuals not only gained an unspoken understanding, but also deepened their connection. The feelings that had once only begun to blossom now ignited with fervor during this reunion. Though Mai had been preoccupied, he found himself yearning for her in moments of stillness. He missed her spirited demeanor, her enchanting smile, and her captivating voice, along with the intoxicating aura that drove him wild. Alice sensed his emotions and reciprocated with equal fervor, their bond becoming increasingly difficult to sever. It was akin to the process of winemaking. The longer it aged, the richer and more fragrant it became, mesmerizing and leaving an everlasting aftertaste. As night enveloped them, it transformed into an enchanting and lingering realm, crafting a dreamscape from which neither wished to awaken. The following day, Mai awoke to an unusual sound. His keen senses detected a foreign presence approaching the small building, halting just outside. Alice, oblivious to the commotion, was startled awake by Mai, her momentary confusion swiftly giving way to clarity. What's wrong, Rainer? She inquired. There are strangers outside, Mai replied. Alice's gaze sharpened. Is it Umbrella? Mai slowly shook his head. It doesn't seem so. That vehicle has already departed, leaving only one individual. He mused that if Umbrella intended to send someone, they would hardly do so with just a couple of people. Since the incident where they had toyed with Umbrella's task force in the sewers, there had been no further sightings of their personnel in Hell's Kitchen. The visitor, therefore, was likely not affiliated with them. Who could it be then? Curiosity piqued. Mai quickly rose. I'll go see who it is. You can continue to rest. He descended the stairs, and just then, the doorbell chimed. Who is it? He called out. Hello, may I speak to the homeowner, Rainer? Is Mr. Mai at home? Came a steady male voice from outside. Hearing his name, Mai immediately understood that the visitor was indeed seeking him. He opened the door to reveal a man in his 40s, approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an air of competence. His robust physique was clad in a sharp black suit, his hair meticulously groomed, though his hairline was slightly receding. A distinct aura of a secret agent surrounded him, alerting Mai. However, upon seeing the man's face, Mai was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of confusion. May I inquire who you are? He asked, feigning ignorance. Good day, Mr. Mai. The middle-aged agent greeted, extending his hand. My name is Phil Coulson, a member of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Mai shook his hand. Though he had anticipated the man's affiliation, he couldn't help but furrow his brow upon hearing the lengthy title. What on earth is that? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, abbreviated as S.H.I.E.L.D. Here is my identification. Mai took a cursory glance at the document before returning it. Ah, so it is S.H.I.E.L.D. He noted, recognizing that the abbreviation referred to a shield, thus aligning with the agency's moniker. What brings you here? He inquired. Coulson undoubtedly exemplifies an exceptional field agent. His demeanor is neither feeble nor offensive, yet it does not provoke feelings of aversion. We, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, are affiliated with the International Security Council, specifically tasked with addressing various peculiar occurrences. Mr. Mai, it has come to our attention that in the past month, residents of your building have repeatedly reported certain incomprehensible anomalies. I am here to investigate this matter. Please trust that we do not speak frivolously. Clarifying these anomalies is also a means of ensuring your safety within your residence. As we understand, your home has recently undergone renovations, and surely, you would not wish for it to be tainted by bizarre phenomena, correct? Therefore, may I enter to converse with you? Chapter 28. The probe and assessment of Coulson's words immediately revealed his intentions to Mai. During the time Mai had taken residence and immersed himself in the study of the cosmic cube, several incidents had transpired. A group of idle ruffians had set their sights on Mai's abode. These miscreants were likely long-time residents of the vicinity of Barricade, familiar with the infamous gambler Jonah and his building, which had attracted the attention of the Serpent Gang. As previously mentioned, Jean had unleashed a furious tempest in Hell's Kitchen, and the recent turmoil had sent shockwaves through the underworld, making all gang members feel the pressure of impending chaos. These ruffians, who could not even secure a formal position within the gang, were nonetheless well acquainted with the local environment and were deeply informed about the upheavals concerning the Serpent Gang and Jonah's affairs. When the renovation crew began work on the building, they quickly realized that Jonah had relinquished his property. With nothing better to do, the ruffians had kept watch for a month and finally laid eyes on the new occupant of the building, a young Asian man with an unfamiliar face. Initially, their plan was to sell this information to the Serpent Gang, who would undoubtedly be intrigued. However, the rapidly shifting circumstances soon rendered the gang non-existent. Thus, after indulging in some narcotics, the group devised a scheme to infiltrate the premises and abduct the unfamiliar Asian youth, extracting wealth from him. They observed the young man for a time, noting his reclusive nature and lack of social interactions, which led them to conclude he was not a person of significant stature. On a particularly dark and stormy night, four of them convened, dividing their roles. One kept watch while the other three scaled the courtyard wall to execute their plan. The lookout endured a night of frigid winds, and just when he thought the others had succeeded, they emerged from the house, dazed and terror-stricken, stumbling towards him. Once they were taken to the hospital, two of the three succumbed to mental breakdowns, while the third was driven to madness, muttering incoherently. It was said that a ghost within the building devoured the sanity of those who entered. Thus, rumors began to spread among the ruffians in the nearby streets of Barricade. Yet, the initial three ruffians were merely the beginning of a greater tale. The lookout, having witnessed his familiar companions descend into confusion, was haunted by the experience, prompting him to seek solace in a church. However, such apprehension quickly dissipated when he indulged in drugs once more. While the specter that consumed reason was fearsome, the prospect of lacking funds for drugs was even more terrifying. The ruffians spun a web of fabrications, proclaiming the Asian youth to be both affluent and vulnerable. He convinced his companions that should they successfully take him hostage, they could extract boundless riches. The ruffians, fueled by this enticing notion, were eager to act. The ruffian who had initially proposed the plan felt compelled to participate directly, deciding to lead the charge over the courtyard wall himself. As he deceived others, he became so ensnared in his own fabrications that he genuinely believed that capturing the Asian individual would lead to an inexhaustible wealth beckoning him. The following day, four more deranged thugs appeared, for one of them, unable to restrain his impatience, had ventured into the small building the previous night. Muyu was acutely aware of the thuggish behavior, yet at that moment, he was engrossed in his research on the Rubik's Cube and paid no heed to these ruffians. After all, they had merely scaled the outer wall and fallen directly into an illusion. They were trapped beneath the wall all night, unable to access even the entrance of the small building, which hardly constituted a disturbance. Allowing these deranged individuals to roam free served to intimidate other thugs, preventing an incessant influx of trouble. Indeed, following this incident, Muyu's small building became a place of reverence among the local ruffians. Even when two subsequent burglary attempts occurred, they were merely intrusions by outsiders who were unaware of the intricacies surrounding Barrack Street. Henceforth, Muyu enjoyed a semblance of peace, and had it not been for Coulson's visit, he would have almost forgotten such trivial matters. Reflecting swiftly on his previous encounters, Muyu's mind returned to the present. After a moment of hesitation, He nodded. Then, "Please come in, Mr. Coulson." "Thank you." Coulson replied courteously as he stepped into the foyer of the first floor, instantly adapting to the atmosphere. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and within a fleeting glance, he absorbed the environment into his consciousness. Following renovations, the small building bore little resemblance to its former layout. The foyer on the first floor had been transformed into a minimalist commercial space, featuring a row of vacant glass display windows along the left wall, a solid wood long table in the center, and a reception desk composed of a work table and display window on the right. A flicker of confusion crossed Coulson's eyes. The decor was entirely at odds with his prior notions of darkness, mystery, and profundity. It appeared to be an unoperational shop. Though he was uncertain of what it might sell, the layout of the foyer seemed to waste considerable space. Yet this simplicity imparted a relaxing and comforting experience, as if entering a friend's home rather than a store. "Would you care for something to drink?" Muyu inquired casually as he moved behind the work table on the right. "Just some ice water, thank you," Coulson replied, observing Muyu's deft actions. "Mr. Muyu, do you intend to open a beverage shop here, perhaps selling coffee or tea?" "Call me Reno," Muyu said as he handed the ice water to him. "I have indeed contemplated opening a shop here, but not with the intention of selling coffee or tea. Furthermore, let us address the matter at hand directly. Where do you plan to begin tackling these anomalous events?" "Ah, yes. Reno, you are correct," Coulson said as he placed his briefcase on the long table in the foyer. "I possess a special instrument that can detect numerous hidden energy fluctuations. Many of these anomalous events are triggered by unknown energy dispersions. Locating the source will allow for a straightforward resolution." "May I activate it now?" Coulson sought the opinion of Mai, who shrugged indifferently and poured himself a cup of coffee, saying, "Do as you please. Thank you for your support, my friend. I shall proceed to activate it now." With a decisive press of the button, Coulson initiated the device, and within Mai's perception, an almost imperceptible ripple of detection seemed to expand. This peculiar and sensitive awareness was a gift he had acquired only after sealing the cosmic cube, a level of finesse and acuity he had not previously possessed. Beep, beep, beep. Coulson's instrument glowed steadily, showing no signs of fluctuation. The device, specially modified, not only retained its original functions, but also had the capability to detect various highly dangerous contraband. From the feedback of the instrument, everything appeared normal, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from Coulson. "How is it?" Mai inquired with a smile. Coulson quickly responded, "Apologies. I found no suspicious energy fluctuations in your residence. Yet, this is indeed good news, suggesting that the source of those anomalous events is not here." "Wait a moment, Coulson." Mai's gaze, half playful and half serious, fixed upon him. "I believe we should be more candid with one another. For instance, that instrument you hold is designed to detect X genes, is it not? It is quite rare. Regrettably, I have encountered it once before." Coulson's expression faltered, an air of embarrassment washing over him. During his infiltration of the Umbrella Corporation's base in Raccoon City, Mai had indeed seen such a device. Unassuming in appearance, it was, in truth, a marvel of advanced technology. One that ordinary corporations would struggle to obtain, let alone the average person. Coulson's audacity to fabricate a story in its presence stemmed from this fact. Especially since the device had been modified, he had not anticipated that Mai would see through the ruse so effortlessly. "Are you here for those nefarious miscreants?" Mai asked directly. Coulson, ever the elite agent, regained his composure in an instant. Meeting Mai's penetrating gaze without flinching, he stated earnestly, "You mean those deranged thugs? No, they are hardly worthy of our attention. Since you have seen through my facade, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Our purpose here is to seek you." Mai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "For me? We have assessed the condition of those individuals. They seem to have experienced unfathomable horrors within a surreal dreamscape, leading to their mental disarray and eventual breakdown. This, evidently, is not a natural occurrence." Coulson continued, "Since the mutant incident, the world has been keenly observant. Even though they have maintained a low profile recently, they cannot escape the scrutiny of the watchful. When the events transpired, we initially believed a mutant with mind-manipulating abilities was at play, yet it appears the reality is otherwise. Pray tell, can you enlighten me on how you achieved this?" Mai remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Instead, he took a humorous sip of his coffee and remarked, "You suspect a mutant with mind manipulation abilities. Yet you dare to approach me so boldly?" Coulson spoke earnestly. "We are a division under the auspices of the World Security Council, dedicated to addressing various peculiar incidents. Given the circumstances we are faced with, it is undoubtedly our duty to intervene. Moreover, I must confess that I did not arrive here entirely unprepared." Muyi pointed at several places on Coulson's body and chuckled. "Indeed, you are a mutant, yet your level of preparedness is of little consequence. Do you seek to uncover the truth? Very well. I shall disclose that those miscreants were indeed dealt with by my hand. However, it was not I who sought them out. Rather, they fell into a trap of their own malicious design. Thus, Do you comprehend my stance? In certain respects, I possess a deeper understanding of them than even S.H.I.E.L.D. does, hence my candor. I do possess certain extraordinary abilities. However, I assure you, I shall not misuse my powers unless provoked by another. Of course, those who trespass and invade deserve their fate. In America, one holds the right to protect one's private property from infringement. Coulson nodded in agreement. Then, with curiosity, inquired, might you share with me the nature of your abilities? Chapter 29. The covetous gaze of the underworld tyrant Mai, of course, would not divulge his secrets to Coulson. The two engaged in a restrained exchange, each probing the other. Mai sought to ascertain the stance and attitude of S.H.I.E.L.D., while S.H.I.E.L.D. aimed to assess the capabilities of Mai, who possessed arcane skills. Their initial encounter remained rational and smooth. As he bid farewell to Coulson, Mai felt a twinge of regret. He harbored a deep curiosity and affinity for the superheroes of the future Avengers. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. could be considered an excellent place to be. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra, reduced to a sieve, and was preoccupied with its own tribulations. He had no desire to invite further complications upon himself. Who is he? Renault. Alice emerged from the back hall after Coulson departed. S.H.I.E.L.D., Mai stated plainly, is a specialized division under the International Security Council, tasked with managing extraordinary incidents and wielding significant authority. Alice, with a note of caution, inquired, will they bring trouble? There may be complications, yet as long as we do not antagonize them, they have their own issues to contend with, Mai replied, laden with meaning. We might even find opportunities for collaboration in our future endeavors. An early acquaintance could prove beneficial. Meanwhile, after Coulson left alone, he was swiftly met by agents stationed in various locations and whisked away in a special vehicle, returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. at the utmost speed. Engaging with a suspicious mind-manipulating individual was a sensitive and perilous affair. Upon his arrival, he was immediately subjected to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most stringent checks and evaluations. As a seasoned agent, he was well acquainted with the protocol. However, after completing the rigorous process and confirming before the vigilant specialist that his memory had not been tampered with, nor had he been subjected to subliminal suggestions or mind control, he felt a profound sense of fatigue. In the director's office, Nick Fury pondered the files on his desk. The incident involving the Tesseract had ultimately traced back to Dr. Zeros, severing any leads. Even now, he remained oblivious to the forces that had stolen the Tesseract. And the very thought of such a reservoir of boundless energy falling into the hands of unknown entities filled him with dread. What weighed even more heavily on director Nick Fury's mind was the unsettling information he had uncovered while investigating Dr. Zeros. These revelations pointed towards S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own ranks, compelling him to seal the information immediately without taking any action. Coulson, I am here to report on the mission, Director. Coulson presented his mission report. Fury perused the documents, focusing intently on the detailed account of Coulson's experiences during the mission. His finger traced a line of text, and he furrowed his brow, questioning. He is not a mutant with mind control capabilities? Coulson responded, the instrument's detection results indicate that he possesses no X gene. According to his own account, he merely wields a form of extraordinary power that is rather commonplace. Ordinary member of extraordinary power. These two simple words held profound significance in Nick Fury's eyes. If the words of the other party hold true, it implies that beyond the X gene's abilities, there exist other mysterious forces under human control and in no small number. He fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Coulson, what is your assessment of this individual? Director, from my interactions, I find that Renault Miyuki is restrained, rational, and possesses a keen intellect. He wields mysterious powers, yet does not exhibit the arrogance that often accompanies superiority. From his demeanor, he seems to relish his current ordinary life. Having recently renovated his residence with the intention of opening a shop, he strikes me as reminiscent of those former agents and mercenaries who have chosen retirement. I attempted to gauge his stance towards S.H.I.E.L.D., and he did not display disdain or aversion, merely a hint of caution. As Coulson, a trusted aide of Nick Fury who has personally met Renault Miyuki, weighed the evaluation with great seriousness, he concluded after a brief contemplation, seal the file and classify it as level 7 top secret. As for this individual, there is no need to focus on him for now. We should merely monitor his movements. Our time is limited, and the situation is dire. We cannot afford to allocate resources to oversee an ordinary ability user. Coulson understood the implications of Fury's words and responded solemnly, yes, Director. Around 4 in the afternoon, while Miyuki was in the basement studying the restoration of wax, he suddenly received a phone call. Reno, we have encountered an unexpected situation. We are being watched. The Assassin Alliance assets are coveted by a gang consortium, and they are scheming to seize it. Damn it. This is a trap. Breakthrough to the east. A deafening beep followed as the call was abruptly disconnected. And the gunfire in the final moments was particularly jarring. Has something happened? Alice, who was nearby, inquired, having overheard the conversation as Miyuki worked on the wax restoration. Miyuki held the phone and furrowed his brow. Let us wait a moment. Indeed, after a short while, the phone rang again. This time, the voice on the line belonged to a man with a hoarse and grating tone. He, Reno Miyuki? Miyuki calmly replied, it is I. Your woman and her subordinates are now in my grasp. Bring the asset documents left by Sloan, and I shall release them. Otherwise, come morning, you will have to search the Atlantic for them. Time and place. Miyuki's voice remained unwavering, which sparked a flicker of obscure malice in the man's eyes. Tonight at 7. At the Saguno's port dock. I shall await your arrival. Very well, I will be punctual. Do not harm them, otherwise. I am capable of obliterating the Assassin Alliance and ensuring you pay a grievous price. As the call ended, Alice blurted, who was that? The three had just solidified their alliance. And yet, unexpectedly, someone had come to provoke them. However, from the man's words, Miyuki discerned a clue. He not only mentioned the Firefox, but also his subordinates. After a moment of reflection, Miyuki began to piece together the underlying reasons. It appears that when Firefox took the initiative to consolidate the assets of the Assassin Alliance, she simultaneously gathered a number of peripheral members whom she deemed trustworthy. Regrettably, among those she enlisted, some betrayed her, attracting the attention and schemes of others. Mai articulated his speculation, stating that the current chaos within New York's underground forces could only be swiftly noted and responded to by one individual, Jinbing. His countenance remained composed, yet beneath that calm exterior, a tempest of indignation brewed. How dare he seek trouble when it was Mai who refrained from pursuing him? Let us go, Alice declared resolutely. Mai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They are merely a gang. There is no need for excessive alarm. I will infiltrate first to locate Firefox and the others, while you provide support from the periphery. At that moment, at the Sagnos dock, two fully armed factions occupied the area, standing in tense confrontation, wary of one another. One of these factions belonged to Jinbing, who had recently risen to prominence within New York's underworld. Towering like a wall, Jinbing leaned on a civilized staff, a cigar clamped between his teeth, resembling an upright bear at the forefront of his group. Opposing him was a man with a long, slender face, a small mustache, and braided long hair, embodying a blend of Mongolian and British lineage. Despite being dwarfed by Jinbing's imposing stature, he exhibited an equal measure of fortitude. Most striking were the 10 mysterious rings adorning his hands. This man was none other than Masterman, the leader of the 10 Rings gang. Both factions had set their sights on the suddenly collapsed Assassin Alliance, its legacy spanning over a millennium, igniting insatiable greed within these contemporary underworld titans. Just as the two powerful forces were poised to clash, Firefox, a former member of the Assassin Alliance, emerged, intent on reclaiming the assets. This act was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. How could Jinbing and Masterman tolerate it? Without hesitation, they united against her, to claim another's inheritance. They first needed to eliminate the heir to ensure the safety of that legacy. Furthermore, the fact that Firefox possessed the asset certificates left by Sloan only intensified their determination to seize her. Fortunately, Firefox had exercised caution and had not carried those certificates with her. Although Jinbing and Masterman captured her, they were unable to uncover the whereabouts of the assets. The treacherous members of the Assassin Alliance were equally ignorant. After fruitless interrogation, they concluded that Firefox indeed lacked the asset certificates, believing that the items must reside with her leader. Initially, they merely intended to exert pressure on her with Firefox's associates. After all, what formidable figures would concern themselves with the lives of women and subordinates? Unexpectedly, that weakling, Reno Mai, yielded immediately to a mere verbal threat. Should they secure the asset certificates left by Sloan, combined with their respective powers, they could essentially obtain the majority of the Assassin Alliance's wealth with minimal effort. This was, indeed, a delightful surprise for them. The two opposing factions abruptly ceased their conflict, intent on seizing the asset certificates first. 70%? Huh. Is the appetite of your 10 Commandments gang not a tad too insatiable? Jinbing's gaze was fierce yet calm, his eyes glinting with menace. Offering you 30% already lays bare my goodwill. Masterman displayed a menacing grin, his teeth bared in a grotesque display. Should you refuse my benevolence, I would not hesitate to cast you into the sea to feed the fish. If you were to remain hidden, I would have no recourse. Yet you choose to present yourself before me. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped Jinbing. His formidable, bear-like physique, akin to a wall, found itself ensnared by this unseen power. constricting his throat and lifting him gradually. Master Man chuckled coldly. In this scenario, with a mere twist, he could sever this fellow's neck. However, at that very moment, Jin Bing's subordinates emerged in unison, brandishing A3 model rocket launchers from every direction, aimed squarely at Master Man. 5 or 6 Gatling guns were positioned, and after a brief moment of warming up, they could unleash an incalculable metal tempest, engulfing the entire dock area, not to mention the snipers hidden in the shadows. Master Man's 10 rings each possessed unique powers, allowing him to easily deal with troublesome foes, but that did not imply he could confront a fully equipped squad single-handedly. Whether it be rockets or bullets, one misstep could spell his doom. Haha. Jin Bing's top muscles suddenly surged with strength, breaking free from the invisible force in an instant. He sneered ominously, nonchalantly adjusting his attire while bending to retrieve the civilized staff, his gaze settling on the pallid face of Master Man. I am aware of your various peculiar powers, yet the fact that I dare to meet you indicates that I am well prepared. Humph. Master Man clenched his fist. Then let us rely on our own abilities, Jin Bing. Chapter 030, The Night Meeting at the Dock, Sudden Combat in the Dim Light of Night. A group of flamboyantly dressed henchmen from the Ten Commandments gang hurriedly approached, whispering urgent reports into the ear of Master Man simultaneously. Jin Bing lightly pressed the intricate earpiece beside his cheek, receiving the same information. A motorcycle was swiftly heading towards the docks of Sagnosport. At this hour, it was unlikely that anyone else would approach the dock alone. Jin Bing and Master Man exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the implications in the other's eyes. They both understood who was coming, and their concerns were more focused on the formidable adversary before them rather than the feeble Reno. Following a brief skirmish that returned to a tense standoff, the relationship between the two factions had not only failed to ease but had instead grown increasingly fraught. Jin Bing realized that to dominate the underworld of America, he must confront the obstacle posed by the Ten Commandments gang and Master Man likewise. Master Man sensed Jin Bing's overwhelming ambition. The presence of the latter would undoubtedly threaten the Ten Commandments' absolute interests in the Americas. Were it not for the mutual wariness and the palpable sense of unpreparedness, the confrontation would have escalated into a fierce battle long before now. The roar of the motorcycle's engine grew closer. Jin Bing ordered his subordinates to stand by, while Master Man signaled his men to allow the newcomer entry. Neither of them feared the arrival, confident that any tactics employed would be futile against them. Sagnos Port, an inland harbor, was not suitable for large ocean-faring cargo ships. Yet its prime geographical location made it a favored transit port. After both factions took control, any extraneous individuals had been cleared away. Only Jin Bing's men and the ruthless members of the Ten Commandments remained. As Makuya rode the motorcycle, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The dock appeared to have just completed a shipment transfer, with a limited number of containers scattered across various locations. The vast expanse of the dock was mostly vacant, with armed gangsters stationed at strategic points. Beyond the dock, the dark sea surged, reflecting the shimmering lights above. The inland sea was calmer than the outer waters, with waves that rolled gently. What once was a serene and picturesque locale had transformed into a battleground rife with tension. Makuya found it curious that the opposing gang had amassed such a significant number of members. Did they perceive his true capabilities and thus deploy their entire force to ensnare him? However, he quickly discerned that the reality was more complex. The disparity between Jin Bing's men and those of the Ten Commandments was stark. The tension of their standoff, marked by a hesitant restraint to eliminate one another, made Makuya realize that the dock was indeed occupied by two rival factions. Just as this thought crossed his mind, two figures approached rapidly. One was formally attired, with a cold demeanor, while the other was bare-chested, adorned with tattoos, and bore a sinister grin. The two exchanged wary glances, their mutual apprehension betraying a competitive spirit, before they intercepted Makuya and guided him towards a specific area of the dock. Upon arriving at this location, the stark division between the two factions became increasingly apparent, leaving Mu Yi taken aback, as it was evident that his earlier assumptions regarding the hypothetical adversary were rather inaccurate. Soon, he encountered the leaders of both factions. Mu Yi was ordered to disembark the vehicle and, clutching the black leather suitcase from the rear seat, made his way forward. Two thuggish enforcers attempted to seize his suitcase, but Mu Yi firmly refused their advance. Let him come, a deep voice commanded, halting their actions. The bare-chested, tattooed thug cast a glance at his boss, who nodded slowly, prompting him to scowl at Mu Yi before stepping aside. The lackeys hardly registered in Mu Ye's mind. His focus had shifted entirely to the two leaders, whose imposing presence stood out remarkably amidst the gang, akin to cranes among chickens. On the left stood a stout man leaning on a cane, his facial contours rugged and his tiger-like eyes glimmering with intensity. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yi discerned that beneath the tailored suit, the man's physique was not merely rotund but rather robust with well-defined muscles, exuding an undeniable strength. Such a striking appearance led Mu Yi to instantly recognize him, as the notorious underworld figure stirring the tides of chaos, Jin Bing. Mu Yi heard the previous words spoken by him. They were deep and heavy, starkly contrasting with the voice he had encountered over the phone. His gaze shifted to the other individual. This man had a long, slender face adorned with a short beard, and his gaze was as venomous as that of a lethal serpent. He too bore an Asian complexion, with a long braid dangling from the back of his head. Though unlike the Manchu tradition, he had not shaved the front of his head. His physique was also quite formidable, yet in comparison to Jin Bing, he appeared somewhat frail. Initially, Mu Yi could not place this man's identity until his gaze fell upon the 10 rings adorning each of his fingers, each uniquely crafted with distinct engravings that subtly radiated an unusual luster and energy. With such unmistakable markers, the man's identity became self-evident. He was from the 10 Rings gang. Masterman. Mu Yi's mind raced, realizing that Jin Bing had allied himself with the 10 Rings gang. However, reflecting on the earlier standoff between the two factions, Mu Yi surmised that given the nature of these two individuals, a true alliance was impossible. Thus, a conflict was inevitable. Jin Bing's ambition to dominate the underworld positioned the 10 Rings gang as a natural adversary, and the inherent conflict between them left no room for reconciliation. Unless, Mu Yi sighed inwardly, the emergence of the Assassin Alliance had inadvertently created an opportunity for these two forces to confront one another. After all, even amidst their rivalry, they could not afford to allow a defeated organization to rise anew. Their struggle for dominance would only permit the revival of a fallen power. Consequently, the voice he had heard over the phone belonged to Master Man, whose demeanor and appearance were indeed in alignment with his reputation. As Mu Yi assessed the two men, he donned a fitted outfit, a compact waist pouch slung at his side, and a long gray overcoat with a hood. Approaching Jin Bing and Master Man, he removed his hood, revealing a pair of luminous eyes, though his visage remained obscured by a mask. "You must be the infamous Reino Mu Yi," Master Man rasped, his voice grating yet familiar, akin to that from their earlier conversation. "You possess quite the audacity." Jin Bing cast a regretful glance at him, his voice low and questioning. "Have you brought the items?" Mu Yi raised the leather case in his hand, unperturbed by the grand spectacle they had created, responding with calm composure. "Everything you requested is right here. Now where are my people?" "Foolish imbecile," Master Man reprimanded. "Do you believe yourself worthy of negotiating with me? Your companions have already been tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Leave the case behind, and perhaps, if I am in a generous mood, I might spare your life." In his eyes, Mu Yi, who appeared with what he desired, was no different from the fish on a cutting board. One must question why he would waste words on mere fish. In Master Man's perspective, only Jin Bing across from him held any significance. Mu Yi's expression darkened, yet he did not respond with the panic or fury that his adversary anticipated. "So, you possess no genuine intention of bargaining with me?" His unflustered demeanor caught Jin Bing off guard, possessing a subtler mind than his exterior suggested. Jin Bing sensed something amiss in Mu Yi's reaction and subtly gestured to his subordinate to step forward and seize the leather case. Though Jin Bing remained silent, it was clear he endorsed Master Man's attitude. Faced with a prey completely within his grasp, he harbored no thoughts of leniency. "Huh," Mu Yi chuckled lightly, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Indeed, one should not nurture unrealistic fantasies about scoundrels such as yourselves. Since you refuse to engage in a proper exchange, I shall dispense with any notions of rules." It was evident he had anticipated this very scenario. Without a hint of hesitation, he discreetly pressed a button on the leather case. Sneering, "Isn't this what you desire? Take it." The case was hurled through the air directly towards Jin Bing and Master Man. Upon witnessing this, Jin Bing's expression shifted from amusement to alarm. "Shit, it's a bomb." Master Man, relying on his ring, reacted instinctively, swiftly retreating while activating the power field with his left thumb, pulling several subordinates to shield him. Boom. As expected, the case exploded. However, the bomb's power was far less than Jin Bing and Master Man had anticipated. It shattered the case, sending paper fragments swirling in the air, with a lethal radius even inferior to that of a standard infantry grenade. Clearly, the bomb was only intended to destroy the contents within the case. The flying debris, juxtaposed with the two gang leaders fleeing in disarray, created a ludicrous tableau, which their scattered henchmen witnessed in full view. "Shit, you dare to play me?" Jin Bing, having leaped forward, quickly regained his footing, realizing the bomb's diminished impact with furious clarity. Master Man's expression darkened further, abandoning his human shields. His fiery gaze fixed upon Jin Bing. "What an arrogant little brat. Do you not value the lives of that woman and your subordinates?" "Oh," Mu Yi feigned astonishment. "Didn't you already toss them into the sea to feed the fish?" "Enough, boy." Jin brushed off the dust from his attire, his tiger-like eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "I must admit, your audacity is quite admirable. Alas, you have erred in one regard. You presume to gauge my response with your narrow-mindedness. Do you truly believe that such a maneuver would compel me to act according to your whims? Absurd. Jin waved his hand, commanding, bring him forth. Break his bones one by one, and extract from him the whereabouts of S.H.I.E.L.D's asset certificates. Master Man's gaze was profound, and a blue gem on his left hand flickered momentarily, revealing a look of astonishment. I turned to him, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Are you perplexed as to why your ring has failed to take effect? The ring on the left hand's ring finger is supposed to amplify one's mental influence, allowing for the manipulation of hearts. Unfortunately for him, he faced a ninja with an exceptionally resilient spirit. How could he be easily controlled by a mere ring? Moreover, I currently harbored the cosmic cube within him. The mental waves emitted by Master Man's ring paled in comparison to the vast cosmos against a grain of sand. I interjected before Master Man could respond. Do you not find it curious why your snipers failed to react when I hurled the suitcase earlier? Haha. It is because I came prepared, you two fools. With a clatter, several grenades were thrown, rolling away after being dislodged. Amidst the ensuing cacophony, Mai retrieved a pistol from his concealed ninja pouch disguised as a waist bag, gripping several shurikens in his right hand, and unleashed them in an instant. Chapter 031. The Triad Battle at Saguno's Dock. The sound of gunfire echoed like torrential rain, bullets cascading towards Jinbing. Muye's marksmanship was rather mediocre. Thus he chose to target the less threatening Jinbing. Despite Jinbing's formidable strength, achieving near the pinnacle of human capability without any enhancements or mutations, his combat prowess was astonishing. However, this was futile. When confronted by the enigmatic Master Man and his 10 rings, Jinbing found himself with little capacity for resistance. Had it not been for the cunning mind concealed beneath his robust physique, he would have already fallen to Master Man's might. Faced with Master Man, and even more so with Muye, should Muye wish to eliminate Jinbing, he could do so in an instant. Hence, Muye's primary focus shifted to Master Man. With a flick of his wrist, he released several cross-shaped shurikens, infused with chakra, their lethality surpassing that of ordinary bullets. Master Man, having drawn power from the 10 rings, sensed the impending lethal threat concealed within the seemingly mundane shurikens. This intuition, which had saved him countless times in the past, compelled him to act swiftly. Responding to his instincts, he summoned the power of his spiritual rings. He raised his left hand, where 2 ring-shaped gems gleamed, while the blue gem on his right middle finger sparkled simultaneously. An explosion of magical energy erupted, forming a radiant barrier combining force fields and whirlpools, erecting a protective shield before him. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken struck the barrier, producing a metallic clashing sound. Master Man was taken aback. Those shurikens, which should have been deflected by the barrier, inexplicably glowed a fierce crimson before embedding themselves into the shield. Had he not heeded his instincts and channeled the power of his 2 spiritual rings, the barrier would have likely been pierced through. What the hell? How could this be possible? Master Man was both astonished and furious. How could the mere strength of a mortal breach his magical defenses? In an instant, a murderous intent surged within him. He did not comprehend how his opponent had achieved this, yet such a sign ignited his vigilance. He could not allow anyone capable of threatening his magical power to exist. He must eliminate him. A fierce glint flashed in Master Man's eyes as he extended his left hand, pointing his finger at Muye. Adorning this finger was a ring, its red gemstone sculpted into a capsule-like aggregate. As magical energy fluctuated, a blindingly hot flame pierced the darkness, akin to the sudden emergence of a flamethrower. A long and ferocious jet of fire erupted towards Muye. Playing with fire? What a coincidence. I am well versed in this art. With a swift stomp, Muye propelled himself with remarkable speed, leaping over a gang member with a delicate springs. Using his shoulder as a stepping stone, he soared upward, akin to an agile falcon. The flames unleashed by Master Man pursued Muye, yet always lagged a step behind. As Muye abruptly vaulted into the air, he deftly evaded the fiery onslaught. However, while he could escape, the nearby henchmen from both factions could not. Several of Jinbing's subordinates, along with 2 from Master Man's 10 Rings gang, were caught off guard and engulfed by the flames. The magical fire was immensely powerful, its temperature terrifying. The unfortunate souls could only emit brief, piercing cries before being claimed by the searing heat, collapsing like human torches upon the ground. As the sea breeze wafted by, an eerie odor dispersed, inducing a wave of nausea. Meanwhile, in midair, Makuya formed hand seals and summoned the fire release, great fireball technique. Chakra surged rapidly within Makuya's body, coalescing at his throat. With a mere gesture of his hands, an immense amount of chakra erupted instantaneously, transforming into a colossal, blazing fireball directed towards Mandarin. This ninjutsu, which typically failed to hit its target in the ninja world, expanded under Makuya's overwhelming chakra into a massive fireball over 2 meters in diameter. The fireball roared as it burned fiercely, crackling ominously. The horrifying heat enveloped the air, scorching the dock surface with charred marks. Its core glowed with a terrifying, incandescent hue. Any who touched it would be incinerated in an instant. Mandarin was momentarily taken aback. Could there truly be others capable of wielding flames as he did? Although he did not see a ring on Makuya's hand, his heart was instantly consumed by greed. No one could command magical power out of thin air. Thus, the opponent must possess a treasure akin to his own ring. It was imperative to seize it. One person alone should wield such mysterious power. Mandarin's left pinky twitched, resembling his earlier index finger but radiating a gem-like cerulean luminescence. A chill cascaded forth, morphing into an ice storm that surged towards the great fireball. Fire met frost in a cataclysmic clash. The two opposing energies collided, eroding and accumulating, releasing tremendous kinetic energy. A mighty explosion ensued as the great fireball detonated, scattering fragments of fiery orbs in all directions. The flames born of chakra could melt steel, let alone flesh. Anyone in proximity to the blaze was instantly seared, their screams echoing in agony. Had they not been spared at vital points, the flames would have been fatal. Yet, those unfortunate enough to be splashed by the fire howled briefly before succumbing to death. The members of the Ten Commandments gang near Mandarin also fared poorly. The ice storm, imbued with magical potency, swept across the dock, spreading white frost that quickly solidified into ice. Some of the gang members, unaware of the impending danger, found themselves frozen in place as the frost encroached, transforming them into chilling ice sculptures at a visible speed. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle of combat, onlookers dared not approach, hastily retreating. Elsewhere, Jean covered his injured arm, seizing the moment of chaos between the two fighters to withdraw. Although he had dodged quickly, he had still sustained a bullet wound to his arm from Makuya. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the bullet would have struck true to his heart. Now, having exited the fray, Jin's ferocity erupted. Disregarding his injury, he roared commands. Fire, Shete. Open fire immediately. Kill those two bastards. After a brief silence, the ferocious firepower of the Gatling gun unleashed a torrent, resembling an enraged dragon spewing flames. A dense rain of metal bullets instantly enveloped Makuya, Mandarin, and several members of the Ten Commandments gang ahead. Bullets flew through the air, mercilessly shredding all who dared to stand in their path. The frail human body was utterly powerless against such a ferocious instrument of death. As the bullets tore through flesh, limbs shattered and exploded into a blinding crimson mist. The terrified screams that echoed were abruptly silenced, transforming into the anguished souls ensnared beneath the relentless rain of metal. Miyu did not dare confront the ferocity of this gunfire directly. Fortunately, his speed was astonishing. The mere thugs of the gang could not hope to track his swift form. In a flash, he utilized his instantaneous movement technique, evading danger and concealing himself behind a nearby shipping container. Unfortunately, Masterman, left exposed, became the primary target of their concentrated fire. His 2 layers of magical barriers held momentarily against the metallic storm, but the pressure was overwhelming. He hastily activated the mind amplification ring on his ring finger, unleashing a surge of mental force that surged toward Jean Bing and his frenzied gunmen. Such an assault from the realm of the psyche was beyond the comprehension of ordinary men, who felt as though their minds were suddenly pierced by a multitude of steel needles, collapsing to the ground in agony. Jean Bing's resolve was as unyielding as steel. Blood streamed from his eyes, nostrils, and ears, yet he endured the onslaught. As the area of the mental storm began to wane, he regained his composure and, with fierce intent, commanded, with the bee's sting, obliterate them into fragments. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sounds of projectiles slicing through the air were followed by a series of deafening explosions at the dock. The flimsy metal of the containers offered no sanctuary against such tactical rockets, forcing Muyi to retreat alongside the Ten Commandments gang in disarray. While he could handle the foes nearby, those launching rockets from afar posed an insurmountable challenge. However, Jean Bing's advantage was short-lived. A pair of inconspicuous gunshots rang out, shattering the overhead floodlights and plunging the entire area into darkness, save for the dim yellow glow illuminating small patches and the flickering tongues of flame. 2 more gunshots rang out, and 2 gunmen targeting Mu Yi fell lifelessly. In the thickening obscurity, the gunmen firing indiscriminately stood out like lice on a bald head. Be cautious, there's a sniper. The arrogant subordinates of Jean Bing momentarily ceased their fire, allowing the beleaguered Ten Commandments gang to muster a counterattack. Yet, their preparations were uneven, and the disparity in firepower was stark. They quickly found themselves at a disadvantage once more. Masterman's face turned ashen, and with a flicker of his ring, a beam of darkness shot forth, enveloping the opposition in an area that absorbed light, rendering Jean Bing and his men effectively blind. Blast it! Why can't I see anything? Jean Bing exclaimed, sensing the peril as his subordinates cried out in confusion. Smoke grenades! Deploy the smoke grenades! The thugs quickly grasped the situation. If they could not see, neither could their enemies. With a collective shout, they unleashed a torrent of smoke grenades, shrouding the dock in a dense fog. Sagano's port, being an inland harbor with little wind, quickly became engulfed in a heavy haze as the smoke spread. A group of individuals found themselves engulfed in a relentless coughing fit. Yet in this moment, equality prevailed, with visibility reduced to less than a meter. No one could claim an advantage. Even Alice, positioned at a vantage point and prepared to assist my outside, was rendered helpless by the billowing smoke from the dock. "Reynold, how are you holding up?" she whispered into her earpiece. "No need to worry, I'm fine," Mai's voice responded. "The more chaos they create, the better it is for us. I've uncovered a clue, and soon I will locate the Fire Fox." Master Man was seething with fury. Ever since he had gained his extraordinary fortune and achieved eternal life, he had never found himself in such a disgraceful predicament. His inflated sense of self-worth was first challenged by a mere gang leader and then further humiliated in a standoff with an enigmatic adversary. The sight of the thick smoke and the chaotic skirmish between the two factions, punctuated by intermittent screams, fueled his rage. He promptly activated his spirit ring, unleashing a violent whirlwind from the vortex of his right middle finger, sweeping across the dock. While the whirlwind's expansive reach posed no danger to life, it effectively dispersed the noxious smoke. Just as the haze began to clear, Mai, who had just evaded danger, stealthily approached in silence. A glint of cold steel emanating from the short dagger in his hand as he aimed for Master Man's throat. Chapter 032, Deception and Division. Rescuing the Fire Fox. Ah, splendid. You are still here. Faced with the onslaught from Mai, Master Man felt no fear, but rather delight. Although he harbored a deep-seated wariness towards Mai and had long since harbored murderous intent, he had been concerned that Mai might seize the moment to escape amidst the chaos, thus robbing him of the opportunity to eliminate his foe. To his surprise, the other party had not fled. The gravitational field and vortex barrier sprang into existence in an instant, as Master Man coldly observed Mai's short dagger. Its chilling gleam halted mere inches away. "You arrogant fool, do you believe what you see constitutes the entirety?" Master Man brought his palms together, several spirit rings shimmering in succession, and declared, "Now, let me demonstrate the true wrath." Just as Master Man was reveling in his own bravado, he was taken aback when the short dagger in Mai's hand suddenly blazed with fervor, a fiery chakra enveloping the blade, endowing it with an unforeseen lethality. The blade lunged forward, and with a resounding crack, Master Man's vortex barrier crumbled, the searing edge piercing inward, the once short distance evaporating in an instant. He could almost feel the lethal heat emanating from the blade. "Damn it, get away from me." A wave of panic surged through Master Man as cold sweat trickled down his back. Disregarding everything, he urged the gravitational field to propel himself away with all his might. Simultaneously, his ring finger flickered, unleashing a silent cutting beam. Sensing the impending danger, Mai swiftly dodged, yet was still unable to evade entirely, and was struck directly by the beam. A cruel smile began to form on Master Man's face, but he was startled to see the other party erupt into a cloud of smoke, the sound of impact not resembling that of a human body at all. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a wooden stake split in two upon the ground. He sensed an aura akin to magic, yet distinctly different, dissipating rapidly. It was a substitution technique. Unaware of the technique's intricacies, Master Man quickly locked onto Mai, who had reappeared a dozen meters away. Snarling, "Let us see how many times you can evade." With a rush, flames engulfed the air. Mai moved like a swift falcon, deftly evading while seizing the opportunity to launch several shurikens. Aware of Mai's prowess, Master Man opted to conserve his energy, maintaining his protective barrier at all costs. He then activated the spirit rings in rapid succession, unleashing a blizzard of icy winds to hinder Mai's movements. Beams of light and lightning storms pursued mercilessly. The extraordinary powers of the spirit rings were wielded by Master Man with masterful precision. Mai found himself on the defensive. Every path he took beset by the various assaults of Master Man's spirit rings, turning the once sturdy concrete dock into a scene of utter devastation. "Reno, I see you in peril, nearly defeated by that ring-laden monster." From a vantage point, Alice, while adhering to Mai's earlier instructions, could not help but worry as she observed the precarious situation through her scope. "Do not concern yourself with him, Alice. You have witnessed the peculiar abilities of that Master Man. Do not draw his attention." "Ah, I have located them. Come to Warehouse 7 in the northern area for extraction." Alice. Upon hearing that Mai had found the whereabouts of the Fire Fox, Alice promptly withdrew her gaze, no longer fixated on the perilous battle in the distance, and stealthily departed from her vantage point, making her way toward the northern Warehouse 7 to provide assistance. In the warehouse, although the guards from both factions heard the intense gunfire outside, they remained steadfast in their orders, refraining from recklessly abandoning their posts. However, This did not imply they could remain uninvolved, especially when I stealthily infiltrated the area and located them. In the shadows, several shurikens silently sliced through the air, striking crucial points on the guards with deadly precision. They fell to the ground without uttering a single sound, lifeless. Medical ninjas, adept at healing, were equally proficient in understanding human anatomy, making them terrifyingly efficient when it came to taking lives. The guards, initially meant to balance the power between the two factions, swiftly met their demise. Even if they sensed something amiss, they were powerless against the grim reaper lurking in the shadows. Brief and panicked cries echoed throughout Warehouse 7. Yet no one came to their rescue. The chaotic sounds emerged abruptly and faded just as quickly. The 11 men and women confined within the warehouse rooms undoubtedly sensed the commotion outside, instantly becoming vigilant. Among them, some bore severe injuries while others remained unscathed. An invisible barrier divided them into two factions, creating a natural rift. Regrettably, regardless of their allegiance, they found themselves powerless in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The harsh clang of metal sent shivers down everyone's spine. However, they soon discovered that the heavy iron door was slowly opening, revealing a tall, imposing figure in the dim light. Backlit, the newcomer's features were obscured. Only a pair of piercing eyes shone with intensity. He remained silent. Yet an air of formidable authority emanated from him, instilling fear and caution among those present. These individuals were not naive fledglings. They could sense the latent explosive power within him, prompting them to observe quietly. No one noticed that, upon seeing the newcomer. The gravely injured Hua Hu revealed a hint of relief on her face. "If you don't come soon, I might not last much longer," she weakly uttered. Breaking the silence, the others in the room finally realized that this was Hua Hu's savior. I approached Hua Hu, gazing at her once alluring face now marred by intersecting scars, a wave of chilling killing intent radiating from him that weighed heavily on the hearts of those around. "Swallow it," I instructed, presenting her with a pill. Without hesitation, Hua Hu opened her mouth and consumed it, as I discreetly channeled his chakra to enhance the medicine's effects. Under the nurturing influence of the drug, Hua Hu's spirits lifted slightly and her pain diminished. I tilted his chin toward the others and inquired, "What is their situation?" Hua Hu's gaze darkened momentarily before she replied, "They are members from outside the Assassin's Alliance headquarters." I pressed on, "What now?" Hua Hu's expression grew serious as she articulated, "Let Jenny, Holt, Dennis, and Dean evacuate with us. The others can leave as well." After confirming her intentions in her eyes, I nodded in agreement. "Very well." A moment later, apart from the few individuals singled out by the Firefox, everyone else in the warehouse departed. Curiously, the ones who remained were those who had endured the harshest interrogations and suffered the gravest injuries. The Firefox's intention was unmistakable. These individuals had withstood the trial and chosen not to betray her under such dire circumstances, thus proving themselves worthy of trust. Muyi grasped the Firefox's meaning. He administered medicine to the 4 individuals and gently brushed aside the Firefox's hair to examine the wounds on her face. In a soft voice, he reassured her, "Do not worry, it can be treated. Though the scars appear severe, the treatment itself is not overly complex. The challenge lies in restoring her to her former state. My medical ninjutsu, however, is still insufficient for that." Yet, he possessed not only medical ninjutsu, but also a remarkable restorative wax. While either method alone would not suffice to restore her face, their combination could maximize the restorative properties of the wax, achieving a near-perfect recovery. Regardless, the Firefox's actions this time were for the sake of duty, and upon reflection, Muyi acknowledged his oversight in considering the inherent dangers, leading to unforeseen consequences. Mastering the art of sorcery, a radiant glow of vitality emanated from his palm. The 4 onlookers gasped in astonishment, quickly stifling their reactions. The lady named Jenny was so taken aback that she covered her mouth in shock. Under their watchful gaze, the scars on the Firefox's face healed at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately transforming into delicate lines. Complete restoration would require the restorative wax, but such resources were not available at that moment. He provided a basic treatment for the 5 present, restoring their mobility before they all made their way outside. Soon, Alice arrived to provide assistance. Reino. The other 4 were startled, but the Firefox quickly reassured them, "Do not be alarmed. She is one of us." "Hey, Firefox. I'm so glad to see you unharmed," Alice exclaimed as she approached and embraced her, noticing the angry scars on her face. Upon realizing the situation, she said with concern, "Your face, are you all right?" "Reino says it can be treated." The Firefox returned the embrace, replying, "I am equally delighted to see you, Alice." "Alice, take them and leave first," Muyi commanded with a grave tone, a fierce determination glinting in his eyes as he locked gazes with the Firefox. "They will pay for this, I assure you." A smile flickered across the Firefox's pale visage. "I believe you." Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the formidable Masterman, fully harnessing the power of the 10 Commandments, had completely subdued Muyi. Once more employing an ice storm to hinder his opponent's ghostly speed, he unleashed a slicing beam that cleaved Mu Yi in two at the waist, rendering him unable to evade. Ha ha ha, you are defeated. Your secrets now belong to me, and I alone shall wield extraordinary magical power in this world. What the hell? Damn it, what kind of abomination is this? Mu collapsed, yet no blood spilled forth. He resembled a peculiar being whose true nature had been revealed, as his garments swiftly disintegrated, ultimately transforming into a bizarre puddle of soil. It turns out that this is indeed a precision Earth Release clone crafted by Mukai. As an elemental clone, the Earth Release clone possesses a greater capacity for chakra than the Shadow clone, rendering it more formidable. However, it ultimately has its limitations. When confronted by the likes of Madara, it cannot recklessly expend chakra like the original. Unfortunately, both Earth Release and Fire Release are large-scale ninjutsu that demand an immense amount of chakra. When the Earth Release clone perishes, all information stored within it is relayed back. Mukai discerned the direction and swiftly honed in on the intense energy fluctuations, boldly advancing, without concealment, toward Madara's position. Chapter 33. The magnificent first appearance of the Great War. Jinbing's subordinates were the first to spot Mukui. Remembering Jinbing's orders, they shouted and coordinated their efforts. Using the nearby containers as cover, and without hesitation, opened fire. Bullets transformed into a metallic storm, pouring forth. Mukui, with a swift formation of hand seals, evaded the onslaught. Outpacing the speed of bullets is no simple feat, yet surpassing the wielder of the weapon is remarkably straightforward. As Mukui deftly dodged, Jinbing's subordinates were still in the process of activating their machine guns. By the time their furious flames erupted, they only struck the place where Mukui had stood moments before. With a sudden crouch, Mukui pressed his palms to the ground, chakra surging forth like a torrential flood. This time, he held nothing back. The docks of Sugunos trembled at that instant. The Earth Release, rock pillar eruption. Boom, boom. The thunderous clamor overshadowed the chaotic gunfire of the docks. The ground quaked, asphalt cracking open, as pillars of mud and stone, thick as a man's embrace, erupted with astonishing speed, rippling outward like waves, engulfing Jinbing's subordinates in an instant. The rock pillars were hard and swift, their weight formidable. In this sudden assault, no one could evade with precision. Those with a modicum of luck were struck sideways by the pillars, spitting blood as they tumbled. The unfortunate ones were struck directly. Lifted by the pillars, their bones shattered, lifeless as they hit the ground. Moments later, the pillars ceased their ascent. Under the dim lights, the towering pillars, each over 10 meters high and densely clustered, resembled a forest. Yet this rocky grove was stained with crimson blood, casting ominous shadows in the faint light. Akin to the formidable sentinels of hell, truly deserving of the name Prison Forest. On the docks, an eerie silence prevailed. The Earth Release, rock pillar eruption was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, not difficult to master. However, this technique proved ineffective against adept ninjas unless one possessed a profound understanding of Earth Release, allowing for successive transformations of the emerging pillars to better target agile ninjas. What Mukui executed was a derivative variant he had developed, utilizing an immense amount of chakra to sustain a continuous emergence of pillars, forming a widespread area of ninjutsu. Such a technique, even when faced with ninjas, exhibited extraordinary effectiveness. Yet it also demanded an astonishing amount of chakra. In the past, using the Prison Forest, rock pillar eruption would have drained Mukui of half his chakra, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. However, now that he had sealed the cosmic cube, pure energy flowed in, transforming into a vast reservoir of chakra for his use, allowing him to fully unleash his ninjutsu talents. Since arriving in Raccoon City and realizing he was in the Marvel Universe, Mukui had maintained a low profile and remained humble. He understood deeply that while he might appear invincible among ordinary people, he was insignificant when compared to the formidable powers within the Marvel realm. His ninjutsu, characterized by its vast scale upon use, would inevitably spread rapidly under today as fast-paced information dissemination, should he choose to act. As a ninja, Makino possesses a keen awareness of the need for secrecy regarding his intelligence, often employing the unassuming technique of the shadow clone jutsu. However, remaining inconspicuous does not equate to being without resolve. Otherwise, one may find themselves in a situation like today, where mere gangsters dare to act brazenly before him. Suppressing his rising anger, Makino decided to abandon his low profile, intending to use this battle as a declaration of his arrival in this world. Thus, he held nothing back. Utilizing an earth technique that produced astonishing effects, half of the docks at Sagnosport were obliterated in a single move, as a multitude of rocky pillars utterly devastated the ground. At that moment, extraordinary power rarely manifested before the eyes of ordinary individuals. Witnessing such miraculous destruction, the raucous members of the Ten Commandments gang, who were once fearless and boisterous, swallowed hard, their spines chilled and rendered speechless. Not only were they struck with fear, but even the arrogant Master Man, upon seeing the dense forest of rocky pillars, turned pale with terror. In the next instant, Master Man sensed a cold, indifferent gaze as a figure emerged from the darkness, prompting him to exclaim, "Impossible! How could you possess such power? I was merely toying with you earlier. Did you truly believe that was all I was capable of?" He chuckled. "Oh, you wish to uncover the secrets of my strength? Very well. Allow me to show you clearly." Master Man felt a surge of alarm, as if a lethal threat, unavoidable and menacing, was closing in. He shouted furiously, "What are you all standing around for? Fire! If we do not eliminate him, we shall all perish." The gang members, awakening from their stupor, scrambled into action, while Master Man himself wasted no time in striking back. With his left middle finger, he unleashed a lightning storm. His left little finger conjured an ice storm, and his right index finger emitted a laser beam. The powers of 3 spirit rings activated simultaneously, coupled with the protective abilities of 2 additional rings. He managed to trigger the powers of 5 rings at once. The utilization of the spirit rings was not without its challenges for Master Man. After years of honing his skills, he could easily alternate between the rings or maintain the effects of 2 rings simultaneously. However, activating 5 rings at once exceeded his limits. He would pay a price for this, yet Master Man acted without hesitation, fully aware that if he did not exert himself to the fullest, he might well lose his life here. Makino, of course, sensed Master Man's determination, but he remained unfazed. On the contrary, he believed that the more fiercely Master Man struggled, the more splendid his debut would be in front of the onlookers. With seals formed and chakra surging, he unleashed the fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. 3 torrents of dragon-headed flames erupted from Makino's mouth, and under the immense infusion of chakra, the great dragon fire surged in the wind, transforming into 3 fire dragons over 10 meters long, roaring fiercely as they soared towards the enemy. 2 of the great dragon flames swept toward the scattered members of the 10 Commandments gang. Some misguided individuals, thinking themselves clever, hid behind shipping containers, believing they could shield themselves from the fiery onslaught. Little did they know, the might of the great dragon fire far surpassed that of ordinary fireballs. The thin metal of the containers could not withstand the flames, melting within moments, and leaving those who had underestimated the danger utterly consumed. The 10 Commandments followers cried out in despair, fleeing for their lives, unwilling to heed Master Man's orders any longer. As the last of the magnificent dragon fire surged forth to counter the 3 spirit rings of Master Man, a sense of intrigue filled the air. Indeed, the reputation of the 10 Commandments was not unfounded. The 3 spirit rings, activated through Master Man's fervent efforts, swiftly diminished the power of the dragon fire, ultimately neutralizing it and extinguishing it with a laser beam, its residual force still advancing toward my. Surprised yet amused, I let out a soft chuckle, remaining firmly in place. With a swift change of hand seals, he unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, the Fire Release, Grand Fire Dragon Bullet. I had a profound interest in ninjutsu, and though he had not attained the heights of a formidable ninja due to his limited chakra, he had dedicated himself to mastering medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. While exploring the intricacies of ninjutsu, he devised his own naming conventions for the techniques he developed. For instance, he liked to incorporate the character for prison into earth-based techniques, while fire techniques received the character for flame. The Fire Release, Grand Fire Dragon Bullet he employed at this moment was a self-improved version of the Dragon Fire, concentrating the power of 3 dragon fires into one formidable assault. From the perspective of ninjutsu ranks, it was merely a B-rank technique. However, in the hands of its might far surpassed its classification. The dragon-headed fireball, bolstered by chakra, transformed into a colossal orb of flame, measuring over 10 meters in diameter. As the flames surged forth, they scorched everything in their path, leaving charred remnants behind. The once dark and dimly lit Sagnos dock was now illuminated as brightly as day. Despite its immense size, the dragon-headed fireball maintained its speed, catching Master Man, who had just dispelled the dragon fire and barely had time to breathe, utterly off guard. Under the fiery glow, his face turned pale, and alarm bells rang out in his heart, urging him to flee. His instincts screamed that if he did not escape this overwhelming force, he would face the specter of death. Yet, deep down, Master Man understood he could not run away. Losing the courage to confront this power would lead to a swifter demise. With a grotesque visage, veins bulging on his forehead, Master Man extended his hands. At that moment, all 10 spirit rings shimmered with brilliance. The 5 rings unleashed their maximum abilities. The resonance of all 10 rings signaled a true life or death struggle. In a remarkable display, streams of light poured forth from the rings, coalescing into a vibrant cascade of colors, transforming into a rainbow-like torrent of energy that surged toward the dragon-headed fireball. Divergent techniques collided midair. The violent energy fluctuations erupted in thunderous booms that reverberated in all directions. This night at Sangno's dock was destined to be sleepless, and come morning, the world would be shaken, for nearby New York had already taken notice of the commotion at the harbor. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions of energy persisted. The searing heat of the dragon-headed fireball scorching the ground, melting the asphalt surface and revealing the soil beneath, which was ultimately incinerated into a glass-like state. On the distant surface of the sea, vapor rises, only to dissipate towards the opposite side, for any moisture that approaches the dock is instantaneously evaporated. Oh! The anguished roar of Master Man reverberates. He can distinctly sense that something within him is being siphoned away by the spirit ring, as he steps closer to emptiness and frailty. Yet, the fiery orb across from him appears devoid of an end. With a thud, Master Man collapses to his knees, the flames in his eyes drawing ever nearer. Just as they seem poised to consume him entirely, the dragon fire suddenly dissipates, revealing a tall, imposing figure approaching amid the flames. The sound of helicopter rotors fills the air, drawing ever closer. In the distance, beams of intense light pierce the sky, illuminating the dock. The astute media of New York are now fully mobilized. Those quick on their feet can already witness the flames that once engulfed the dock. Why do you not kill me? Master Man stares wide-eyed. Not kill you? Huh. No, you misunderstand. I merely, in light of our first encounter, wish to grant you an unprecedentedly grand funeral. With that, my stands firm, deliberately forming seals, earth escape, hell flow tectonic nucleus. In an instant, the entire Sagnos port, from the warehouses to the docks, trembles in unison with Mai's hands. Chapter 034. The anomaly of the cosmic cube. The earth trembled. The sea surged. The nearly exhausted Master Man gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, a sense of awe welling within him. What was his intention? Did he plan to annihilate the entire port of Sagnos, to obliterate this vast dock? The beam from the helicopter illuminated the chaos below. Some had already noticed the unusual activity at the dock. The agitated waters churned continuously, and the ground appeared to be squeezed like a fragile biscuit, layer upon layer, compressing and fracturing. Master Man struggled to rise, but the tremors of the earth soon sent him tumbling once again. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and looked around in terror. Unfortunately, the thick darkness of the night obscured the distant landscape. He could not find a reference point. Yet he discerned the strange transformation occurring in Sagnos. The ground was gradually sinking. Was that terrifying figure truly intending to submerge the entire port into the depths of the sea? Was this a realm accessible to mortals? Master Man murmured in a daze. The photographer aboard the helicopter diligently captured the changes at the dock, his astonishment never faltering. The dock was doomed, resembling a thousand-layered cake being crushed. Oh my goodness, the dock is sinking. Look, it is descending into the sea. Heavens. Quick. Look, there are two people. At that moment, Mai was oblivious to everything else, for while he recklessly unleashed his ninjutsu, he suddenly encountered trouble. The trouble stemmed from the cosmic cube. Until now, he had never harnessed its energy on such a grand scale. He had not anticipated that the cube, which had remained stable through numerous tests, would falter this time. To be precise, it was not a failure, as the cube still rested securely within its seal. Rather, it was due to a certain reason that its tranquil energy surged forth. The energy of the cosmic cube is pure, pristine, and of boundless utility. However, it is not chakra. When Mai employed it, he needed to use his own chakra as a conduit to drive its transformation, subsequently substituting chakra with the cube's pure energy to wield ninjutsu. Yet, such circumstances would only manifest in the initial stages of sealing the cube. The energy of the cube also gradually infected Mai. Once a certain stage was reached, Mai's chakra would transform into a unique chakra aligning with that of the cosmic cube. At that time, Mai would be able to communicate with and harness greater, more formidable energy from the cube. He was prepared for this eventuality, but he did not expect the change to occur so soon. Still in the initial phase of absorbing the cube's influence, Mai found himself unable to control the magnificent torrent of energy. Yet, he quickly realized that the catalyst for this anomaly was the anchor point he had once focused on but had never been able to grasp. This anchor point felt remarkably familiar to Mai. However, with his rudimentary understanding of spatial knowledge, he could not touch or explore what the anchor point truly was. This first large-scale utilization of the cosmic cube's energy stirred the once tranquil cube into activity. Mai, who had not yet achieved a sufficient degree of integration, was unable to fully master and command it. Thus, the cube discovered the anchor point and became irresistibly drawn to that peculiar locus. The energy of the Rubik's Cube was gradually captured by the anchor point, converging with an increasing velocity, infusing it with power. The torrent of energy amassed within sent shivers down Muye's spine. He was uncertain of what might occur once the anchor point absorbed an excess of Rubik's Cube energy. But it would undoubtedly be anything but tranquil. At the Saguno's dock, the ground continued to sink, causing the surging seawater to sweep over it. The shipping containers left on the dock now leaned precariously, toppling over and sliding into the ocean along with the fractured earth. The Saguno's warehouse was no exception. As the dock sank, it soon became the only visible island, still gradually descending. The tearing of the ground distorted the warehouse's original form, leading it to twist and crumble. As the target of the spell, Masterman found himself unable to escape the binding force of the prison flow's core. Despairing, he watched the relentless waves encroach upon him, ready to engulf him completely. With all his strength, he summoned a small barrier using the power of the spirit ring. However, the excessive use of the ring inflicted upon him a pain akin to a searing blade piercing his mind. Just when he believed he would be entirely consumed by the frigid waters, the overwhelming force suddenly released its grip. Without a moment to ponder, Masterman exerted all his energy to ascend from the ocean floor. When he finally broke the surface and cautiously searched for the enemy's presence, he discovered that the dock's descent had inexplicably ceased. The entire structure had sunk approximately 5 to 6 meters into the water, and the formidable adversary he had feared had vanished without a trace. The roar of propellers echoed overhead. Blinding beams of light swept across the Saguno's dock. The shrill sound of police sirens drew closer. Shaking his dizzying head, Masterman realized he could not linger any longer. Straining to harness the power of the spirit ring, he cloaked his presence and stealthily departed from the dock. The following night, news of a gang clash at Saguno's port spread like wildfire. However, accurate reports of the shocking battle were scarce. The peculiar events at Saguno's dock were superficially attributed to gang-related explosives. Any fleeting footage captured by New York media was swiftly retracted under government intervention after its dissemination. On the surface, everything appeared calm. Yet, whispers circulated of a mysterious sorcerer engaging in a magical duel at Saguno's dock, the residual force of which submerged the dock entirely into the sea. Various accounts flooded the internet, blending truth and fiction, yet many were captivated by the intrigue. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, public discourse flourished with enthusiasm, reflecting a profound curiosity regarding the existence of sorcerers in the world. In this realm, the true magicians, guardians of the enigmatic Temple of New York, had indeed manifested at Saguno's dock on the night of the spatial disturbance. In S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury wore a grim expression, his single eye flickering with displeasure. He detested those things and individuals that slipped beyond his control, particularly after he had just rendered judgments upon the relevant parties. "Have you formulated a report yet, Coulson?" Fury's tone bore a stern reproach. "You just evaluated him, assuring me that he is prudent and rational and would not abuse his power. Yet, just last night, he caused a commotion that shocked the world. Minister Pierce is holding me accountable on behalf of the Security Council, and I am left speechless." Coulson found himself quite troubled by the situation as well. However, once the news broke last night, he promptly initiated an investigation due to the involvement of both the Gang of 10 and the criminal syndicate, which included a multitude of participants. After identifying eyewitnesses from that night, he quickly unraveled the sequence of events. Thus, Coulson presented the organized investigative findings to Nick Fury while narrating the details. The influence of the Gang of 10 in New York is formidable, and they have recently stirred up considerable turmoil. Nevertheless, in the presence of Nick Fury, they fell short of his attention. He hardly regarded this aspiring ruler of the underworld. In contrast, he found himself more intrigued by the enigmatic individual known as Mantis. He extracted Mantis's dossier from the files, perused it, and set it aside in contemplation. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Where is this Reynolds at present?" "Arrange for a meeting. I intend to see him in person." Coulson, feeling somewhat helpless, sighed. "Sir, immediately after the incident, I went to seek him out. However, he has not returned to his residence. According to 2 individuals who are closely associated with him, he appears to be missing." "Missing?" Nick Fury raised his gaze, awaiting an explanation. "Indeed, it is these 2 women," Coulson revealed as he presented the information. Anna Julie, codename Firefox, was formerly a member of the Assassin Guild and is a principal figure in instigating the Sanyo's port incident. Alice, the former security chief of Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City research facility, is a survivor of the Raccoon City crisis. As far as I understand, she and Reynolds were likely part of the same escape group from Raccoon City, and they maintained a close relationship. Since the Sanyo's incident, they have been unable to contact Reynolds, leading to the assumption of his disappearance. Fury furrowed his brow, sensing that the extensive use of extraordinary power by the individual indicated a tendency toward a formal introduction. Logically, after such a debut, he should not immediately vanish. Otherwise, how would he maintain the intimidation that follows such an unveiling? He glanced down at the dossier and suddenly realized, this Alice is among the group of dissenters who recently clashed with Umbrella in Colorado, is she not? Coulson nodded affirmatively. Fury's eyes flickered. I recall she was still under a wanted notice from Colorado. Coulson nodded once more. Indeed, sir. Fury rapped his fingers on the table, pointing at the photograph. Deploy personnel, Begin by making contact with her. Chapter 035. The sudden arrival at Kanahagakure, as if in a dream where, one might wonder, is Makuyo at this moment? It turns out that after the anchor point had amassed ample spatial energy, it drew Makuyo into a peculiar realm of blue and white. Once, the formidable adversary of Captain America, the Red Skull, was transported to a distant alien world upon his contact with the cosmic cube. The anchor point, intricately linked to Makuyo, recorded knowledge beyond his comprehension and, upon acquiring abundant spatial energy, enveloped him within its grasp. The blue and white expanse radiated an aura of infinite mystery. The surrounding light retreated at an astonishing pace, and amid the blur, Makuyo seemed to glimpse a series of indistinct images. Due to the overwhelming velocity, he could not discern the content of these visions. This experience was not unfamiliar to Makuyo. It echoed the time he had encountered spatial turbulence, leading him to a similar place. After traversing that analogous realm, he had emerged in Raccoon City. Makuyo could not help but ponder where he would reappear after being swept once more into the cosmic torrent. Within that extraordinary spatial conduit, time and perception became nearly imperceptible. Even thought seemed to slow. Makuyo could not ascertain how long had passed when the intertwining blue and white light abruptly halted. The perception he had lost returned with a jolt, and he found himself standing once more on solid ground, momentarily faltering before regaining his balance. As he focused his gaze, he realized he had arrived in a densely populated human settlement. Night had fallen, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. A sudden wave of familiarity washed over Makuyo, as if the gentle breeze itself had become a comforting presence. The trees lining the streets stood tall and lush. The architectural style he recognized struck him like a beam of light piercing through the darkness of his confusion. Could this truly be Kanahagakure? With a leap, Makuyo ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building. From this vantage point, he beheld the majestic Hokage rock in the distance, where the colossal statues of the 4 Hokage predecessors were vividly visible. Makuyo was struck with a profound sense of shock, rooted in place as a whirlwind of astonishment, joy, and contemplation surged within him. Had he truly returned? He rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, Makuyo's demeanor shifted sharply as he sensed several sharp, concealed auras closing in rapidly. In the next instant, 3 ninjas adorned with animal masks emerged, surrounding him, while another familiar presence lagged slightly behind before revealing itself. Intruder, surrender at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The approaching members of the Umbu, with their palpable murderous intent, had locked onto Makuyo, their attacks poised to strike. Makuyo did not respond but turned toward the familiar ninja with white hair and a mask. Speaking with a tone of nostalgia, "It has been a long time, Kakashi." Kakashi's eyes flickered with surprise as he instantly recognized Makuyo's familiar voice. Observing Makuyo as he removed his hood and mask, revealing his true identity, Kakashi exclaimed, "What brings you here, Nagakubo Makuyo? Where have you been all this time?" "Ah, it's a long story," Makuyo sighed once more. In terms of time, he had been swept into the chaotic currents of space for merely a few months. However, upon returning to Konoha after experiencing modern life once more, Mai found himself enveloped in a profound sense of dislocation. He gestured toward the 3 dark-clad ANBU agents, their murderous intent palpable, and inquired, "Have I now become a rogue ninja?" Once it was confirmed that the individual before him was indeed Nagakubo Mai and not an imposter, Kakashi visibly relaxed. The sharp, formidable aura that had enveloped him dissipated, giving way to his usual languid and despondent demeanor. "Not quite," he replied. "After your disappearance, some did propose classifying you as a rogue ninja, but the 3rd Hokage had faith in you, thus categorizing you as missing. If you remain absent for another year or 2, you may indeed find yourself enshrined among the spirits." After Kakashi spoke, he scrutinized Mai with a furrowed brow and asked, "By the way, where exactly have you been? You seem somewhat off." Mai inquired, "What do you mean by off?" Kakashi did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly lifted his tilted forehead protector, revealing the enigmatic and crimson Sharingan that glimmered in the darkness. He regarded Mai intently once more before shaking his head. "I can't quite place it, but undoubtedly, something is amiss. Have you encountered some unforeseen incident?" "Only you," Kakashi Mai replied. "I am indeed in a rather unique state at present." Until Kakashi's prompt, Mai had scarcely noticed his own peculiarities, but upon further reflection, he realized that the matter at hand, his previous disappearance, was certainly not of his own volition. Kakashi, perceptive as always, caught the implication in Mai's words and asked, "Do you possess classified information?" At that moment, another ENBU agent materialized with a shunshin, delivering a command. "The 3rd Hokage has ordered that Nagakubo Mai proceed immediately to the Hokage Tower to report on his mission." Mai nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall go at once." Just then, he sensed a subtle probing gaze pass over him, which he surmised to be the 3rd Hokage's telescopic technique. In the past, he would not have had such acute awareness, but post-sealing the cosmic cube, his physical attributes had been enhanced, allowing for a heightened perceptual capability. Kakashi suddenly interjected. Did the third Hokage specify that only Mai should go? The EMBU replied, no, he did not. With a casual smile, Kakashi straightened his posture. Then it seems I may accompany you as well? Very well, let us proceed, Mai. I am eager to learn about your recent experiences. That unusual state of yours piques my curiosity. After this brief exchange, Mai's sense of disorientation upon returning to Konoha had begun to fade. Accompanied by the EMBU and Kakashi, he swiftly traversed the rooftops toward the Hokage Tower, situated at the heart of the village. As he dashed through the familiar streets, Mai was overwhelmed with emotion. After all, this was the place that had nurtured him, where he had shed sweat and blood and fought valiantly to protect it. Such fervent sentiments would not easily dissipate. Regrettably, he had not fully returned to Konoha. Rather, he was merely making a temporary visit. During his recent self-examination, he discovered the reason for his entrapment in this realm, the cosmic cube. It turned out that the anchor point, which evoked a sense of familiarity within him, belonged to the dimension of Naruto, where he had lived and grown. The cosmic cube, with its wondrous ability to traverse space, had transported him back to this world. And the energy he relied upon to remain here stemmed from the cube's absorbed energies. Currently, Mai lacked sufficient knowledge of spatial dynamics and had not mastered enough spatial abilities. Thus, he could only linger in this dimension under the protection of the cube's energy. Once that energy was depleted, he would inevitably return. Ultimately, the cosmic cube did not belong here. It was a possession of the Marvel Universe, akin to a curious child peeking through an open window, destined to return to its own world. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, leisurely exhaled smoke, casting a surprised and inquisitive gaze upon him. Much like Kakashi did earlier, it was evident that the third Hokage intended to take a break, for he was not clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. The Hokage hat lay beside him on the desk, and he wore only casual home attire. Such a sight of the third Hokage was a rarity indeed. Although advanced in age, his commanding presence remained intact. After a brief pause, he exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Now, let us begin the report, especially you, Jonin Takiyanagi. Tell me, why have you been missing for several months? On his way here, Mai had contemplated this. Given the complete isolation of the two worlds, he felt there was no need for concealment. As long as it did not pertain to his most crucial interests, he could disclose certain information. Previously, while in the ninja world, he had refrained from speaking freely, fearing repercussions. Now, however, those concerns had dissipated. The events originated from the Uchiha clan massacre night. Mai's first words captured the attention of both the third Hokage and Kakashi. As a renowned clan within the ninja world, the Uchiha massacre had precipitated significant upheaval, and the two present, whether privy to the details or entangled in its aftermath, could not help but feel a shift in their emotions upon hearing Mai's recollection. That fateful night, I was on duty. Adhering to the mission protocols, I was stationed outside and did not attend to the happenings within the Uchiha clan. However, I did not seek trouble. Rather, trouble found me. Unfortunately, I encountered a mysterious individual in a swirling vortex, masked and elusive. Unbeknownst to me, he was plotting something sinister, and upon my discovery of him, he immediately attacked. The masked figure possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, and I was no match for him. In a moment of misfortune, I fell victim to his bizarre techniques and was pulled into a strange and desolate space. During this ordeal, I was swept into a tumultuous blue and white vortex. And when I regained consciousness, I found that I had completely departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, or, more accurately, I had left the ninja world altogether, entering an unfamiliar alternate realm. Mai's words were succinct, yet the implications contained within were profoundly rich. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, casting a discreet glance at Kakashi, now realizing that allowing Kakashi to listen might have been an oversight. However, he subsequently recalled Kakashi's reliability and, after some contemplation, accepted it tacitly. The two of them took a moment to digest Maki's words, exchanging knowing glances in silent agreement. You mentioned that mysterious individual possesses the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and furthermore, a Manjiki Sharingan? The third Hokage spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, Maki affirmed with a nod, I cannot mistake the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Following Maki's disappearance, the Umbu discovered clear signs of battle near his last known location, thus negating any notion of deceit. Moreover, the enigmatic figure behind the mask of the vortex was undoubtedly not a mere fabrication of Maki's imagination, for this was not the first time such a person had appeared. Long before, during the Nine Tails turmoil, the fourth Hokage had engaged in combat with a similar mysterious individual, documented in classified information that, in Maki's capacity, he could not have accessed without first-hand experience. Nevertheless, the expressions of the third Hokage and Kakashi were somewhat peculiar at that moment. They could comprehend Maki's earlier statements. Yet the notion of an alternate world left them perplexed. Despite their exceptional talents and foresight within the ninja realm, grasping the concept of an alternate universe proved challenging. It was the third Hokage, with his extensive experience, who pondered aloud, "Is the alternate world you speak of a hidden space, akin to the enigmatic Maibokuzen or the wet-bone forest?" Maki shook his head. "Lord Third, Kakashi, the alternate world I refer to is one entirely distinct in terms of cosmic space, societal culture, and survival communities. In that realm, there are no ninja villages, no ninjas, and not even chakra. The inhabitants live in entirely different ways, produce their sustenance, and explore the truths of the world from a unique perspective." Kakashi scratched his white hair, staring with his dead fish eyes, and remarked, "What you are saying is exceedingly strange, Maki. Perhaps you are not lying, but I cannot comprehend it. Alternatively, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims?" Chapter 036. The transaction with the third Hokage. Mai contemplated how to earn the trust of the third Hokage, realizing that the unexpected manifestation of the cosmic cube presented him with an unprecedented opportunity. Though the journey between realms was fraught with limitations, he could extract boundless advantages from it. Konoha Village, being the epicenter of the ninja world, was familiar territory for Mai, as he hailed from there and thus felt no aversion to it. The cosmic cube, as a wellspring of power, was undeniably ample. However, Mai's mastery over this power was sorely lacking. After all, he was merely a special jonin proficient in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, originating from humble beginnings. Had he not survived the great ninja wars and accumulated numerous merits, he would have been unable to amass his current foundation. The chance to return to Konoha was rare, and gaining the third Hokage's trust could resolve Mai's inadequacies in ninjutsu prowess, a matter he regarded with utmost seriousness. Thus, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Mai pondered for a moment and retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. "I have recreated the ninja tool pouch and sealing scroll in this alternate world, containing items that are certainly not found in the ninja realm. For instance, this Desert Eagle is an ordinary weapon from another world, easily wielded by anyone, akin to our kunai in its commonality." He placed the Desert Eagle upon the Hokage's desk. The gazes of the third Hokage and Kakashi immediately converged upon it, noting that the firearm structure and craftsmanship were entirely dissimilar to anything in the ninja realm. Both being well-versed ninjas, they quickly reviewed their mental archives. Recognizing it as an unfamiliar object, the third Hokage remained still, prompting Kakashi to take the initiative. He stepped forward, grasping the firearm with curiosity, gesturing as he inquired, "How does one operate this weapon? It doesn't appear to be a projectile weapon, nor does it have a blade." "Ah, this mechanism, hey," Mai interrupted, pushing aside the barrel that Kakashi had inadvertently aimed at himself, exclaiming, "Do not point the gun at anyone. Be cautious of accidental discharge." He elucidated the method of using the firearm and added, "Consider this gun a gift. If you wish to practice, do so at the training ground, not here." He casually tossed a pile of magazines to him. With these starkly different industrial creations before him, the third Hokage maintained a composed exterior, but internally, he was nearly convinced by Mai's claims. After all, Nagakawa Mai had been nurtured by Konoha Village. Although of humble origins, he had always been loyal and dependable. A special jonin adorned with numerous honors and merits. If not for the inexplicable disappearance of the individual for several months, along with such implausible assertions, the third Hokage would have been less scrutinizing. However, Mai sought more than mere acceptance. He yearned for the recognition of the third Hokage. He continued to unseal other items from the scroll, arranging them alongside while explaining, "This is currency from the alternate world, crafted using exquisite printing technology with robust anti-counterfeiting features. These are supplies I acquired, consisting of high-energy foods to replenish stamina, and, this is a magazine. Hey, Kakashi." In contrast to the other artifacts, a magazine containing text and images evidently offered a wealth of information that was both rich and authentic. The cover of that magazine featured the notorious Tony Stark alongside his rumored girlfriend, the very one I had purchased in Colorado, unexpectedly tossed into the scroll by him. The reason why Murin called out to Kakashi was that he suddenly recalled that the magazine appeared to be a fashion publication, filled with alluring and seductive beauties. As he flipped through its pages, the vividly enchanting images momentarily stunned Kakashi. It was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, but Murin seemed to hear the sound of someone sniffling, as Kakashi's once dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Regrettably, the third Hokage, appearing nonchalant, casually assisted Kakashi in closing the magazine before placing it amongst several other items. Kakashi hesitated, his expression peculiar. The third removed his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "I now believe your words, Murin. Is the anomaly you exhibit a result of this? How did you return from the other world?" Murin sighed, "Lord Third. Although the other world lacks chakra and ninjutsu, it possesses magic, supernatural powers, and technology. What you see here, this desert eagle, is a product of technology. Thus, it is an exceedingly perilous realm. During a mission, I stumbled upon a treasure while infiltrating a secret base, and it was that very artifact that enabled my return. Alas, this return is time-bound. The energy you perceive is safeguarding me. Once it is depleted, I shall revert to the other world. Lord Third, I require the support of the village. Your trust and assistance. Murin spoke earnestly. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in the Third's eyes as he inquired noncommittally, "What is it that you desire?" Murin, unreserved, replied directly, "I wish to obtain the ninjutsu legacy contained within the Book of Seals, Lord Third. In the other world, my only reliance lies upon my own strength. Yet as you are aware, I hail from humble origins, and my ninjutsu foundation is woefully inadequate. Establishing a self-sustaining force proves exceedingly challenging." The Third nodded slightly, his gaze imposing. "Do you understand that without sufficient merit and contribution, one is unqualified to peruse the Book of Seals?" "Of course, I am aware of that, Lord Third," Murin asserted earnestly. "I am not one to seek unearned rewards. The other world is fraught with danger, yet it also harbors some extraordinary items that could be beneficial to Konoha. However, this incident occurred suddenly, and my ninja tool pouch contains primarily ordinary weapons. The only items of true value are likely contained in these 2 vials." Murin produced 2 vials, exquisite in design, holding what appeared to be some enigmatic concoctions. One vial was clear and unremarkable, while the other showcased a spiraling deep blue hue, resplendent yet steeped in mystery. As you know, I am a medical ninja, thus I possess a heightened sensitivity to such matters. Behold, this vial on the left, named Restorative Wax, is an exceedingly potent healing elixir. With thorough research, it may yield a powerful therapeutic remedy. The Third Hokage was well aware of Makuya's innate talent for medical ninjutsu. Given his earnest recommendation and desire to exchange it for knowledge of the sealing techniques, it was evident that this item would not be of trivial significance. As a military strategic institution of the nation, the ninja village would never turn away resources such as healing potions. Curiously, he examined the potion in his hand but could not discern any peculiarities. "Hence," he inquired, "what kind of healing effect do you believe it can achieve?" Makuya pondered for a moment and replied, "If fully developed, a single dose could rival the effect of my use of palm healing technique." The Third immediately displayed a keen interest. In Konoha, due to the presence of Tsunade among the legendary Sannin, the village boasted the finest medical ninjas in the ninja world. Yet even so, it was impossible for every ninja squad to be accompanied by a medical ninja. If this potion were indeed as Makuya claimed, equipping it to the squads dispatched on missions would significantly reduce the casualties among ninjas. As the Hokage, he could certainly recognize the potion's potential. Kakashi, however, seemed less engrossed, his gaze frequently drifting toward a magazine. Whether intentional or not, the Third's elbow happened to rest on a corner of the magazine, much to Kakashi's chagrin. With the first potion serving as a foundation, the Third's anticipation grew for the second vial, which appeared extraordinary. Pointing to it, he asked, "And what is its purpose?" Makuya hesitated slightly. The vial contained nothing less than the T-virus, an acquisition from Angela, the daughter of Dr. Ashford, during his escape from Raccoon City. The dangers of the T-virus were self-evident, and Makuya held a fondness for Konoha, worrying that it might provoke a ninja world version of a biochemical crisis. Yet, as he had stated, his sudden journey to this world had left him unprepared. What could he hope to gain with merely a restorative wax? An A-rank ninjutsu? Even if the Third trusted him and intended to invest in him, allowing him to select an S-rank ninjutsu, what good would it do? He desired not just 1 or 2 ninjutsu, but a complete legacy. Only with a comprehensive ninjutsu heritage could he aspire to establish a power of his own in the Marvel Universe. In light of S.H.I.E.L.D's unreliability and his unwillingness to simply wait for fate to unfold, he inevitably had to take the step toward forming his own faction. If the restorative wax was insufficient, he had no choice but to present the true weapon, the T-virus. The Third observed Makuya's change in demeanor and discreetly asked, "What is it? Does it pose a problem?" Makuya steadied his emotions and contemplated. Having revealed it, what was there to hesitate about? However, before proceeding, he felt compelled to caution the Third, Lord Third, regarding this item. "I request that you classify it as top secret. Moreover, I propose that no one other than Lady Tsunade should handle it." The Third was taken aback. "Oh, and why is that?" Kakashi's attention was likewise captured. Makuya sighed. "It is known as that virus, which once caused the deaths of at least 100,000 people in a remarkably short span, transforming a thriving city into a ghost town. If it falls into the hands of those with malicious intent, it will bring endless calamities. Should this information leak from the Hidden Leaf Village, our village would be doomed. I have already conducted experiments. The medical ninjutsu can merely suppress its spread, but cannot heal it at all." The Third Hokage and Kakashi simultaneously displayed expressions of horror. They sought to discern any unusual signs on Makuya's face, but his solemn demeanor conveyed that he was not jesting. In an instant, the third Hokage was so startled that he nearly leaped from his seat, eager to seize the vial of serum. Yet he was apprehensive that any careless action might lead to a leak, which would spell disaster for the Leaf Village. "Fear not, esteemed sirs." Makuya, noticing their alarm, hastily reassured them. "This virus has been sealed with a sealing technique, capable of withstanding destructive forces below the Chunin level, and it will not easily leak." After several reassurances, the two men gradually calmed down. Kakashi could not restrain his anger, exclaiming, "How could you bring such a perilous substance to the hidden Leaf Village? If anything were to happen, could you bear the weight of such a sin?" The third Hokage, having regained some composure, furrowed his brow deeply, appearing less agitated than Kakashi. Makuya, concerned that the third Hokage might doubt him, hastily sought someone to verify the substance. As a medical ninja himself, he lamented that with Tsunade's departure and Shizen's absence, there were no worthy medical ninjas left in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. He could only implore, "Lord Third, if you have any doubts, perhaps you could contact Lady Tsunade for her personal examination. I implore you to trust me. It must not be entrusted to anyone other than Lady Tsunade for testing." The third Hokage fell into silence, with only the continuously swirling smoke betraying the turmoil within him, revealing that his calm exterior belied a storm of concern. Chapter 037. Old friends of the past. Kakashi's demeanor had turned gravely serious. He keenly sensed that the third Hokage was contemplating the implications of that dreadful potion. Kakashi solemnly advised, "Third Hokage, I recommend that such perilous substances be destroyed promptly. They have no place in this world." The third furrowed his brow, inhaling smoke without responding. Their differing positions naturally led to divergent thoughts. As the third Hokage's physical condition deteriorated year by year, yet he had not found a suitable successor. His contemplations were far more profound than those of the obedient jonin. Thus, while Kakashi stood resolutely against it, the third remained pensive. Observing this, Kakashi shifted his gaze to Makuya. "Makuya, you should not have brought forth such a thing. It offers no benefit to Konoha and instead hangs over us like a sword of Damocles, ready to unleash catastrophe upon the slightest misstep." "Ah, Kakashi, your statement lacks precision." Makuya replied. "As you are not a medical ninja, it may be challenging for you to comprehend. Allow me to articulate it simply. The T-virus was originally the creation of a learned father who sought to cure his daughter's congenital disability. He succeeded in restoring her ability to walk. The ensuing tragedy was precipitated by the interference of malicious individuals, leading to the inadvertent release of the T-virus. In a strict sense, it is an enhancement serum that remains incompletely studied, requiring an individual of extraordinary intellect to unravel its secrets and extend its applicability for true utilization. In my view, Tsunade is the most likely candidate to decipher its mysteries." Makuya continued. "The T-virus is remarkably potent, yet if it can be perfectly integrated, the benefits would be monumental." While alleviating the third and Kakashi's apprehensions, Makuya also worried that they might not grasp the T-virus's true potential. Thus, he divulged more details. "I have witnessed a perfect merger of the T-virus. She, possessing the physique of an ordinary person, attained rapid self-healing from external wounds after the integration. I trust you both can comprehend the implications of this?" Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Rapid self-healing from external wounds? The third Hokage's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He pondered whether this could achieve the regenerative effects created by Tsunade. His skepticism was palpable, yet even a diluted version of such results was an irresistible temptation for him. Before Kakashi could voice his thoughts, the third had already reached a decision. "I understand your intent. Leave this matter with me. Compile the ninjutsu data you desire and submit it to me. Naturally, there is a process to this. Do you comprehend?" Makuya nodded. Regardless of how grandiloquently he spoke, the veracity of his claims would ultimately require verification by the third Hokage. As night deepened, Makuya, having gained the third's approval, naturally dispelled his vigilance and suspicion, allowing him to depart unimpeded. However, neither Kakashi nor the third could find rest. In the training ground, Kakashi, wielding a Desert Eagle, familiarized himself with a few shots. The unparalleled shooting experience intrigued him, while the terrifying velocity of the bullets left him in awe. The third Hokage summoned a shadow clone, allowing Kakashi to engage in a brief exchange using firearms to assess their potency as weapons. Following the experiment, the third was free of doubts. Although the weapon bore a striking resemblance to the puppetry mechanisms of the Sand Shinobi, it was undeniably not a product of the ninja world, as it required no chakra whatsoever. The sheer capability of the weapon alone posed a significant threat to ninjas, which to both of them felt nothing short of miraculous. "Kakashi, do you believe that Nagakawa Makino is trustworthy?" The third Hokage inquired slowly, his pipe in hand. In truth, he had already formulated an answer in his mind when he posed the question. Kakashi, however, pondered earnestly and, after a moment, confidently replied, "Lord Third, Makino has consistently proven to be an exceptional ninja in our village. Although this incident has been rather peculiar, it was due to encountering an adversary that was particularly formidable. I believe Makino is indeed worthy of trust. However, I feel that the dangerous items he has brought back should be approached with caution. Kakashi evidently wished to further persuade the third. Yet, the third was not inclined to extend the conversation. After a nod, he cautioned, "Since you deem him trustworthy, Kakashi, you must ensure that his experiences remain confidential. Should he ultimately have to return to the alternate world, I will assert that he was dispatched on a secret mission. Do you understand?" Kakashi bowed his head. "I understand, Lord Third." Meanwhile, Makino departed from the Hokage Tower, returning to his residence under the moonlight. His modest abode was situated a considerable distance from the center of Kanehagakure, in a secluded yet tranquil area. The primary advantage was the affordable housing. Originally a war orphan, Makino had to strive for everything on his own. This small house was acquired only after he had become a ninja and earned enough money from several missions to move out of a cramped apartment. Upon entering, the familiar surroundings of the house greeted him. Having made some arrangements earlier, he could tell that someone had entered while he was away, yet nothing had been disturbed. The night of his duty had been sudden, and many of the household arrangements remained as they were, albeit covered in dust from months of neglect. He was compelled to create shadow clones to clean up the mess that night. In the basement, there was a rudimentary laboratory housing numerous ongoing or planned experiments. Regrettably, due to prolonged disuse, it was in disarray, with most of the experimental samples lost. However, the recorded experimental data was invaluable. Retrieving it meant he would not have to start from scratch once more. After a busy night, Makino finally found a moment to lie down. Despite the familiarity of the surroundings and the atmosphere, he found himself unable to sleep. As if he had become a guest in a place that was once his home, truly a sensation of being worlds apart. Eventually, he lost track of time and fell into a deep slumber, only to be startled awake by a sudden knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by two familiar faces drawing near. "Ha, it's really you. If Kakashi hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known," they exclaimed. "Welcome back, Makino." Outside the door stood two individuals, old friends of Miyuki, who had formed a team together after graduating from the Ninja Academy. To the left was the somewhat reserved Shanshin Chinya, with black hair and green sunglasses, while on the right was the cheerful Inazuma Jinkan, sporting brown hair, a blue hat, and a kunai playfully held in his mouth. After their promotion to Ch. They had disbanded due to their differing talents and specialties. Once the war concluded, their exceptional contributions led them to be elevated to the rank of special jonin. Though they lacked the foundational depth of true jonin, they were nonetheless regarded as elite ninjas within the village of Konoha. None of them hailed from illustrious family backgrounds, yet their shared temperaments fostered a close bond. Although a sense of estrangement lingered until last night, it vanished upon seeing these two companions. The trio engaged in lively banter before Miyuki invited them inside. Inazuma Jinkan cautiously inquired about Miyuki's previous disappearance, but sensing his reluctance to elaborate, he and Shanshin Chinya deftly sidestepped the topic and conversed about lighter matters instead. At midday, the three of them enjoyed a meal together, but in the afternoon, the two had to take their leave due to other obligations, much to Miyuki's disappointment. They agreed to reconvene in a couple of days for a proper gathering. After bidding farewell to his old friends, Miyuki felt a warmth blossom within him. With the afternoon free, he meandered through the village, relishing the sights he had often overlooked during his intense training sessions. As he strolled leisurely, snacking on a bag of dried fruits he had purchased, an exuberant laughter echoed from above. Following the sound, he spotted a blond boy wearing goggles joyously leaping across rooftops, a paint bucket in hand, scattering paint as he dashed along. "Ha ha ha, Irika-sensei, you can't catch me. Hee, I'm destined to become Hokage. So how could I let you catch me so easily?" "Naruto, stop right there," shouted a flustered Ch. behind him. "It's wrong to deface precious statues with paint. You must acknowledge your mistake and rectify it, or I will not let you off the hook." The two continued their playful chase, racing past Miyuki overhead. Realizing it was merely Irika pursuing the mischievous Naruto, Miyuki felt nostalgic, having not witnessed such antics in a while. He popped a few more dried fruits into his mouth, savoring them as he reflected, such vitality. "Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi?" Suddenly, Kakashi appeared beside him, his signature deadpan expression accentuated by dark circles under his eyes. "You've grown stronger, Miyuki," he remarked casually. Miyuki smiled knowingly. After all, how could the cosmic cube not be a treasure? Though he could not fully harness its power, the energy feedback alone had propelled his physical evolution and enhanced his strength. And that was not to mention the seemingly boundless energy it contained. Of course, while the concept of infinity belonged to the Marvel Universe, in the realm of ninjas, the power Miyuki could wield was concentrated within the energy gathered at the anchor point. It sustains Miyuki's presence in the shinobi world and can likewise be harnessed to execute ninjutsu. As he attains greater mastery over the cube, he may be able to linger for an extended period in the future, thus enabling him to draw upon even more energy. After all, growth is a natural part of life. Kakashi. Miyuki once again stuffed a handful of dried fruit into his mouth, gazing at him with curiosity. Do you not have any missions? Why are you following me? Would you like to have a bite? Kakashi initially waved his hand, declining. No, thank you. You may enjoy it yourself. He did not respond to Miyuki's earlier statement. Miyuki sighed, suddenly realizing, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him from head to toe. Could it be that your mission is merely to accompany me? A thought struck him, and he hastily glanced around, ensuring no one was tailing them. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and said, Hey Kakashi, you know I haven't been assigned a mission in months and am quite destitute. How about we make a deal? I will assist you in completing your mission. You just tell me where to go, and then you can share half of the mission reward with me. What do you say? Chapter 038. Sparring with Kakashi, an unexpected delight with a sardonic smile, Kakashi regarded the shameless proposal from Mukya, his dead fish-like eyes betraying no emotion. Mukya, feeling helpless, transformed his frustration into appetite and swiftly devoured the dried fruits in his hand. By this point, he had already visited several familiar locales within the Hidden Leaf Village, and as he ventured outward, he happened upon the training ground. Suddenly, he proposed, Hey Kakashi, how about we have a sparring session? Kakashi's lethargic demeanor momentarily brightened with a spark of interest, and he readily agreed. Sure. Weevee just arrived at the training ground. Mukya was eager to ascertain his current strength, while Kakashi sought to gauge the changes in his abilities. The two were in perfect accord as they made their way to the training arena. A moment later, Mukya gripped his tactical dagger with determination, brimming with fighting spirit. While Kakashi prepared with a kunai, his focus unwavering. Be careful, Mukya warned, leaping into action as he simultaneously launched two finely crafted shurikens with a concealed technique. The shurikens whirled through the air with a subtle yet formidable presence, aiming to flank Kakashi from both sides. Kakashi deftly deflected the two shurikens with his kunai. Both combatants understood that such probing tactics would not genuinely challenge one another, yet there was merit in the customary assault. Following the shurikens, Mukya advanced with his tactical dagger, leaving behind a blur of afterimages as he pressed forward with fierce aggression toward Kakashi. Known for his exceptional taijutsu among his peers, Kakashi was a formidable opponent, with few, save for the taijutsu specialist Might Guy, able to claim an assured victory against him. Aware of Kakashi's extraordinary prowess, Mukya poured all his efforts into the confrontation. The clash of their weapons produced sparks as they continually shifted positions and angles, seeking any potential openings in each other's defenses. In their intense exchange, the two engaged in over 100 strikes in a brief span, with Kakashi growing increasingly astonished by Mukya's remarkable improvement, which had surpassed his previous estimations. As ninjas of the same generation, they possessed a mutual understanding of each other's capabilities. Mukya, despite being an exceptional ninja among those of common lineage, still faced a considerable gap in prowess when compared to Kakashi. However, during this encounter, Kakashi realized that he could not fully dominate Mukya in terms of taijutsu. In just a few months, Mukya's physical abilities had dramatically escalated. Their taijutsu duel did not last long. Mukya executed a substitution technique to create distance, swiftly altering his strategy. With a series of hand seals, he unleashed 4 or 5 slender serpentine flames toward Kakashi, aiming to ensnare him. This was the fire release, flame binding technique. One might mistakenly assume from its name that it was merely a binding jutsu. In truth, it was a lethal technique. For which ninja could ever hope to remain unscathed while being ensnared by flames? Mukya had developed this jutsu with the intent to inflict harm, utilizing the serpentine flames to constrict the opponent's mobility. Comparatively, while the complexity of this technique surpassed that of the Great Fireball technique, the resultant damage upon successful impact was not vastly different. The transformation of Mukui's techniques was remarkably swift. However, Kakashi remained entirely unaffected. He calmly began forming hand seals, opting not to deploy defensive ninjutsu to directly counter the oncoming serpentine flames of souls. These flames, under meticulous manipulation, could deftly evade techniques such as the earth-style wall. Having engaged with Mukui previously, Kakashi was well acquainted with his combat style. It was only when the flames began to entwine around him that he executed the substitution technique, evading the impending damage. As he reappeared, he swiftly slammed his palms against the ground, unleashing the lightning release technique. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Even as Mukui leapt upward with remarkable agility, he felt a fleeting numbness in his right foot. Fortunately, as a medical ninja, Mukui swiftly circulated his chakra to dispel the numbness and, in an instant, completed the hand seals for the fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. 3 dragon heads of fire blazed with brilliance, their scorching intensity distorting the surrounding air as they soared through the sky. Kakashi was taken aback, not by Mukui's ability to execute such a technique, but rather by the sheer amount of chakra he expended to conjure such a grand display of flames. Was he truly intent on a swift resolution? No, that couldn't be right. Mukui had always been a cautious individual. He would not take such bold risks without a significant assurance of victory. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Kakashi continued his actions, summoning the earth-style, earth flow wall. The ground trembled as a robust earthen wall, sculpted to resemble a dog's head, surged upward, concealing Kakashi's form. The thick wall that rose from the ground effectively blocked the onslaught of the great dragon fire. However, the explosion of searing heat from the flames still left Kakashi astonished. As he pondered, Mukui's combat style today was utterly different from his usual approach. Had he perhaps resolved his previous inadequacies regarding chakra capacity? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Kakashi's predictable summoning of the earth flow wall, Mukui felt a surge of delight. The wall not only intercepted the ninjutsu, but also obscured his opponent's line of sight. Without hesitation, Mukui unleashed another large-scale ninjutsu, exclaiming, "Earth-style, multiple rock pillars technique." With a thunderous roar, robust rock pillars erupted from the ground, resembling a hand's 5 fingers that reached inward, ensnaring both Kakashi and his beloved earthen dog wall, squeezing tightly. Kakashi had not anticipated Mukui's succession of large-scale ninjutsu, and, caught off guard, fell victim to the attack. However, upon noticing Kakashi's absence, Mukui's expression shifted from triumph to dismay. Could it be a shadow clone? When did this happen? This was troublesome. It must have been during the earlier substitution technique. Mukui could not fathom that the renowned Kakashi Hatake would struggle to withstand such simple maneuvers. He immediately steeled himself for what was to come. Indeed, the earth beneath him stirred ominously, and in the next moment, a hand emerged, grasping at Mukui's ankle with the earth-style, heart-piercing technique. A tremendous force erupted, intent on dragging Mukui into the earth. However, this time Mukui was prepared. He executed the substitution technique at the last moment, while Kakashi merely grasped a piece of wood as he submerged. Evading the decisive blow, Mukui reflected on Kakashi's exceptional combat talent, capable of identifying opportunities to conclude a battle with such subtlety. My focused his mind, resolved not to engage in mere cleverness with Kakashi, but to confront him with sheer strength. He promptly clapped his palms against the ground, unleashing the earth release, earthquake core. The chakra trembled the earth, forcing Kakashi into the open. This fellow's reaction was astonishing. As soon as he emerged, he deftly evaded Mai's charged fireball, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he activated the earth release, multiple stone pillars technique. Mai was momentarily startled by the familiar scene. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Kakashi had, unbeknownst to him, pulled up his mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan, its 3 tomos swirling mesmerizingly. Mai's initial shock quickly transformed into delight. His unexpected burst of power had indeed compelled Kakashi to reveal some of his true prowess. With a spirited shout, he declared, "Earth release, rock fist technique." Breakthrough. Earth gathered around Mai's right arm, the robust earth release chakra erupting with formidable force as he unleashed a mighty punch, breaking free from the encirclement of stone pillars. Having faced multiple crises moments before, Mai swiftly created distance, initiating a battle of ninjutsu with Kakashi. Perhaps Kakashi sought to gauge the limits of Mai's abilities, as he graciously responded with ninjutsu of his own. This remarkable individual, who wielded the Sharingan with exceptional skill despite not being of the Uchiha clan, countered Mai's techniques with his own, seamlessly replicating several of Mai's derived ninjutsu before decisively conceding. "I have a mission at hand. I cannot allow my chakra to drop below a critical level." Kakashi panted, glancing at the vibrant Mai with a hint of envy. "Have you resolved your chakra deficiency?" Mai laughed heartily indeed. The sensation of freely expending chakra is truly exhilarating. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes, regaining his breath and standing up. "You have indeed grown stronger, Mai. You now possess the full capability to become a jonin." In the following days, Mai's life settled into a tranquil rhythm. Kakashi did not reappear after the second day. After a few days of waiting, Mai gathered his old friends, enjoying a reunion. Due to Kakashi's previous instruction from the third Hokage to keep his experiences confidential, none were aware of the events that had transpired with Mai. The surrounding cube of energy was not perceptible to everyone. The third Hokage sensed it due to his formidable strength, while Kakashi's Sharingan granted him insight. However, their contemporaries clearly lacked those abilities and failed to perceive the hidden spatial power. Bored, Mai resumed his experimental research, even returning to the Konoha hospital for a few surgical treatments. It was not until half a month later that the third Hokage summoned him to the Hokage's office. Upon meeting the third Hokage again, his demeanor was significantly more serious. Mai quickly surmised that the Hokage must have contacted Tsunade and verified the contents of the 2 test tubes, arriving at a conclusion. "I have reviewed the list of ninjutsu you submitted earlier. In terms of value, those 2 potions indeed warrant this knowledge. However, You now have another option to consider. The third Hokage took a puff from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. These are the items in question. Mai curiously took the document and, with widened eyes, gazed in astonishment at the third Hokage. Is this truly authentic, Lord Third? Since I have presented it, it is undoubtedly genuine, the third replied calmly. My apologies. I am simply taken aback. Mai's emotions surged, for the list revealed by the third contained invaluable medical ninjutsu and insights derived from Tsunade, including her unique strength in the S.H.I.E.L.D. As the most distinguished medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade's information was of immeasurable worth to Mai. The reason Mai refrained from requesting an exchange for Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was that such techniques were personal secrets, which even the third Hokage had no authority to demand from others. Lord Third, if possible, I would like to propose an exchange for this document. The third Hokage was not surprised by Mai's choice and responded, You may select this, but Tsunade has additional conditions. Mai hesitated for a moment, then realized it was only natural, nodding in agreement. Please, do tell. She requires you to procure more restoration wax virus for her, the third explained. The samples she currently possesses are insufficient to support further research. Do you agree? Chapter 39. The Return to Marvel. An astonishing development for Makino. Makino successfully acquired the inherited knowledge from Tsunade. The astute third Hokage, perhaps already aware of the unfolding circumstances, understood that the conventional rules of Konoha could no longer restrain a ninja from an untouchable alternate dimension. Even with deep-seated bonds between them, mere emotional ties could not serve as the sole connection. Once it was confirmed that Makino and that alternate world would indeed benefit Konoha, the third Hokage was willing to invest in him. Tsunade's response was, of course, a significant catalyst. During a subsequent period, Makino diligently studied the newly acquired knowledge while making friends and engaging in sparring. His days were tranquil, yet fulfilling. To deepen Makino's connection with Konoha, the third Hokage subtly exerted his influence. Initially, Makino was oblivious, but he gradually realized that his old friends seemed to have an abundance of free time lately. Enlightened by this realization, he chuckled silently, choosing not to expose the underlying machinations. As time passed, and the energy consumption of the anchor point approached its limit, Makino reflected on his stay, which had extended to a full month. The ninja world's rejection of him had become increasingly apparent. Simultaneously, he could sense the gravitational pull of the cosmic cube from another realm. It dawned on him that the moment to depart had arrived. At the time of his return, the third Hokage and Kakashi personally came to bid him farewell. However, Makino understood that this was more an observation than a true send-off. In their perception, Makino's presence was diminishing. Had they not witnessed him, they might not have even sensed his existence. This was a startling state, a manifestation of the mysterious powers of space, and it was already quite difficult for the third Hokage and Kakashi to perceive it. Understanding and comprehending it, however, remained elusive. The cosmic cube became increasingly animated, and the pull from the Marvel universe began to distort Makino's form, making him appear almost fluid. Suddenly, as the force reached its zenith, he smiled and waved goodbye to the third Hokage and Kakashi. In the next instant, under their gaze, Makino vanished without a trace. The entire process was silent, devoid of any unusual fluctuations, as if he had never existed at all, leaving them with the impression of mere illusion. The third Hokage and Kakashi exchanged a glance, and only then did they fully believe Makino's words, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. Kakashi, this matter is classified. It must remain unknown to others. Do you understand? I will make arrangements, officially documenting it as Makino CHN on a classified mission. Should any unforeseen events arise, ensure you provide cover. Yes, I accept the mission, Lord Third, Kakashi replied. The third Hokage accompanied Kakashi out of the office, taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette. He felt a twinge of regret for allowing such sensitive information to leak, believing it should have been kept solely under his control, akin to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed this situation far less perilous or demanding of vigilance than that involving Itachi. Having Kakashi as an informed ally could be advantageous in managing any ensuing complexities. The familiar blue and white corridor awaited. The senses remain elusive, and time stands still. Yet, upon his return, Mai perceives a remarkable vitality in his thoughts compared to before. He delves into his own being with mental force, astonished to discover that the cosmic cube appears to be melting within him. The originally sharp-cornered cube, after his journey through Konoha, seems to be transforming, its 8 corners gradually smoothing, and even its distinctly defined edges appear to have gained a touch of curvature. Mai scrutinizes closely, convinced he is not mistaken. The cosmic cube is indeed melting. A serious expression overtakes him. Has this journey in Konoha drained the cube's energy? Or is there another explanation? In the next moment, the solid ground beneath him jolts Mai back to reality. Drawing from his prior experiences, he steadies himself. Glancing around, He sees the bright sunlight illuminating modern skyscrapers glistening in the sun, the cacophony of bustling crowds immediately surrounding him, and the sounds of vehicles traversing the nearby road filling the air. Hey, watch where you're going, kid. A hand reaches out to push him aside. Mai gently sidesteps, causing the flamboyantly dressed thug to miss his mark. He is not obstructing the road. Clearly, this was merely an excuse. Indeed, after missing his target, the thug, now humiliated, attempts to provoke a confrontation. However, upon meeting Mai's cold, piercing gaze, a wave of icy fear surges down his spine, causing him to falter and fall. You'll pay for this. The confused thug scrambles to his feet, hurriedly spitting out a threat as he retreats. Mai shakes his head slightly, reflecting on the simplicity of the local customs he has long missed. He then partially closes his eyes, turning his mental focus inward. Within the seals of his body, a surge of energy radiates, merging with him. Among these energies, he senses profound spatial knowledge. Upon closer examination, it seems to resonate with him, clearer and more accessible than before. Moments later, a revelation dawns upon Mai. The cosmic cube is not simply melting away. Rather, it is merging with him. He furrows his brow in contemplation, pondering. The cosmic cube is merely the manifestation of the space gem. Will it shed its cube form and transform into a space gem? Or will it integrate with the space gem entirely? His emotions stir, tinged with a hint of concern. Before this merging, Mai regarded himself merely as a vessel for the cosmic cube, akin to a partnership of borrowed strength. In truth, there exists a fundamental difference between him and the tailed beast Jinchuriki, whose bond is inseparable. Mai's connection with the cosmic cube lacks such depth. Yet now, following his journey through Konoha, a trend towards fusion has emerged, nudging him closer to becoming a true Jinchuriki. Should they completely merge, the prospect of extracting the cosmic cube safely would become impossible, and he would have to weigh the advantages and disadvantages himself. Returning to the present, Mai strolls forward, pulling out his phone to make a call. After a full month, he harbors concerns regarding the evolving situation here. The leader of the 10 Commandments, that fortunate individual, narrowly escaped with his life at the last moment. Whether he will seek revenge remains uncertain. In addition, New York harbors a cunning and ruthless individual known as Golden. That night, witnessing the situation spiral beyond expectations and having sustained a gunshot wound, he wisely chose to flee, narrowly escaping the impending disaster. He dialed a number, but was met only with silence. No one answered. A furrow formed on Mai's brow, as an unsettling premonition stirred within him. He tried once more, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he switched to another number and dialed again. This time, fortune smiled upon him, and the call was successfully connected. Hello, Reno? The familiar, cool voice on the line carried a hint of surprise. It's me. Where are you now? She inquired. Mai glanced around before providing a street name, to which he promptly responded, I'll come to fetch you right away. Before long, a discreet Chevrolet halted by the roadside. The window rolled down to reveal a familiar face adorned with sunglasses. Get in. Mai settled into the passenger seat, stealing a glance at her face. Despite her efforts at makeup, the scars etched upon her skin were still evident. After a brief pause, he spoke first. Apologies for the unforeseen circumstances that delayed my return that day. Give me a couple of days to study your restorative wax, and I shall assist you in resolving any lingering issues. Fox's gaze remained steady as the Chevrolet deftly maneuvered through the traffic. It's all right, I trust you. Fox replied calmly. Mai noticed a subtle change in her demeanor. She no longer exuded the same coldness as before. Are you all right? Mai smiled and reassured her. What could possibly be wrong with me? However, this past month has been quite unique for me, isolated from the outside world. Has anything noteworthy transpired recently? Fox nodded earnestly. Indeed, many have sought you out. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Mai's eyes. Did they trouble you? In a rare moment, Fox smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Your actions that night instilled a sense of caution among many gangs, corporations, military, and assassin organizations alike. They have all exercised restraint. Half of the assets left by the Assassin Alliance have been preserved. They believe you will take charge of the Assassin Alliance and wish to reach out for potential future collaborations. Mai frowned. I have stated that I will not establish an assassin organization. A light-hearted smile flickered in Fox's eyes, hidden behind her sunglasses. Yes, I am aware. Your continued absence has led us to maintain silence and refrain from public defense. We need to leverage the deterrent power you've provided. Under Fox's leadership, the re-established Assassin Alliance consists of only 4 or 5 members, all bearing scars from battles in Sagnosport, a mere remnant of their former strength. Without the intimidation you left behind, they would have likely been consumed by those with ulterior motives long ago. Understanding this, Mai chose not to dwell on the matter further. After a moment of silence, he asked once more, Fox, do you know where Alice has gone? I cannot reach her. In the depths of her eyes, a fleeting emotion flickered before it settled into calmness. She spoke. Alice has joined an organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Huh? I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the connection between Alice and S.H.I.E.L.D. How could she have suddenly become a part of it? What was truly happening? With a swift press of the accelerator, Firefox's speed surged. This matter is somewhat intricate, so do not be anxious. Alice is not in any danger. Let us reach the base first, and I will explain everything in detail. Firefox's driving skills were exceptionally proficient, surpassing even Alice's abilities in this regard. Under her adept control, the Chevrolet glided through the city like a nimble fish, effortlessly weaving through the streets. The vehicle made its way toward the suburbs, where a discreet property left behind by the Assassin Alliance awaited. Originally a car wash that combined repair and maintenance services, its secluded nature and spaciousness made it an ideal choice for Firefox as the new organization's operational base. The car wash was frequented by numerous patrons, allowing their comings and goings to remain unremarkable. Chapter 040, gathering at the base, and the Nightshade Black Market Chevrolet drove straight into the car wash. Fox did not linger outside but continued onward, traversing the spacious workshop and entering the building behind the car wash. As the vehicle came to a halt, Dennis, a sharply dressed Caucasian, approached briskly and opened the car door, exclaiming, "Hello, Chief. Back so soon." Dennis was one of the 4 previously rescued from the port, and due to his steady demeanor and meticulous approach, Fox entrusted him with the management of the car wash. Another employee of the car wash opened the door for me. Upon seeing my exit the vehicle, Dennis was taken aback and promptly stood straight, respectfully greeting him with a sir. Fox strode confidently inside while addressing Dennis, notified Ginny, Holt, and Dean that the leader has returned. We need to convene a comprehensive meeting regarding the future development of our organization. Dennis's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, Chief. There exists a significant disparity between the core members and peripheral members of the Assassin Alliance. Had it not been for this recent upheaval, which put Dennis's loyalty to the test, his qualifications would have precluded him from joining the core circle. Consequently, he cherishes this opportunity, working diligently and earnestly, which has earned Fox's complete trust. It was Mai's first visit to this base, and he naturally followed closely behind Fox. They navigated through 2 rooms within the building and arrived at an ordinary wall. Dennis stepped forward and manipulated a few controls, causing the wall to slide left, revealing an elevator. Mai and Fox descended in the elevator, arriving at the underground base beneath the car wash. Fox proceeded to introduce the base to Mai. The base comprises 3 levels, featuring a training room, conference hall, activity hall, intelligence room, communications room, and weapons depot, with a comprehensive array of facilities and multiple ingress and egress points to ensure a safe evacuation in the event of unforeseen circumstances. After a brief tour, Dennis departed to inform the other members, while Mai awaited Fox's explanation of recent events. Through Fox's narration, Mai quickly grasped the unfolding events. It turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had proactively sought them out, their objective being none other than the highly publicized Mai. However, due to Mai's mysterious disappearance, S.H.I.E.L.D. had initiated contact with Alice. The forces behind the Umbrella Corporation are intricately woven and immensely powerful. As an international organization under the Security Council, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot confront them directly without just cause. Nonetheless, the tumultuous events in Raccoon City had drawn S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. As a survivor of the Raccoon City incident and a key subject in the Umbrella Corporation's highly scrutinized Goddess of Vengeance project, Alice piqued S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interest after several encounters. Following a covert evaluation, Nick Fury authorized her recruitment, elevating Alice to the rank of Level 4 agent tasked specifically with countering the Umbrella Corporation. Consequently, Alice's affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. effortlessly led to the revocation of the warrant issued in Colorado. Due to the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D., many unsuspecting individuals have become wary and cautious, inadvertently providing considerable operational support to the likes of Firefox and his associates. Without such assistance, acquiring the assets left by the Assassin Alliance would not have been so seamless. Upon hearing this, Mai fell into contemplation. Alice's decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed entirely unexpected for him. Given Alice's enhanced physique and capabilities due to the T-virus, he need not worry about her in many respects. However, he felt it necessary to find an opportunity to caution her regarding the secrets within S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent her from falling prey to the machinations of Hydra lurking within the organization, leading to her being deceived and exploited. As for the Umbrella Corporation, Mai had already engaged in an in-depth discussion with Alice about this matter. With his current abilities, if he disregarded the consequences and fully committed to confronting Umbrella, whether through assassination or direct assault, he could expend considerable effort to utterly obliterate them. However, after careful consideration, Alice did not concur. She held her own convictions, wishing not to allow Umbrella to extricate themselves from their transgressions so easily. She wanted to see Umbrella utterly disgraced, stripped of everything, ultimately languishing in prison for the remainder of their days, consumed by regret and suffering. Only then would it be just for the innocent victims who perished. For those greedy and selfish individuals who prioritize profit above all else, death is never the most terrifying fate. Rather, losing everything, sinking into the mire. And losing one's freedom is far more dreadful. Mai himself did not subscribe to this ideology. He believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Nonetheless, he respected Alice's choice and was willing to offer his support. Reflecting on Alice's decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D, Mai suddenly found it unsurprising. She had always been a strong, independent individual with a firm sense of self. Wasn't it precisely this quality that had drawn him to her? To orchestrate her life under the guise of care and protection, treating her like a puppet to fulfill his own desires, would indeed be excessively selfish. With this realization, Mai felt a sense of lightness and joy. At that moment, Dennis returned with Jean, Holt, and Dean, individuals who had previously met Mai and gathered in the conference room. Mai, along with Firefox, then joined them to discuss the organization's future direction. Although termed a discussion, the primary authorities still resided with Mai and Firefox. The other four, initially loyal to Firefox, had come to respect Mai after witnessing his formidable prowess and acknowledging the debt of gratitude they owed him for his assistance. Prior to this, Firefox had relayed astonishing news to Mai. The underworld kingpin, Jean, had communicated through Firefox his willingness to concede, acknowledge the Assassin Alliance, and relinquish the Nightthorn black market in New York as a gesture of goodwill for his unintended offense. The black market? An illicit market formed without governmental approval, where transactions of unlisted goods occur in secrecy, is referred to as the black market. In America, with its unique national circumstances, the prevalence of gangs and financial magnates has given rise to this indispensable and free market. The Nightthorn black market, centered around New York, extends its reach to several neighboring states. Within the entirety of the Americas, it can only be considered moderate in scale. However, given that the East Coast of America is the most bustling center of political and economic activity, the Nightthorn black market has the potential to influence this region significantly, with profits that are undoubtedly substantial. While Mu Yi was astonished, he also felt a sense of intrigue. Although Jin Bing, with his formidable and ruthless demeanor, might temporarily relent, how could he genuinely concede defeat, even going so far as to dangle such an enticing bait? It is worth noting that even Mu Yi found himself tempted by the readily accessible Nightthorn black market. His desire to delve into the knowledge inherited from Tsunade, to study the T-virus, and to conduct various experiments such as the restoration of wax water, would inevitably require a vast amount of wealth. If he could establish a recognized black market platform, he might truly live a life of counting his riches in the future. Could Jin Bing be so benevolent? Upon Mu Ye's inquiry, Firefox's response clarified his doubts. The former overseer of the Nightthorn black market hailed from the Kohler Consortium. Jin Bing, in an effort to eliminate the chaotic forces within the underworld, had recently fallen out with the Kohler Consortium. Although he seized control of the Nightthorn black market, he found himself unable to manage it in the short term. By relinquishing the black market, he aimed to drag the Assassin Alliance into the fray and join forces against the Kohler Consortium, which was indeed his cunning plan. Jin Bing certainly harbored ulterior motives, yet the bait he cast was undeniably tempting. Without hesitation, Firefox acquired the platform and client data of the black market and began arranging for her subordinates to take charge. Previously, Jenny Holt and Dean had been occupied with matters related to this. As for the potential offense to the Kohler Consortium, Firefox, being an assassin, had no fear of any consortium. However, now that Mu Yi had returned, the final decision was left to him. After contemplating for 3 seconds, Mu Yi resolutely chose to endorse the proposal. In the next moment, Firefox, feeling a sense of relief, handed over the current difficulties to Mu Yi for resolution. Managing a black market is no simple task. Strength, wealth, relationships, channels, and sources are all critical components. Each aspect carries significant weight, and these factors are cumulative. The more robust each element, the higher the black market score, naturally attracting more favor. The black market differs from other enterprises. It does not possess a specific market location, nor can one simply claim the name of the Nightthorn black market to operate it successfully. Most crucially, one must earn the favor of customers and gather sufficient popularity. Should the black market lose its credibility and appeal, it will swiftly fade away. It can be said that without a solid force to support it, managing a black market is utterly unfeasible. Ironically, the very factors previously mentioned were all lacking in Mu Yi and his associates. Another reason Jin Bing was willing to relinquish the Night Thorn black market likely stems from his awareness that the Assassin Alliance, with its meager strength, could never succeed in such an endeavor. Once the Night Thorn black market fails, Jin Bing could easily start anew, while the animosity towards the Kohler Consortium would be diverted elsewhere. In essence, he would have risked nothing. Mu Yi remained composed. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually formed an idea and inquired, "What is the greatest challenge we currently face?" Jenny, with her round face and slightly plump figure, donned a pair of black frame glasses. At first glance, she bore no distinction from the ordinary office employees. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have suspected that this individual was a peripheral member of the Assassin Alliance, a resolute individual who had remained unyielding even under torture. Upon hearing Mai's inquiry, Jenny glanced at Firefox, who nodded slowly, prompting her to adjust her glasses and step forward to report. "Sir," Jenny spoke with a measured pace, neither hurried nor sluggish. "We have successfully taken control of the data from the Night Thorn platform, and from this, we have generated a dedicated database. The resources belonging to our clients are now firmly in our grasp. However, we are currently confronted with two formidable challenges: sourcing and transit." Chapter 041. The emergence of the Radiant Shadow. In our possession lies the Night Thorn, acquired from the Kohler Consortium. Although their influence has been temporarily eradicated from New York, this does not imply that we can rely on local suppliers for support. Thus, the procurement of goods presents itself as our foremost pressing dilemma. I nodded, contemplating momentarily before suggesting, "Given the constraints of American supply, have we considered venturing beyond our borders to seek potential partners internationally? Perhaps in Europe, Russia, or East Asia?" Jenny appeared to have anticipated Mai's inquiry, sighing as she responded. "This leads us to our second challenge, the transit routes. Until now, we have never engaged in such business, and as a result, we lack the necessary connections and channels. The suppliers on the international black market are well known to those within the industry. However, the true difficulty lies not in establishing contact with them, but rather in transporting the goods back economically. To secure transit routes across the Americas, exorbitant public relations efforts must be expended. The complexities of international relations involve a myriad of forces and organizations, and the financial burden will be astronomical beyond our means." At this juncture, Jenny displayed a look of resignation, stating, "Moreover, it is inevitable that the black market, in addition to direct operations, relies heavily on consignment and shipping. If we cannot effectively manage public relations in America and navigate interstate relations, our operational capacity will be directly halved. Alas, do not fault me for speaking candidly, sir. I fear that with our current capabilities, we may be unable to handle such a vast enterprise." Jenny's explanation was thorough, revealing her genuine concern and meticulous preparation regarding the matter. Upon understanding her points, Mai did not rush to a conclusion. Instead, he inquired, "Jenny, based on your assessment, if we are able to establish a secure transit channel that avoids inspection and ensures safe transfer, could the Night Thorn black market be successfully established?" Jenny nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, sir. Essentially, the so-called black market merely serves as a platform for customers. Anyone can participate. What is far more crucial is the transportation of goods. Items placed in the black market are predominantly contraband under strict government regulation. Without substantial connections, those goods cannot be smuggled in, let alone engage in consignment shipping. Ultimately, it boils down to power and money. Even without power, it suffices to have money. Everything else can be resolved with sufficient funds. Regrettably, we find ourselves lacking. Even though Huahu has managed to reclaim nearly half of the Assassin Alliance's assets, it remains insufficient in the face of such challenges." The atmosphere among those present grew despondent, as the prospect of a lucrative business seemed unattainable. Perhaps it is indeed time to consider an alternative path? All eyes turned to Mai. After absorbing Jenny's analysis, he exhibited neither regret nor disappointment. Instead, a mysterious confidence graced his countenance, as if he were oblivious to the pervasive gloom surrounding them. He stated, "Leave the matter of transit channels to me. Just inform me if, aside from that, all other issues can be resolved." Jenny's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, she felt a sense of reverence for the enigmatic Asian man before her. After a moment's hesitation, her professional integrity prevailed as she cautioned, "Sir, it is quite common for the black market to experience unexpected interruptions. However, everything has its limits. If we are to handle Night Thorn and the market remains closed for an extended period, we risk losing a significant number of customers, which could lead to a regrettable outcome. What do you believe is the minimum time frame for Night Thorn to open without incurring adverse effects?" Jenny contemplated a figure in her mind, then halved it before stating, "Sir, Night Thorn must be operational within at least 2 weeks. Otherwise, many will undoubtedly seek alternative avenues." 2 weeks? Mu Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It won't take that long. Sir, if 2 weeks is unfeasible, then it must be within a month. Pardon? What did you just say? Jinny intentionally lowered her estimate to persuade him. But Muyi showed no signs of retreat. Reluctantly, she divulged her true minimum requirement. Yet, as the conversation progressed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Had she misheard? Muyi smiled at her, reiterating, I said, it won't take that long. As long as your other matters are in order, we can launch Night Thorn within 10 days. Jinny gasped. How is that even possible? For ordinary individuals lacking wealth or influence, it is impossible to operate within the black market, to say nothing of the fact that without sufficient power, they cannot even ensure basic adherence to rules. Surely, one cannot expect a group of individuals seeking contraband to be model citizens. However, Muyi was different. He lacked wealth, a conglomerate background, and political clout. Yet, none of that mattered, for he possessed extraordinary abilities. No matter how challenging the transnational logistics, Muyi's space-sealing scroll provided a flawless solution. The dormant scroll would pass undetected even by the security checks of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base, let alone other checkpoints. What truly occupied Muyi's thoughts was how to enhance the scroll so that others could also trigger its unsealing, as well as the means to ensure these secrets remained undisclosed. Recognizing Muyi's determination, Jinny dared not speak further. She turned to Firefox, exchanging a few knowing glances. After a moment of contemplation, Firefox inquired, Reino, do you feel confident about this matter? Muyi replied with a smile, rest assured, you will know in due time. Noticing her lingering hesitation, he added, how about this? Once I have made sufficient progress, I will show you, and then you will understand whether or not success is achievable. Firefox pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I trust you. The Alliance's assets are currently in my possession, if you require any resources. Indeed. Some preparations are necessary. Muyi calculated roughly. Please prepare $50,000 for me. 50,000. Firefox was taken aback. Is that really enough? Muyi offered a mysterious smile, sufficient indeed. With the preliminary arrangements for the Night Thorn black market established, the conversation then turned to matters concerning the Assassin Alliance. Devoid of any emotional encumbrance, resolved to establish a new assassin organization, necessitating a change in both its name and structural framework. Although the current membership was scant, it was imperative to delineate certain regulations. With my holding absolute authority, decisions would fundamentally rest upon his judgment, while others would provide supplementary input. Ultimately, it was decreed that the Assassin Alliance would be restructured into the Brotherhood of Luminous Shadows. Present were several core members, with Mai as the leader, wielding unequivocal dominion. Jinny and Dennis would oversee the administrative affairs of the Brotherhood, while Fox, Holt, and Dean would be charged with the operational matters. In due course, Mai intended to establish a specialized combat division, fully cognizant that the burgeoning Night Thorn black market would inevitably attract covetous eyes. The Brotherhood must possess the capacity to safeguard its assets. It was untenable for Mai to intervene in every situation, for he was the leader, not a mere servant of the Brotherhood. As for matters such as member classification, benefits, and regulations, these would be drafted by Jinny and discussed in the subsequent meeting. Organizations akin to the Brotherhood are not uncommon in the West. They may range from small mutual aid groups to larger associations, and can also serve as platforms for academic discourse in the pursuit of shared interests. Their existence is ancient and steeped in tradition, often characterized by rigorous organization, with many agreed-upon statutes holding greater weight than legal mandates. Jinny, Dennis, and their companions were elated to ascend to core membership within the Brotherhood, experiencing a transformation from laborers to leaders, which significantly heightened their enthusiasm. Concurrently, Jinny harbored concerns regarding Mai's seemingly nonchalant acceptance of this substantial responsibility, fearing it might herald the Brotherhood's first setback. Nevertheless, the decision was irrevocable, and any objections she might wish to voice would have to await the opportunity promised by Mai. Upon his return to Baker Street, Fox accompanied him. The vibrant energy of Hell's Kitchen at night was palpable. As they traversed the streets, Mai faintly discerned the sounds of gunfire in the distance. Soon, they arrived at the small building on Baker Street. The Chevrolet was exchanged for a Buick, which emerged from the adjacent garage. Mai exited the vehicle, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the ride, Fox. Would you care to join me inside for a while? Fox shook her head and suddenly remarked, you may call me Anna, Anna Jolie. Mai acknowledged her, repeating, Anna Jolie, is that your true name? Fox nodded gently. They exchanged a moment of silence, after which Fox averted her gaze and said, you are resolute in your pursuit of the black market. If it falters, that is one thing. But have you contemplated what may come if you succeed? Even before the endeavor had commenced, Fox's thoughts drifted far ahead, indicating a burgeoning trust in Mai's words. Understanding her underlying sentiment, Mai countered, do you have plans? Fox Anna nodded. If you find those assets of no immediate use, I intend to utilize them to recruit members and establish the Brotherhood's armed division. Mai was somewhat taken aback and remarked, "I thought you would detest and shy away from violence." She chuckled softly, a hint of resignation mingling with her reflections after spending half my life as an assassin. What else do I know aside from the art of killing? Moreover, the act of safeguarding oneself is entirely distinct from taking lives for monetary gain. Once, I toiled tirelessly to eliminate others. Now, I am willing to expend every ounce of my strength for the sake of protection. Mai felt a stir in his heart and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, I shall never become like Slong. I promise you." Fox Anna smiled radiantly. "Indeed, I have faith in you." Buick vanished into the embrace of the night. Suddenly, Mai realized, to his astonishment, that he was inexplicably sleepless. The faint sounds of gunfire outside resonated with alarming clarity in his acute perception. Feeling restless and agitated, Mai donned his clothes and transformed into a timid, frail Asian youth, wandering the dark, secluded streets in search of fish. 2 hours later, Mai returned home, content with over $200 amassed from his fishing endeavors, ready to sleep. Little did he know, whispers began to circulate in Hell's Kitchen among various small-time delinquents, warning that one should not venture into dark alleys to rob Asians at night, lest they unleash an unforgettable ordeal of suffering. Chapter 042, The Virginia Terminal, a gathering of the protagonists before dawn. The shrill ring of the telephone roused Mai from his slumber. His contacts were few, comprising only those with whom he shared a close bond. Shaking his head to dispel the remnants of sleep, he glanced at his phone and was surprised to see Alice's name flashing on the screen. "Hey, Renaud." Alice's voice was somewhat muffled, battling against a backdrop of noise. She endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet Mai could still detect a hint of fatigue in her tone. "Alice, where are you? I tried calling you earlier." Renaud, are you all right? You didn't show up that night, and I was quite worried about you." After a brief hesitation, Alice continued, "I've joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Did you know that?" During their previous discussions about the organization, Mai had exhibited a degree of reluctance, and she was particularly attuned to his sentiments. "Yes, I'm fine. I've met with Firehawk and the others, and I'm aware of the developments regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. His tone was light, devoid of reproach or displeasure. "Don't fret. Despite its flaws, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a suitable place for you at this juncture, and I support your decision." Alice visibly exhaled in relief, her spirits lifting as if the weariness of the night had dissipated. "I'm at Virginia International Airport on a mission. Some events have unfolded here, which is why I missed your call." Virginia Airport? Mai recalled Firehawk's earlier remarks about Alice joining S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically to combat the Umbrella Corporation. The fact that she was on a mission suggested that there was indeed some operation involving Umbrella. "Is it related to Umbrella in any way?" he inquired. Alice sighed on the other end. "It's not directly Umbrella, but there is a connection. You know, prior to the outbreak of the Raccoon City crisis, many survivors managed to evacuate the city. They could not accept Umbrella's attempts to cover up its crimes, and despite numerous protests, nothing changed. Consequently, some radicals caused an incident. They released the T-virus at Virginia International Airport." Mai inhaled sharply, taken aback by the radical methods employed. To retaliate against Umbrella and the government's inaction by endangering innocent lives was indeed excessive. "So, has the situation been contained?" Alice responded. "The National Guard has been deployed and has secured the entire airport. The pharmaceutical company under Umbrella is also starting to transport antiviral serum here, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. This matter should be resolved. However, we have yet to identify the mastermind behind it all. Renaud, could you come over? A friend of mine has sustained a severe leg injury. The doctor recommends amputation, but I don't believe him. Virginia was merely a few hundred kilometers from New York, and a flight would take only about an hour." Mai smiled readily. "Sure, Virginia isn't far. I can be there in no time." Just over an hour later, Mai emerged from the southern airport in Virginia and proceeded towards the cordoned-off international terminal. The National Guard initially stopped him, but Alice quickly intervened, facilitating his entry. At this moment, Alice donned a black combat uniform, her striking presence causing his heart to race. Upon entering a military tent and escaping the gaze of onlookers, Mai gently embraced her from behind. "Hello, long time no see, Alice." Alice relaxed into his arms and replied, "You still haven't told me what transpired that night at Sagnosport, which caused your prolonged absence." "You know, I discovered that the leader of the 10 Commandments gang, Masterman, is still alive. I was so afraid something terrible had happened to you." As Alice turned around, her unfinished words were silenced by a soft kiss from Mai. He paused briefly and said tenderly, "There was a minor incident, but it was of the fortunate kind, and I have greatly benefited from it. As for the 10 Commandments gang, I will find my own opportunity to deal with them. They have withdrawn their influence from New York and pose no real threat." Just then, the tent flaps were thrust open, and a formidable man entered. Upon seeing the scene inside, he immediately apologized. Sorry, I think I came at the wrong time. Please, continue. As he turned to leave, Alice called out to him. Reynold, this is Leon. We fought side by side last night to rescue the survivors trapped in the terminal. She first introduced me to Leon and then turned to Leon, saying, Leon, this is Reynold, my friend. Hearing the word friend, Leon nodded in understanding. He stepped forward, extending his hand. Leon Scott Kennedy, CIA agent. Reynold, my gazed at the man before him with a mix of shock and curiosity. He was a figure of heroic stature, renowned in his past life. Just an unemployed civilian. Upon hearing the introduction, my reflected on his own lack of identity. As for the Brotherhood of the Glowing Shadow, that was not something one casually disclosed. Naturally, Leon dismissed my self-description of an unemployed civilian with a smile. As they shook hands, Leon perceptively sensed a similar aura emanating from my. He was undoubtedly a skilled warrior, and Leon had his own judgments. Leon, where is Claire? Reynold is the one I brought to help treat her injuries. However, Alice's words left Leon momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was the other merely a doctor? Claire? Mai's brow arched, hearing a familiar name. With Alice, Leon, and Claire, the trio of warriors had assembled. The Umbrella Corporation was bound to meet its demise. I came specifically for this matter. Claire's injuries cannot be delayed any longer. I was just about to say that if the person you sought doesn't arrive in time, we must have a doctor attend to her immediately. Well, of course, that's no longer necessary. Inside the military tent filled with supplies, I found a standard medical kit, and then followed Alice and Leon across the camp to Claire's resting quarters. After a brief introduction, Mai was certain she was indeed the Claire he knew, Claire Redfield. If only there were one more Chris. The main cast from Resident Evil would be complete. Meanwhile, he was somewhat intrigued by how Claire, one of the key members of the protagonist group, could sustain such severe injuries in front of a mere terminal. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that a mutant had emerged within the terminal, and Claire had sustained her injuries while valiantly protecting other survivors, inadvertently getting her calf trapped beneath the collapsing floor, with rebar piercing through. Due to the encirclement of zombies. The delay in receiving medical attention, compounded by the time spent waiting for Makino, had indeed rendered her condition perilously critical. Other doctors would have opted for amputation in such cases to prevent further deterioration that could compromise her entire leg. Being in the prime of her youth, the thought of losing a leg was unbearable for Alice and Leon, which is why they sought out Makino. Makino unwrapped the bandages to examine Claire's injury, discovering that the surrounding muscle was on the verge of necrosis, reaching a truly dangerous stage. Moments later, meeting the anxious yet hopeful gazes of those present, Makino smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry, I can heal her. Let us prepare for surgery immediately." Before they could express their relief, Claire was swiftly transported to the makeshift operating room, with Makino leaving only Alice to assist. After administering anesthesia, he began to cleanse the wound. His methods of treatment were distinctly different from those of other doctors. As he cleaned the wound, he simultaneously employed his healing technique. Once the wound was thoroughly cleaned, Claire's injuries entered the healing phase under the abundant vitality of his technique. With a few days of rest, she would be able to recover completely without any lingering effects. Because he did not use general anesthesia, Claire observed the miraculous procedure with a sense of wonder. When she saw her calf injury healed, feeling it and finding almost no issues, save for a few unaddressed scars, she was astonished to discover it looked nearly identical to before the injury. Was this magic? Claire's eyes widened adorably in disbelief. Makino exchanged a knowing smile with Alice, and he remarked, "You may consider it as such." Claire, having experienced the trials of life, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, assuring earnestly, "I will keep it a secret." Makino nodded, casually wrapping a few layers of bandage around her calf, and advised, "You should rest well over the next couple of days and avoid putting too much strain on it. In 4 or 5 days, it should be fully healed." Though Claire possessed remarkable resilience, she was still merely human, unable to recover and immediately resume combat like a ninja. Moreover, even among ninjas, unless one reached the level of Tsunade or Hashirama, few could achieve such extraordinary recovery capabilities. While medical ninjutsu was indeed wondrous, the healing of the injured still relied on the body's need for rest and recuperation. As she was wheeled out of the operating room, Leon was overjoyed to see Claire's improved condition. The camaraderie among a few individuals with compatible personalities created a lively atmosphere. Makino held a great appreciation for Leon and contemplated whether to engage with him further, perhaps inviting him into the Brotherhood. However, the Brotherhood currently operated in a gray area, and Leon, imbued with a strong sense of justice and fervor, might not yet regard the profit-driven motives of the Brotherhood favorably. Nevertheless, Makino remained patient. He is aware of the trajectory of the future world. Once Leon undergoes further trials and encounters moments of helplessness, perhaps he will come to embrace the Brotherhood of the Glorious Shadow's philosophy of sacrificing everything to protect loved ones. Indeed, this is the case. Ma does not aspire to become a globally recognized hero. His sole desire is to safeguard those dear to him. Yet, certain events in the future are inescapable. Even if he wishes to protect only his closest kin, he must possess sufficient strength. In the afternoon, the pharmaceutical company under the Umbrella Corporation delivered antiviral serum. Ma employed some tactics to procure a small portion of the serum. To his astonishment, just as the serum arrived at the camp, before the National Guard could utilize it as a basis for clearing the terminal, a series of explosions erupted, obliterating all the antiviral serum. Ma was taken aback. How audacious were the radicals among the survivors of the Raccoon City incident? As Ma inquired if they required assistance, Alice received a phone call and subsequently led Mai to a secluded area, stating, "Reynolds, the director is aware of your whereabouts and wishes to meet with you. Are you willing?" This news came as a shock. Mai asked, "Who are you referring to?" Alice replied, "It's our director Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 43, Meeting Nick Fury. The rampant hatred. The subsequent investigation following the Virginia International Airport incident fell within the realm of routine tasks. With individuals like Alice, Leon, and Claire in the mix, the concealed conspiracy would inevitably be unveiled. Makino held a considerable degree of confidence in them. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to the invitation for a meeting. In the CAF, Makino regarded the one-eyed man seated across from him. The man's prolonged tenure in power imbued him with an oppressive desire to control everything. However, such an effect held no sway over Makino. He merely felt a twinge of curiosity. To his recollection, Nick Fury was not typically one to engage in such formality and politeness. Was he not known for his penchant for mystery, perhaps sneaking silently into his adversary's abode only to emerge with a flourish, savoring the astonished expressions of those he encountered? Wait a moment, could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already infiltrated his residence on Baker Street? If that were the case, they must have already tasted the flavors of cunning and deception that had been brewing in his heart. With this thought in mind, Makino looked once more at the solemn Nick Fury and could not help but chuckle softly. Nick Fury's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he regarded him. "Apologies," Makino said, taking a sip of his coffee to mask his earlier lapse in composure. "I merely recalled something amusing." Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly perceived the absurdity of his own mysterious demeanor. After all, in terms of enigma, this individual before him might possess more knowledge than he himself did, at least prior to this meeting. Nick Fury had believed that only the mutants possessed abilities as extraordinary as magic. "Renaud Makino, regarding the incident at the Sagno stock, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused us?" Fury inquired. "Forgive me," Makino replied politely, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I believe Director Fury is already well aware of the circumstances surrounding that incident. As I previously mentioned to Agent Coulson from your agency, I harbor no penchant for indiscriminate slaughter, nor do I entertain delusions of world domination. As long as I am not provoked, I have no intention of recklessly wielding my powers. Have you investigated the leader of the 10 Rings, the Master? He is not a foe that can be dealt with through ordinary means." Nick Fury narrowed his singular eye, his gaze piercing. "So, you imply that you feel justified in the destruction at the Sagno stock?" Makino straightened his posture, returning Fury's gaze without flinching. "Director Fury, I have stated that I would not hesitate to pay any price to protect those and that which I hold dear." The two men's eyes locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to relent. After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury seemingly softened, lowering his gaze to take a sip of his coffee, deliberately avoiding Makino's eyes. On the surface, Fury appeared displeased with Makino's demeanor. However, in truth, he felt a sense of satisfaction at having come in person to meet with him. After all, a rational and restrained individual, willing to risk everything for the protection of their loved ones, was far preferable to those who wielded power without restraint. The thought he had entertained earlier resurfaced in his mind. Of course, he would not be so hasty in his judgment. He needs to gain a deeper understanding of Mai's character before considering whether to incorporate him into his plan. "I see. Well then, Renaud, shall we discuss something else?" Nick Fury set down his coffee and remarked, "To be honest, individuals like you tend to be exceedingly secretive. Prior to your arrival, I scarcely believed in the existence of magic. Could you share with me insights into your unique realm, the magical world?" Mai retorted. Nick Fury nodded, even sitting up straight to indicate his earnest attention. "Ah, so this is a matter of inquiry?" Mai hesitated slightly before beginning to speak. "Firstly, Director Fury, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am not actually a member of the magical community." "Ah, of course, this may be difficult for you to comprehend, so to simplify, I am, in fact, part of a minority within the magical realm. While there are several others with similar abilities, I am currently the sole representative of my faction." Nick Fury, intrigued, inquired, "Can you tell me about the mainstream faction?" "Certainly," Mai replied, glancing at Nick, aware of his inquisitive nature. The mainstream faction of the magical world is one of the oldest organizations in existence. I understand your concerns, Director Fury, and I assure you, there is no need for alarm. They do not engage in the power struggles among nations and organizations in the real world. The greatest among them is the Guardian of Earth, who has protected this planet countless times from the covetous gaze of otherworldly demons and spirits throughout the ages, a venerable elder deserving of respect. Beyond that, I can divulge only one name, Kamartaj. I regret that I cannot disclose more. In the Marvel Universe, one cannot overlook the formidable presence of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, who wields the Eye of Agamotto. Previously, when coveting the Tesseract, Mai's greatest concern was the possibility of interference from such a powerful entity. Against the Supreme Sorcerer, he held no confidence of victory, even with the Tesseract in his possession. Fortunately, perhaps due to his own humility, or perhaps the Ancient One's wisdom and foresight far surpassing his mortal understanding, he was not interfered with. Nevertheless, it is prudent to maintain a healthy respect for the powerful. Nick Fury, however, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. As the veil of an unknown world gradually lifted before him, his enthusiasm grew. How could he accept that this individual spoke in riddles, yet abruptly ceased? Why can't you continue? He asked. Mai pointed to himself and sighed. I am but a minority. Carelessly revealing the secrets of others could lead to dire consequences should they find out. Nick Fury paused, then fell silent. He regarded Mai thoughtfully, ultimately refraining from further interrogation. Instead, he shifted his approach and asked, do you know how to contact those individuals? Mai pondered for a moment and replied, when the time is right, they will reveal themselves. Nick furrowed his brow. What kind of timing are you referring to? Certainly. The Earth is under siege by otherworldly deities and demons, a calamity beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to resolve. When they find themselves in need of allies, it is only natural for them to seek you out. After all, as guardians of the Earth, one cannot idly stand by while destruction looms. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment before shifting the topic, inquiring, what is your opinion of S.H.I.E.L.D? Muyi seemed to have anticipated this question, responding earnestly, I am truly grateful for S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance to Alice. A flicker of interest crossed Nick Fury's eyes. Is that all? Nothing more? Indeed, there was nothing more. Upon hearing his question, Muyi realized that this bald man harbored intentions of luring him into S.H.I.E.L.D as a mere tool. However, Muyi had no desire to entangle himself in the murky waters of S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra. Nick Fury, of course, discerned Mu Ye's inclination. Yet he pressed on, S.H.I.E.L.D intends to hire you as a consultant, responsible for providing technical guidance in similar mysterious incidents. Would you be willing to accept? Muyi shook his head vigorously. Overly modest, Director Fury, I am but a lowly figure in the realm of magic. Wholly unworthy of such a significant role. You should seek someone of greater talent. Nick Fury regarded him with a penetrating gaze before suddenly speaking. The identity you fabricated in Kansas, should the CIA scrutinize it, will undoubtedly be exposed. S.H.I.E.L.D can render it genuine. Muyi was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a second before adopting a serious demeanor. In truth, I possess considerable achievements in the study of the arcane. Serving as a consultant would be more than sufficient. However, I must insist that I am only a consultant and not to be treated as an agent. Nick Fury smiled calmly. Unconventional powers must indeed be wielded in extraordinary circumstances. He refrained from divulging the plan he harbored, both because the timing was not yet ripe and because he needed to further understand Mu Yi through their collaboration. As their conversation unfolded, chaos suddenly erupted on the street. Pedestrians appeared to be fleeing from some terrifying entity, their panicked screams resonating throughout the air. Mu Yi and Nick Fury immediately rose and dashed out of the CAF. In the distance, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out, accompanied by thunderous roars and peculiar, muffled sounds. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he pressed his finger to his earpiece, demanding in a low voice, what is happening over there? I hear intense gunfire and sounds of combat. Through the earpiece, a distorted voice of an agent replied, oh my God, what is that monster? Damn it. Sir, be careful. That creature is heading your way. At this point, it was unnecessary for the agents on guard to report. Both Mu Yi and Nick Fury had already caught sight of the monstrous being that was causing the ominous vibrations and sounds. At the end of the street, a terrifying creature suddenly emerged. Towering over 2.5 meters, its massive frame was sculpted with bulging muscles, its skin a sickly yellow-brown hue, and its bones grotesquely pronounced, particularly the spines protruding menacingly from its back. Its visage was ferocious, eyes blazing with a wrathful fury, seemingly harboring an insatiable thirst for destruction. The monster rampaged down the street. The pedestrians on the street were already terrified, scattering in panic as they fled, while vehicles came to a halt. And drivers hurriedly exited their cars to escape. A fearsome creature roared forward, ruthlessly tossing aside anything in its path. The cars parked along the roadway were toyed with as if they were mere playthings in its grasp. Its footsteps resonated like the beating of a drum. With each step it took, the solid pavement would crack and splinter beneath it. Nick Fury, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. What in the world is this creature? He exclaimed. However, he quickly recalled a similar entity. On the other hand, did not require such contemplation. He recognized the origins of the monster at once. It was an abomination, a creature mutated from the serum of the Hulk, the Green Giant. Chapter 044. Hey, you two behemoths. Are you fighting? The abomination rampaged with astonishing speed. Vehicles were effortlessly hurled into the air, crashing down upon the crowd below. Panic ensued as people fled in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Muyi harbored no intentions of playing the superhero, yet when circumstances unfolded before him, he could not remain a mere bystander. He swiftly retrieved a cloth, wrapping it around his neck to obscure his features, and with a sudden leap, dashed forward to rescue two pedestrians who had fallen in the turmoil, just as a vehicle plummeted where they had been moments before. The two individuals, terrified and dazed, momentarily forgot to express their gratitude. Muyi, however, was indifferent to their astonishment. Activating his speed, he swiftly rescued those in peril within his reach. Nick Fury, observing nearby, was taken aback by Muyi's almost imperceptible velocity, yet felt a sense of solace, recognizing the true essence of a hero in him. The abomination had already crossed the street, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter arrived to retrieve Nick Fury. But he was not ready to depart just yet. He leaned against the helicopter door, scanning the street until he quickly spotted Muyi amidst the wreckage. Hey, over here. Reno, Nick Fury called out. Naturally, Muyi caught sight of Nick Fury in the helicopter. Without waiting for the aircraft to descend, he deftly scaled the adjacent building. And with a graceful leap, grasped the helicopter's landing gear, pulling himself aboard. Muyi exhibited remarkable control over his strength, causing the helicopter to sway only slightly before stabilizing. Nick Fury, who had just picked up the rope ladder intending to toss it down, glanced at him and, with a self-deprecating chuckle, remarked, "Well, it seems I acted unnecessarily." He then turned to the pilot and commanded, "Pursue that creature." "At once, sir." The helicopter swiftly accelerated in pursuit of the abomination. Muyi refrained from grasping the helicopter's handrail, standing firmly within the cabin, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Do you know what kind of monster that is?" Nick Fury, having an inkling of the creature's origins, found himself somewhat unprepared for the situation. Well, within S.H.I.E.L.D., that falls under level 9 classified. However, I can make an exception and share some pertinent information. This fellow is likely linked to military experiments. As they spoke, another helicopter appeared ahead. Nick Fury instructed the pilot to follow, peering out the door to find none other than General Ross aboard. "Ah, General Ross," Nick Fury exclaimed sarcastically. "I suppose this creature is yet another of your creations?" "I'm not the least bit surprised." Nick Fury, General Ross's expression darkened. His recent operation against the Hulk had already resulted in significant losses. After finally managing to capture the Hulk, Bruce Banner's foolishness in administering an antidote had rendered the Hulk non-existent once more. "What are you doing here?" Nick Fury adjusted his eye patch and remarked, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for supernatural anomalies worldwide." He gestured towards the chaos below, where the abomination wreaked havoc, effortlessly decimating General Ross's forces. "Isn't this a clear threat to the safety of citizens and their property?" "It is only natural for me to be here," General Ross retorted coldly. "There's no need for your involvement. I can handle this myself." Standing beside Nick Fury was Mai, who peered through the open door of the helicopter across from them. Inside, among military personnel, were also civilian passengers. One man, appearing somewhat dull and exuding an air of scholarly awkwardness, bore a troubled expression. Beside him sat an attractive woman, who was engaged in a heated argument with General Ross. This was none other than Bruce Banner and his girlfriend, Betty Ross. The Hulk, a being of terrifying power capable of cosmic-level strength when enraged, piqued Mai's curiosity. He felt eager to confront such a purely powerful adversary. Although he might not stand a chance in a direct confrontation, that did not mean he lacked strategies to deal with him. The streets grew increasingly chaotic. General Ross's troops were no match for the abomination, and without their restraint, the threat to innocent lives escalated. Amidst the arguing in the helicopter, Bruce Banner ultimately stepped forward. "No, Bruce. You cannot transform now. You will die," Betty pleaded, gripping Bruce's hand, her eyes swollen with tears. "But I have no choice, Betty." Bruce's gaze was resolute. "No one but me can stop him." As the aircraft's engines roared, Nick Fury could not discern the conversation from his position, but I listened intently and couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, the helicopter took flight, prompting Nick Fury to observe its movements. What was General Ross planning? Was he intending to confront the monster in the air? In a shocking turn, after a heartfelt farewell kiss with Betty, Bruce chose not to wait for General Ross to lower him, but instead opened the door and leaped into the fray below. Nick Fury was taken aback, but soon, from the crater where Bruce landed, emerged the familiar hulking figure of the Hulk. Good grief, he intends to use the Hulk against that monster. Nick Fury sighed, realizing the neighborhood was doomed. The impending clash between two titanic entities promised destruction far beyond what the abomination alone could unleash. However, the silver lining was that with the Hulk occupied, at least he wouldn't wreak havoc indiscriminately. The question remained, however, which scenario would prove more destructive? A fierce battle between two monsters or the unchecked rampage of one? I felt a stirring within him. He was tempted to gauge the strength of these two formidable beings, yet he refrained from expressing this desire. After all, the significance of his voluntary participation would differ greatly from that of a plea for involvement from others. As expected, as the two colossal figures continued their fierce clash, once deemed invincible, the Hulk appeared to be at a disadvantage. Nick Fury could no longer remain passive. Being present, he could not allow these two to wreak havoc unimpeded, for that would be a gross dereliction of duty. As he rapidly devised strategies to restrain the monstrous beings, his peripheral vision caught sight of the composed and thoroughly entertained Mayano. "Mayano, can you handle those two beasts down there?" he inquired. Mayano feigned surprise, adopting a mock expression as if to say, "Must the consultant also partake in such a level of combat?" Nick Fury, astute as ever, quickly grasped that Mayano had some degree of confidence. He replied earnestly, "You see, those two monsters are like beasts driven mad. They are wantonly destroying property and taking innocent lives. In the name of justice, they must be stopped immediately. If you have a means to subdue them, I implore you to act at once." After a brief pause, he added, "I will ensure your matters are promptly addressed, and regardless of success, a generous consultant fee will be transferred to your account." Mayano felt a surge of satisfaction. Cooperation required a spirit of goodwill. Straightening his attire, he resolutely positioned himself at the edge of the cabin, declaring, "I cannot guarantee the Hulk. His strength is too formidable. However, I shall do my utmost to deal with that counterfeit abomination." Without needing the helicopter to descend, Mayano leaned back and executed a perfect leap of faith. Plummeting from the sky, General Ross, besides overseeing the ground combat, was also keenly observing Nick Fury's movements. He was astonished when he saw Mayano leap from the aircraft without any safety measures. The thunderous impact as Mayano landed, creating a deep crater marked by spiderweb-like cracks, left him utterly speechless as the adversaries showed no sign of disturbance. Who is that guy? Wait, is he going to involve himself in the Hulk-esque battle? Damn Nick Fury. Empowered by Earth manipulation chakra, Mayano's body became harder than rock. The sound of his landing was even louder than Bruce Banner's, instantly attracting considerable attention. Concealed behind a mask, Mayano disregarded the gazes upon him, propelling himself like a streak of light towards the two titanic figures clashing in the streets. On the aircraft, Nick Fury was taken aback by the force of Mayano's landing. Reflecting on his earlier words, he muttered to himself, "Abomination? That name is rather fitting. Now, let me see where your limits lie, Mayano. Hey, you two. I'm here to mediate," he called out. "Don't you think fighting in the streets is a rather uncivic-minded act?" Before he could finish his statement, he was met with a warm reception from the two. The Hulk kicked a chunk of concrete towards him with great force, while Abomination roared, snatching a car door and hurling it through the air. Mukuya deftly leaped and landed, effortlessly evading the attacks of the two assailants. "Ah, what a warm welcome indeed." With a smile, Mukuya murmured to himself, "Since you have been so discourteous, do not blame me for being impolite." Forming hand seals, chakra surged forth as he slammed his palms to the ground. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. In an instant, the earth chakra spread across the entire street before him. The once solid ground transformed into a quagmire at a visible pace. As far as the eye could see, vehicles scattered about, street trees, flower beds, and even the unfortunate low-rise buildings on either side were all drawn into the immense suction of the mire, gradually sinking downwards. Among them were, of course, the two combatants, Hulk and Abomination, locked in fierce battle. Nick Fury, well-versed in the clandestine matters of Sagano's port, was acutely aware of Mukuya's abilities, which manifested as earth and fire. However, he had yet to witness them firsthand. Now, from his elevated vantage point, he watched in astonishment as Mukuya transformed a vast expanse of street into a muddy swamp, with adjacent buildings also succumbing to the downward pull. He could not help but murmur, "Is this the power of magic?" Chapter 045, The Impressive Hulk. The Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp is an immensely powerful ninjutsu. This swamp, born from chakra, possesses an exceptional adhesive quality. akin to an invisible hand, pulling down any prey that falls into its trap. Even colossal summoning beasts towering several dozen meters in height are constrained by this jutsu. Let alone Hulk and Abomination, who are merely over 2 meters tall and burdened by their weight. In the midst of their fierce battle, both were caught off guard. Swiftly sensing the earth beneath their feet shifting, their heavy bodies sinking into the ground. Although Abomination had succumbed to madness, driven solely by his destructive instincts, a primal urge to evade danger still lingered within him. As his form began to submerge, he instinctively reacted with unease, roaring as he attempted to free himself. However, the soft, sinking swamp offered no solid footing. With a powerful leap, he merely splashed mud, only to find himself immediately drawn back into the mire. Hulk, undeterred, continued to regard Abomination as his primary target. He pressed down on Abomination's shoulder, unleashing a furious punch that landed heavily on Abomination's face. The explosive force sent ripples through the muddy swamp, and as Abomination absorbed the blow, his body sank deeper into the quagmire. Hulk's upper limit of strength was exceptionally high. The more enraged he became, the mightier he grew. Previously, perhaps due to the effects of serum, he had been momentarily overpowered by Abomination's relentless assault. Now, having regained his composure, Hulk's strength surged with his fury. He rained down several punches upon Abomination before climbing atop him, delivering thunderous blows to Abomination's head like a relentless drum, leaving him dazed. Unbeknownst to both, they had already sunk to chest level in mere moments. Abomination began to retaliate. With Hulk positioned lower, it proved difficult for him to exert force. After enduring a series of heavy strikes, Abomination suddenly lowered his head, pressing it firmly against Hulk's chest while tightly wrapping his arms around Hulk's waist. He strained and twisted desperately to escape. Hulk, oblivious to the swamp's peril, focused solely on pummeling Abomination. However, Abomination's fierce struggles began to take effect as he managed to reverse their positions, forcing Hulk downwards at an alarming rate into the murky depths. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Hulk also fought back with all his might. Moments ago, these two titanic beings had been shaking the very ground, but now they struggled against the mire, sinking further with each effort. Hulk attempted to use Abomination as leverage to leap from the swamp, yet Abomination's iron grip kept him ensnared. In their relentless struggle, they sank further into the abyss. If Mukuni sought only to control the situation, he had already succeeded at this point. Hulk and Abomination were entirely confined within this swamp transformed from the street, unable to escape. However, Mukuni was intent on testing the strength hierarchy between Hulk and Abomination, and thus would not cease his efforts. Observing that the two titans only had eyes for one another, Mukuni remained unhurried, methodically completing his hand seals as chakra surged forth once more. Earth release, rock binding coffin. The ground trembled violently. With chakra erupting, brown earthen pillars, seemingly imbued with sentience, erupted from the earth, swiftly enveloping the entangled Hulk and Abomination, twisting and constricting them like a giant serpent ensnaring its prey. The Abomination revealed half of an arm, straining to pry open the boulder atop his head, exposing his face as he roared in fury. However, his own body was ensnared by Hulk, entwined within the rocky pillars, leaving him with little room to exert force. No matter how hard he tried to leverage the arm that had fortuitously escaped, he was utterly unable to break free. Hulk fared even worse, completely enwrapped by the rocky columns, with no gap in sight. "Oh no, Bruce," Betty on the plane exclaimed anxiously. What was he doing? Did he not realize that Bruce was confronting that monstrous entity? "Father, we must assist Bruce." General Ross found himself in a state of shock and realization, too preoccupied to heed his daughter's distress. He recalled the top-secret information the military had obtained. It was him, the very individual who had caused a tremendous uproar in Sogno's harbor. What kind of power did he possess? Was he a mutant or some other aberration? Maki's rock-binding technique bore resemblance to Gaara's sand-binding technique. The methods of application were, of course, different, yet their core functions were remarkably similar. Employing such techniques undoubtedly demanded an immense amount of chakra. Previously, Maki would not have regarded them as regular ninjutsu. However, circumstances had changed. And with ample chakra at his disposal, Maki executed the technique without releasing the hand seals. He continuously maintained the chakra supply to the rock-binding technique, those intimidating rocky pillars. Under this chakra infusion, relentlessly constricted, crushed, and strangled. The resilience of the Abomination and Hulk was astonishing. Had they been anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere blood pulp by the weight of the ninjutsu. Yet, they not only remained unscathed for the time being, but were even able to struggle vigorously. Maki could distinctly sense the violent exertions of both within the rock-binding technique. Compared to the quagmire, where they had no leverage, the rocky columns that ensnared them paradoxically provided an opportunity to exert their strength. While Maki was aware of the limits of the Abomination, which he could fully withstand, Hulk's power, however, was escalating in a peculiar manner. Soon enough, with a crack, fissures began to appear in the rocky columns. Even with Maki's chakra supply attempting to compensate, it proved futile. Under Hulk's unreasonable force, the cracks multiplied, and ultimately, Maki deemed the stalemate unnecessary. As he loosened the hand seals, the chakras ceased. Instantly, the rocky column erupted with a deafening roar. Hulk's deep green figure materialized, his fiery eyes locking onto Maki as he thundered a roar and, stepping on the fractured column, leaped ferociously towards Maki. With a resounding crash, Maki deftly evaded. However, the very spot where he had stood moments before was now a gaping, spiderweb pit created by Hulk's foot. Maki positioned himself atop a streetlight, his footing precarious yet remarkably steady. The gust of wind billowed through, causing his cloak to flutter, rendering his tall figure both mysterious and formidable. From his elevated stance, Maki's gaze met Hulk's. To the untrained eye, Hulk might appear as a mindless, raging beast, yet Maki understood that Hulk possessed intelligence and memory as well. It was merely the fury that fueled his strength, making him more inclined to lose himself in the tempest of his own wrath. To leave a lasting impression, one must etch a vivid memory. With a thunderous stomp, Hulk's colossal form soared like a cannonball, charging once more at Makuya, who stood beneath the streetlight. To an ordinary observer, his movements would appear astonishingly swift. However, to Makuya, they seemed rather mundane. Having previously gauged Hulk's strength from a distance using ninjutsu, he was well aware of what to expect. Upon landing, he refrained from further techniques, transforming into a mere shadow as he dashed straight towards Hulk. Makuya danced around Hulk like a weightless specter, while Hulk's ferocious power wreaked havoc upon the streets, leaving chaos in his wake. Yet, he could not land a strike on the agile Makuya. In a fleeting moment of proximity, Makuya unleashed a glimmering blade, his finely crafted tactical dagger slicing through Hulk's formidable physique without leaving a trace. The anticipated scenario did not sway him, as they brushed past each other once more. Makuya sheathed his dagger and unleashed a terrifying radiance from the edge of his palm, making another swift strike. A sharp sound echoed, and blood splattered. His chakra-infused surgical knife had pierced through Hulk's defenses. Makuya's eyes sparkled with triumph, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the wound was healing at an alarming rate. At this stage of the battle, fueled by rage, Hulk's strength and physical prowess had reached terrifying heights. Ordinary physical assaults were rendered nearly ineffective. Only the extraordinary chakra blade could breach his defenses. Yet, it merely managed to penetrate, not to deliver a fatal blow. Makuya quickly grasped the reality. He could not hope to slay Hulk. In a fit of rage, Hulk bellowed a guttural roar, slamming his palms onto the ground. The immense force compressed the air into a fearsome blade of wind, violently scattering debris in all directions. Under such an onslaught, Makuya was compelled to retreat from Hulk's vicinity. Curse you, perish. On the other side, Abomination broke free from the rock pillar, laboriously emerging from the mire, and seized a massive chunk of rubble to hurl at Makuya, charging after it. Faced with two towering monstrosities, Makuya could manage, but there was no need for such confrontation. He promptly resorted to his previous tactic, invoking the Earth style, Underworld Swamp once more. Having been burned by Hulk's blood, Abomination predictably fell prey to the trap again. However, Hulk had learned from his previous mistake. Upon witnessing Abomination's movement, he leaped onto a nearby building. His eyes, typically ablaze with fury, displayed an unusual hint of hesitation as he glanced at Makuya before turning back to confront Abomination once more. With a mighty leap, the structure beneath Hulk crumbled like fragile foam, and he surged forth with the force of thunder, landing upon Abomination's form, submerging him into the mire, leaving only his shoulder and head exposed. Abomination continued to roar and grapple at Hulk, but Hulk was quicker. He bent down and wrapped his muscular arms around Abomination's head, exerting his strength with a resounding crack. The sound of shattering bones sent chills down one's spine. In the blink of an eye, Hulk stood upon Abomination's shoulder, having twisted off his head, which he tossed towards Makuya in a show of dominance. Makuya had anticipated another confrontation. However, after the display of strength, Hulk discarded the head and leaped onto a neighboring building, then sprinted away, bounding across the rooftops towards the outskirts of Virginia City. Makuya stood momentarily stunned, only to soon find his composure restored. Hulk unleashed a flurry of punches towards Mai, yet astonishingly, not a single blow landed upon his adversary. The overwhelming sense of frustration was palpable, leaving Hulk utterly dissatisfied, coupled with the earlier feeling of being ensnared in a quagmire, sinking deeper into despair. He had grown to detest the engagement with Mai. Mai, amused, pondered whether he had left a profound impression on Hulk. The sound of a helicopter's roar drew near. General Ross and his daughter had descended from the aircraft. Betty was preoccupied with her concerns for Bruce Banner's well-being, leaving her little room for anything else. General Ross, however, was incensed. He believed that a situation he could have managed was thoroughly disrupted by S.H.I.E.L.D, and he could not contain his ire as he reprimanded, "Hey you, who permitted you to meddle in the battle? Are you aware of the immense losses your actions have inflicted upon the military?" Mai regarded him with disdain, recognizing that the old man was merely seeking someone to blame as the situation spiraled out of control. Sensing the approach of Nick Fury, Mai turned to face the solemn director and declared, "This farce has come to an end. Remember your promise, Director Fury. Moreover, do not forget to transfer the consulting fees to my account. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall take my leave now." Without waiting for Nick Fury to respond, Mai swiftly disappeared from his line of sight. Nick Fury surveyed the wreckage strewn across the street, regretting ever having solicited Mai's assistance. He had completely overlooked the destructive capabilities possessed by the individual. What was once a bustling avenue now required complete reconstruction. Yet perhaps it was prudent to view the situation optimistically. At least all the devastation was concentrated in this singular locale. "Nick Fury, you must provide us with an explanation for this incident." General Ross's voice rang out, demanding accountability. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the boisterous general, a smirk curling his lips as he retorted, "Instead of that, perhaps you should contemplate how to justify your military's actions to the council, General Ross." Chapter 046. The marvelous application of sealing scrolls, signet rings, and enchantments. Mukui reflected on the battle that had just transpired. The abomination, an aberrant offspring of the Hulk, appeared formidable, even managing to momentarily suppress the Hulk. Yet, in reality, it was merely a flawed imitation, its potential thoroughly exhausted. While it might possess a commendable baseline, the actual threat it posed was negligible, especially when confronted by someone like Mukui, who had the means to restrain it, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance. In stark contrast stood the Hulk. His upper limits soared to astonishing heights, particularly when pressed into a state of overwhelming rage, his strength escalating at a terrifying pace. Such rapidity was so pronounced that even with Mukui's capabilities to curtail his opponent, he was reluctant to provoke the Hulk to the brink of his fury, lest he unleash an uncontrollable monstrosity. However, what struck Mukui most profoundly today was the significance of the Hulk's emergence. The main storyline of the Marvel Universe had silently commenced. An intangible sense of urgency compelled him to hasten his own growth and power. Alice, Leon, and Claire set forth to investigate the truth behind the incident at the international airport. And Mukui felt a sense of reassurance as he returned to his residence in New York, where he began delving into the study of the space sealing scroll. He had not forgotten his promise to resolve the Brotherhood's dilemma. The space sealing scroll was the solution he had discovered. Yet, prior to its application, he needed to modify the scroll, at the very least finding a means for ordinary individuals, with his permission, to utilize it. The progress on the scroll's enhancement was favorable, especially following his journey to Konoha, which had equipped Mukui with a wealth of knowledge regarding the Cosmic Cube's spatial attributes. He not only transformed the unsealing and sealing methods of the scroll but also significantly expanded its internal space. A scroll the size of an A4 sheet could now accommodate an interior volume equivalent to that of 4 standard shipping containers, ample enough for the transit of goods. Particularly, black market items, often high-value contraband, typically did not occupy excessive space. As for the successful triggering of the unsealing and sealing functions, after several days of study, Mukui remained focused on the art of sealing. After numerous revisions, a final method was established, and Anna, the Firefox, became the first to give it a try. Gazing at the parchment adorned with enigmatic symbols, an emerald signet ring, and a contract delineating the terms, Anna, despite her desire to trust him, bore an expression of confusion and hesitation. "Reino, do you truly believe this will resolve our predicament?" "Certainly. But do not rush. Once you personally experience it, you will understand what to do." Mukui, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "I have invested considerable effort into perfecting this set of items. Now, take a look at this confidential agreement." Anna swiftly perused the terms of the contract. Although she was not well versed in legal stipulations, she felt that the drafting of these terms seemed rather rudimentary, lacking any genuine binding force. Nevertheless, Mukui countered, "On the surface, it appears to be a contract devoid of enforceability. In truth, it embodies a magical array imbued with mysterious power, which you may also refer to as an enchantment. The purpose of signing the contract is akin to the aforementioned stipulations. Its primary function is to bind members from disclosing any information regarding the spatial sealing scroll to individuals outside the organization in any form." The fox, with an epiphany, remarked, "So its binding force does not stem from the law." Muley nodded appreciatively with a soft chuckle. "Indeed, by signing this contract, one acknowledges this agreement. To contravene, it would mean to betray one's own will, and such an attempt would be thwarted from the outset, rendering it impossible to act upon, thus safeguarding the secret of the spatial sealing scroll to the greatest extent. Naturally, its functions extend beyond this. It also gathers the physical and spiritual energies that the contractor inadvertently releases during their daily activities, channeling them through the sealing formation to transform into the enigmatic energy known as chakra. This chakra is the key to activating the seal ring, which in turn is crucial for employing the spatial sealing scroll. However, merely explaining it may not suffice for your understanding. It would be more effective to experience it firsthand. Once you have personally engaged with it, the essence of the matter will become clear. The fox nodded. So how do I sign this contract? With blood, Muley replied somberly. A blood pact is far more binding than any legal document. Upon understanding, the fox grasped a dagger from the table, gently slicing her thumb, allowing crimson blood to flow. Without flinching, she pressed her finger onto the designated spot of the contract. Before she could withdraw her hand, the contract shimmered with ethereal light. The lines of text transformed into mystical runes, swiftly cascading along the fox's fingers and enveloping her entire being. As the sealing formation activated, the runes settled into tranquility, vanishing from sight. Oh, the fox exclaimed in surprise, sensing a peculiar change within herself. Yet upon closer inspection, she could not discern the truth. She looked up at Muley and asked, "Have I completed it?" "Yes." Muley nodded, pushing the seal ring across the table. "Try wearing it." The fox complied and donned the ring. An intangible wave surged forth, capturing a certain resonance, and the ring conveyed an essence imbued with information. In astonishment, she soon comprehended the function and method of the ring. "Is it true, Rainer? That piece of paper?" "No. I mean, this sealing scroll conceals the capacity of 4 standard containers, and with this ring, I can load and retrieve goods. You may give it a try," Muley suggested, retrieving a cup from beside him and placing it before her. The fox, visibly excited, took a deep breath and, adhering to the information conveyed, positioned the cup upon the sealing scroll. She then extended her right hand. Aligning the emerald seal ring with the scroll, filled with anticipation and nervousness, she softly commanded, "Seal." The ring drew upon the chakra formed from the runes. Emitting a faint glow, the light shot towards the scroll, and with a resounding pop, a wisp of chakra smoke erupted, causing the cup that had been placed upon the scroll to vanish completely. The fox stood in stunned amazement, her mouth agape, utterly speechless. In that fleeting moment, her mental energy connected with the inner space of the sealing scroll, allowing her to witness that extraordinary realm, which indeed resembled what Mai had described, measuring at least the size of 4 standard shipping containers. Within this space, a water cup rested securely on the ground. Aside from the cup, 5 additional items were present, specifically the sealing scroll, the seal ring, and the contract trio that the Fire Fox had previously encountered. For a while, the Fire Fox struggled to contain her excitement and once again directed the seal ring towards the scroll to unseal it. With a resounding pop, and after a plume of chakra smoke dissipated, the water cup reappeared unscathed. Enchanted by her first-hand experience of extraordinary power, the Fire Fox extended her hand towards the scroll, repeatedly sealing and unsealing, playfully retrieving and releasing the water cup. However, Mai soon intervened, cautioning her, "The power triggered by the seal ring originates from within you. Until you have truly mastered this power, you must not overuse it at once, lest you risk exhausting yourself." The Fire Fox's focus was evidently different. She paid little heed to the danger Mai mentioned, or perhaps she had long since come to terms with the notion of danger. What truly captivated her was the underlying implication in Mai's words, prompting her to ask, her voice trembling with anticipation, "Do you mean to say that I too have the potential to harness such power? Just like you?" Mai did not conceal the truth from her. Indeed, if you possess sufficient insight and experience the changes within you when activating the seal ring, it is indeed possible for you to master the method of refining chakra. Observing the Fire Fox's uncontainable excitement, Mai felt a pang of emotion and inquired, "Now that we have the space sealing scroll, we can address our current predicament, can't we?" Upon hearing this, the Fire Fox reined in her exuberant thoughts and nodded vigorously. "With this as our cover, we can indeed sell anything to any corner of the world. There is no need for exorbitant public relations expenses, nor do we have to fear scrutiny from any organization. The Nightthorn black market is truly within our grasp." Why are items in the black market generally expensive? It is precisely because of the stringent regulations imposed by various nations. To bring goods from the outside, one must incur substantial costs. Now, with the sealing scroll as a trump card, Huiguang ZH can not only profit from the original price differences, but also recoup the transportation expenses. As for the costs, it may only require the price of a round-trip ticket for one person. I have reserved 5 additional sealing scrolls in the space. Anna, you will be responsible for distributing them and teaching others how to use them. I believe that with these items, we will be sufficiently equipped to establish our market circulation channels. As for the specific regulations, you can enlist Jenny's assistance in drafting them. Be mindful that each of the 5 scrolls is distinctly categorized, and each seal ring can only unseal its corresponding scroll, except for this one in your possession. Mai's gaze was profound as he smiled, adding, "It can unseal every scroll." A rare expression of emotion emerged on the typically indifferent face of the firefox. I understand, she said earnestly, her demeanor serious as she looked at him. I will certainly urge them to cultivate the market business of Nightthorn effectively. Currently, there is a shortage of manpower. We must discard those trivial and low-value transactions and focus on high-value orders. Oh, by the way, I seemed to recall something and sternly warned her. I cannot allow any desecration in the market for Nightthorn. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. Anna, you must make this clear to them. The firefox met his gaze for 2 seconds and smiled in agreement. I've noted it. Could you tell me why? I replied coolly. I detest that thing and abhor those associated with it. Huh, that is quite fortuitous, for I too despise desecration. Firefox responded with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling. I shall oversee this matter. Just as she turned to leave, I suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and called out to her, Anna, don't leave today. Please stay for a while. Chapter 047. The Restoration Elixir and the Opening of Nightthorn, is that so? Firefox pondered, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Muyi, tidying up his belongings, remarked, while researching an improved version of the Space Sealing Scroll, I stumbled upon some insights. The restoration wax possesses remarkable restorative properties. Yet it also carries significant risks, making it unwise for casual use. Thus, I devised a method to retain its restorative characteristics while mitigating or even eliminating the potential repercussions, or compensating for its inevitable effects through alternative means. Noticing the perplexed expression on Firefox's face, Muyi realized he need not elaborate further. In short, I have found a way to enhance the efficacy of the restoration wax through different methods. This means I can now assist you in removing the scars from your face. Indeed, Firefox replied, her exterior calm, yet her emotions clearly stirred. However, she refrained from elaborating further. She had previously expressed all that needed to be said. Repetitive and trivial remarks were not her style. She preferred to engrave such matters in her heart and repay them silently. The procedure took place in the concealed underground laboratory beneath Mu Ye's residence. The healed wounds needed to be reopened, and by utilizing chakra to activate the meticulous reparative functions of the restoration wax, Firefox could achieve skin restoration without any lingering side effects. The process unfolded seamlessly, with the combination of restoration wax and chakra yielding miraculous results. After a brief interval, the operation concluded. Muyi handed Firefox a mirror, and she gazed into the reflection of her once blemished face, now smooth and radiant. Even a female assassin cares about her appearance. She gently caressed her skin, marveling at its delicate texture, now devoid of the previous roughness. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Muyi inquired with a smile. Firefox remained silent, suddenly rising to embrace Muyi. Before he could react, a warm kiss graced his cheek. After a moment of astonishment, Firefox released him, a feigned indifference barely masking the blush upon her face. Don't misunderstand. This is merely a token of gratitude. I will assist you in constructing the Shadow of Radiance, as well as the Nightthorn. Wait a moment. Muyi interjected hastily. Have Dennis take charge, and see if he can obtain the production permit for the elixir. I intend to market the restoration wax as a highly effective healing potion. If we can secure the permit, we won't need to resort to the Nightthorn's methods. Understood. I will make a note of that. The healing potion Muyi referenced essentially utilized medical chakra as a consumable for the restoration wax, thereby replacing the risk of draining the user's vitality during its application. While chakra cannot be preserved once it leaves Muyi, this posed no significant challenge. A simple chakra sealing formation would suffice. He had already developed the Reno Eye elixir. However, after some contemplation, he remained cautious and altered the sealing technique on the potion's packaging to prevent the permanent sealing of chakra. The chakra would gradually dissipate over time, a process lasting 1 month, which meant the shelf life of his restoration potion would be limited to just 1 month. He named the improved potion experiment type 1 of the Rainer Restoration Elixir, with a designated shelf life. Even if the potion's formidable restorative effects were to be noticed by those with ulterior motives, it would prevent excessive stockpiling, thereby averting the concentration of the restorative elixir within certain factions. Once the potion surpasses its shelf life, it will revert to a restorative wax, although the wax, having undergone medical chakra stimulation, will demand more energy than the initial sample. Should someone recklessly consume an expired potion, all that Makino can do is wish them a fortunate rebirth in their next life. Of course, if a suitable collaborator is found, he could develop experiment type 2 and type 3, extending the shelf life to 2 and 3 months respectively. Tsunade's medical notes provided Makino with tremendous inspiration. The wisdom of his predecessor is indeed an invaluable treasure. Her elucidation of medical ninjutsu has granted Makino, a gifted medical ninja, a fresh perspective, akin to a lofty vantage point from which to grasp the intricacies of medical ninjutsu anew, even in the absence of those secret techniques. This alone would be sufficient to satisfy Makino. His approach to chakra has been excessively conservative. This is an unavoidable flaw for a civilian ninja lacking an adept mentor. Medical ninjutsu is profoundly esoteric, however, Makino must temporarily set it aside. The pressing matter remains to assimilate the spatial knowledge emanating from the cube. In the ninja world, technique often outweighs principle. Many jutsu merely pursue usage without delving into the intrinsic truths of their knowledge. The cube's impact on his body has gradually altered his constitution, bestowing him with the ability to manipulate space. Upon his return to Konoha village, while conversing with his former teammate, Noera Haima, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, he noted a marked difference. Haima also possesses spatial talent, yet pales in comparison to the extraordinary fourth Hokage. Nevertheless, alongside his comrades Raijin and Iwashi, he can form the Flying Thunder Array technique, utilizing a ceiling formation to indirectly employ the Flying Thunder God. Makino's enthusiasm for the Flying Thunder God has never been concealed. Thus, Haima is aware of his studies into this renowned secret technique of the fourth Hokage. In past discussions, Makino often felt bewildered, as many insights from Haima seemed utterly absurd. The divergence between the intuitive and rational descriptions of the same matter is indeed vast. However, this time is different. Makino surprisingly finds himself comprehending Haima's idealistic expositions. After returning to Konoha village, he has gained much energy and knowledge from the cube, broadening his horizons. Now, he perceives the previously perplexing Flying Thunder Array technique and recognizes its subtleties. He requires time to forge ahead and deepen his research and analysis. Once he conquers the challenges of the Flying Thunder Array technique, the true essence of the Flying Thunder God technique will unveil its mysterious veil to him. The spatial ceiling scrolls, in the eyes of the Firefox, are nothing short of an astonishing magical method, believed to be capable of sustaining the rise of the glimmering Shadow Brotherhood. In truth, however, this is merely a stopgap measure for Makino. Only after overcoming the formidable challenges of the Flying Thunder God formation will he truly commence his grand design for the world. Immersed in his research, Mai remains oblivious to the swift passage of time. In the blink of an eye, all preliminary preparations are in place, and Nightthorn quietly resumes its operations. The black market is not a bustling supermarket. There will be no overwhelming influx of customers upon its reopening, nor any promotional offers to entice the masses. The Radiant Shadow Brotherhood has taken control of Nightthorn from the Kohler Consortium, inevitably stirring a wave of unrest among the clientele, who must now rebuild their confidence independently. This naturally entails a process. Thus, the first 3 days of Nightthorn's reopening are marked by silence, as customers observe and hesitate. Gradually, new orders begin to trickle in after 3 days. However, the alterations to Nightthorn's market rules have raised the costs associated with trial and error, leading to further indecision. Nevertheless, some individuals and factions remain reliant on the black market support, as many goods can only be procured through it. The initial orders are clearly exploratory in nature. Mai shows no interest in these and delegates the task to Huahu, who leads her core members, Hot and Dean, to execute them. Armed with spatial ceiling scrolls, Huahu navigates these trial orders with ease. Even when some clients harbor questionable intentions and attempt to leverage connections to involve the police and intelligence agencies, no anomalies are detected. The successful completion of several challenging orders fosters confidence among the clients and begins to establish the reputation of Nightthorn and the Radiant Shadow Brotherhood. In the latter half of the month, Nightthorn starts to attract regular orders. After the first month, while the transaction volume remains modest, the profit margins are notably high. The black market, after all, is not a conventional supermarket. Its operations are unconventional. For a nascent brotherhood, the upward trajectory of Nightthorn is already sufficient. Especially for the core members, their initial trepidation has long dissipated. With their extraordinary mystique, they now harbor complete confidence in managing the black market operations. Amidst the good news, Huahu also brings a regrettable update. The production batch numbers for the required pharmaceuticals are unattainable. The Brotherhood, lacking prior experience in this field, finds its connections in the region utterly non-existent, unable to compete with established pharmaceutical giants. Even if they were to register a pharmaceutical company, they would still encounter insurmountable obstacles. Mai's aim in obtaining the batch numbers is to enable the public sale of the restorative agents, thereby securing a legitimate identity under the sun. Yet, those pharmaceutical conglomerates, while abundant in number, have effectively sealed off access, leaving no room for new forces to intervene. The only option is to collaborate with them. Mai has little interest in catering to the avaricious. Since pharmaceuticals are not feasible, he pivots to an alternative path, prompting the Brotherhood to register a beverage production company, directly branding the restorative agents as functional drinks, available simultaneously at Reno's beverage stores and the Nightthorn black market, priced at $50,000 per bottle. Initially, Mai presumed that this absurd notion, untested and unfamiliar, would undoubtedly be met with indifference. However, he remains patient. The golden beauty of jade radiates its brilliance wherever it goes. As time progresses, there will inevitably be those who take notice of the formidable restorative effects of the Renault Experiment Type 1. Furthermore, with limited time at his disposal, if the place were to be bustling with buyers, he would hardly have the opportunity to manage it all. However, to his astonishment, on the very day the noble functional beverage, priced at $50,000 per bottle, was launched, 5 bottles were sold. As he observed Holt arriving with a serious demeanor to collect his order, Makino stamped the production date onto the potion. While internally pondering which extravagant individual had made such a lavish purchase, could it be that he had set the price too low? With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but raise the prices of Experiment Type 2 and Experiment Type 3 significantly. Chapter 048. The sensation of the restoration elixir in a luxurious private golf course. Jean Bin, a formidable figure resembling a mountain of muscle, held a golf club that appeared somewhat slender in his powerful grip. With a standard stance, he meticulously aimed at the golf ball before him. His imposing physique often led onlookers to underestimate his intellect, and few would imagine that someone with such a fierce exterior could execute delicate maneuvers. Yet, at this moment, Jean Bin gently struck the ball, sending it rolling gracefully towards the hole a few meters away. The entire process was precise, gentle, and possessed an elegance that belied his robust frame. Jean Bin was never a reckless brute. Although endowed with near superhuman strength, he had never allowed impetuousness to govern his actions. As the ball sank into the hole, a subtle smile graced his face, eliciting applause and lavish praise from his entourage. An assistant approached with a towel to meticulously wipe away the sweat from his face and neck, but he impatiently brushed it aside, tossing the club to another member of his retinue. He then took the towel himself, dried his brow, and sipped from a glass of chilled wine, his gaze shifting to a subordinate in a suit who awaited his command. "Speak," he instructed. The subordinate stepped forward to whisper. Jean Bin's expression shifted momentarily before he strode purposefully towards the golf cart. "Come with me. I wish to see the object with my own eyes." The cart roared to life, speeding towards a distant villa. The accompanying personnel, unaware of the unfolding events, did not linger but hurried after the cart. Before long, Jean Bin arrived at the villa, dismissing the idle bystanders and confronting the significant item brought by his subordinate. The specially designed medical kit was opened to reveal 2 glass vials filled with a purplish-gray liquid, each approximately 100 milliliters in volume. Jean Bin scrutinized the vials for a moment before inquiring flatly, "Is this the item?" "Indeed, Your Excellency," the subordinate replied. "Upon our examination, we found no toxic substances present." Jean Bin's large fingers grasped one of the vials. A label adorned the bottle, stating the product name, Renault Restoration Elixir Experiment Type 1, with conspicuous markings indicating the production date and a 1-month shelf life. The label was clean and simple, exuding a hint of cheapness, yet it bore the certification label from the Supervisory Association for Functional Beverages. However, its price was anything but inexpensive. Jean Bin had spent a staggering $100,000 for these 2 mysterious vials, each costing $50,000. Has its efficacy been confirmed? Jean Bin's voice, imbued with authority, resonated. The subordinate promptly responded, "Without your permission, we only checked for toxic substances. As for its specific effects, we have yet to conduct any tests, Your Excellency." "Then let us give it a try," Jean Bin said casually, tossing the vial towards his subordinate, who caught it in a panic. "But, sir," the subordinate cautioned, "we lack the necessary equipment here to conduct any data analysis. Most importantly, all the injured are in private hospitals, and we lack suitable testing targets." "What nonsense!" Jean Bin's voice resonated like the deep roar of a lion. "Find someone, fire a shot, and then drag him to the medical room to apply this treatment. The effects will be evident. Do I need to teach you?" His subordinate broke into a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, you are right. I will take care of it immediately." Before long, somewhere outside, an unfortunate soul was targeted. Amidst his terrified screams, a faint gunshot rang out, and the poor fellow's arm was pierced by the bullet, blood gushing forth. Believing he was doomed, he was taken aback when the merciless shooter suddenly showed concern, calling for others to act. "Hurry, he is injured. Take him to the medical room. He must receive treatment immediately." The wounded man felt a chill rise within him upon hearing this, his face paling in fright as he desperately begged for mercy. However, the subordinate quickly silenced him with a stern threat, rendering him mute. In the medical room, the private doctor skillfully cleaned the wound and prepared for treatment. Jean Bin leaned on his favorite cane, a cigar dangling from his lips, and pointed at a glass bottle containing a restorative potion, asking, "How's this used?" The subordinate hurriedly replied, "Sir, the introduction for Night Thorn states that it is suitable for both internal and external use." Jean Bin nodded, exhaling a smoke ring. "Use this." He gestured towards the glass bottle, addressing the private doctor. The private doctor, bloodstained in his surgical attire, stared in astonishment at the label of the functional drink on the bottle. Are you suggesting to administer this functional drink? There is no need for that. Jin Bing furrowed his brow, his presence as imposing as a mountain. Did you not hear what I just said? Jin Bing coldly remarked. Cease all other medications and use this, half on the wound and half for him to ingest. I want to witness the effects with my own eyes. The private doctor swallowed hard and nodded swiftly. With his professional expertise, he completed the tasks in mere moments. The unfortunate man, having been shot, was now ordered to forego treatment. Even in Jin Bing's presence, despite the pain causing him to break out in cold sweat, he gritted his teeth, reluctant to make a sound. However, to his surprise, as the doctor poured half of the contents of the glass bottle onto his wound and administered the rest for him to drink, he felt a genuine warmth surge from his abdomen, converging at the site of the injury. Incredible! Before the eyes of those present, the gunshot wound on the unfortunate man's arm began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The damaged muscle resembled a series of both astonishing and somewhat terrifying granulations, quickly interweaving and continuously growing. In approximately 10 minutes, the fresh gunshot wound had fully closed, with the surface skin entirely regrown, leaving only a discreet scar. My goodness, what kind of medicine is this? It possesses such remarkable restorative effects. Hey, buddy, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere you are uncomfortable? It is truly unimaginable. This is a miracle. The private physician was utterly astounded by the scene before him, his worldview shaken as he incessantly approached to examine the various indicators of the patient's body, desperately seeking an anomaly to substantiate the notion that the medicine, while effective, must come at a tremendous cost. Alas, he found nothing. The medical chakra sealed within the vial had already paid the price for healing. Jin Bin squinted his eyes, scrutinizing everything intently. Suddenly, he acted decisively, unbuttoning his garments to reveal his injured shoulder, while his right hand reached for the remaining potion in the vial. The private physician was taken aback by his actions and quickly urged him, "Oh no, you cannot do this. It has not undergone thorough examination. It may contain a perilous regenerative substance, and we have yet to ascertain its potential harm. You must not take such a risk." Despite his high position, Jin Bin retained the decisive and ruthless essence of a formidable leader. The gunshot wound on his shoulder had penetrated the bone, causing him considerable discomfort of late. His perspective starkly contrasted that of the scholarly physician. He trusted his own eyes and an indescribable intuition. "It's all right, I will give it a try," he declared, his movements unceasing. Unable to twist off the bottle's cap with one hand, he nonetheless crushed the opening with his formidable grip, tilting his head back to consume half of the contents and pouring the remainder onto his wound. Just as the private physician's heart raced with trepidation, Jin Bin closed his eyes, feeling a sensation akin to basking in the warm sun of winter, a comfort radiating from within. Oh! The itchy feeling of the wound healing compelled him to emit a satisfied hum. Moments later, the wound had completely healed. Jin Bin moved his arms with ease, sensing that while his injury had begun to mend, he could not yet fully regain his former strength. However, the alleviation of pain bestowed upon him a sense of rebirth, and though he could not yet unleash his full power, it was enough to fill him with elation. "Ha ha ha! Well done!" Jin Bin exclaimed, patting the subordinate who had brought him the restorative potion, leaving the subordinate utterly astonished. "Now, immediately procure all these potions from Nightthorn for me. I want as many as they have." The subordinate, invigorated, promptly replied, "Yes, Your Excellency." A flicker of unusual determination glimmered in Jin Bin's eyes as he tightened his newly empowered left fist, his thoughts swirling. "I never anticipated that the Assassin Alliance possessed such resources. Thankfully, I refrained from foolish actions. However, should I truly let Nightthorn go?" He hesitated momentarily but soon transformed this uncertainty into resolve. Nightthorn operates within a limited scope, confined to the New York area, so conceding would be acceptable. Yet, if they are resorting to such means to stabilize the market and bolster client confidence, it seems they truly have no other recourse. How amusing. I need not make further arrangements. With the 10 Commandments gang in retreat, he found himself devoid of a significant adversary. Across the vast expanse of America, no criminal faction could contend with him. In the forthcoming days, as he gradually stabilizes the situation, he will naturally command an even broader sphere of influence in the grand panorama of America and indeed the global market. A mere New York black market holds little significance. The crocodile can indeed coexist with the tickbird. He is not as reckless and foolish as he may appear. The surge in demand for the restoration potion has exceeded my expectations by a considerable margin. It seems that the factions with keen instincts are also more numerous than I had anticipated. The primary ingredient of the restoration potion is the restoration wax water, which originally belongs to the Assassins Alliance. With sufficient funds, mass production is entirely feasible. The only minor complication lies in the sealing technique on the glass vials, but the medical chakra poses no significant challenge. Previously, he had consumed 200 vials of the experimental restoration potion, believing that with such a quantity, He need not concern himself with it for a month or two. To his surprise, less than 10 days had passed when the Night Thorn market had to display a sign indicating that the potion was sold out. Despite their repeated warnings about the potion's shelf life, they could not prevent those individuals from seizing the opportunity to purchase it after witnessing its miraculous healing effects. Mike could surmise the intentions of certain factions. Their acquisition of such a large quantity of the potion undoubtedly harbored intentions of reverse engineering it. However, Mike felt no apprehension. Setting aside the difficulty of reverse engineering, even if a powerful faction succeeded, the result would merely be restoration wax water. That substance is one that no one willingly consumes, and whoever dares to deal with it is welcome to do so. As for whether any organization could develop a more perfect healing potion based on this, that was beyond Mai's control. Moreover, exchanging this potion for some dollars was a trivial matter for Mai. He did not consider it a core priority, thus he remained indifferent. Despite the current frenzy, it is likely that a subsequent wave of issues arising from expired products will follow. Mai mused, if the situation escalates, he would seize the opportunity to launch experimental Type 2 and profit handsomely from it. Chapter 49. The lucrative order from Reed Richards' laboratory. The distance between Washington and New York is not great. At this juncture, it is not yet the time when extraordinary beings, divine entities, and mythical creatures roam freely, and even magic remains a largely unfamiliar concept to S.H.I.E.L.D. After personally engaging with Mu Yi, Nick Fury deemed him a temporarily trustworthy individual, serving as a conduit for S.H.I.E.L.D's interactions with the magical realm. Thus, he garnered significant attention. A mere black market known as Nightshade was previously beneath S.H.I.E.L.D's radar. However, with Mu Ye's involvement, S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally began to take a greater interest. Initially, when the restorative serum surfaced, Coulson was indifferent. Yet, upon noticing the name Reynolds associated with it, coupled with its staggering price tag of $50,000, he instinctively recognized it as something extraordinary. Consequently, he reported it to Nick Fury and received authorization to procure a sample for research. Upon conducting the experiment, they immediately uncovered the serum's remarkable regenerative capabilities, which once again captured Nick Fury's attention. After reviewing the pertinent experimental data, Fury promptly approved the establishment of a specialized task force, allocating funds for the acquisition of the serum while simultaneously instructing researchers to embark on reverse engineering experiments related to the serum. Fury understood profoundly the strategic significance of such resources and the necessity of possessing them in-house. Thus, reverse engineering became the paramount objective of the task force. As a result of this matter, the previously overlooked black market entered Nick Fury's purview. Although the source of the serum remained undisclosed, its name hinted at its origin. Fury set aside the documents and gazed at the comparative photographs of the wounds, his emotion swirling. Reynolds Mu Yi. I did not anticipate such a revelation. Meanwhile, Mu Yi was too preoccupied to consider the external reactions. After a period of maturation and burgeoning reputation, Nightshade finally received its first substantial order since inception. The source of this order was intriguing, with the client employing a degree of anonymity. However, the Brotherhood of Glimmering Shadows, originally established by former assassins, possessed mature reconnaissance and intelligence-gathering capabilities, swiftly uncovering the client's details. Reed Richards? Mu Ye's expression turned to one of astonishment. The name was indeed familiar. The order had been placed in the name of the laboratory, requesting rare radioactive metals that could not be procured through conventional channels for clandestine experiments. Upon seeing the name of the project leader, Mu Yi only felt a sense of familiarity, but upon encountering the names Susan Storm, Ben Grimm, and Jonathan Storm, he immediately connected the dots. The Fantastic Four. Wait a moment. Aren't they typically active in California? California lies on the west coast of America, a considerable distance from New York. Why would they seek out their services? Mu Yi instructed Firefox to conduct a discreet investigation, which revealed that Reed Richards was currently preoccupied with a space mission to closely observe cosmic storms. In their laboratory, they clandestinely gathered these radioactive rare metals in preparation for the project. Reed's order was substantial, amounting to an impressive 8 figures, representing the largest order received since the inception of Nightthorn. However, fulfilling it was no simple task, as many of the metals were unattainable in America, at least for now. The Brotherhood's connections and influence rendered them unable to procure such highly classified radioactive materials domestically. To acquire them, they would need to venture to Russia. Once the transaction involved international transportation, the risks escalated exponentially, not to mention the significant increase in costs. Perhaps it was precisely this challenge that led Reed to place the order with the Brotherhood's Nightthorn after failing to find what he desired in America. In the conference hall, after deep contemplation, Mai resolved to personally undertake this mission to Russia. With the aid of spatial sealing scrolls, their costs were minimized to the bare essentials. limited to the price of raw materials sourced from Russia. All other expenses would translate into their profit. This prospect was particularly enticing for the fledgling brotherhood. They communicated with the client, requesting a deposit. Should they agree, the order would be confirmed. Otherwise, the client could withdraw. Upon Mai's declaration, Jenny promptly departed. Before long, a positive response was received from the other party, and within half an hour, the deposit was credited. After discussions, Mai decided that Huahu would lead the operation, while he and Oat would travel to Russia together to locate the corresponding buyer and procure the goods before returning. Huahu initially intended to participate directly, but considering the gravity of the mission, her involvement would leave the operation without a dependable commander. For the greater good, she ultimately subdued her desires and accepted the assignment. Time was of the essence. After establishing contact with the buyer across the border, Mai and Oat set off that afternoon, flying directly from the international airport to Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Although the transaction was with Russians, the location was near the Ukrainian side of the Russia-Ukraine border. The journey proceeded smoothly, and by the following evening, Mai and Oat arrived at a small border town named Remyak. Renault, the Russian, had already reached the town. With the transaction scheduled for 9 p.m. local time at the Agiachi warehouse, located east of the town. Through the earpiece, Huahu's voice resonated clearly and steadily as she conveyed essential instructions, concluding with a reminder. While the Russians generally had a good reputation, there had been incidents in the past. Caution was advised. Rest assured, everything will go smoothly, Mai replied nonchalantly, maintaining a calm demeanor, in stark contrast to Oat's serious expression. They sat in the cab of a rented truck with a sealed cargo compartment. The picturesque border town exuded tranquility, yet its location rendered it a nexus of diverse and complicated identities, adding an unusual atmosphere. They drove effortlessly to the warehouse Huahu had mentioned. As they arrived before the designated time, they remained concealed, cautiously surveying the surroundings, and observed nothing unusual. Even the warehouse remained operational, with factory workers occasionally coming and going. From an external viewpoint, there was nothing to distinguish this warehouse, nor could one surmise that a significant international transaction would soon take place here. As it was still early, the two men did not exit the vehicle. After finding a suitable spot to park, they remained in the cab to enjoy their meal. Oat, tall and possessing pronounced facial features, had a head of soft, curly hair and exhibited a stoic demeanor. This time, accompanying Mai on a transactional mission, he had scarcely uttered any words beyond essential communication. Boss, how shall we arrange ourselves for the transaction later? Oat ventured, surprising Mai. With a smile, Mai replied, what arrangement is necessary? You will stay outside while I take the gold inside for the exchange. If all goes well, everything will be fine. If not, you simply drive back, and I will catch up with you on the way. Oat frowned, but if you go in alone, the transaction may not proceed smoothly. The Russians may not be trustworthy. On the contrary, Mai's tone remained calm and confident. It is more convenient for me to act alone. Should any unforeseen events arise, you need not worry about your safety. Rest assured, even when confronted by Jean Bing and the Ten Commandments gang, with so many men, they could not harm me. What could they possibly do? Oat pondered this seriously, and it indeed seemed plausible, so he nodded in understanding and fell silent once more. As night descended, the voice of Firefox crackled through the earpiece. Reynolds, the transaction can commence. Understood. I'm on my way, Mai replied. Rather than allowing Oat to start the vehicle, he shouldered his heavy backpack and proceeded on foot. This way, Oat could more easily conceal himself, avoiding direct exposure to the Russians' line of sight. Outside the Aegean factory warehouse, the gates were securely shut at this hour, and the surroundings were dimly lit, with only a street lamp illuminating a small area in front of the gates. As Mai approached, he stepped into the illuminated space, coincidentally positioned by a small door within the main gate. He knocked rhythmically on the door as agreed. After a brief moment, the small door opened, revealing a typical Russian brute who, upon seeing Mai, appeared taken aback. He concealed his true appearance, but still retained some Asian features. The Russian was surprised, not expecting that the representative for a deal with an established American organization would turn out to be a young Asian man. He first spoke a phrase in Russian, which Mai could not comprehend. Then, with a heavy accent, he inquired, "Are you from Nightthorn?" "Indeed," Mai replied. "Come in." The Russian gestured, stepping aside. His gaze lingered on the backpack behind Mai for a moment, and once Mai entered, he promptly closed the door. The brute observed him again, clearly hesitant, yet ultimately chose to follow orders from above, gruffly stating, "Very well, let us proceed." The transaction site was indeed within the warehouse. As they traversed the path, Mai keenly detected several concealed lookout points, or rather, potential ambush spots. Upon discovering that only one individual had arrived, the sentinels displayed no outward signs of alarm. However, their unrestrained, inquisitive gazes betrayed their true intentions. Mai meticulously noted their positions, for a sniper, if caught unawares, still posed a certain degree of menace. Shortly thereafter, I entered the warehouse. The spacious storage area was laden with an abundance of supplies, leaving a central expanse of several hundred square meters. Within this space stood 5 or 6 figures waiting, alongside various tools positioned nearby, all of whom were unmistakably robust Russian men. Upon sighting me, several of the Russians immediately commenced a rapid exchange of murmurs, their tone tinged with suspicion. Subsequently, a burly man with tattoos adorning his neck stepped forward, scrutinizing me before inquiring in impeccable English, "Are you the one known as Knight Thorn here for the transaction?" I nodded in affirmation. The man expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "How intriguing that an American would entrust such a significant deal to someone of Asian descent. Hey, are you really here all alone? Unafraid that I might simply seize your gold?" Chapter 050. The Transaction and the Sudden Howl of Wolves. Mu Yi smiled gently and shook his head, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "I am unafraid." The burly man with a beard shifted his expression, scrutinizing him intently, and then suddenly chuckled. "Well, my friend, you possess quite the courage." He could sense Mu Ye's calmness and confidence, which could only imply 2 possibilities. Either this fellow was a reckless fool, or he truly had the fortitude to be unafraid. Given the substantial sum involved in this transaction, the burly man leaned toward the latter interpretation. "Have you brought enough gold?" he inquired, casting his gaze toward the heavy backpack slung behind Mu Yi. The bag appeared quite weighty, a fact evident at first glance. Mu Yi unfastened it and drew down the zipper, revealing the shimmering gold within. Naturally, the quantity and quality of the gold would require verification, yet from the current circumstances, it was clear that the other party was indeed earnest about completing this deal. The burly man let out a sigh of relief. This is quite satisfactory. They had dealt with the cunning Americans countless times, each encounter a battle of wits and intrigue. As individuals with established connections, the Russian ethnic group preferred not to engage in such tactics, for even a straightforward transaction was often sufficiently profitable for them. The burly man reached out to grasp the gold, but Mu Yi deftly moved his hand away, locking eyes with him. "Where is the merchandise?" The burly man paused for a moment, then responded with a grin. "The goods are in the adjacent storeroom. You must understand, those items are not to be handled casually. If you wish to inspect them, we have prepared radiation suits. However, the gold must remain here, as we too need to verify its weight and quality." Mu nodded and casually tossed the backpack toward the burly man. "Very well, lead me to inspect the goods." The burly man caught the bag, its weight causing him to momentarily falter, nearly dropping it. At that moment, he realized just how heavy the backpack truly was. Having seen Mu Ye's serene demeanor, he had assumed it was relatively light. Steadying himself, the burly man recognized that this seemingly unremarkable Asian was far more complex than he appeared, prompting him to regard Mu Yi with increased respect. "Hello, my friend, I am Arakasa. What shall I call you?" Mu Yi pondered briefly and replied, "You may call me Reno." The burly man, Arakasa, nodded and handed the gold to a nearby associate, clapping his hands together. "All right, gentlemen, let us get to work. You take our good friend Reno to the storeroom to inspect the goods." The group of robust men began to mobilize, tasked with melting down the gold and assessing its weight and quality. Fearless and skilled, Mu Yi was unconcerned about any potential deception during the process. He simply followed the burly man who had initially escorted him toward the nearby storeroom. There, a room had been temporarily modified to include radiation protection measures. To open the protective box and examine the goods, they needed to do so within this space while donning heavy radiation suits. These suits were tailored to accommodate the robust physiques of the Russian men. Although Mu Yi was not particularly frail, he found the suit somewhat loose upon wearing it. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him as he accompanied 2 other burly men, similarly clad in radiation suits, to unlock the protective box and proceed with the inspection of the merchandise. The Russian individuals possess extensive connections, and their trading preparations are remarkably thorough. They not only brought an ample supply of metals, but also meticulously arranged the necessary materials and instruments for inspection. It is evident that they are well acquainted with this trading process, rendering any additional preparations by my unnecessary. Soon, the inspection concluded without any issues concerning the goods. As previously mentioned, for the resourceful and well-stocked Russians, as long as the transactions proceed smoothly, they stand to gain immensely. If feasible, they would prefer to maintain a stable and long-term trading relationship rather than engage in deceit and conflict, which can become exhausting, especially after numerous exchanges. Even if they are not the ones instigating disputes, frequent altercations can create apprehension among future clients, ultimately driving them away and jeopardizing profits. With a crisp click, the lock snapped shut, sealing the protective box completely. The 3 men carried the box away from the storage room, and I stepped outside to remove his protective suit before returning to the warehouse with them. The burly man, Arakasa, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, supervised nearby. Upon seeing me and the others emerge with the protective box, he grinned and asked, "So, everything is in order with the goods?" Mai nodded in affirmation. The quality is quite satisfactory. We are pleased. Turning to glance at the bustling smelting workbench, he noted that the gold he had brought was only halfway through inspection and would require further waiting. Alakasa raised his cigar, offering, "Care for a puff?" Mai politely declined. "I am not accustomed to such things." Alakasa expressed his regret. "This is a rare and fine item. I wouldn't have brought it out unless I found you agreeable." Mai chuckled lightly. Alakasa took a draw from his cigar, contentedly exhaling smoke rings. With only one representative from the trading party present, the situation was firmly under his control, affording Alakasa a rare moment of relaxation. The only drawback was the apparent weakness of the other party, which made it difficult for him to suppress his eager impulses. After all, who would not relish the opportunity to acquire a batch of gold without cost? Such temptation is hard to resist. However, Mai's composure left Alakasa perplexed. This was their first encounter. What warranted Mai's trust in him? Or did he have some undisclosed backup plan? They were familiar with the town of Ramayaki. If a formidable external force were to infiltrate, it would not evade their notice. Yet, if that were not the case, what was Mai's source of confidence? The more he pondered, the more curious he became. Unable to contain himself, he directly inquired, "Hey, Reno, a batch of gold this substantial is no trifling matter. You send just one person to us. Are you that confident in us?" Mai discerned Alakasa's intent to probe the capabilities of his side. However, since it was a trump card, it would not be revealed easily until the final moment. Moreover, whether it be the Brotherhood or these Russian factions, both sides seek stable partnerships. "Rest assured, we are well prepared," Mai responded, causing a chill to run through Alakasa. "Furthermore, for you, pursuing fleeting gains at the risk of incurring new enmities pales in comparison to securing a reliable partner. Does it not?" Alexei, of course, would not be intimidated by a few hollow words. However, an unusual feeling compelled him to suppress his restless thoughts. Could this individual truly become a stable partner? The goods we can provide extend far beyond these. Mai raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "How fortuitous. Our needs also surpass this." Alexei chuckled heartily, implying, "It appears we are destined collaborators." Mai feigned surprise, retorting, "Oh, are we not already?" Alexei gazed deeply at him, his laughter growing more genuine. The efficiency of the robust Russian was remarkable. The gold melting and inspection concluded with no significant deviation from their agreed price. Alexei was exceedingly pleased, passing the protective case into Mai's hands before shaking his hand and exclaiming, "I must admit, I'm beginning to like you, Reno. If all transactions were this straightforward, the world would have long been at peace, devoid of any conflict. Wouldn't you agree?" Perhaps in his exuberance, Alexei summoned champagne, and the burly men swiftly poured 2 glasses. "To our delightful collaboration." As a medical ninja, Mai could discern any foul play in the drink at a glance. Moreover, as Alexei downed his champagne first, Mai smiled and promptly finished his own glass. Yet, perhaps the smoothness of the transaction surprised even the heavens, leading to an unforeseen turn of events. Alexei's smile abruptly faltered. He pressed his earpiece and urgently inquired in Russian, "What is happening? Report clearly." The guard outside responded, "An unidentified force is approaching, and they are numerous." Almost instantaneously, Alexei's suspicion fell upon Mai, and he drew his pistol, aiming it at him. "What trickery is this?" Mai frowned. Though his perception was keen, he could not ascertain the situation from a distance, demanding, "What do you mean? Are those people outside yours? Damn it. I knew you American dogs." Before Alexei could finish, the earpiece crackled again with the guard's report. "Damn it. What kind of monster is that? Boss, did you hear?" His report was cut short by a deep, chilling wolf howl from outside. That howl served as a harbinger. Following it, a cacophony of howls erupted, as if they had fallen into the midst of a wilderness wolf pack. Upon hearing such commotion, Alexei immediately deduced the identity of the newcomers, suspecting they were likely unrelated to the man before him. "Damn it, it's those cursed dogs." The howls drew nearer, and gunfire erupted outside. Alexei swiftly reholstered his weapon, commanding the others to secure the gold and prepare for evacuation. "This is unfortunate. Our transaction has drawn the attention of those cursed dogs. I don't wish to know your contingencies. All I can advise is to leave this place swiftly, lest you fall into the hands of those wretched beasts. Farewell, my friend. I hope to see you again next time." Upon uttering these words, Alakasa began to issue commands in a loud voice in Russian. The gunfire intensified in an instant. Mukai dashed forward. After seeking refuge behind a pile of goods and evading the gaze of others, he discreetly tucked the protective box into the unremarkable ninja tool pouch at his waist. The pouch was inscribed with sealing techniques. Although its capacity paled in comparison to that of a sealing scroll, it was more than adequate to accommodate a protective box roughly the size of a wind-style shuriken. Upon exiting the warehouse, Mukai observed the sentry points he had previously noted, now engulfed in a fierce exchange of gunfire, while simultaneously retreating in one direction. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly spotted the adversaries engaged in battle. They were predators lurking in the shadows, possessing robust physiques, elongated limbs, silent and agile movements, and the ferocious heads of wolves. Were those werewolves? Mukai stood astonished, a mixture of surprise and curiosity washing over him as he beheld those terrifying hunters. Chapter 051. Werewolf? Don't worry. Just a minor trouble. The werewolves dashed through the night with astonishing speed, launching their ambush within the factory with the ease of fish in water. Coupled with their extraordinary physical prowess, even when struck by 1 or 2 bullets, as long as the vital spots remained unscathed, they seemed utterly unfazed. Instead, the excruciating pain only heightened their ferocity, rendering them even more fearless in battle. It was precisely due to these factors that Arix's team, despite being well armed, quickly found themselves at a disadvantage during the skirmish. Nevertheless, Arix's group remained unperturbed. Under command, they executed a calm and orderly retreat. Seemingly unaffected by the terrifying presence of the werewolves, each one engaged in fierce combat with spirited shouts and high morale. Mai discerned that these Russians were evidently not strangers to encounters with werewolves, handling the situation with a mixture of urgency and organization. Just as Mai was engrossed in the scene, a dull thud resonated from the metal roof above him. Suddenly, a heavy-set gray werewolf leaped down from the ceiling. Sniffing the air, the creature immediately turned, locking eyes with Mai. Towering over 2 meters, the werewolf's broad shoulders and protruding snout bore an uncanny resemblance to a wolf, with tusks jutting from its lips and drool glistening as its eerie green pupils fixed on him, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, Mai regarded the creature with an inquisitive gaze rather than fear. The werewolf, sensing Mai's curiosity, an untainted look devoid of trepidation, felt an inexplicable disquiet. In a misguided attempt to assert its fearsome identity, the beast refrained from attacking immediately, instead baring its teeth and emitting a low, guttural growl. Seizing the moment as the werewolf howled defiantly, Mai launched a powerful, unhesitating punch to the creature's head. The werewolf's howl abruptly ceased, a wave of dizziness crashing over it, nearly rendering it unconscious. Remarkably, the werewolf's resilience allowed it to shake its head, attempting to regain clarity. Mai observed for a moment, then, in admiration, clicked his tongue and leaped to deliver another blow. This time, he exerted more force, causing the werewolf's green eyes to roll back as it collapsed to the ground without resistance. Why pretend to be a beast when you could simply fight? Mai chuckled, recalling a scene from a distant memory. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the Russians in the warehouse, he swiftly and silently made his way outside. On the rooftop of the factory, a more imposing werewolf stood proudly, its green eyes fixed on the distant battle, periodically emitting varied howls to direct the pack's assault. Clearly, this was the alpha of the wolves. Like a phantom, Mai glided through the shadows, undetected by the alpha on the rooftop. Soon, he vaulted over the factory wall and landed on the desolate street. Just then, the roar of approaching vehicles pierced the air, the harsh engine sounds cutting through the chaos of battle. Recognizing the familiar noise, Mai squinted into the distance and confirmed, indeed, it was the small truck driven by Oat. Holt observed the vast wilderness outside the factory and immediately leaned out, calling out, "Boss, over here." Simultaneously, he pressed the accelerator, and the small truck roared forward, skidding around to the side. "Get in, we need to leave." The wilderness, however, left Mai exasperated as he clutched his forehead. He had been discreetly operating, intending to avoid entanglement with these werewolves. He held no interest in the grievances between them and the Russians. Once the transaction was completed, all he needed was to depart with the goods. Yet, to his dismay, everything was proceeding smoothly until Holt's commotion disrupted their planned exit. Holt, having heard gunfire, rushed over out of concern for Mai's safety. As a core member tested by Sagnos Port, he was acutely aware that if the Russians turned hostile, he alone would be of little help and was more likely to ensnare himself in peril. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, he drove over and fortuitously encountered Mai emerging from the factory. Understanding Holt's loyal intentions, Mai felt no blame. He nimbly leapt into the driver's seat, commanding, "Drive back." Full speed. Holt's expression turned grim as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the harsh screech of tires on asphalt resonating starkly in the night. This considerable noise undoubtedly attracted the alpha wolf's attention. Its piercing green gaze instantly fixated on the small truck outside the factory. And with a howl that pierced the air, the wolf pack responded, dispatching a third of their number to pursue Mai and Holt. "Boss, did the Russian gang betray the terms of the deal?" Holt asked in a low voice. Mai shook his head, replying, "They are not involved." He then gestured outside and continued, "Did you hear that?" Holt, having heard the peculiar howl, found it strange. While such sounds were not uncommon in the wilderness, how could they be present in a human-inhabited town? "Yes, is it the wolves howling?" Mai confirmed, "Indeed, it is them." Holt was taken aback by Mai's choice of words, momentarily thinking he had misheard. However, He quickly caught sight of figures leaping through the darkness in the rearview mirror. These beings, though vaguely humanoid, moved with a speed that was anything but human, resembling some silent and lethal jungle predator. "Shit, what is that?" As they passed under a streetlight, Holt finally discerned the true nature of the pursuing figures. With grayish-black fur and menacing wolf heads atop humanoid bodies. Were those creatures indeed the legendary werewolves? "Did you not see? Following us is a pack of werewolves." Mai's words confirmed Holt's suspicions. After a moment of silence, Holt struggled to accept this revelation, feeling a surge of confusion. "But how did we attract such monsters?" Mai replied, "It has nothing to do with us. It must be the Russians who have brought this calamity upon themselves, and we are merely caught in the crossfire." After distancing themselves from the transaction site, Mai re-established contact with Fox. To ensure the success of the deal, the Russians had set up a signal jamming device within the factory. As communication was restored, Huofu heard Mai's last words and hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Did the transaction encounter unforeseen complications?" "The transaction was successfully completed. I have already acquired the goods and am currently on my way back with Oat. However, we did encounter some difficulties." Mai briefly recounted the sudden attack by the werewolves, and Huofu paused momentarily, quickly recalling the prowess of his leader, and rapidly accepted this bizarre reality. Why would the werewolves target this transaction? Huofu was equally perplexed. Mai pondered for a moment and speculated. The werewolf clan is distinct from his old adversaries. They are a group of irritable paupers. So it is not surprising they have set their sights on this deal. After all, the goods combined with the gold are valued at a hefty 8-figure sum in USD. Only a few of us are privy to this matter, and since we have no ties to the werewolves, it is impossible for the information to have leaked from us. Thus, I maintain that we have been entangled by those Russians. Huofu refrained from further inquiries and instead expressed concern for their situation. "Now that you are in the vehicle, with Oat's driving skills, escaping those werewolves should not pose a problem." Clang. Before Huofu could finish his sentence, a jarring sound of shattering glass echoed through the communicator. It turned out that the werewolves, moving with astonishing speed, had managed to catch up to the inconspicuous little truck. The commotion stemmed from one werewolf attempting to attack from outside the passenger side, only to be met with Mai's swift kick, sending both the creature and the glass flying. Gasping for breath, the shattered window allowed the wind to rush into the cab, creating a whistling sound. Amidst this noise, the low panting and growls of the werewolves grew increasingly discernible, reaching even Huofu on the other end of the communicator. "What is happening, Reno?" "Nothing to worry about. Just a few foolish wolves." Mai rose, instructing Oat beside him. "Just keep driving. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Once we leave the town, we will be rid of these creatures for good." He grasped the handle above the window and deftly climbed out, landing securely atop the truck. Turning to look back, he saw the werewolves, with their forelegs moving like the wind, their eerie green eyes fixated on the little truck. As the buildings and streets of the town continued to close the distance between them, just as Mai clambered onto the roof, a werewolf suddenly leaped from a nearby building, landing squarely atop the truck's cargo area. Dealing with such simpletons required no excessive effort from Mai. Gripping his dagger in reverse, he aimed for the werewolf's landing point and swiftly thrust out a shadowy strike. The werewolf, having just landed, didn't even have time to react before experiencing a sharp pain in its eye, followed by the swift loss of consciousness. Mai's dagger pierced through its eyeball, directly inflicting fatal damage to its brain. The werewolf perished without uttering a sound. Subsequently, Mai kicked the corpse off, sending it tumbling onto the street. The death of their companion ignited the werewolf's ferocity, and the previously silent pursuit erupted into a menacing chorus of low growls and howls. Immediately, a pack of werewolves launched simultaneous attacks from various directions. With their agility and immense strength, they effortlessly leaped onto the roof of the carriage. Micaiah gripped a tactical dagger in his right hand, while his left illuminated with a radiant glow, manifesting a chakra surgical knife to engage in fierce combat with the werewolves. Inside the driver's cabin, Holt could only hear the chaotic clamor from above, as parts of the roof's metal sheeting bore evident indentations from the fierce onslaught. Although he was aware of Micaiah's extraordinary prowess, being in the midst of the chaos still left him feeling anxious. However, the fierce melee did not last long. Micaiah showed no mercy to the pursuing werewolves, delivering blows that were either fatal or grievous. Despite the werewolves' numbers, after losing a dozen of their elite members in a short span, they began to feel a sense of caution and trepidation. The figure on the roof, though not as imposing as they, emanated an instinctual threat that caused them to hesitate. Before long, the small truck exited the town and merged onto the main road. Freed from the winding streets and structures of the town, the truck accelerated further. The werewolves pursued for a time but gradually fell behind, engulfed by the darkness, with only faint glimmers of eerie green light visible. Observing this, Micaiah did not remain on the roof. He gracefully flipped and re-entered his seat through the window. "Well, the trouble is resolved. he stated as he picked up the communicator. If all goes well, we shall return to New York by this time tomorrow. Chapter 052, The Unrelenting Minor Trouble, a prophecy fulfilled by Makino. On their return to the airport, they encountered a roadblock that delayed them for half a day. By the time they arrived at the capital airport, all direct flights to New York for that day had been booked. They could opt for connecting flights to other destinations before ultimately returning to New York, yet Makino, noting Holt's fatigue from the previous days, decided to rest in Ukraine for a night, with plans to return by the morrow. Firefox arranged accommodations for the two at a hotel near the airport. As they made their way to the hotel, an unexpected incident occurred in an underground passage. A group of ordinary-looking but imposing muscular men blocked their path. At the forefront was a bald, African man, whose impressive physique exceeded 150 kilograms, yet lacked any semblance of obesity. His body was a testament to bulging muscles, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. Upon Makino's entrance into the tunnel, the man's gaze immediately honed in on him. From several meters away, he sniffed the air, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. You carry the scent of wolf blood. It cannot be mistaken. It is you. Initially perplexed by the man's identity, Makino quickly made the connection upon hearing the mention of wolf blood, recalling the bald African's identity. RYZ, the right-hand man of Lucien, the leader of the Wolf clan, had once been a slave under the Blood clan elder Victor. He later joined Lucien in rebelling against the brutal reign of the Blood clan, storming the castle alongside him to gain his freedom. For over 6 centuries, he had followed Lucien, commanding the Wolf pack and battling the Blood clan. By this day, he had risen to become the second in command of the Wolf pack under Lucien. The events that transpired the previous night in the border town were partially anticipated by Makino. For instance, the werewolf assault on the Russians had indeed been orchestrated after discreetly acquiring information about the transaction. The werewolves lived in dire conditions, constantly pursued and oppressed by the Blood clan, often too fearful to reveal themselves openly. Upon learning that the transaction involved an 8-figure sum in U.S. dollars, Lucien unhesitatingly chose to intervene, dispatching his capable lieutenant, the Black Werewolf RYZ, to secure the funds. The initial stages of the operation unfolded smoothly. Utilizing the sheer numbers of the Wolf pack, coupled with their formidable physical capabilities and combat prowess, the Russians led by Alexa were left in disarray, ultimately forced to abandon their vehicles to save themselves, discarding gold in increments to seize an opportunity for escape. While the depth of animosity between the two parties remained to be seen, their objective had been successfully achieved. However, what RYZ did not anticipate was the unexpectedly severe losses incurred by the team he had dispatched in pursuit of the escaping prey. The werewolves were indeed physically formidable, yet Makino had shown no mercy. Those werewolves who had engaged with Makino had all met their demise. The Wolf pack bore grudges, and the werewolves were known for their vengeful nature. Given such heavy losses, how could RYZ allow the enemy to escape unscathed? He took it upon himself to partake in the pursuit. Upon witnessing the target enter the airport, a heavy sense of despair washed over him, realizing that revenge would be difficult to achieve. Though powerful, werewolves do not reign supreme over the world. Should they recklessly assault a location as heavily scrutinized by humanity as an airport, the secrets of their existence would undoubtedly be laid bare, given the current capabilities of mankind. Should the werewolves reveal themselves today, it would incite a frenzy, leading to their annihilation by tomorrow. Just as Riai's fury simmered, the target of his mission unexpectedly departed from the airport. Thus, he led his pack to ambush them in the underground passage. The night was deep, and in the vicinity of the airport, this passage was nearly deserted, devoid of pedestrians during the absence of incoming flights. Such an environment was perfectly suited for the activities of their kind. Blood debts shall be repaid in blood. The pack shall tear them apart, crush their bones, and devour their blood to fulfill our vengeance. In a moment of surprise for Mai and a state of shock for Ode, a group of muscular men began to lowly howl, instantly transforming from living beings into fearsome werewolves. Their robust bodies tore through their clothing, which they discarded with abandon, their emerald eyes gleaming with cold cruelty and savagery. Zeet, Oat realized, for he too possessed his own spatial sealing scroll. Reaching into his attire, he unsealed it with his signet ring and swiftly retrieved a modified handgun to take the initiative. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire heralded the onset of battle. There were over a dozen transformed werewolves, unleashing their primal instincts as they charged wildly. Oat's marksmanship was commendable, however, armed only with ordinary bullets. He could at most restrain 2 or 3 werewolves simultaneously, reaching his limit. Yet, there were more than a dozen werewolves present. They did not rush forward in a chaotic swarm but advanced with the discipline of a well-trained army, evading bullets while charging from the ground. The walls on either side of the passage, and even the ceiling above, attacking from 4 directions. In the blink of an eye, the werewolves encircled Mai and Oat, leaving them no room for retreat. Unperturbed, Mai summoned a clone to assist Oat. With his strength, without this aid, he would likely be torn apart by the werewolves in an instant. Meanwhile, he nimbly leapt aside to evade the pounce of one werewolf, his feet moving swiftly as he dashed along the passage wall, delivering a powerful kick that sent another werewolf flying. As he maneuvered amidst the encircling werewolves, he executed a somersault, crashing down upon one with such force that the hard concrete floor erupted into a spiderweb of cracks. Two werewolves charged from either side. In a flash, my struck with lightning speed. As one werewolf lunged, he seized it and hurled it towards the other, both colliding with the wall, creating yet another deep impact. The werewolf beneath suffered grievous injury, gasping for breath as its life force waned. The other one, bones cracking, collapsed helplessly to the ground, struggling to rise. Roar. Riai's eyes blazed with fury as he transformed into a formidable black werewolf amidst his growls. Before him stood an extraordinary figure. Rise had never anticipated that a human's strength could directly contend with a werewolf, effortlessly pinning them against the concrete wall. He dared not let Mai take the initiative. After completing his transformation, a sudden pounce ensued, with sharp claws slicing through the air, enveloping Mai in a fierce shadow. How intriguing, truly. As an old wolf seasoned by time, Rise's initial strike was unlike that of an ordinary werewolf. His claws were sharp and ruthless, yet concealed subsequent transformations, clearly a testament to the wisdom garnered from countless battles. Mai, exhilarated by the hunt, refrained from employing ninjutsu to overwhelm him. As he sidestepped, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, thwarting Rise's clawed assault. Simultaneously, he launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick that pierced the atmosphere with a sharp whoosh, aiming directly for the vital area of Rise's head. Rise's wolfish eyes narrowed, secretly startled. However, having faced numerous crises throughout his life, he remained composed. Twisting to evade at the last moment, the gust of wind grazed his cheek, causing a sharp sting. A cold sweat broke out on Rise as he swung his claws once more, targeting Mai's throat. In the ensuing chaos, the two engaged in close combat, exchanging dozens of rapid strikes in mere moments. Rise's sharp claws struck Mai's arms and shoulders, yet bizarrely felt like striking solid metal. His claws throbbed in pain, while Mai remained unharmed. In contrast, Rise endured 2 punches and 3 kicks from Mai, his once robust body trembling slightly under the strain, only sustained by the werewolf's formidable regenerative abilities. Bang! Once again, Mai landed a kick on Rise. He crossed his arms defensively, and the impact sent him reeling backward as if struck by a colossal hammer. Rise gazed uncertainly at his opponent, his mind rife with doubt. Was this truly the power a human could wield? Turning his attention, he saw an illusion conjured like sorcery, effortlessly dealing with the encircling pack of wolves, causing Rise to entertain thoughts of retreat. Mai, flexing his neck, beckoned him with a gesture. Come, let us continue. A low growl escaped Rise, a brief roar that served as a command to the pack. Unbeknownst to Mai, he sensed a sudden, malevolent wind approaching from all directions. As several encircling werewolves launched a coordinated assault, Mai frowned, irritation crossing his features. These ordinary werewolves failed to pique his interest, and he felt disappointment towards Rise's desire to evade confrontation. Thud, thud, thud. Even against a group of ordinary werewolves, Mai dispatched them with ease. Just as he was about to pursue Rise's whereabouts, a woman's piercing scream echoed through the tumultuous battlefield, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Curiosity piqued. Mai turned towards the source. On the other side of the passage stood a woman in her 30s, utterly horrified by the terrifying scene before her. Wearing headphones, she had likely been engrossed in music or a podcast as she approached, oblivious to the cacophony of gunfire and the thunderous sounds of battle resonating through the underground corridor. It was only upon inadvertently stepping into the battlefield, witnessing werewolves viciously attacking 3 helpless innocents, that she realized the peril, her soul seemingly leaving her body as she screamed. In the immediate vicinity, a werewolf howled, unhesitatingly lunging towards the woman's neck. Should she be bitten, her chances of survival would be utterly non-existent. Although Mai was at a distance, the doppelganger beside Holt was perilously close. Without a moment's hesitation, Mai's doppelganger darted forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the attacking werewolf sprawling away from the woman. Hey, are you alright? Quickly, get out of here. The woman, already terrified and disoriented, fell and scrambled away, desperately retreating along the path she had come from. Mai stood guard behind her, dispatching 2 malevolent werewolves, and only when she had fled a safe distance did he redirect his attention. What he did not anticipate was that, in that fleeting moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The cunning old wolf, Riai's, realizing he was no match for Mai, shifted his focus onto Holt. The werewolves that had besieged Mai were merely a ruse to distract him. The suddenly appearing woman provided Riai's with an opportunity. As Mai's doppelganger rushed to save her, Riai's lunged from the side, directly receiving a bullet from Holt, yet effortlessly closed the distance, sinking his fangs into Holt's left shoulder. Ah! Holt screamed, blood gushing from his wound. Rise could have easily torn out Holt's throat, yet he refrained from doing so. In that moment of negligence, witnessing this, was filled with rage. You insolent fool, knowing no bounds, prepare to meet your demise. Chakras surged forth, enveloping his arm in a layer of earthy sediment. As swung his fist, a terrifying force erupted like an unstoppable torrent. Earth release, rock fist. The werewolf obstructing was swept away like a kite in a hurricane, propelled forward by the immense power. The ground fractured, leaving a deep scar, and as it ultimately struck the wall, a shower of crumbling concrete fell. The werewolves caught in the path were reduced to mere remnants, akin to discarded refuse piled within the wall's indentation, their breaths barely perceptible. Riai's expression turned pale, devoid of any trace of triumph. He hastily shouted commands, retreat. Everyone retreat. As he twisted away, he dashed along the corridor walls, fleeing at breakneck speed. Run? I scoffed. Do you truly believe you can escape? Chapter 053. Holt. Bitten. Whoosh. In an instant, the air shattered. As Rise fled, he suddenly felt an icy, murderous intent enveloping him, a chill that penetrated to his very bones, compelling him to glance back. To his astonishment, Mai had effortlessly pursued him, and the terrifying technique that had unleashed a devastating air explosion with a single punch was once again raised, this time aimed directly at him. A wave of horror washed over Rise. He was struck by a premonition, a suffocating sense of impending death, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. This was a crisis he had never encountered in over 600 years of countless battles. An alarm bell rang in his mind, his instincts screaming that he was doomed. No longer daring to flee, Rise twisted his body midair, his muscles taut with strength as he desperately assumed a defensive posture. But it was futile. With a sharp exhalation, Mai unleashed his rock-clad fist, the force of earth-shattering power cleaving through stone. Rise crossed his arms in front of him, but in an instant, they shattered under the impact. The force did not relent, crashing into Rise's body, and he felt as if he were a child struck by a speeding vehicle, utterly unable to control his form. Sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball. Boom. Dust erupted, shattered concrete splintering in all directions. When the haze cleared, Rise's battered figure was revealed, embedded within the wall. His body a tapestry of broken bones. Even with the resilience of a werewolf, he found himself unable to move. Blood seeped from his jagged mouth, his emerald eyes dimming, devoid of ferocity. Cough, cough, cough. As Mai approached, Rise seemed to wish to utter something, but as he opened his mouth, blood poured forth. And he was seized by a fit of coughs, leaving him unable to articulate a single word. Mai, too, had no desire for conversation, after delivering a devastating blow. His fury had somewhat abated, though the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Once fiercely struggling, Rise, upon locking eyes with Mai, suddenly grasped the gravity of his fate. Cough, cough. In that fleeting moment, Rise reflected upon many things. 6 centuries felt interminable, yet when he looked back, it seemed he could not find a single cherished memory worth recalling. After a whirlwind of fear, panic, anger, and resentment, a profound weariness overcame him. With a soft laugh, his black wolf head tilted to the side, his gaze becoming one of resigned acceptance. A palm swept through the air. The brilliance of the chakra scalpel gradually faded. The werewolf's resilient fur could not withstand the blade's edge. With one swift cut, the once formidable black wolf, Rise, felt the vibrancy in his emerald eyes dissipate. In that moment, what Rise pondered remained a mystery to Mai, yet he understood that trouble was imminent. With a swift motion, Mai tore open Holt's shoulder garment, revealing a deep wound. It was severe but not fatal, merely a bloody gash inflicted by Rise's sharp teeth, compared to the vulnerable neck just inches away. This choice clearly indicated a reluctance to let him perish so easily. A cold sweat broke upon Holt's brow. Blood oozed from the untreated wound. Yet he maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a sound of pain. Mai regarded the injury with furrowed brows, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. Such a trivial wound posed no challenge to him. It could be easily resolved. What troubled him was the infection spreading from within the wound, a fearsome virus that, once unleashed, would swiftly integrate into his bloodstream. That fellow, Rise, had no intention of directly killing Holt. Instead, he inflicted wounds without taking life, aiming to propagate the werewolf infection. Makino attempted the technique of extracting the infected blood, but after a brief moment, he promptly ceased. The werewolf infection directly merges with the bloodstream, meaning that from the moment of infection, the werewolf genes began to transform Holt's very essence. Makino could extract the tainted blood, but doing so would inevitably lead to Holt's demise from blood loss. He could employ medical ninjutsu to eradicate the werewolf virus, yet it would simultaneously spell death for Holt. Makino found himself confronting a dilemma akin to that posed by the T-virus. While the virus could be neutralized by a serum, it remained beyond the reach of his ninjutsu. Holt's transformation into a werewolf appeared to be an irreversible quandary, unless Makino could discover something more infectious to inject into Holt's body to completely obliterate the werewolf genes. However, that approach would merely replace werewolf transformation with a stronger variant. Regardless, it seemed increasingly unlikely that Holt could revert to his original, untainted human lineage. As Holt began to exhibit signs of excessive blood loss, Makino felt compelled to intervene, using his palm technique to heal the wound. Yet, the virus within remained momentarily unaddressed, a fact he conveyed to Holt. Holt merely furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Boss, if I become a werewolf, will I lose my reason?" Makino fell into contemplation. Both werewolves and bloodsuckers propagate their lineage through infection, which naturally instills subservience in lower-tier werewolves and bloodsuckers when confronted by superior infected beings, who may exert a degree of bloodline suppression. While the potential for losing control existed, it was not particularly pronounced. Makino shared these insights with him and added, "I can assist you with sealing techniques. As long as you maintain your mental acuity and independence, the influence of higher-level werewolves on you will be negligible, if your willpower is sufficient. Confronting a higher werewolf directly should pose no issue. The primary challenge now is that your transformation into a werewolf is irreversible, a conundrum I cannot resolve at present." His current medical ninjutsu was inadequate to tackle this issue. He needed to deepen his understanding of medical ninjutsu and delve into cellular and genetic knowledge to devise a solution. Unexpectedly, Holt was quite magnanimous. Upon realizing he would not lose his reason due to werewolf transformation, he smiled and remarked, "Boss, as long as I don't turn into a mindless beast, that's sufficient. In fact, the strength of these werewolves far surpasses that of ordinary people. Perhaps when we return, Dean will even envy me for obtaining such extraordinary power." Makino retorted with irritation, "You are being simplistic. While werewolves possess great strength, their shortcomings are equally severe. Encountering a knowledgeable demon hunter armed with a silver weapon could easily render you powerless." Holt, oblivious to such nuances, was momentarily stunned. Then, boss, does that mean I'm doomed? Is there any way to rectify this flaw?" I chuckled at him, surprised that this fellow, having witnessed the formidable prowess of werewolves, would yearn for their strength. What a fool. If he could thoroughly study the cursed contract he had created, he might very well master the power of chakra, thus losing sight of the essence for the sake of the trivial. It seems I haven't shared this with them yet. Never mind, it is of little consequence. There is indeed a method to address the werewolf's defect, but it requires both chance and a bit of luck. If an opportunity arises to obtain the bloodline of the progenitor, it could indeed resolve your werewolf deficiencies. Let us depart from here. Once we return to the base, I shall conduct a thorough investigation to see if I can alleviate your condition." On this occasion, I deliberately employed ninjutsu to mask the presence of the two. The werewolf's ability to track scents exceeded his expectations, and he wished to avoid any further disturbances from them. Shortly after their departure, the scattered werewolves returned. They beheld the body of Riz embedded in the wall, and each of them was filled with dread and sorrow, emitting low, mournful whimpers. However, they could not linger there for long. Local law enforcement, having received reports of the incident, had already mobilized. The werewolves carried away their fallen comrade, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a post-terrorist devastation. The following day's journey proceeded smoothly. Only Oat continued to undergo the transformation into a werewolf, his complexion pale, resembling someone who had overdosed, drawing the attention of those around him. Upon arriving in New York, they were greeted by Brotherhood members waiting outside, along with the enchanting and alluring Anna, the Firefox. Mai and Oat entered the vehicle, heading directly to the base. He needed to conduct a comprehensive examination of Oat. Meanwhile, Lucien had arrived in Ukraine, where in a suburban forest, he encountered the corpse of the Black Wolf, Riz. Lucien ruled over the wolf pack with strength and brutality, instilling fear even among his fellow werewolf kin. Throughout his life, he had engaged in countless battles, and his enmity with the elder of the Blood Clan, Victor, was everlasting. Even he believed he possessed no trace of weakness. Yet, upon witnessing the demise of the old wolf, upon whom he had relied for over 6 centuries, Lucien could no longer contain his fury. He transformed uncontrollably, his furious howl echoing through the mountains. In the underground base of the car wash, the former Assassin Alliance relied on restorative wax for medical and research purposes, treating assassins as expendable and lacking in relevant talent. Now, having transformed into the glimmering Shadow Brotherhood, with Mai as their leader and an expert in this field, the base had allocated funds to establish a relatively complete laboratory in the small building on Baker Street. Now adorned with the sign of Reno's marvelous beverage shop, the basement's experimental equipment leans towards the private and is not entirely comprehensive. The research and storage within primarily pertain to chakra, with many samples replicated from the old residence in Konoha Village. Though he temporarily did not require those studies to augment his chakra, they would nevertheless aid in deepening his understanding of the true essence of chakra, thereby enhancing his research into medical ninjutsu. Miyuki would not so readily abandon his pursuit. Upon his return, he immediately resumed his efforts. Today, the members of the Brotherhood gathered in full attendance, including the recently occupied officials, Ginny and Dennis, from the administrative department. Their concern for Hot was palpable, and undoubtedly, a hint of curiosity regarding the legendary werewolf brought them here as well. Regardless, each of them exhibited fervent interest, displaying no signs of impatience even after waiting the entire morning. Hot felt somewhat exasperated. Miyuki donned a white lab coat, exuding professionalism. In reality, his proficiency with modern equipment remained rather ordinary. He excelled in viewing matters through the lens of medical ninjutsu. Nonetheless, the meticulous diagnostics provided by contemporary devices were immensely beneficial to him. If only he could procure a similar setup for Tsunade, it might elevate her medical ninjutsu to new heights. After a lengthy period of examination, Miyuki concluded one undeniable fact. Hot had irrevocably completed his transformation into a werewolf. The only course of action left for him, apart from substituting Hot's werewolf genes with a higher level infection, was futile. Hot, indeed, as Miyuki had previously anticipated, could never revert to the identity of an ordinary human. "Reynold, what do you think?" the fox spirit inquired, unusually displaying interest. Miyuki contemplated saying there was no hope, that they should await death, yet it did not seem dire enough for such a conclusion. After a moment's reflection, he sighed. His transformation into a werewolf is now fully realized. It is an irreversible process. My current responsibility is to ensure his sanity remains intact, and to aid him in mastering his newfound powers. Turning to remove the various instruments from Hot's person, he continued, "Well, you should undergo a transformation. Let me observe the specifics of your condition." Upon hearing this, the others nearby immediately brightened with interest, their spirits visibly lifted as they focused intently on the unfolding events. Chapter 054. The invitation for collaboration from Stark Industries. Holt nodded, exhaling slowly. Ever since the infection of the wolf gene, he had sensed a wild beast residing within his heart. This beast was growing, becoming increasingly formidable. Its primal instincts began to influence Holt, tempting and luring him toward the abyss of unrestrained savagery. Fortunately, Holt had undergone training in the assassin reserves. His resolute will, combined with the seals set by Mai, allowed him to maintain his final vestige of reason despite the tumult within. However, suppressing the ever-burgeoning beastly instincts was no easy feat. It felt akin to a starving man denied sustenance or a parched soul deprived of water, subjecting his spirit to relentless torment. Nevertheless, he had adhered to Mai's constraints, controlling the frenzied desires within him. Until now, Holt had finally received Mai's permission to unleash the beast he had harbored within. Under the watchful gaze of Mai, the fire fox, Ginny, and others, Holt's breaths grew heavy, his body trembling as it contorted violently. His bones, muscles, and skin underwent a transformation in this tumultuous upheaval. Ginny gasped in astonishment, while the fire fox wore a look of disbelief. Dennis and Dean stared intently at Holt's metamorphosis. After a brief tumult of flesh and sinew, Holt's stature began to elevate. His bones and muscles swelled, and gray fur sprouted across his skin. The most striking change, however, was in his visage. His jaw jutted forward, and his entire head underwent a significant transformation, gray fur enveloping his face, with his pupils imbued with a feral, emerald hue. With a sudden whoosh, Holt transformed into a towering werewolf, standing at an imposing 2 meters. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence, their breaths scarcely audible. In the laboratory, only Holt's heavy panting echoed. They seemed to fear that any abrupt movement might provoke this formidable creature, leading to an unpredictable slaughter. They could sense the suppressed urge for destruction radiating from Holt. Crack! A sudden slap startled Holt momentarily, causing the onlookers to involuntarily flinch, their faces etched with terror. They seemed to anticipate some dreadful event about to unfold. Yet, to their astonishment, despite the glint of ferocity in his eyes, Holt maintained control over his actions, shaking his head as if to clear his mind. Crack! Another slap, and Ginny's eyes widened like saucers, while even the usually taciturn Dean exhibited a look of apprehension. The fire fox was more direct. Her hand instinctively reached for the grip of her firearm. Holt's breaths became increasingly rapid, yet he ultimately managed to rein in his fury. However, Mai's actions did not cease. He raised his hand once more, intending to deliver another slap. This time, Holt reacted, his large wolf paw grasping Mai's wrist. His deep voice resonating, "Enough, boss. Your arrangement is remarkably effective. My reason remains unscathed. I find myself somewhat unfamiliar with the current transformations." Holt's piercing gaze shifted towards the others, where several familiar companions exchanged glances, clearly feeling a sense of awkwardness and apprehension. "Rest assured, I will not harm you." Ginny, Dennis, and Dean shared a wry smile, remaining silent. I scrutinized him from head to toe and nodded. This is for the best. If you cannot control this power, I may have to resort to certain necessary measures. Holt was uncertain of what those necessary measures entailed, yet instinctively recoiled, hastily shaking his head. You need not worry. I assure you there will be no issues. I comforted him further. For now, this is all I can do. Once I discover a solution, I may be able to help you eradicate the curse of lycanthropy. Holt opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. In truth, he wished to express that after experiencing the surging power within him, he was nearly enraptured. There was no trace of repulsion in his heart. Although he could not yet freely flaunt this power, Holt had to admit he was becoming enamored with it. The prospect of my helping him eliminate the affliction of lycanthropy left him feeling somewhat reluctant. After having tasted power, the frail body of an ordinary person no longer held any allure for him. Of course, was unaware of Holt's inner thoughts. Once he was assured that Holt could indeed control his anger, the foxes no longer maintained their previous wariness. Approaching him for a brief conversation, they noticed that although his appearance had changed, he remained the same Holt within, and their demeanor became fervent as they curiously gathered around to observe his lycanthropic form. The lycanthropy incident served as a wake-up call for the Brotherhood. What began as a smoothly executed transaction had unexpectedly escalated into unforeseen complications, underscoring the substantial risks associated with international black market dealings. Even those who utilized spatial sealing scrolls to evade scrutiny could encounter unknown dangers, let alone other factions. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the prices of black market imports were exorbitant. The following day, the Brotherhood delivered the ordered goods to California, completing the order for Reed Laboratories and collecting payment. This order not only yielded substantial profits for the Brotherhood, but also solidified the credibility of Knight Thorne. Those in the know understood the depth of influence and strength required to fulfill such a multinational order. Following the attention and minor uproar generated by the restoration potion, this order bolstered client confidence and piqued their anticipation for Knight Thorne. The Brotherhood did not hastily expand the scale and operations of Knight Thorne. Recruitment and training of lower-tier members necessitated time, and executing tasks related to Knight Thorne served as the ideal means of honing skills. I did not retain the profits from Knight Thorne or the assets of the Assassin Alliance. He instructed Dennis to extricate himself from Knight Thorne's affairs and begin managing the establishment of bases worldwide. Mai was preparing for the subsequent construction of a logistics hub for the Thunderbolt formation. With the empirical evidence from the spatial sealing scroll, the Brotherhood members were entirely convinced of Mai's decisions. Dennis acted swiftly. On an ordinary afternoon, a burgeoning international logistics company named Arrived Wherever, known in Chinese as, completed its registration and commenced the establishment of clandestine warehouses worldwide, with America as its nucleus. These primary warehouses are meticulously designed to prepare for the future deployment of the Thunder Array technique. Concealed from the public eye, these establishments, if all proceeds according to plan, will serve as the pivotal transit hubs for secondary warehouses that are more overtly situated. In pursuit of this ambition, Muku diligently delved into the spatial knowledge requisite for the Thunder Array technique. One day, seizing a moment of respite, Muku sat behind the counter of his quaint shop on the first floor, engrossed in the news broadcast on television. Although his enchanting beverage shop, renowned for its Renault concoctions, was open to the public, entry was not granted to all. 2 illusionary sealing arrays were typically inactive, so he devised a rudimentary detection array atop them. Most individuals, when confronted with this array, would instinctively overlook it, thereby remaining blissfully unaware of the shop's existence. Only those possessing a formidable mental fortitude could transcend the array's influence and discover the shop. Muku relished the tranquility that came with being in a space he could call his own, reminiscent of the peaceful life he had long yearned for during his time in the ninja world. However, upon achieving this dream, he found himself lacking the patience to cater to a multitude of customers, especially given that the sole beverage offered was priced at a staggering $50,000, rendering it unaffordable for most passers-by. With the mental fortitude detection array in place, these issues were deftly resolved. Muku could comfortably remain at the counter, savoring his serene existence. Then came a phone call from Jenny, startling him so much that he nearly spilled the freshly brewed tea in his hand. What on earth? Muku exclaimed, astonished as he raised his voice. Stark Industries had reached out to discuss investment or acquisition plans concerning a company named Betry. Wait a moment, what exactly is Betry? Why would Stark Industries be interested in us? Tony Stark, the Iron Man, stands as one of the most iconic figures in the Marvel Universe. However, his emergence was somewhat serendipitous, and his experiences significantly shaped his eventual moral compass. Consequently, Muku had never contemplated approaching Stark, fearing that his interference might inadvertently create a butterfly effect, jeopardizing the birth of this noble superhero. To his surprise, it was Stark Industries that sought him out first. What struck him as particularly peculiar was that the reason for their approach was to discuss investments and acquisitions concerning an obscure company. While the Brotherhood of Glimmering Shadows possessed considerable capital, it paled in comparison to Stark Industries, which dwarfed them significantly. Such companies in America numbered in the thousands. It was absurd for Stark Industries to consider collaboration with them. However, Jenny's elucidation soon clarified the situation. As it turned out, the Betry Food Company, of which he was entirely unaware, was indeed an enterprise under his ownership. When Mai initially concocted the restorative potion, he intended to apply for a pharmaceutical production license to bring it to market as a medicinal product. Unfortunately, the American pharmaceutical industry had already erected formidable barriers, and the Brotherhood was simply too insignificant to penetrate them. In a fit of frustration, Mai transformed the restorative potion into a beverage, marketing it as an extravagant functional drink. Securing a production license for beverages was considerably easier. Leveraging connections initially established by the Assassin's Guild, they managed to find individuals who could assist. Thus, an inconsequential company, Betry Foods, was born. Currently, the company offers only a single product, although it has technically been launched. Acquiring it necessitates either a visit to Reno's marvelous beverage shop or resorting to the black market. The American public remains blissfully unaware of its existence. However, through a serendipitous turn of events, the restorative potion unexpectedly found its way into the hands of Tony Stark. Chapter 055. The enigmatic encounter of Tony and the restoration elixir before his metamorphosis into Iron Man. Tony Stark epitomized the quintessential playboy. However, in contrast to those affluent heirs who indulge solely in revelry, Tony possessed unparalleled intellect and prodigious inventive creativity. Whether engaged in serious endeavors or amusement, few could rival his capabilities. Consequently, aside from James Rhodes, Tony had scarcely any companions, even amongst those who sought merely to partake in frivolities. Tony's brilliance was matched only by his arrogance. He had an uncanny ability to perceive the ulterior motives concealed beneath the smiling facades of those who approached him. A realization that left him feeling uncomfortable and unable to fully enjoy the company of others. Diam Sundike was a notable exception. To Tony, he represented a genuine spirit, one who delighted in play and knew how to revel. Their camaraderie stemmed from Diam's knack for unearthing novel ideas, providing Tony with exhilarating experiences and occasionally inspiring unexpected creativity. As is well known, inspiration is an invaluable asset for an inventor. It was during a recent gathering that Diam unveiled a remarkable discovery he had acquired. As the most talented member of their social circle, Tony's approval was highly coveted by Diam. Without hesitation, he opted to share his newfound treasure. "Hey Tony, I've recently come across something extraordinary that you simply must try." As soon as Diam presented a glass vial, Tony's brow furrowed with skepticism. "Oh, do not be deceived by its unrefined appearance. What lies within is truly exceptional." Diam hastily interjected. "I initially considered repackaging it, but curiously, the moment I attempted to do so, complications arose, startling me quite a bit." "Tony, let me explain." "Enough, Diam." Tony interjected, rising from his seat. "You know I have never dabbled in drugs. I am an inventor. I understand the reality of such substances. They are mere illusory nightmares, offering nothing but emptiness. If you have truly succumbed to these vices, then I believe our paths should not cross again." Tony maintained a clear awareness of the nature of such indulgences, which is precisely why he had never been tempted to engage with them. His willingness to associate with Diam was rooted in their shared understanding. Yet, unexpectedly, this mutual recognition was shattered, leaving Tony regretful. He genuinely wished to admonish his companion, but hesitated, ultimately choosing to depart. "Hey Tony." Diam rushed to grasp his arm. "You've misunderstood. That is not a vice. I know you don't use drugs, and I have never touched that stuff either. What I just showed you isn't an addictive vice. It is actually a functional beverage." Tony chuckled at his words. "Diam, do you intend to deceive me with such nonsense?" Diam fell silent, acutely aware that once Tony formed a conviction, altering his perspective would prove exceedingly challenging. Yet he felt a deep sense of frustration, for he had never intended to deal in such base contraband. With genuine intent, he wished to recommend something of true value, only to find himself misunderstood. As Tony was about to step out the door, Diam couldn't restrain himself and called out, "Hey, Tony, I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. How about this? You take this item with you, and even if you don't use it, just consider it a favor to me. Take it back and have it tested to see if I truly intended to deceive you with something as trivial as contraband." Tony's emotions were in turmoil. He had initially planned to discard that perplexing item without a second thought, yet Diam had been his friend for quite some time and had nearly become a true companion. Thus, he held a special place in Tony's heart that was distinct from others. After some contemplation, he resolved to dissuade Diam and return to Stark Industries, selecting a well-equipped laboratory to conduct the analysis personally. The results of the examination left Tony astounded. The components within clearly indicated its purpose, to accelerate human recovery. Given its intense reaction, It could only be a potent healing agent. Confounded, Tony mused. Could that guy Diam be using this healing agent as some sort of drug? In America, the use of recreational substances and contraband often intertwined, a common sight. However, upon conducting a meticulous analysis, Tony discovered that it contained none of the addictive substances or euphoric, mind-numbing components typically associated with illicit drugs. He picked up the seemingly ordinary glass vial and read the inscription for the first time. Reynolds Restoration Agent, Experimental Type 1. Functional beverage. Tony was left speechless. Was it truly a healing potion? What was Diam thinking, giving himself a bottle of restorative medicine, even if he enjoyed recreational substances? Could this actually provide any euphoria? The undeniable data could not be fabricated, and after his initial astonishment, skepticism crept into Tony's mind. Had he been too hasty in misunderstanding Diam without listening to his explanation? The confusion only served to invigorate Tony. He was undaunted by challenges. Every dilemma presented merely an opportunity to conquer obstacles. Soon, he completed the biological assessment and gathered relevant information. It was evident that this was indeed a remarkable healing agent, particularly effective for various physiological injuries. Tony called Diam, succinctly explaining the testing results and offering an apology. Afterward, he inquired about the effects of the substance Diam had used. Initially hesitant, Diam offered vague reassurances of relaxation and vitality. However, under Tony's persistent questioning, he eventually conceded. Actually, it has another lesser-known function. It enhances vitality. You know, we share a common interest, and with time, there are moments when one might feel lacking in energy. I figured you might need it too. No, thank you. I have no need for it. Tony abruptly hung up the phone, finally grasping the true intentions of Diam. He had not intended to entice Tony into indulging in drugs for the sake of fleeting pleasure. Rather, he genuinely viewed him as a friend, aiming to involve him in his pursuit of enhancement. Goodness, how could he possibly need such a thing? Tony's face contorted in disdain. He had not anticipated this angle previously, which is why he had not experimented in that direction during his tests. A few days later, the initially sold-out restorative functional beverage, under Tony's lavish monetary influence, was replenished with 2 more bottles. After numerous tests, he confirmed that the potion posed no harm to humans, provided it had not surpassed its expiration date, and that the elixir remained in its original coarse glass container. He quickly traced the origins to S.H.I.E.L.D. Foods. Although Nightthorn protects customer privacy, it could not conceal the truth from Tony Stark, especially since the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Foods was hardly a deep secret. He even uncovered a rejected permit application from the Drug Regulatory Agency through this company, allowing him to easily deduce the circumstances surrounding the situation. Such a miraculous potion had been forcibly relegated to the status of a functional beverage. Those incompetent individuals never failed to disappoint with their short-sightedness. Gazing at the bottle of functional beverage on the coffee table, Tony hesitated. Should he give it a try? In truth, it was unnecessary. He did not share the same needs as Diam, whose functionality was already superb. The stunning models who frequently accompanied him on fashion magazine shoots were well aware of this. However, everything must be viewed with a critical eye. Although he had analyzed all the data regarding the potion, and even possessed the capability to reverse engineer it, how could mere paper data convey the entirety of the experience without personal trial? Tony convinced himself that he was fundamentally different from Diam. He sought supplements to bolster his confidence, while his intent was rooted in the rigor of scientific experimentation. After persuading himself, he contentedly lifted the bottle of functional beverage and gulped it down in quick succession. The effects of the potion manifested swiftly. Tony felt an immediate surge of warmth in his chest and abdomen, enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Comfortable, relaxed, and invigorated. His previously fatigued body instantly felt revitalized, leading him to believe he could effortlessly run 10 kilometers today. The restorative agent contained the effects of restorative wax and the healing properties of medical chakra, both visibly effective against severe injuries. Not to mention being utilized as a health supplement by someone like Diam. Diam had no injuries. He was merely physically weakened. The effects of the restorative agent combined with medical chakra could perfectly rejuvenate the vitality of his bodily cells, thus fulfilling their health needs. While Tony was pleased, he also felt a twinge of surprise and confusion. The effects of the functional beverage appeared to exceed his analytical data. If someone like Diam could easily overlook this, Tony Stark, being the meticulous individual he was, found the disparity quite discomforting. He found it intolerable to encounter situations beyond his comprehension. After extensive research, Tony indeed uncovered a clue. The secret lay within a glass vial. Unfortunately, the sample was too scant, leaving Tony's investigation at an impasse. Even after significantly raising the price to $500,000 per vial on the black market, he was unable to procure another specimen of the restoration serum. After waiting for a while, no further batches of the elixir emerged on the black market. Impatient, Tony contemplated leveraging his financial prowess. seeking to directly acquire or invest in this extraordinary functional beverage to bring it under his control. On Baker Street, after listening to Jenny's account, I grasped Stark Industries' intentions. Unaware that his product had already been appropriated as a health supplement, he pondered for a moment before acquiescing to their investment proposal. After all, the Brotherhood was in need of funds, while Stark Industries had an abundance, making their partnership mutually beneficial. However, he stipulated clear conditions. Stark Industries could invest, but they must not interfere in company management or product production and development. In essence, the only role Stark Industries could assume was that of a profit sharer. Any original intentions regarding participation in development or capacity expansion were unequivocally dismissed. Expand production? What a fanciful notion, my thought to himself, for he aspired to achieve great things, with little time to dedicate solely to the manufacture of potions. Chapter 056. In exchange with Tony Stark to Makino's surprise, Stark Industries placed considerable importance on this collaboration. Even when he directed the Bentley Food Company to propose numerous unreasonable demands beyond their capacity, the opposing party did not withdraw in anger. Instead, they dispatched a professional team to negotiate. After 2 or 3 days of protracted discussions, Stark Industries unexpectedly made several concessions. Perhaps due to Bentley's relatively small scale, Stark Industries seemed indifferent to the modest financial investment required. However, at the conclusion of the negotiations, the other party presented a singular condition. More precisely, it was an invitation for Stark Industries to convene a meeting with the development team of the Restoration Serum. Makino gazed at Jenny before him. Taken aback, was it true that Tony Stark wished to meet with him? Jenny nodded. Having spent considerable time together, she had developed a keen understanding of her Brotherhood's leader. At times, Stark's demeanor tended towards languor and casualness. When in good spirits, he could engage amiably with anyone regardless of their status. Conversely, if displeased or hindered in his plans, he could become aloof and dismissive. Overall, their leader was emotionally expressive and possessed significant charisma, never slacking in matters of importance. Jenny's current task was to elucidate the situation and its benefits. Stark Industries wielded immense influence within the political and business spheres of America, and Tony Stark was an extraordinarily successful arms dealer with close ties to the military. The advantages they possessed were precisely what they lacked. Forging a partnership could yield monumental benefits for their future endeavors. Pausing for effect, Jenny clearly valued this opportunity, or rather, she held Tony Stark in high regard. Thus, she candidly stated, the most straightforward and effective way to maintain a beneficial relationship with Stark Industries is to cultivate a personal friendship with Tony Stark. He is endowed with exceptional talent and intellect, exhibiting an air of pride that often prevents ordinary individuals from capturing his attention. But you are different. With earnestness, Jenny conveyed to Makino, regardless of the perspective, you are an exceptionally talented individual. Your meeting with Tony Stark is bound to spark an extraordinary exchange. If this opportunity leads to a personal friendship, the benefits for us would be immeasurable. Makino listened intently to her thoughtful and sincere analysis, her earnest compliments eliciting a smile from him. Very well, I shall agree to the meeting. However, after his laughter subsided, he surmised the reason behind Tony's desire to meet him, pondering, it must be due to the Restoration Serum reaching Tony's hands, and out of curiosity, he wishes to engage. Tony Stark is a polymath, possessing profound expertise in biology as well. The formulas he once casually penned have already garnered renown in the realm of the deadly virus, and with such innate talent, he would undoubtedly be compelled to investigate the potent healing capabilities of the Restoration Serum. I implemented no confidentiality measures regarding the Restoration Potion, making it relatively effortless for someone as talented as Tony to reverse engineer it. However, he remained unperturbed, for the potion itself was a perilous concoction known as Restoration Wax, which, if deciphered, would only serve as a forbidden substance. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. What was there to be concerned about? Without the medical chakra born from Yang release to synergize with the Restoration Wax, outsiders could not replicate its effects. The meeting was set at a villa on Long Island, New York. The villa faced the sea, with a gentle ocean breeze and breathtaking vistas. The Brotherhood was short-staffed, with several key members preoccupied with significant matters. I declined the offer of a driver from the members and chose to drive himself in an ordinary vehicle to the villa. Upon arrival, the security guard at the entrance halted him, marking his first encounter with Happy Hogan, the security chief who shared a good rapport with Tony Stark. Happy, with his plump physique, exhibited an air of someone accustomed to physicality, though such prowess paled in comparison to Mai's capabilities. Sir, you cannot trespass on private property, Happy warned, eyeing Mai warily. Please leave immediately. Mai smiled and presented his invitation. As Tony's head of security, Happy was well aware of the purpose of Tony's gathering that day. After inspecting the invitation, a look of surprise crossed Happy's face. Sir, are you the only one attending? He inquired, recalling that Tony had invited a pharmaceutical team. Yet only a young Asian individual stood before him. Indeed, it is just me, Mai replied with a smile. Although perplexed, Happy courteously ushered him into the villa, while another guard parked Mai's ordinary vehicle in the garage. Once inside, Mai did not immediately encounter Tony. Instead, he was greeted by Pepper Potts, a poised blonde assistant. Welcome, Mr. Mai. Tony is currently occupied with important matters and will be with you shortly. I kindly ask for your patience. That is quite all right, Mai replied politely, briefly scanning Pepper before averting his gaze. Please, have a seat. Pepper guided him to a sofa and inquired, Would you like something to drink, Mr. Mai? Is there tea available? Mai casually asked. Yes. Would you prefer green tea or black tea? Mai smiled. Either will suffice. In no time, Pepper returned with a cup of green tea. Please try this. If it does not suit your taste, I can prepare something else. Mai took a sip, finding the familiar flavor pleasing, indicating that Pepper had thoughtfully chosen a tea with an Asian essence, knowing he was of Asian descent. Thank you. I am quite satisfied. After a brief wait, Tony emerged casually dressed in home attire from the rear of the villa. Pepper, spotting him from a distance, was taken aback and hurried over to tidy his slightly disheveled hair. Though Tony appeared somewhat impatient, he restrained himself, allowing her to make the adjustments. Tony was a genius, capable of inventing a myriad of devices, yet he was somewhat inept in daily life, relying on Pepper to manage everything for him. Mai observed the two with great interest, and Tony's gaze met his, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He quickly approached, examining Mai with a look of curiosity. I am astonished that the restoration serum type 1 is a product of your ingenuity. You are even younger than I imagined. The two exchanged polite handshakes. Mai, filled with myriad thoughts as he regarded Tony, suddenly felt a playful impulse to tease this future Iron Man, and with a serious expression. He remarked, in truth, it was not entirely my creation. It originates from an ancient assassin organization. My friends and I eradicated them and subsequently acquired it. After modifications, it evolved into the current restoration serum experimental type 1. Tony's expression froze in disbelief. Nearby, Pepper, who had overheard Mai's words, gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. Murder for treasure? Spoken so nonchalantly. Although Tony lived freely and unconventionally, he had never encountered such individuals and found himself momentarily at a loss. However, he quickly recovered, dismissing Mai's tale as a jest, and awkwardly chuckled. Well, haha. I suppose your modifications are the most crucial aspect of this serum? Indeed. Tony's reaction was amusing. Mai smiled and nodded. Precisely, I have made it safer and more effective. Tony resumed his composure, cautiously inquiring about the serum's properties. Mai responded fluidly, and Tony promptly came to believe that this individual was indeed a key member of the serum development team. They exchanged a few simple remarks about the serum's composition and efficacy, both pleasantly surprised. Mai's unique perspective and unconventional approach to biopharmaceuticals left Tony marveling, while Tony's meticulous research provided Mai with enlightening insights. As their conversation deepened, they gradually shed their respective identities, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Tony even led Mai to the laboratory behind the villa, where they discussed the data concerning the serum. Although Tony had recently obtained the restoration serum and could reverse engineer its components, he had yet to engage in that endeavor. Mai's candid discussions enabled him to quickly grasp the truth about the serum, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. How could anyone employ such audacious combinations? Administering this serum to critically injured individuals was, in a sense, akin to murder. Tony Stark looked at Mai in shock, awaiting his explanation. Mai replied calmly, because it was originally developed by the assassin organization, where assassins were merely regarded as expendable resources, with little thought given to potential repercussions. Tony was once again taken aback, furrowing his brow. What you just said, is it all true? Mai smiled. What else could it be? Tony was momentarily speechless. Had he known prior to their exchange that Mai had indeed pilfered this from an assassin organization, he would have likely kept his distance from such a bloodthirsty character. However, following their dialogue, having witnessed Mai's brilliance, Tony recognized that he was not comparable to the mercenaries he had initially imagined, and thus his perception shifted. In the recent exchange, the other party spoke candidly about the secrets of the potion, revealing everything without reservation. Although it took some time, he was able to decipher it all. Yet he now found himself indebted to the other party. As Tony fell into silence, Mai spoke up, posing a counter-question. I must admit, I am quite curious, Mr. Stark. I anticipated that the restorative formula would find its way to the black market, likely ending up in the hands of gangs, mercenaries, or espionage organizations, those who frequently engage in combat and suffer injuries, thus possessing a significant need for such potions. Given your busy schedule, how did you come to notice such a minor detail? Mai was genuinely intrigued, having pondered this for quite some time without arriving at an answer. While it could be said that after becoming Iron Man, his chest wound led him to pay attention to the restorative potion, he had not sustained any injuries recently. How? Then, did he find a connection to the potion? Tony was momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly making a decision. The truth behind the matter must remain concealed. They had already discussed the healing properties of the restorative potion for quite a while, and Tony had begun to acknowledge the other's talent. However, if he were to learn that his interest in the restorative potion stemmed from a friend's recommendation to use it as a health supplement, what would he think of himself? Due to a friend's request, well, let's not dwell on that. Mr. Mai, are you currently employed at Bentley, specifically focusing on the research of the restorative formula? Tony awkwardly shifted the topic. Chapter 57, S.H.I.E.L.D. Advisor Mai, we require assistance. Tony Stark evaded the question, leaving Mai somewhat perplexed. The inquiry he had posed seemed innocuous. So why the abrupt change of subject? However, Mai was not one to press further once he sensed Stark's reluctance to elaborate. Reflecting on Tony's query, Mai decided to be transparent, replying with a smile, Mr. Stark may be mistaken about one thing. It is not that Betry hired me to produce the restoration serum. Rather, it is the existence of the serum that gave rise to Betry. In an instant, Tony comprehended. Mai had merely borrowed the name Betry without specifically researching that particular serum. He was taken aback, for in Mai's actions, he perceived a reflection of himself. As an exceptionally talented inventor, Tony had dabbled in various small inventions during his leisure time. Mai's response mirrored the way he casually concocted a gadget, finding it amusing enough to establish a company to market it and see how it fared. Curiosity piqued. Tony pondered Mai's true profession, given that he did not specialize in serums. Sensing the unspoken question, Mai preemptively responded, in truth, I am also a rather skilled physician. Though surprised, Tony found this revelation quite reasonable. After all, one could hardly develop such an effective serum without frequent interaction with patients. He mused that if the military were to take notice of this serum, they would undoubtedly place substantial orders. As this thought crossed his mind, Tony recalled the information he had unearthed during his previous inquiries into the serum's origins. Mr. Mai, or should I call you Reno? Tony chuckled before earnestly stating, I have heard about your experiences with the regulatory authorities. You might consider that if you genuinely wish to secure approval for this serum, I could assist you. At that point, expanding production would be a straightforward endeavor, and the serum's efficacy could easily capture the market. Mai cleared his throat, politely acknowledging Tony's goodwill, and replied, Tony, I sincerely appreciate your admiration for the serum. However, I fear it may not be feasible to scale production. Instantly, Tony recalled the peculiar relationship between the serum and the glass vial. Was it due to some undisclosed proprietary secret? Mai exchanged a surprised glance with him. Followed by a knowing smile, he realized that Tony had indeed discerned the connection between the serum and chakra. Oh, wait, Tony couldn't perceive chakra. He must have sensed the unique relationship between the serum's efficacy and the glass vial. The only secret lies in the crucial step that must be completed by me. The secret is embedded in the glass vial, isn't it? Tony chuckled and shook his head, perhaps caught up in the moment. He retrieved a bottle from his personal bar, poured a glass for each of them, and began sipping while conversing. After a brief hesitation, he ventured, I understand that probing into other secrets can be impolite. But I must inquire. The shelf life of the restoration serum is, in fact, more than a month, is it not? Mai smiled, realizing that his subtle machinations could not be concealed from the perceptive. He nodded in affirmation. Tony tentatively inquired, could you sell me a few items with the longest shelf life? A 1-month deadline is indeed rather brief. Naturally, Mai nodded and raised his glass, promising, I shall have someone bring a few over for you shortly. After Tony treated Mai to a meal, he took his leave. During their initial meeting, their conversation largely revolved around the realm of pharmacological expertise, and they found themselves enjoying a pleasant discourse. Captain Happy, witnessing Tony personally escort Mai to the door, was taken aback. The proud Tony Stark rarely engaged in such gestures. Hey, Tony, Happy couldn't contain his curiosity. It seems you hold this person in high regard? Tony swirled the wine in his glass, savoring a sip while a subtle smile graced his lips. He is a talented and intriguing individual. You know, Happy, I believe this Renault might prove to be even more fascinating than Diam. Perhaps he will inspire me beyond what Diam has. He tilted his head back, finishing his drink, his eyes gleaming with determination. All right, I must immerse myself in work. Please ensure I am not disturbed in the coming days. I am eager to uncover the secrets he conceals that have led to such significant advancements in the potion. For Tony, life resembled a simplistic mode. After enduring it for a while, it could become somewhat tedious. His hedonistic lifestyle partly contributed to this sentiment. The sudden challenge presented before him ignited his competitive spirit, adding a delightful flavor to his existence. He was not preoccupied with the profits from the restorative elixir. What truly mattered to Tony was the exhilaration of conquering the conundrum. Meanwhile, Mai leisurely drove towards his residence. At this hour, the streets were congested with traffic, and he advanced gradually with the flow. Rolling down the window, he observed the bustling vehicles and pedestrians outside, allowing his mind to wander aimlessly. Not far along, two cars ahead collided in a bid for road dominance, bringing the already sluggish street to a complete standstill. I felt a tinge of frustration. Had he known this would occur, he would have abandoned the car and sprinted home. Arriving by now, 2 hours later, I finally reached Hell's Kitchen, greeted by the familiar, boisterous voices of his hospitable acquaintances upon his return. To his surprise, a stunning woman awaited him outside his residence. He recalled never having met her before. How did she come to be at his home? I invited her inside. Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D agent. She wasted no time with pleasantries, adopting a serious demeanor. After her introduction, she stated, "Director Fury sent me to contact you." Renault my, puzzled, asked, "Where is Coulson? Why the change? Hadn't he always been the one to liaise with me for S.H.I.E.L.D before?" Natasha gazed at him with calm eyes, seemingly unfazed. In truth, she was scrutinizing and assessing this individual, the target that Nick Fury had instructed her to treat with utmost seriousness. "Coulson has encountered an unforeseen predicament, and the director has requested your assistance to extricate him from peril. Is he injured?" Me inquired, astonished. "Is it the kind of grievous wound that teeters on the brink of death?" Natasha's expression subtly shifted as she gleaned information from his words. This individual possesses medical knowledge. Moreover, it is of such a caliber that can salvage a life hanging by a thread. The director did not mention this. As for whether Coulson is gravely injured, I am unaware, Natasha responded. In fact, we have completely lost contact with him. He became ensnared in a peculiar unknown realm while attempting to rescue a team of agents, severing all ties with us. S.H.I.E.L.D had initially intended to dispatch a rescue team, but the director instructed me to seek you out, asserting that you excel in managing such matters. Oh, Muyi comprehended, nodding. So you are confronted with an insurmountable supernatural event, and Coulson has been ensnared in it as well. Director Fury was not mistaken. I do possess some experience in this area. By the way, where was Coulson when he last lost contact? Natasha, in need of Muyi's assistance, would certainly not withhold information. The initial team of agents has lost all communication. Thus we lack detailed intelligence. The sole piece of information we possess is the name of that place. It is called Silent Hill. What? Muyi exclaimed in astonishment. Silent Hill? What on earth was Coulson doing there? Natasha's eyes brightened at his reaction. He knows of Silent Hill. It seems the director truly found the right person. Coulson and his team of agents were certainly not frivolously vacationing in Silent Hill. They ventured there due to a concerning number of people who had gone missing, a troubling trend that had escalated recently. The local police were unable to resolve the situation and had lost some personnel, compelling them to escalate the matter. Such incidents, evidently involving supernatural phenomena, fall squarely within the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D, and it is beyond their capacity to remain passive. Coulson and his team embarked under these circumstances, intending to uncover the truth lurking behind Silent Hill. Judging by the outcome, it is evident that they must have failed. The strangeness of Silent Hill far exceeded their expectations, ensnaring even the typically cautious and seasoned agents. Nick Fury certainly could not stand by idly while his capable lieutenant went missing. Just as he was contemplating dispatching reinforcements, he suddenly remembered Muyi, the S.H.I.E.L.D consultant. Given the current predicament, S.H.I.E.L.D finds itself somewhat at a loss. Is this not precisely the moment to call upon a consultant? If it is indeed Silent Hill, then Coulson and his team are likely in grave danger. Reflecting on his interactions with them, Muyi felt a pang of regret. He could not simply stand by and allow Coulson to perish in Silent Hill. The longer this matter is delayed, the graver the consequences will become. It is best to set out immediately. If we tarry, we may only be left to retrieve Coulson's remains. I must ask, does S.H.I.E.L.D not have alternative means of transportation? Traveling by car would be futile, as the main roads are currently congested. Chapter 58. Aboard the same aircraft with Leon Kennedy, Natasha said little, merely producing a small communication device and whispering a few words. She then addressed Makino. Your building is enveloped by a certain shielding mechanism, correct? If possible, please deactivate it temporarily. We shall exit from the rooftop. The shielding mechanism she referred to was, in fact, the sealing array devised by Makino. 2 illusionary arrays were employed to counter intrusions during his absence, while the mental detection array covered a broader area, possessing some of the capabilities of the illusionary wards, ensuring that Makino's residence remained discreetly concealed from unwelcome visitors. The mere fact that Natasha could wait outside the building indicated that her resilient spirit had successfully passed through the array's scrutiny. With her keen intuition, she sensed something slightly amiss, compounded by reports from within S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus she was well aware of the peculiar arrangements of Makino's abode. During her tenure as a field agent, encounters with magical or supernatural occurrences were rare, so it was not surprising that she instinctively regarded Makino's setup as a form of unique shielding device. In America, the sanctity of private property is inviolable. The small residence belonged to Makino, who had the liberty to arrange it as he pleased. However, the signal jamming device significantly impacted helicopter operations. If it could not be disabled, Natasha's contacted aircraft would be unable to arrive. Makino chuckled at her words, offering no explanation, and complied by temporarily deactivating the more expansive mental detection array. He closed the courtyard gate and ascended to the rooftop alongside Natasha. Before long, the thundering sound of helicopter rotors echoed above. Makino looked up in its direction and was taken aback to see the exterior of the aircraft emblazoned with the insignia of the CIA. "Why is it a CIA helicopter?" he exclaimed. Natasha handed him a credential, and upon opening it, he was astonished to find his own photograph and information displayed. Indeed, it was a CIA identification card. "Our mission is a joint operation with the CIA. We will be proceeding to investigate and provide assistance under their auspices. Our identities must remain confidential for the time being, so please refrain from inadvertent disclosures," Natasha instructed. As she spoke, the helicopter lowered a rope ladder, which she seized deftly, swiftly and gracefully boarding the aircraft. Just as she turned to check on Makino, she was startled by an incredulous gasp from directly behind her. Natasha whipped around to find Makino had silently followed her into the cabin. The CIA crew members shouted a few commands, hastily securing the cabin door and instructing the pair to move further inside. Natasha's expression was one of disbelief, her eyes betraying her astonishment. "How is it possible that he boarded without my noticing?" Makino paid her surprise no heed. He too was taken aback by the presence before him, standing there with a complex and conflicted expression on his face. Inside the cabin, Leon Scott Kennedy, whom he had met previously, greeted him warmly. "Hey Reno, what a coincidence to see you again." A crew member patted Makino on the shoulder, urging him loudly, "Come on, mate, move into the cabin." Leon had a lasting impression of Makino. After all, a person capable of healing such grave injuries in the blink of an eye would undoubtedly leave a profound impression. Leon shifted in his seat and called out loudly, "Come sit with me, Reno." I sighed helplessly, resigned to his fate as he approached and took a seat. Pondering bleakly, it seems this flight is destined to be anything but tranquil. "Hello, Leon, it's been a while," I greeted. Natasha followed suit, settling beside Mai. Her keen observation skills detected the subtle shift in Mai's demeanor, as well as the unspoken wariness he exhibited towards the CIA member named Leon. She mused internally. Could it be that Leon possesses some extraordinary qualities unbeknownst to her? The plane took off smoothly and ascended rapidly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Leon, Mai remained tense, meticulously scanning the cabin. This palpable tension did not escape Natasha's notice, nor did it go unnoticed by Leon seated beside her. Concerned for Mai's state, Natasha inquired, "Reno, what are you looking at? Is it because you're not accustomed to flying?" "Don't worry, the CIA agents are highly skilled pilots. We will arrive safely and smoothly at our destination." She assumed Mai harbored a certain fear of flying. However, that was not the case. Mai sighed deeply, casting a meaningful glance at Leon beside him. "I was contemplating how to save a few lives in the event of a crash and what methods I might employ. After all, they were fellow passengers on the same flight, and Mai would not stand idly by if he could help." Yet, his words only served to reinforce Natasha's belief in Mai's fear of flying. How could he already be thinking about a plane crash at the very beginning of their journey? Do not indulge in such thoughts. We are all rigorously trained agents. Whatever happens, we will do our utmost to ensure your safety, Natasha promised him, urging him not to be overly pessimistic. Mai shook his head, sighing inwardly. Am I truly being too pessimistic? No, sharing a flight with the notorious vehicle killer Lee Song-Wong. And yet you dare assure me that everything will be fine? Alas, it is you who remains oblivious to the truth. While everyone else was intoxicated by their own thoughts, Mai alone remained clear-headed, his face revealing a hint of solitude as he involuntarily glanced at Leon once more. Had he known that this fellow would be on the plane, he certainly would have chosen a different flight. Leon scratched his face, feeling perplexed. Did he hold some bias against him? Natasha offered a few more words of reassurance, but an undercurrent of awkward tension lingered in the cabin. The helicopter swiftly departed from New York, unceasing in its flight toward the destination. Throughout the journey, Mai remained vigilant, anticipating an unexpected incident, be it a sudden rocket attack, an unidentified flying creature, or some supernatural entity launching an assault. He was prepared for any eventuality. However, several hours later, the helicopter descended on the outskirts of a remote town. As Mai's feet firmly touched the solid ground, he found himself still ensnared by a lingering tension, gazing incredulously at the intact helicopter. How could it be that the vehicle of doom had failed today? No rockets, no unidentified flying creatures, and certainly no supernatural entities launching assaults. Was this reasonable? Natasha passed by him, her voice calm as she remarked, "See, I told you we would arrive safely. Now, come with me to the camp, but remember to keep your lips sealed." Beyond the town, a makeshift camp had been established. Judging by the traces left behind, it appeared to have been set up quite recently. At that moment, a dozen engineers were still busy at work, while several fully armed soldiers were assembling within the camp. From the insignia displayed, it was clear that this contingent hailed from the CIA. Mai lingered outside for a moment, scratching his head, pondering whether he had indeed been overly sensitive. Perhaps the rumors surrounding the vehicle of doom were merely the misguided speculations of others. He proceeded toward the camp. Observing the bustling CIA personnel, Mai found it peculiar that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had become ensnared in Silent Hill while this group from the CIA displayed such eagerness. Inside the camp's command room, a shrewd and formidable operations commander was assigning mission tasks. The arrival of Natasha and Mai caused him to frown momentarily, until a nearby individual whispered a few words in his ear, prompting him to straighten up. His furrowed brow remained unrelaxed as he regarded the pair with a hint of disdain. "You are late. The mission orders have already been issued, and the teams have been assigned. If you wish to participate, you'll have to form your own team." Mai was indifferent to this. He had prepared himself for action with only a select few elite members, as the other soldiers held little significance for him. Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly, then smiled as she said, "This gentleman is an expert we specifically invited to handle such incidents. I believe we should consider his insights." The commander openly scoffed. "Just him? If I'm not mistaken, he has just stepped off the plane and hasn't even grasped the situation on the ground. What valuable advice could he possibly offer?" Once again, the individual who had whispered earlier reminded him a few more times. The commander's face displayed impatience, yet he managed to restrain himself. "All right, fine. Then, speak up. What the hell is your damned opinion?" Mai smirked, ready to retort, but Natasha grasped his hand, gently reassuring him. "Hey, Reno, don't mind this guy. Our goal isn't with them. Think of Coulson. We're here for him, and sharing your suggestions could enhance our chances of success." Mai looked at her in surprise. Indeed, this woman was extraordinary, instinctively discerning the hearts of others. Though he had yearned to watch these arrogant individuals stumble, her words tempered his anger. Certainly, his presence was for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Coulson's sake, and perhaps having this group of expendables draw attention was not without merit. Suppressing his displeasure, he coldly remarked, "Regarding Silent Hill, I can offer you but one piece of advice. Do not hesitate to utilize your firepower advantage. Whether it be heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, or grenade launchers, all must be brought along. High explosive grenades are also indispensable. The greater the quantity, the better. If you can procure a flamethrower, your safety and the likelihood of mission success will be significantly enhanced." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell momentarily silent. The commander could not restrain himself from bursting into laughter, eventually ceasing only to mockingly retort, "Are you suggesting we should also bring armored vehicles and tanks?" Muyi solemnly nodded. "If possible, it would indeed be best to bring them." Once more, the commander was amused, laughing heartily. "I expected you to offer some sound advice. Yet you present such a ludicrous proposition. Do you think this mission is a combat operation? Let me assure you, with the special operations forces gathered outside, I can extract whatever lies hidden in that mere remote town. As for you, yellow-skinned monkey, you should return from whence you came." Muyi's gaze sharpened, a murderous intent surging forth. The entire command tent suddenly turned frigid with an air of impending violence, and the once boisterous commander found his laughter abruptly stifled, his face paling under the weight of the lethal aura. Suddenly, Muyi recalled something, retracting his murderous intent, and the tent returned to its previous state, as if nothing had transpired. "May I inquire if you will personally partake in this operation?" The commander, bewildered by the recent events, recognized that the individual before him was far from ordinary, and a twinge of regret crept into his mind. However, his pride would not allow him to relent, and he defiantly responded, "Humph, of course. I will always stand alongside my special forces." With a faint smile, Muyi's anger dissipated. "Very well, I shall see you later. Additionally, I wish you good fortune. You will need it." Chapter 059. Entering Silent Hill, the renowned vehicle slayer, "I anticipated that you might offer a more unique suggestion," Natasha suddenly remarked as they exited the command room. Makino turned to her with a smile, raising an eyebrow. "Do you believe my earlier suggestion lacked uniqueness? Did you not witness that insufferable fellow's reaction? Do you think this is a war?" He mimicked the commander's tone, shaking his head in derision. "He comprehends nothing." Natasha expressed her astonishment. "Are you serious?" "I remain indifferent, as you are aware." Makino shrugged, gesturing towards the assembled warriors. "I simply do not wish for these innocents to be sacrificed by a foolish commander who refuses to heed counsel. Alas, I ultimately cannot assist them." "Well then, Romanov agent, where's our team? Let us depart promptly." Before the all-terrain vehicle, Leon flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth as he greeted Makino and Natasha. Beside him stood a robust warrior named Bowman, whose imposing physique was reminiscent of a bull. The four of them, Leon, Bowman, Makino, and Natasha, formed a small unit for this operation. Makino was not overly critical of his teammates. However, encountering Leon again left him somewhat speechless. Yet, aside from being a vehicle slayer, Leon possessed no other faults, making him a more fortunate companion than a certain Chris. Moreover, Leon's combat prowess and the intangible luck he carried were assets worth relying upon. Pistols? What purpose do these toys serve? Discard them all. Replace them with the most powerful automatic rifles. Do not skimp on ammunition. Do you see the empty space in the vehicle? Fill it to capacity, and bring plenty of high-explosive grenades, to the point of being unwieldy. Throw away flashbangs and smoke grenades. During the final preparations, Makino assumed command of the team. Natasha, adhering to S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence, was naturally inclined to trust his words. Leon, having witnessed Makino's capabilities, sensed that this mission harbored deeper implications and remained silent in obedience. Only Bowman, the African-American warrior, held reservations, though in such a democratic atmosphere, his dissent stirred little turbulence. Soon, the special operations team gathered at the camp began to depart in succession. They comprised over 30 members, divided into 5 well-equipped action groups. Makino and his companions arrived last and were excluded from the main group, thus forming their own team. As the special operations unit set off, Bowman drove the fully loaded all-terrain vehicle, trailing behind. Night had fallen, under the shroud of darkness. Silent Hill appeared even more ominous and foreboding. Those with keen instincts would feel a profound discomfort upon nearing it. With Leon not at the wheel, Makino felt somewhat relieved. His earlier assertion as a vehicle slayer had proven unfounded on the plane, and with Leon now not driving, he hoped no unforeseen incidents would arise. In the back seat, the ammunition boxes filled the space, forcing Makino and Natasha to squeeze together to fit. Natasha pressed her lips together and suddenly broke into a charming smile, fixing her gaze on Mai's face. "Is this truly your intention?" she teased. Mai turned his head in confusion, realizing that his elbow was resting against her taut bosom. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand, but the clutter in the back seat made it impossible for them to distance themselves. They remained closely pressed together. Do not misunderstand. Once we enter Silent Hill, you shall comprehend my earnest intentions. If it were only for myself, the necessity of these items would be inconsequential. Natasha flicked her hair playfully by her cheek, smiling brightly. So, you are indeed looking out for us? Mai nodded earnestly. Certainly. With this equipment, you will find it much easier to handle any dangers that may arise. Tilting her head slightly, Natasha remarked, "But you said you do not require these?" "Indeed, I do not," Mai replied. "The purpose of bringing them is to ensure you can contribute more effectively." His eyes widened in feigned surprise. "After all, I am merely an advisor. Surely, you do not expect me to engage directly in the action?" Natasha rolled her eyes and turned away, aware that Fury had previously informed her of Mai's extraordinary combat abilities. The successful resolution of the battle between the Abomination and the Hulk on Virginia Street had been partly due to his involvement. Although Natasha lacked the clearance to access such top-secret information, it did not hinder her judgment. To have participated in a confrontation with the Hulk and the Abomination, he must be formidable at the very least. The bright headlights illuminated their path as the foremost special operations team fully entered Silent Hill, though trailing behind. They too had now arrived in the town. Long abandoned, the area was enveloped in a layer of dust and decay, with buildings reflecting the architectural style of the late 20th century. The ground, long neglected, was riddled with uneven and treacherous terrain. The off-road vehicle sped swiftly. As the tires rolled over a depression, the entire vehicle jolted abruptly. Mai remained steady, unfazed by the sudden movement. However, Natasha was not as fortunate. She was propelled forward by inertia, colliding against Mai. He maintained his composure, gently pushing her back into her seat by her shoulder. Natasha bit her lip in annoyance. "Curse it. This guy must be doing this on purpose. What kind of wretched lights are these? I can hardly see the road." "Damn it," shouted Bowman, the African-American driver, feeling the special forces ahead of him pulling further away. In a bid to avoid the humiliation of being left behind, he accelerated. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the illuminated area ahead seemed to grow increasingly narrow, complicating his driving. Navigating at such speed under these conditions was undoubtedly perilous. Mai sensed something amiss as well. A chilling aura enveloped the vehicle, akin to a dense shroud of darkness. "Be cautious, something is amiss." "Bowman, slow down." Bowman harbored a sense of dissatisfaction towards Mai, stemming from the moment they began transporting supplies. He felt as though the special forces had distanced themselves from him, attributing this to the excessive ammunition loaded onto the vehicle. After all, they were not embarking on a war. Was it truly necessary to carry such an abundance? What further unsettled him was that this individual had deliberately crammed so many items into the back seat, resulting in him being squished next to that woman throughout the journey. It was utterly unreasonable. Therefore, even when he heard my scolding, he chose to ignore it. Leon, seated in the passenger seat, observed the peculiar occurrences unfolding ahead. The speed at which Bowman was driving made even this seasoned driver feel a twinge of anxiety. "Hey, buddy, you need to slow down. Otherwise, we might encounter danger." "Don't worry, I can handle it," Bowman replied in a low voice. A mocking coldness flickered in Mai's eyes. To him, the outside world seemed to swirl ominously, as if a deluge of malevolent substances was raining down. Clearly, the master of Silent Hill had noticed their arrival, and this unfolding chaos was a welcome ceremony of sorts. The inexplicable arrogance and sudden hubris of certain individuals would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Indeed, at the very moment Bowman responded, a pitch-black, tattered creature leapt from the surrounding darkness, emitting a piercing shriek as it collided violently with the windshield of the off-road vehicle. Bowman had not anticipated this occurrence. Startled and at a loss, he abruptly swerved the steering wheel. By the time he realized the potential danger, the off-road vehicle had already crashed into the wall of a building that had suddenly appeared at the roadside. The force of inertia violently propelled the occupants of the car forward. Leon, who had frequently encountered vehicular accidents, was experienced. Upon entering the vehicle, he had wisely fastened his seatbelt. Thanks to the seatbelt, although the impact was severe and somewhat disheveled, he remained unharmed. Bowman, however, regarded the act of buckling up as unmanly and had neglected it entirely. Consequently, his condition was dire. Despite the airbags deploying, he was left battered and bloodied. Struggling to catch his breath, the two individuals in the back seat had no space to sit properly, let alone secure themselves with seatbelts. However, Mai's chakra firmly adhered to the underside of the vehicle, rendering him completely motionless amidst the violent collision. Even Natasha, aided by him, remained unaffected, sitting steadily in her place. As a seasoned agent, Natasha understood the immense force generated by the inertia of the recent impact. Glancing at Mai's hand resting on her shoulder, she could not help but be astonished. Mai, however, did not meet her gaze. Instead, he looked ahead with a sense of inexplicable reverence towards Leon in the passenger seat. Indeed, the vehicle's killer was living up to its reputation. They had evaded the helicopter. Yet the off-road vehicle proved unavoidable. Just then, a terrifying force, akin to a mountain-crushing gale, surged from outside the vehicle, accompanied by a fierce, howling wind. Sensing the sudden onslaught of overwhelming malevolence outside, Mai shouted urgently, "Get down." Leon reacted swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfastened his seatbelt and leaned down. Perceiving Makino as a trustworthy ally, the recent mishap of the vehicle losing control would have been entirely averted had Bowman heeded his warning. Thus, he acted without a shred of doubt. The back seat was already cramped beyond capacity, making it impossible for both Makino and himself to lie down. However, he moved more rapidly, flinging open the car door and rolling out with Natasha in his arms. A thunderous crash reverberated nearby, the piercing sound of twisted metal echoing through the air. After tumbling, Natasha sprang to her feet, only to be confronted by a towering figure whose features were obscured, wielding a fearsome, colossal blade that struck the SUV with an unstoppable force. The enormous blade, taller than an adult, sliced through the vehicle from above, cleaving horizontally with a single, devastating stroke, completely severing the upper half of the cabin and roof. The munitions stored within the vehicle erupted chaotically from their containers. A few bullets detonated under the immense pressure, but fortunately, the blade did not strike the lower compartment housing the high-explosive grenades. Otherwise, the entire load would have detonated, and likely only Makino would have had the chance to escape the carnage. Amidst her astonishment, Natasha felt a wave of gratitude for Renault's timely warning. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. In the next instant, she realized not everyone had managed to crouch down and evade disaster. Bowman, the driver, had failed to evade the giant's terrifying strike due to his delayed reaction, and now the upper part of his body was entirely gone, vanished from the shoulders up. The gruesome sight was enough to make even Natasha, seasoned as she was, furrow her brow in disbelief. What in the world is that monstrosity? As Leon straightened up, he found himself face to face with the giant wielding the blade, if one could even call that triangular mass a face. Chapter 060, Fierce Battle with the Ashen Monster. Kicking out of the inner world, the sudden appearance of the triangular-headed figure truly surpassed the understanding of Leon and Natasha. This towering individual stood over 2 meters tall and weighed more than 200 kilograms. His upper body was clad in tattered cloth, with exposed muscles wrapped in thick layers of fat, the skin marred by grimy black stains. A filthy apron hung at his waist, and worn leather boots adorned his feet. Most striking, however, was the peculiar triangular rusted mask he wore upon his head. Natasha could swear she found no openings on that mask. This implied that not only was the opponent incapable of breathing through it, but he also could not see through it. Yet, judging by the giant's agility, he appeared utterly unaffected. Clearly, this defied all logic, unless he simply did not require breath or sight. With a mighty swing, the triangular-headed behemoth cleaved a vehicle in half, and with unyielding force, plunged his heavy blade into the wall of the building ahead. In such a circumstance, he effortlessly withdrew the bloody giant blade with a single hand, sending shards of brick cascading downwards. This startling display jolted Leon from his stupor. Damn it, he was too close to the triangular-headed monster. The dark and sinister odor emanating from him was unmistakable. As the behemoth raised his massive blade once more, Leon wasted no time. He pushed against the vehicle door, vaulted over, and rolled forward, narrowly evading the fierce gust generated by the descending blade. Clang! The chilling sound of twisted metal reverberated again as the triangular-headed figure executed a vertical slash, severing the vehicle from the driver's seat, rendering the once decent transport utterly useless. The blade crashed down, sending concrete debris flying, striking Leon and causing him to wince in pain. At this moment, Makino could no longer remain a passive observer. If he did not intervene, the unarmed Leon would surely suffer dire consequences. Thus, he pressed forward rather than retreating, unsheathing his 3-foot straight sword with a resounding clang and slicing through the air with precision, targeting the triangular-headed creature's head. Physical prowess is fundamental for ninjas. Even those specializing in ninjutsu possess combat capabilities in this regard. Bolstered by chakra, Makino's strike was as swift as thunder, a formidable threat that arrived in an instant. The triangular-headed figure sensed the impending danger. He abandoned his pursuit of Leon and turned to counterattack Makino with a deadly swing of his blade. However, while his strength was immense, his speed lagged far behind. As the blade barely lifted, Makino's sword descended, striking the center of the rusted triangular mask. Should it penetrate, it would undoubtedly inflict a fatal blow to his head. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated with a tremendous shock, and to Makino's astonishment, his sword failed to penetrate the rusted mask. The triangular-headed figure's movement faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and continued his horizontal slash. This time, Makino summoned Earth-style chakra, enhancing his defense while simultaneously amplifying his strength. As their weapons collided, a powerful force erupted like a tempest, reverberating outward from their duel. The imposing figure of the triangular-headed giant staggered back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each heavy step. The stark contrast of this encounter left Natasha and Leon with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How could Makino, wielding a slender sword no wider than 3 fingers, possibly possess the strength to force back a colossal adversary armed with a heavy blade? Was he truly that powerful? With a swift motion, Makino retrieved 2 automatic rifles from the off-road vehicle, tossing one to Natasha and the other to Leon. "Leave the triangular-headed giant to me," he commanded. As they caught the rifles, Makino continued, "Utilize the vehicle as your stronghold and fend off the other monsters. Do not hesitate to use your ammunition. We have more than enough." The menacing presence of the giant had captivated their attention, causing them to overlook the shifting environment. The off-road vehicle lay in ruins, its headlights extinguished. Yet, they could still see clearly, as the darkness around them had transformed, retreating to a twilight that lingered just before nightfall. From the murky shadows, grotesque creatures emerged, their forms hideous and terrifying. Some bore mutilated limbs, while others were grotesquely distorted, and a few resembled human shapes, having undergone complete aberration. Nonetheless, they shared a common trait: maliciousness and savagery, their bodies cloaked in tattered, ash-like skins. "Be careful, it's the same monster that crashed into the windshield earlier." Leon recognized the creatures, and with a swift click, he chambered a round, aiming at a snarling beast in the flower bed. The bullet struck true, obliterating the creature's head into a burst of grotesque pulp. Natasha reacted even faster than Leon, executing her shots with calm precision, swiftly moving closer to the off-road vehicle. Makino was right. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and they needed the vehicle as a supply point. The two quickly regrouped, taking cover and engaging in fierce combat with the creatures. Though they had ample supplies, their numbers were insufficient. The monsters surged from all directions, some even scaling buildings and leaping down upon them. After a brief exchange of fire, they began to feel the weight of immense pressure. Had it not been for their extensive combat experience and precise marksmanship, the situation would have been far more dire. Suddenly, a new breed of monsters emerged from the throng. Their limbs appeared unnaturally elongated, their bodies contorting into bizarre, beast-like forms. These aberrant creatures moved swiftly, using the other monsters as cover to close in on the two. Leon noticed them and immediately redirected his aim, only to find that they were capable of evading his shots. By the time he eliminated one of them, their already precarious defense had been breached. This is bad. Just as Leon felt the urgency rising within him, 2 high-explosive grenades rolled into the mass of monsters. With 2 thunderous explosions, the dense cluster of creatures was instantly decimated. Leon's eyes sparkled with hope as he quickly raised his rifle, picking off several of the monsters that dared to approach. Natasha, unfazed by the chaos, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her upon seeing the numerous grenades packed in the trunk of the off-road vehicle. With these delightful explosives at their disposal, what could mere monsters possibly threaten them? With a decisive throw, Natasha wasted no time, casting numerous grenades in all 4 directions. As explosions erupted in rapid succession, the onslaught of monstrous creatures visibly diminished. Leon, responsible for covering her while eliminating any stray threats, felt a significant alleviation of pressure. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had ample supplies. Otherwise, facing such a relentless tide of beasts would have forced him to flee for his life. What were these creatures? Could it be that some individual was conducting biochemical experiments here, leading to a viral outbreak? Leon was reminded of the zombies created by Umbrella Corporation's T-Virus. "We are here to investigate, but the truth behind it all eludes me," Natasha replied, calmly firing her rifle. "However, I sense these creatures are unrelated to any biochemical experiments." "Why?" Leon began to ask, only to find the answer for himself. "Wait, the corpses of these creatures." Indeed, he observed that upon death, their bodies gradually transformed into a form akin to dark ashes, dissipating into the atmosphere. As their battle raged on, the number of fallen monsters grew, and the ashes that did not disperse floated around them like eerie black snowflakes, creating a haunting and terrifying spectacle. In another battlefield, the confrontation between Triangle Head and Makuya had decidedly turned in favor of the latter. Empowered by Earth-released chakra, Makuya exhibited tremendous strength and a swift, relentless speed, effectively countering Triangle Head from every angle. Yet, Triangle Head's resilience was akin to that of stone, despite Makuya's relentless assault with his sword, which had already warped the blade's edge and left numerous wounds across Triangle Head's body. He still could not deliver a fatal blow. Makuya gradually sensed the peculiarity of Triangle Head's existence. Initially, he believed Triangle Head to be a manifestation of vengeful spirits, but after engaging in battle, he quickly realized that the entity before him was no mere specter. It was a tangible, grotesque being. Its body resembled that of a corpse, infused with dense malevolence, utterly devoid of any vital weaknesses typical of a human. The changing light on the street confirmed Makuya's suspicion. He had entered the otherworld of Silent Hill. No longer the naive individual he once was, he had begun to integrate the energy from the cube and had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding spatial dimensions. The demon Alessa from Silent Hill had managed to create a dual-layered world encompassing the entire town, sparking Makuya's curiosity. He chose not to hastily crush Triangle Head. Instead, he allocated part of his focus to contend with it, while the majority of his attention was devoted to observing and studying the nature of the otherworld. Although he was somewhat familiar with Coulson and had enjoyed collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D., it was the resonance with the otherworld from his memories that truly compelled him to explore. He had a clear understanding of himself. No agent friends, organizational leaders, or even S.H.I.E.L.D. would serve as the foundation for his standing within the Marvel Universe. His essence lay solely within himself and his own strength. The otherworld was the coveted prize that Makuya had set his sights upon. If he could glimpse the mysteries of the inner world, he believed that his knowledge and application of spatial concepts would undoubtedly undergo a significant enhancement. However, to his astonishment, just as he began to unravel some clues and discern fragments of the truth about this inner realm, a sudden jolt coursed through him, severing his connection to the inner world in an instant. The environment, which had reverted to the dim light of dusk, transformed back into the profound darkness of before. "Is this a mistake?" Mai exclaimed in frustration, his anger boiling over. Just as he was making progress, they cut off the connection? This was utterly outrageous. The sensation was akin to having one's hair washed only to have the water abruptly turned off by the landlord, or being engrossed in a story only to have the internet fail midway, or reading a novel, reaching a pivotal chapter, only to find it abruptly severed. How could one endure such an affront? Perhaps Alicia had sensed this disturbance, leading her to expel Mai and the triangular-headed figure from the inner world. Enraged, Mai unleashed his fury upon the triangular-headed creature, determined to make it understand the wrath of a relentless seeker. Chapter 61. The sword cuts through the triangular head. Encountering Coulson in an instant, Mai's straight sword was enveloped in a layer of fierce flames, the colors transitioning from a deep orange to a brilliant yellow, ultimately reaching a dazzling white, akin to a blinding light piercing the darkness. The silent triangular head, upon facing this strike, sensed a fatal threat, emitting a low, hoarse growl from beneath its metallic mask. With both hands raised, it wielded a colossal blade, channeling all its strength into a single devastating attack, hoping to vanquish its formidable opponent. A dark, ominous energy subtly emanated from the giant blade, a fundamental essence for a being like the triangular head. It was willing to expend its own dark energy, clearly prepared to fight to the death. Unfortunately, this energy, composed of negative forces, had proven effective against ordinary humans. But against Mai, who possessed extraordinary power, it was utterly countered by the searing heat of the flames. Clang. In the aftermath of the clash, the outcome was unmistakable. Mai did not evade the full-force strike of the triangular head. Instead, he met it head-on, his blazing sword slice severing the giant blade with a resounding impact. The explosive fire chakra condensed into a sharp, incandescent edge, striking the triangular head. The body, reinforced by dark energy, proved weak against the fiery onslaught, as it was diagonally cleaved from the chest, rendering half of its form inoperable. However, just as the triangular head's form crumpled to the ground, a subtle ripple of spatial distortion emerged before Mai. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hastened forward, but it was too late. The triangular head's body was enveloped by the spatial fluctuations and vanished in an instant. Alyssa, the inner world, realizing what had transpired, Mai felt a surge of frustration and tossed aside his straight sword. Although forged from high-quality steel, it remained a mere mortal weapon. The recent fiery strike had not only incinerated and severed the triangular head's form, but had also twisted and damaged the sword under the intense heat, necessitating its complete remaking. The inspiration for the fire release, flame slash, stemmed from the chakra scalpel. If one could condense yang release chakra into a sharp surgical tool, then fire release chakra could undoubtedly achieve similar feats. Yet, to reach Mai's level required exceptional chakra manipulation skills and advanced transformations of fire chakra. Mai's understanding of spatial knowledge was insufficient to trace the spatial fluctuations into the inner world. He simmered in annoyance for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. His gaze fell upon the twisted sword he had discarded. Numerous similar weapons lay within his pouch-style ninja tool bag, rendering it unnecessary to dwell on it. However, considering the fragility of ordinary weapons, Mai pondered whether he should procure a weapon made of chakra metal. Even if the Marvel Universe might lack metals capable of containing chakra, he could at least seek materials to forge a sturdy weapon. In contemplating the finest metals of the Marvel Universe, the names that sprang to mind were vibranium from Wakanda and the alloy forged from adamantium ore. At this moment, the night gradually settles into a rhythm, allowing for the possibility of contacting the acquisition of vibranium or Edelman alloy through personal channels. Ultimately, it is imperative for Mai to personally engage and ascertain which material exhibits greater compatibility with chakra. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting a bright light this evening. After all the lights have either dimmed or vanished, the town of Silent Hill envelopes itself in serene tranquility. Alicia, who commands Silent Hill, appears to have sensed that Mai is not to be trifled with, and thus disregards him entirely, refraining from employing shadowy energies or mists to harass him, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. Yet, apart from him, Mai sees no other souls in the town. Even the chirping of insects and birds is conspicuously absent, rendering the surroundings eerily quiet. Mai feels somewhat helpless in this situation. He has now completely separated from his two teammates, but fortunately, he had the foresight to ensure they were equipped with ample supplies. With such abundant resources, it is unlikely that Leon and Natasha will encounter difficulties, especially since the Pyramid Head has already been vanquished by him. Contemplating his teammates naturally leads Mai to think of the commander of the Special Forces. He chuckles to himself, curious to see the expression on that fellow's face now. It must be quite amusing. Alicia's desire for control over Silent Hill is formidable, and she certainly would not allow those Special Forces to rampage through the town. Almost as soon as Bowman felt his vision constricted, the Special Forces team ahead began to gradually become enveloped in the other world, with several squads being scattered, forced to fight alone. Indeed, as Mai anticipated, the commander is not merely regretting. He is utterly despondent. This is not an exaggeration, but a stark reality. The 30 elite Special Forces operatives could have supported one another, adequately prepared to face any peril. However, they could hardly fathom the terrifying extent of Alicia's abilities. During the transition into the other world, with just a wisp of black smoke and the monstrosity's pressure, several teams were immediately isolated from one another. Yet, it is only after this dispersion that true danger descends. The squad to which the commander belongs consists of only 7 individuals, including himself. All communications devices, such as radios and transmitters, fail in the other world. Unable to reach anyone else, this group of 7 soon finds themselves besieged by monsters. Quickly trapped within a building in the town, forced into a defensive stance. While waiting for reinforcements is not inherently flawed, the error lies in the fact that they were meant to be the reinforcements themselves, hoping that the organization would notice the anomaly and dispatch help. Little did they know how long that would take. Moreover, their supplies are scant, with food nearly non-existent. Caught in this perilous predicament, the commander recalls Mai's earlier advice. His expression contorted with regret. Had he heeded the professional counsel to bring an ample supply of provisions, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, or even brought an armored vehicle to tackle these creatures, it would have been a matter of ease. Alas, his arrogance and prejudice severed the lifeline for him and his team. The ammunition he brought, while not insignificant by conventional standards, is merely adequate for executing a counter-terrorism operation. Little did he realize that the intensity of combat in Silent Hill far surpassed that of counter-terrorism missions, even rivaling that of a small-scale war. The multitude of monsters, fearless and relentless, some of which required a barrage of bullets to truly vanquish, overwhelmed them. In such dire circumstances, their ammunition poured forth like a torrential flood, leading them swiftly into a predicament. Commander, the monsters are advancing again. From behind. They're coming from behind as well. My God, there are too many, far too many. Sea Serpent, hand me a grenade. Commander, we've exhausted our grenades. What shall we do? What shall we do? What could the commander possibly do? His mind was inundated with an endless tide of regret. But was lamentation of any use? Naturally, it was utterly futile. As the gunfire from the special forces stationed in the building began to wane, the monsters surged forth like a deluge, engulfing them within the decrepit structure. The commander, in a state of despair, continued to fire, yet his handgun posed no threat to the beasts. Finally, as he lost all hope and raised his weapon to end his own life, the trigger clicked empty. He had acted too swiftly, depleting his last bullet. Regrettably, Makino remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the other world. He strolled through the moonlit town, striving to recall memories from years past. His recollections of Silent Hill were scant. Aside from the vividly haunting otherworld, there were a few key locations, the hospital and the church. Should he venture to the church or the hospital? The church was home to a congregation of malevolent cultists, and within, the bishop was the architect of Alessa's tragedy, as well as the harbinger of the town's ruin. Alessa, burned and near death, had been taken to the hospital by a kind-hearted soul. Thus, to seek the demon Alessa, born from profound hatred, he ought to head to the hospital. However, after some contemplation, Makino opted not to go to the hospital. Silent Hill had transformed since those days. After becoming the demon Alessa, she had completely seized control of this territory. Even if he could breach the barriers and storm the hospital, he might not be able to ascertain her whereabouts. Moreover, she possessed the other world. Should she retreat into it, he would be rendered powerless. It would be wiser to first explore the church. If he could capture the desperate cultists, particularly the bishop himself, he might be able to reach Alessa through them. With his decision made, Makino leaped onto the roof of a nearby building. From this vantage point, he sought the direction of the church. The town was not overly large, and with the aid of the moonlight, he quickly determined his course. Just as he was about to leap forth, a few flashlight beams illuminated the nearby street, revealing a group in a state of panic and fear. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure. Is that Coulson? What a coincidence. He just emerged from the otherworld at this moment. Although Makino had come with the intent of exploring the otherworld, he was also tasked with aiding S.H.I.E.L.D. in rescuing Coulson and his team. Seeing the man himself, he felt compelled to approach. Hey, Coulson. His sudden appearance startled the already tense team, prompting two agents to immediately draw their weapons and fire. My swiftly dodged, expressing his displeasure. Hey, Coulson, rein in your subordinates. I traveled a great distance to rescue you. And this is how you greet me? Stop. Do you hear me? Cease fire. Recognizing Mai's voice, Coulson's weary expression brightened, and after halting his subordinates, he directed his flashlight towards Mai. Squinting slightly, Mai regarded him with an unfriendly countenance. Coulson discerned Mai's identity but remained cautious. Reynolds, is it truly you? How did you find yourself here? Who else could it be? Mai rolled his eyes, exasperated. Apologies, my friend. Coulson remained still, the agent's prudence preventing any rash actions. This eerie place was indeed unsettling. May I pose a few questions? Understanding his intent, Mai shrugged. Go ahead. After a brief moment, Coulson appeared relieved as he approached with several others. I am immensely grateful for your arrival, Reynolds, he remarked, glancing behind him with a hint of confusion. But did the director send only you? Mai replied, not at all. There are over 30 in the Special Operations Unit, 5 action teams, including myself, Natasha, and Leon Kennedy from the CIA, 6 teams in total. Before Coulson could respond, an agent nearby could not contain himself. So, may I inquire where they currently are? Mai cast a sweeping glance over Coulson's oddly assembled team inside. They are all trapped inside. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group changed dramatically, leaving them speechless. Having just escaped to a brief moment of tranquility, they understood all too well what Mai referred to as inside. Chapter 062. The bargain with Alessa. The composition of Coulson's team was indeed peculiar, striking an odd note to anyone who observed them. Makino, being one of the few privy to the underlying reasons, initially found it curious that Coulson and his group had ventured recklessly into Silent Hill. However, upon seeing them, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Among his team, the other 3 were women, 2 adults, and 1 young girl. Upon inquiry, his suspicions were confirmed. The little girl was named Sharon, possessing a gentle demeanor and an endearing fragility that evoked compassion. The woman dressed in humble attire was named Rose, Sharon's adoptive mother, while the other was a brave police officer named Sybil. The presence of these 3 had inadvertently led S.H.I.E.L.D. into the eerie confines of Silent Hill, or more specifically, it was due to the young girl Sharon. "Hello, sweet little girl." Makino disregarded Coulson's apprehensions and crouched before Sharon, who exhibited a cautious demeanor toward strangers. Yet, her innate kindness compelled her to muster the courage to remain in place, rather than hiding behind her mother. "Hello," Sharon replied timidly. "Greetings." Makino pondered for a moment before reaching into his pocket, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pouch. "Are you hungry? Here, I have a chocolate bar as a gift for you." Sharon glanced up at her mother. Rose promptly accepted the chocolate on Sharon's behalf, expressing, "Thank you. Thank you." They had been trapped in Silent Hill for some time, initially entering during daylight, and now night had enveloped them in darkness. Faced with terrifying creatures and frantic escapes, their hunger had grown acute, especially for the youngest among them, Sharon. The 2 injured agents nearby watched as Sharon savored the chocolate, swallowing hard in envy. Observing this, Makino shook his head and offered another piece of chocolate to each of them. Recognizing their evident satisfaction, they were nearing their limits, worn down and fatigued. "Coulson, what are your plans moving forward?" Coulson hesitated slightly. His intention was, of course, to leave this bizarre location as swiftly as possible. Yet now, upon encountering Makino and learning that the 30 or so reinforcements sent to rescue them were also trapped in this realm, he could not simply abandon them. However, glancing at the condition of those around him, Coulson made a decisive choice. "Renault, I intend to send them out first before returning to assist others who are trapped. They have lingered here far too long and are unable to fight any longer. Moreover, there are civilians and a child who need immediate protection." Makino nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of his decision. However, he held one dissenting opinion. Sharon must remain. Rose, embodying the instincts of a protective mother, immediately regarded Makino with vigilance, exclaiming, "We came here with Sharon, and we must return together. Even without your protection, I will not abandon her." Makino shook his head, clarifying, "You misunderstand my intent. Taking Sharon with you will prevent your escape from Silent Hill. She has a destiny that must be unraveled here to find her peace." Ross furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, she refrained from divulging the events that had transpired concerning Sharon, nor did she place any faith in Mai's words. Observing this, Mai sighed and suggested, "Let us give it a try. You have journeyed this far. The entrance to the town is not far ahead. Follow me, and I shall guide you." Whether it was the slight replenishment of energy or the sight of hope that invigorated the weary group, they regained a noticeable vitality. With Mai leading the way, the team advanced toward the town's outskirts. Along the path, Ross grasped Coulson's arm, quietly inquiring about something. Compared to the unfamiliar faces they had just encountered, she naturally placed greater trust in her steadfast companions. As they walked, Mai abruptly halted. Coulson, puzzled, suddenly heard an agent beside him exclaim, "Hey, is it dawn? Dawn. Wait. Could it be?" Instantly alert, Coulson scanned their surroundings and indeed observed the sky transitioning from the darkness of night to the dimness of twilight. Though the lighting remained poor, the outlines of their environment became discernible to the naked eye. However, no member of the group expressed joy. Instead, each wore an expression of tension and apprehension. The agent who had previously spoken now fully comprehended the situation. Cautiously surveying their surroundings with a tense demeanor, "Are we back in that cursed place?" "Chetair, Reno, be careful." Coulson, noting Mai's lack of vigilance, cautioned, "Every time the environment shifts, we are besieged by a horde of terrifying monsters. If the number of creatures had not suddenly diminished previously, we would have long since succumbed." "Fear monsters?" Mai pondered, realizing that this coincided with the Special Forces team's entry into Silent Hill. Though they had not met face to face, their intent had indirectly been fulfilled. After waiting a moment without encountering the usual swirling black ash, ominous fog, or grotesque creatures to disrupt them, Mai quickly understood that Alicia was aware those monsters posed no threat to him. Thus, she merely asserted her stance. "If you wish to leave, that is not permissible." "All right. Do not be alarmed, everyone." Mai clapped her hands, redirecting the group's focus. It seemed she had no intention of unleashing those monsters upon them for the time being. "Now, we should deliberate on our action plan. We are trapped in this wretched place. What use is there in formulating a plan?" Ross remarked warily. Mai glanced at her but chose to disregard her comment, instead addressing Coulson. "Let us divide into 2 teams. One shall depart Silent Hill to rest. Given your current condition, you are ill-suited for the subsequent actions. The other team shall remain and thoroughly unravel the secrets of Silent Hill, rescuing the other trapped souls." Coulson had no objections but harbored concerns about the feasibility. But we are currently ensnared here. Dividing into two teams may not guarantee our escape. Then let us inquire. I responded. Ask whom? Coulson questioned, perplexed. I pointed to the sky and declared, her. Her? Coulson stared in disbelief. Without further explanation, I looked upward and called out, hey, Alicia, Sharon remains, and I will bring her to meet you. How about you ask the others to leave? Ross, upon hearing that Makino still harbored intentions towards his daughter, exclaimed in anger, damn it, I have long warned you, Ross. Coulson restrained her, whispering, let us wait and see. Moments later, silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any unusual sounds or responses. Makino, resting his chin on his hand, pondered, could it be that the stakes were insufficient, and Alessa chose to disregard him? After a moment's reflection, he raised his voice again. Then let us add another, the bishop of the church. She is your enemy, is she not? I will bring her forth and present her to you for your judgment. Just as the onlookers believed Makino's efforts to be futile, the sky suddenly darkened. They had returned to the reality of the town. Those present were not foolish. They understood that Makino had struck a deal with the entity named Alessa. The young girl, Sharon, must remain. Ross was visibly agitated, yet Makino pointed out the connection between Sharon and Alessa if they did not seize this opportunity. Even if they miraculously escaped Silent Hill, they would not evade each other's entanglements. Coulson organized the teams, and the two weary agents, Officer Sybil and Ross, departed. He and Sharon remained behind to proceed with the ensuing operation alongside Makino. I will take good care of Sharon, Ross. I assure you, Coulson promised earnestly. However, to Makino's surprise, Ross ultimately chose to stay, her feelings for Sharon evoking his sympathy. A few stood at the crossroads, watching as the agents and the officers' flashlights gradually faded, ultimately vanishing at the entrance to the town. Did they really succeed in leaving? Ross inquired. Well, Makino's focus remained fixed on that group. Judging by Alessa's adherence to their agreement, the conditions he promised were of significant importance to her. The environment shifted once more, and they found themselves back in the other world. Let us go, she urged. We must head to the church. Throughout the journey, Coulson and Ross were filled with anxiety, fearing that at any corner, behind any obstructing building, those grotesque monsters might launch a sudden attack. Strangely, however, as they followed Makino, their experience was entirely different from before. The tranquility of the path felt profoundly unsettling to them. Makino, on the other hand, was unperturbed. The most formidable creature in Silent Hill was undoubtedly the corporeal Pyramid Head. Were it not for Makino, others would stand no chance against him. Mere firearms could inflict wounds upon Pyramid Head, yet they could not slay him. One would require both extraordinary abilities to counter him and formidable combat strength to emerge victorious. Now that Pyramid Head had been vanquished, Alessa would naturally be at a loss, unless she intervened personally. Yet it was precisely this that led her to recognize Makino's power, intending to leverage his strength against the church, the place she had besieged for so many years yet could never breach. Soon, Makino guided Coulson, Ross, and young Sharon to the site where the SUV had crashed. Here, he did not see Natasha or Leon, but many supplies from the vehicle had been taken. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his prior expulsion from the underworld that Lion and the others were concerned for his safety and had taken the initiative to search for him. The grim fate of the off-road vehicle driver, Bowman, startled Ross. However, the supplies in the vehicle provided a significant boon to them. Anticipating their imminent confrontation with the cult of the malevolent deity, Maki opportunely took a crate of high-explosive grenades. Armed to the teeth, the trio strode purposefully toward the church. After turning two corners, Coulson and Ross simultaneously whispered alertly, "Did you hear that? There are gunshots ahead." Amidst the gunfire, they recognized the familiar roars of the monsters. Maki leapt into action, dashing ahead while calling out, "You two take your time. I'll scout ahead." Ross watched in astonishment as Maki, as agile as a fox, effortlessly vaulted from the rooftops. "How is he?" Ross stammered. Coulson maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "He is our agency's, special consultant from the CIA. An expert in handling such incidents. Rest assured, he will be fine. Let us proceed," as he suggested, cautiously and steadily. Chapter 063, Convergence. Assault on the Church of the Evil God. Ha, ha. Come forth, you wretched scoundrels. This is a gift from Powell. May you all descend into hell. Boom, boom, boom. A series of high-explosive grenades erupted amidst the throng of monsters, momentarily stalling their overwhelming advance like a torrent. Following this, a tempest of bullets rained upon the creatures, sealing the fate of those unfortunate enough to escape the explosion's grasp. Even more astonishingly, some monsters were struck by the barrage, disintegrating into a cloud of dark ashes that danced in the air. FCK the squid, FCK the squid. Ha ha ha, this is how war should be fought. With these monsters, I could hold the line for a year. The boisterous shouts of the Special Forces soldiers were unmistakably clear amidst the gunfire and the howls of the beasts. In contrast to the exuberant soldiers, Natasha and Leon remained notably composed. Nevertheless, they refrained from chastising their comrades. Under the weight of fear, the fervent cries served to elevate morale. Boom, boom, boom. Another flurry of grenades was launched, the soldiers exhibiting remarkable combat skills as they accurately delivered the explosives into the densest clusters of monsters. After a resounding explosion, the threat posed by the creatures diminished once more. The agitated Special Forces soldiers regained their composure, and amidst the fray, one could not help but inquire, "Commander, why did your team bring so much ammunition into the fray? If we had such ample supplies earlier, we wouldn't have been so beleaguered by these monsters." Leon cast a sidelong glance at Powell, a soldier he and Natasha had rescued after braving the perils beyond their base. Noticing his discontent, Leon replied, "We have an expert in our ranks who was aware of the challenges we would face, hence the ample supplies we brought." Powell paused, momentarily taken aback. Before his agitation flared anew. Shouldn't such critical intelligence have been shared much earlier? Natasha interjected, "You misunderstand. Our expert formally recommended that your commander equip you with rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, and even armored vehicles as soon as he arrived at the camp. Regrettably, your commander dismissed his counsel." Powell's expression faltered, and he exchanged glances with his two comrades, their faces reflecting a bittersweet resignation. He pondered, had they indeed stormed in with such heavy equipment? What could these monsters have posed as a threat? Unlike before, when even slight ammunition depletion could have led to their annihilation by the tide of beasts. "Damn it," Powell muttered under his breath. Just then, another soldier suddenly observed an unusual movement among the monsters. "They are retreating. We've routed them. Wait, what is that? Hey, be careful not to fire recklessly. That's one of our own," Leon cautioned as he noticed the sudden arrival of Makino. With Makino's appearance, the monstrous horde began to recede like a tide, swiftly vanishing from sight. 3 Special Forces soldiers remained somewhat vigilant, however. Leon and Natasha had already emerged from their concealed positions, swiftly approaching Makino. "Where have you just been?" Natasha inquired, observing the expression on Makino's face. "After Leon and I repelled the monsters, I didn't see you, so I took the risk to find you," Makino responded. "I was kicked out by the master of this place, so of course you couldn't see me. Were you worried about me?" Natasha disregarded his teasing and, as always, remained astute, noting the key phrase in his words, "Kicked out from here. What does that mean?" Makino replied with a smile. "It means exactly what it says. Here is the inner world." Natasha frowned. "Inner world?" Makino hesitated to elaborate, for he heard the approaching footsteps of Coulson and the others. "Let's set that aside for now and meet some old friends, shall we, Ms. Romanoff?" Natasha? Upon hearing the voice, Natasha turned and exclaimed in surprise, "Coulson? Are you all right? And who are they?" Makino, possessing formidable skills, found it unsurprising to locate Coulson amidst the chaos of Silent Hill. But the presence of the two evidently ordinary women, one large and one small, raised questions. After a brief introduction, Makino recounted his dealings with Alessa. He would take Sharon and the bishop to meet Alessa, while the others would be granted the opportunity to leave. Once again, Alessa, Sharon, the bishop. What transactions were these? The group listened, puzzled. Natasha addressed him. "Reynold, you seem to possess extensive knowledge of this place. Could you elaborate for us?" All eyes turned toward him. They had come for various reasons and had engaged in a bewildering battle with monsters. Naturally, they yearned to uncover the truth behind it all. Makino had no intention of concealing anything. As he helped everyone organize their belongings in preparation for their journey to the church, he began to narrate the tale of Silent Hill. Alessa, the illegitimate daughter, was met with scorn from everyone around her. The cultists targeted her, branding her as the devil's emissary and subjecting her to the stake, igniting the flames that would lead to the town's destruction. Rescued in her dying moments by a kind-hearted individual, the pitiable and grotesque Alessa, driven by profound hatred, transformed into a demon, initiating her quest for vengeance. This was the story of Silent Hill. Natasha contemplatively surveyed the surrounding architecture, realizing the origin of the pervasive dark stains, the ashes that filled the air during the appearance of the apparitions. Alessa's tale was heartrending, yet Ross, feeling perplexed, couldn't help but ask, "If that is so, what does this have to do with my daughter, Sharon?" Makino's gaze grew profound. "She is Alessa." The group gasped in astonishment, with 2 agitated soldiers even turning their weapons towards her. However, Makino swiftly intervened, sternly stating, "Do not frighten the young girl." In her extreme agony, Alessa had split her humanity into 2 parts. Her goodness and virtuous qualities were expelled from Silent Hill, while her darkness and malevolent traits remained, transforming into the demon Alessa. Sharon is the embodiment of Alessa's goodness. Such an extraordinary assertion, once unimaginable, has now found acceptance in the wake of witnessing countless horrifying creatures. They have come to comprehend that the world harbors numerous incomprehensible phenomena. One by one, their curiosity draws their gaze toward the timid young girl. Could it be that they are indeed battling such a fragile child? Naturally, they refer to the malevolent aspect. Alessa is undeniably a pitiable soul forsaken by fate. However, her experiences and the devastation they wrought remind Natasha of similar accounts. Is Alessa a mutant? The catastrophic events that transpired upon the awakening of the X gene, due to an inability to control her powers, are not uncommon among mutants. Natasha, having encountered records of such occurrences, harbors this inquiry. Makuya pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It should not be the case. If it were, she would have been approached long ago. He alluded to the Mutant Brotherhood and Charles's school. Had Alessa been a mutant, those two factions would not have overlooked her. Moreover, Makuya himself had encountered their methods. Whether in the realm of the Abyss or the Triangle Head, they leaned more towards abilities related to mental prowess and magic. Natasha sidestepped the others and leaned closer to Makuya, whispering, "If this is witchcraft, how can your magical world allow her to exist so freely?" Makuya understood her implication and replied with a smile. In the American realm, there exists a multitude of criminal gangs, nefarious forces, and assassin organizations. Why has your director not eradicated them all? Natasha, suddenly enlightened, grasped the analogy he presented. However, regrettably, the understanding she derived was not applicable to Makuya. Prior to S.H.I.E.L.D's intervention, he had no knowledge of Silent Hill's existence. Had he known, he would have ventured there alone long ago, seeking knowledge of the Abyss. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the church. Nestled in the eastern part of the town, occupying a vast expanse, the church stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. The other structures in the town bore the scars of neglect, marred by the soot and ash of destruction. In contrast, the church, although marked by time, bore no signs of scorching flames. Thus, within the otherwise dim and soiled Silent Hill, the church appeared remarkably pristine. "Look, there are indeed people inside the church," observed the elite soldiers, their keen eyes quickly noting the signs of life in the upper windows. Having heard the tales of Silent Hill, they harbored no fondness for the cultists within the church, especially considering that, devoid of sustenance, they had persisted in this accursed place for so many years. Who could tell what dreadful beings they had become? "Hey, who are you? Are you here to rescue us?" A window of the church swung open, and a figure clad in a priest's hood, obscuring their features, shouted toward them. The elite soldiers turned back, their gazes converging on Makuya. Indeed, Makuya smirked, playing along with the performance. "We have come to rescue you. Quickly, open the door and let us in." The figure clad in the priest's hood could not possibly open the church door. He replied, "No, we cannot open the door. Unless you defeat that monster, we shall all perish here. The creature resides in the town's hospital. You must hurry." Upon hearing this, Miyu lost interest in conversing with them and turned to issue orders. "Now, let us establish a position right here. Spare no ammunition. Launch an assault on the church." The crowd appeared somewhat perplexed. The church seemed quite sturdy, and it was inconceivable that it could withstand their firepower. There was no need to construct any position. Among the soldiers, a member named Powell, receiving orders from his superior, raised his weapon and fired a simple burst, targeting the cultist whose form was visible by the window. However, to his astonishment, the bullet did not bring the target down. A mysterious golden light emerged, intercepting Powell's bullet. As the onlookers focused their attention, they noticed that the entire church shimmered with a resilient golden glow in response to the brief barrage. Muyi sensed this and realized that this was the protective barrier granted by some unknown malevolent deity, enabling their survival in this realm. No wonder Alessa had been unable to breach the church's defenses after so many years. Cackling, the cultist observed the ineffectiveness of the bullets and let out a shrill laugh. "Heretics, you dare to profane the majesty of my God. You shall suffer the most excruciating punishment. Just wait, you will be bound to the pyre. And only the flames of my God can redeem your sinful souls." As he continued his taunts, Muyi swiftly tossed a grenade in his direction. In the wake of a violent explosion, the resilient golden barrier rippled like water, momentarily stifling the cultist's bravado as he hurriedly closed the window and retreated. The others, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that bullets and grenades were indeed effective against the golden light. Their morale soared, and they quickly set up a makeshift position. "Fire!" Leon shouted, leading the charge as he pulled the trigger. Chapter 064, Blood Sacrifice? Your malevolent deity cannot save you. A relentless storm of bullets rained down upon the golden barrier of the church. Initially, the resilient golden shield held firm. However, as its energy waned, ripples gradually emerged upon its surface, each kinetic bullet provoking a tremor within the barrier. Following a series of grenade detonations, the golden shield began to quiver violently, and the malevolent cultists concealed within the church could no longer remain composed. The devout worshippers, murmuring prayers, were swiftly dispersed. Two severely injured soldiers, in a state of utter despair, were dragged out. They were the special forces who had ventured into the netherworld, pursued by monstrous entities. They entered the church, only to be ensnared and deceived by the cultists, ultimately succumbing to their torment and losing all will to resist. Your Excellency, the bishop. The cultist's eyes gleamed with a chilling yet fervent intensity, resembling a flurry of razor-sharp blades poised to strike the two soldiers. Bishop Crispella, a woman whose visage shimmered with an otherworldly glow, recited incomprehensible prayers with a voice imbued with fervor. Moments later, she extended her arms, basking in divine light. A satisfied smile gracing her features before her gaze turned cold, locking onto the two soldiers. Bring them forth and bind them to the altar. Before the obscure and inscrutable idol of the malevolent deity stood two imposing pillars. This was the very site where the cultists offered sacrifices to their dark god. The two powerless soldiers were swiftly bound to the pillars amidst the chanting of bizarre prayers by the cultists. Bundles of kindling were heaped around them, and a sinister, pitch-black oil was poured over the wood, its acrid scent sending shivers down the spine. One soldier, slightly less incapacitated, struggled fiercely, driven by the will to survive. The other, grievously wounded, felt the light in his eyes begin to fade. Even though he comprehended the grim fate awaiting him, he lacked the strength to react. In a moment of despair, he uttered a few words before slowly closing his eyes. Burn them. Offer them as tributes to our God. Burn them. Burn them. In the name of our Lord, the humble servant presents this offering. In the name of our Lord, the humble servant implores your protection. O deity, bestow upon us your generous light. Let your servants bask in your grace. Bishop Crispella commenced a lengthy incantation, while the cultists procured torches, igniting them in the vile oil, unleashing a towering inferno. The agony of the flames elicited a desperate wail from the soldier. Yet, that anguished cry seemed to serve as a tribute to the cultists, inciting a chorus of fervent prayers in response. Cruel, ferocious, and utterly mad. However, amidst this living blood sacrifice, the golden light outside the church began to gradually brighten once more. Astutely aware of the shift in the golden light, felt a surge of alarm. Were the cultists truly capable of retaliating? Although he was unaware of the source of their newfound strength, he understood that delay was no longer an option. Without hesitation, he commanded his comrades to gather the remaining grenades, fashioning a rudimentary cluster bomb, which they meticulously positioned before detonating with a precisely aimed grenade. A multitude of grenades detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous force that violently tore at the golden light outside the church. Though the golden radiance was extraordinary, it was not without its limits. Furthermore, the power gained from the blood sacrifice did not accumulate instantaneously. It gathered slowly like a flowing stream. In such circumstances, the instantaneously unleashed might of the grenades completely depleted the energy of the golden light, leaving only a thin, fragile spiritual membrane. The ground outside the church, unprotected by the golden glow, was violently blasted open, creating a deep pit amidst the swirling dirt and flying debris, as everyone scrambled to avoid the aftermath, oblivious to the changes within the church. However, he was unfazed. He reached into his pouch of tools and retrieved a straight sword once more. Gathering fire attribute chakra that transformed into a radiant white flame, grasped firmly in his hand, fire release, flame slash. With a single sweep, he struck the final spiritual membrane on the side of the church. The membrane held for a mere 2 seconds before shattering completely, akin to a punctured balloon. As the decayed and foul odors from within the church surged forth in an instant. Holding his breath, Mai leaped, crashing through the side window of the church with a clang. Corson and the others, attentive to Mai's movements, no longer hesitated, disregarding the swirling dust, and shouted their commands. The church is open. Charge in. Powell, stay back and protect Ross and the others. As Mai burst through the window and soared into the church, he raised his eyes to behold the grotesque sight before the statue of the malevolent deity, 2 charred bodies engulfed in flames. Their faces were unrecognizable, their forms blackened. Yet their military attire still revealed them to be Special Forces soldiers. Mai was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing the source of the earlier disturbance in the golden light. These wicked beings were indeed conducting a blood ritual with living sacrifices, a crime beyond forgiveness. Filled with righteous fury, Mai suddenly sensed danger and swiftly evaded. His speed was astonishing, beyond the grasp of an ordinary person's sight, causing the barrage of bullets fired by the cultists to land harmlessly in the air. Upon revealing himself, Mai surveyed the chaos within the church, noting that many of the cultists wielded weapons of vastly different eras. Among them, the 2 who had just fired their weapons were using automatic rifles belonging to Special Forces. Drawing a set of shurikens from his pouch, Mai fanned them out like a peacock displaying its feathers, transforming them into a chillingly lethal steel flower. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his power, and several of the most threatening armed targets fell before they even had time to react, silently collapsing to the ground. Outside, Corson and his companions were rapidly approaching. Mai paid no heed to the ordinary cultists. Instead, he scanned the area, yet he could not locate Bishop Crispella. Resolutely, he dodged past the common cultists and pursued her through the side door into the church. Everyone, stand down. Get down, or we will open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The Special Forces soldiers shouted their commands, yet the gunfire continued unabated, especially upon seeing the conspicuous pyre. The charred corpses, unmistakably adorned with the attire of Special Forces soldiers, ignited their rage. Initially aiming their weapons at non-vital areas such as limbs and shoulders, they unhesitatingly shifted their focus to the chest, abdomen, and head, lethal targets. As Reno aptly stated earlier, these soulless cultists deserved nothing less than to be cast into the depths of hell. Meanwhile, on another front, Mai pursued the Bishop Crispella into the church. Within the church's corridor, he caught up with her. The aunt of Alicia was ensnared, bound tightly by rusted wires, dragging her towards an unknown fate. Devoid of the protective golden barrier, Crispella's fate was destined to be far grimmer than that of her peers. Mai took grim satisfaction in witnessing such a wretch undergo the most excruciating torment, but not at this moment. He stepped forward, drawing his third sword. Its cold gleam slicing through the rusted wires that ensnared Crispella, severing them completely. The bishop gasped for breath, urgently exclaiming, "Help! Help! That monster, the monster is coming." Mai cast a cold glance her way. Compared to Alicia, who had fallen to darkness out of hatred, he deemed this one the true monster. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick to her head, rendering Crispella unconscious without a sound. Yet the rusted wires, unwilling to relinquish their prey, lunged once more to reclaim the bishop. However, with Mai standing guard, their attempts from various angles proved futile. This only served to enrage the wires further, and with a loud crash, a section of the church wall collapsed, the sound of scuttling and scraping growing ominously closer. In the next instant, the rusted wires surged forth, resembling a mass of chaotic black hair, ferociously attacking Mai with piercing and entangling strikes. Fire release, great fireball technique. Mai swiftly countered. The benevolent nature of the great fireball rendered it harmless to living beings, yet it excelled at obliterating lifeless entities. The intense heat transformed the fireball into a brilliant blaze, confronting the rusted wires. Despite the malevolent power imbued within them, they were unable to withstand the might of the fireball. A foul, putrid mist wafted from the wires, which quickly melted away under the flames, dripping to the ground as molten iron. Once the fireball dissipated, the multitude of wires vanished entirely. Faintly, Mai seemed to hear a venomous curse echoing from a hole in the wall. Ignoring it, he lifted the unconscious bishop and proceeded to the main hall of the church. The battle here had long concluded, and the firewood before the idol of the evil deity had been cleared away. However, the heat remained too intense for the others to retrieve their comrades from the pyre. Upon Mai's arrival, they stood solemnly before the corpses of two individuals. Reno, is she the bishop? Have you captured her? Natasha deduced the bishop's identity at a glance. Mai nodded in affirmation, surveying the church to confirm that all cultists had been vanquished. Time was of the essence. The tasks ahead were beyond their involvement. So he assigned Coulson to prepare their withdrawal from the town. Yet, as Mai insisted on keeping Sharon behind, Ross vehemently opposed the decision. Sharon yearns for tranquility, yet she must remain. If we fail to uncover the true essence of Alicia, she shall be ensnared in this nightmare for the remainder of her days. Ross, I am aware of your concerns. Rest assured, I shall return Sharon to safety. Your presence here not only proves unhelpful but may also inadvertently affect her. Do you not desire for Sharon to attain genuine freedom? Indeed, the value of freedom is paramount. With the assistance of Natasha, Coulson, and Leon, Ross ultimately acquiesced to Makino's assertion regarding Sharon's liberation. As they made their way to the street outside, Makino grasped Sharon's hand with his left while carrying the unconscious bishop in his right, proclaiming, "Alicia, I am bringing them to you. However, prior to that, you must honor our agreement and permit their departure from this place." As the world transformed, they found themselves once more in reality. The night was well past its zenith. The brilliance of the moonlight began to wane, and the heavens subtly revealed a glimmer of dawn. Makino conjured a doppelganger to discreetly escort Coulson and the others away. Subsequently, Sharon tugged at Makino's arm and whispered, "Uncle Reno, let us pass." Makino tenderly caressed her soft hair, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not fret, Sharon. I have promised to ensure your safe departure and to grant you true freedom. Now let us proceed to meet Klesha." Chapter 065, Alicia's Lifeline in the Hospital. The desolate corridor lay neglected for years, accumulating murky, dark water. The walls on either side were mottled, with peeling paint revealing the decay beneath, while the floor, particularly against the walls, was strewn with a thick layer of white dust. The entire scene was one of utter desolation. Makuya walked slowly, Sensing the peculiar atmosphere of the hospital, he pondered how Alicia had intertwined the underworld with this place, creating a bizarre space that existed between reality and the netherrealm. He felt a sense of relief for having made the right choice. Had he not engaged in a negotiation with Alicia but instead stormed into the hospital with the intent to destroy, he would likely be unable to even catch a glimpse of her now. Yet, no matter how slow his pace, he would eventually reach his destination. Makuya arrived at the innermost room of the hospital. Inside, he finally beheld Alicia, lying on the bed, her body grotesquely scarred and burned. She lay feebly on the bed, connected to an IV drip that, however, bore no actual fluid bag. The exposed skin and muscle on her body were a chaotic mix of crimson and ebony, rendering her a sight both terrifying and pitiable. In a dim, instinctual manner, Sharon sensed her connection to the figure on the bed. She felt a pang of compassion, anxiety, and yet an inherent fear, evidenced by her tight grip on Makuya's clothing. "Leave her to me. You may go," Alicia rasped, her voice a harsh, grating sound as if shards of porcelain were scraping against pottery. A dark, sinister aura emanated from her being. It was evident that speaking had become a torment for Alicia, and listening to her was no less so for Makuya. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed the bishop, Crispella, whom he had previously held in his grasp, to the foot of Alicia's bed. He had initially prevented Alicia from seizing the bishop out of fear that losing this bargaining chip would deny him the chance to confront her true self. Having witnessed Makuya's strength, Alicia regarded him with caution. Even in this moment of revealing her true form, she cloaked herself in a veil of peculiar energy, a barrier potent enough to hinder Makuya's approach when necessary. Alicia had made meticulous preparations. She harbored a profound wariness towards Makuya, gazing at the bishop before her. Alicia hesitated momentarily. She had anticipated ulterior motives from Makuya, believing that a conflict between them was essential for her to seize control over her enemy, the bishop. To her astonishment, Makuya honored his promise, promptly relinquishing the bishop upon her mere suggestion. However, Alicia's moment of surprise was fleeting. Almost instantaneously, a palpable hatred surged forth from her visage. With a malicious grin, she harnessed her abilities. Rusted wires slithered from beneath the bed, akin to serpents, swiftly wrapping around the bishop's form. The wires pierced her body, transforming into the most insidious instruments of torture, commencing the torment Alicia had long anticipated. Crispella awakened, only to discover her dire predicament. Realizing that her struggles were futile, Alicia would never allow her to escape. Countless iron wires penetrated the bishop's body, emerging from her mouth, ears, nose, and the skin across her form. A malevolent darkness surged within her, enhancing her vitality to rival that of the triangular-headed being. Alicia laughed maniacally, relishing in her torment. Yet, she would not allow the bishop to perish so easily. She would gain an extended existence, accompanied by endless retribution and suffering. Makino observed her cruel antics with a quiet intensity. Bishop Christabella was the source of all calamities. Had it not been for her, Alicia would not have faced such a tragic fate, and the town of Silent Hill would not have succumbed to such despair. Thus, she was deserving of Alicia's vengeance. However, Alicia remained unsatisfied. The bishop's anguished wails delighted her, yet she did not forget her other primary target, Sharon. Once consumed by hatred, Alicia had split herself into two parts. Now, fully transformed into the demon Alicia, she still felt incomplete. She needed Sharon to achieve wholeness and grow even more powerful. Several iron wires emerged from the ground, curling towards Sharon's ankles. Makino swiftly lifted Sharon into his arms, easily avoiding the assault of the wires. Alicia, reveling in the bishop's cries, suddenly turned hostile. Glaring fiercely, "What are you doing? Release Sharon. Hand her over to me." Makino softly reassured Sharon before calmly addressing Alicia. "Our agreement only stipulated bringing Sharon to you, not surrendering her." Alicia's scarred visage contorted with fury, her eyes nearly ablaze with rage. "If so, why then do you deliver the bishop?" Makino glanced at the tormented bishop, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "She is the architect of this calamity. I care not for your intended retribution against her. But Sharon is different. She should not be ensnared in your vendetta." Alicia's shrill voice screamed. "She is not merely Sharon. She is a part of me, inheriting this very hatred. Hand her over to me." "No," Makino resolutely declared. "Since their separation, Sharon and you have become two distinct entities. She shall attain her own freedom." In her fury, Alicia failed to grasp the dangerous undertones in Makino's words. With the remnants of her sanity consumed by hatred, she devised a plan. "Then let us make an exchange. I will offer you something else in return for Sharon." Intrigued, Makino raised an eyebrow, maintaining a calm facade. "Oh, what do you intend to offer them?" Alicia's words hung in the air, and the entire space began to shift. Makino remained vigilant, wary of Alicia's movements, though temporarily at a loss. He could only watch coldly as the hospital environment transformed. In an instant, the space expanded, the light dimmed, and he felt as if he had entered a damp, chilling underground warehouse. In that moment, Makino glanced back at Alicia, astonished, sensing the strange energy enveloping her. Here, everything became vividly real. A flicker of realization crossed Mai's mind. Could this be the true hiding place of Alicia? After being kindly delivered to the hospital, was it possible that she had ultimately been confined to this damp and desolate underground warehouse? Even though Mai's resolve was as steadfast as iron, the thought sent a shiver down his spine, for Alicia's status as an illegitimate child was met with scorn and derision. Those wretched souls in Silent Hill had not met their end without reason. The scene transitioned dramatically. Not far from Alicia, a formation of over 20 individuals clad in uniform stood in rigid alignment. Without a second glance, Mai recognized them as the Special Forces soldiers who had gone missing in the realm beyond, including the commander who had once stirred murderous intent within him. Now among their ranks, his appearance was notably more harrowing than the others, his body marred by numerous lacerations and bite marks. With an open wound on his chest and abdomen, crudely stitched together with rusted wire, the majority of these individuals were beyond saving. Those who were not completely lifeless suffered a fate more grim, ensnared in a curse akin to that of the bishop, enduring ceaseless torment. Even if there was a glimmer of hope for their salvation, Mai could never entertain the thought of using Sharon as a bargaining chip. Were they jesting? Without hesitation, Mai refused. What could he possibly gain from these undead monstrosities? Alicia's scream was laced with malevolent fury. If you refuse, then perish. At her command, the 20-odd Special Forces soldiers sprang into action. Most of the ammunition for their previous automatic rifles had been expended. Thus Alicia equipped them with various weapons salvaged from Silent Hill, many of which bore the marks of age and rust. They were dead, yet their tactical training remained. They moved with rapidity, converging their firepower toward Mai in an instant. Simultaneously, a sinister aura surged forth. The figure of the pyramid head re-emerged, brandishing its heavy blade, standing sentinel before Alicia's bedside. An unmistakable wound marred its body, crudely stitched with rusted wire. From the surrounding darkness, the familiar growls of monsters echoed. Alicia was evidently prepared to unleash her full fury, intent on slaying Mai right then and there. Mai's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he conjured 3 clones. One clone shielded Sharon, ascending the wall to evade the fierce crossfire below. The other 2 clones moved with astonishing speed, dodging the initial barrage of bullets before retaliating. One clone slammed its palms against the ground, chakras surging forth, causing the earth to rupture and rise, forming a robust earthen wall that enveloped the Special Forces soldiers entirely. Save for a single opening at the top, another clone leapt to the summit of the earthen mound, forming seals and unleashing a torrent of flames that surged through the opening. Moments later, the flames extinguished. The 2 clones dissipated into clouds of chakra smoke, and the earthen mound lost its integrity, collapsing to entomb the soldiers within, effectively incinerating them and eliminating the threat that posed to humanity. While the clones executed their designated tasks, Mai's original form charged directly at Alicia. Confronted by the grotesque monstrosities, twisted and victimized by malevolence, he felt no need for courtesy. Unleashing the fierce dragon fire to carve his path, the searing heat scorched everything in its wake, transforming the damp, chilling underground warehouse into the driest day of its existence. Where the dragon fire passed, not only did the monsters perish, but the moisture clinging to the warehouse evaporated at a visibly rapid pace. Numerous cluttered items, under the intense heat of the dragon fire, dried and subsequently ignited. The triangular-headed guardian wielded a colossal blade, standing resolutely before Alicia, unflinching even in the face of flames. Alas, his power derived from Alicia, and with the fearless Mayema present, how could the triangular-headed guardian withstand the onslaught? Enveloped by the flames, he charged forth like a burning torch towards Mayema, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Mayema stood before Alicia's sickbed. Her rusted wires posed no threat to him. Alicia regarded him with a cold gaze, unexpectedly devoid of the anticipated hysteria, instead laced with a hint of mockery. A shiver ran through Mayema. Her reaction was peculiar. However, he hesitated not, as he enveloped his sword in flames, aiming the dazzling flame slash at Alicia's neck. As the flame slash struck, Mayema found himself astounded. His sword passed entirely through Alicia's form, as if she existed beyond the realm of this space, causing his strike to miss entirely. The overwhelming force of his attack cleaved the ground, leaving behind a charred scar, seemingly echoing Alicia's merciless derision. Mayemo gasped in disbelief. What sorcery was this, that he should encounter such divine might?